Welcome to Book 10 of this audiobook. Chapter 1, Reflections on the Campaign of 1812. The course of events was fortuitous and unforeseen by either side. Let's begin by considering the War of 1812. Napoleon started his war with Russia because he simply couldn't resist traveling to Dresden. He couldn't help but have his head turned by the praise he received there. He couldn't stop himself from putting on a Polish uniform, and he was swept up by the energy of a June morning. And he couldn't hold back his fits of anger when he met with the Russian envoys, Kurakin and Balashev. On the other side, Tsar Alexander refused to negotiate because he felt he had been personally insulted. Barclay de Tolly tried to command the army as best he could because he wanted to do his duty and become famous as a great commander. And a young officer like Rostov charged the French because he couldn't resist the thrill of a gallop across an open field. In the same way, every single person who took part in the war acted according to their own personal character, habits, and goals. They were driven by fear or vanity, they felt joy or anger, they reasoned and imagined they knew what they were doing and that they were acting of their own free will. But in truth, they were all simply the tools of history, carrying out a task that was hidden from them, but which is easy for us to understand now. This is the unavoidable fate of people who take action, and the higher they are in society, the less free they truly are. The people who acted in 1812 have long since left the stage. Their personal desires have vanished without a trace. All that remains from that time are the results of history. Providence, you see, forced all these men, who were all chasing their own personal goals, to work together to achieve a massive result that none of them expected. Not Napoleon, not Alexander, and certainly not any of the men who did the actual fighting. Today, the reason the French army was destroyed in 1812 is clear to us. Everyone agrees that the cause was twofold. First, the French army advanced deep into Russia late in the year without preparing for a winter campaign. And second, the war took on a particular character because the Russians burned their own towns, which created a deep hatred for the enemy among the Russian people. But at the time, no one saw this. No one could have predicted that this was the only way an army of 800,000 men, the best in the world, led by the best general, could be defeated by a raw army half its size, led by inexperienced commanders. Not only did no one see it, but the Russians did everything they could to prevent the one thing that could save them. Meanwhile, on the French side, despite Napoleon's experience and his so-called military genius, every effort was made to push on to Moscow at the end of summer. In other words, they did the very thing that was guaranteed to destroy them. In history books about 1812, French writers often say that Napoleon knew the danger of stretching his supply lines too far. They say he was looking for a major battle, and that his marshals advised him to stop at Smolensk. They present these ideas to show that the dangers were understood even then. Russian writers are even more fond of saying that from the very start of the war, a plan was adopted to lure Napoleon deep into Russia. Some say this plan came from a man named Fool, others from a Frenchman, others from Toll, and still others from Tsar Alexander himself. They point to notes and letters that hint at such a strategy. But all these hints, from both the French and Russian sides, are only brought up because they fit what eventually happened. If things had turned out differently, these hints would have been forgotten, just as we've forgotten the thousands of other predictions that turned out to be wrong. There are always so many guesses about how any event will turn out that no matter what happens, there will always be people who say, "I told you so," completely forgetting all the other times they guessed incorrectly. The idea that Napoleon was aware of the danger and that the Russians were trying to lure him into the country is just this kind of hindsight. Historians have to stretch the truth a great deal to make it seem like Napoleon and his marshals had these concerns, or that the Russian commanders had such a clever plan. The facts simply don't support it. Throughout the entire war, the Russians showed no desire to draw the French into the heart of the country. From the moment the French entered Russia, the Russians did everything they could to stop them. And Napoleon wasn't afraid of extending his lines at all. In fact, he saw every step forward as a victory. He wasn't seeking a battle as eagerly as he had in his past campaigns. He was actually quite lazy about it. At the very beginning of the war, our armies were separated. Our only goal was to bring them together. This doesn't make sense if the plan was to retreat and lure the enemy deeper into the country. The Tsar himself joined the army to encourage them to defend every inch of Russian soil, not to retreat. The massive camp at Drissa was set up based on Fool's plan, with no intention of retreating any farther. The Tsar criticized his commanders for every step they took backwards. He couldn't stand the thought of the enemy even reaching Smolensk, let alone burning Moscow. When our armies finally did unite, he was angry that Smolensk was abandoned and burned without a major battle being fought. This is what the Tsar thought, and the Russian commanders and the people were even more upset at the thought of our armies retreating deep into the country. Napoleon, having split our armies, advanced far into the country and missed several chances to force a battle. By August, he was in Smolensk and was only thinking about how to push forward, even though we can now see that this advance was disastrous for him. The facts clearly show that Napoleon did not see the danger of advancing on Moscow, and Alexander and the Russian commanders were not thinking of luring him on. They were thinking the exact opposite. The luring of Napoleon into the depths of the country was not the result of a plan, because no one believed it was possible. It happened because of a very complicated mix of intrigues, goals, and desires among the people involved in the war, none of whom had any idea what was truly inevitable, or what the only way to save Russia was. Everything happened by chance. The armies were divided at the start of the campaign. We tried to unite them, intending to fight and stop the enemy's advance. But in trying to unite while avoiding a battle with a much stronger enemy, we had to withdraw our armies at a sharp angle, which led the French right to Smolensk. We retreated at an angle not just because the French were between our two armies. The angle grew sharper, and we retreated even farther, for other reasons. Barclay de Tolly, a foreigner, was unpopular and disliked by Bagration. Bagration, commanding the Second Army, tried to delay joining up with Barclay for as long as possible to avoid coming under his command. He claimed that the march was too dangerous and that it was better for him to retreat to the south and left, to harass the enemy from the side and rear while gathering recruits from the Ukraine. But it seems he really just didn't want to serve under Barclay, a man he detested and who was of a lower rank. The Tsar was with the army to boost morale, but his presence, his ignorance of what to do, and the huge number of advisors and plans all weakened the First Army's energy, and so it retreated. The plan was to make a stand at the Drissa camp, but a general named Paulucci, who wanted to become commander-in-chief, managed to influence Alexander. Fiel's entire plan was thrown out, and the command was given to Barclay. But because no one had confidence in Barclay, his power was limited. The armies remained divided, there was no single commander, and Barclay was unpopular. But out of this chaos, division, and the unpopularity of the foreign commander, two things happened. First, there was indecision and avoidance of a battle, which we would have fought if the armies had been united under a different commander. Second, there was a growing anger against foreigners and a rise in patriotic feeling. Finally, the Tsar left the army. The official reason was that he needed to inspire the people in the capital cities and rally the nation to a patriotic war, and his visit to Moscow did in fact triple the strength of the Russian army. He left so that the commander-in-chief could have full control, hoping that more decisive action would be taken. But instead, the command of the armies became even more confused and weak. Bennigsen, the Tsarevich, and a crowd of adjutants stayed with the army to watch the commander-in-chief and push him to act. Barclay, feeling less free than ever with all these eyes of the Tsar on him, became even more cautious and avoided battle. Barclay stood for caution. The Tsarevich hinted at treason and demanded a big battle. Other officers stirred up so much trouble that Barclay, on the pretext of sending papers to the Tsar, sent these Polish adjutants away to Petersburg and entered into an open conflict with Bennigsen and the Tsarevich. At Smolensk, the armies finally united, much to Bagration's displeasure. Bagration drove up in a carriage to the house where Barclay was staying. Barclay put on his sash and came out to meet and report to his senior officer, Bagration. But in a contest of generosity, Bagration, despite his higher rank, took his orders from Barclay. However, even after submitting, he agreed with Barclay less than ever. By the Tsar's orders, Bagration reported directly to him. He wrote to Arakcheev, the Tsar's confidant, saying, "It must be as my sovereign pleases, but I cannot work with the minister," meaning Barclay. "For God's sake, send me somewhere else, even if it's just in command of a regiment. I can't stand it here. Headquarters is so full of Germans that a Russian can't exist, and nothing makes any sense. I thought I was serving my sovereign and the fatherland, but it turns out I am serving Barclay. I confess I do not want to." The swarm of other officers only made the relationship between the commanders worse, and there was even less unity. They prepared to fight the French before Smolensk. A general was sent to inspect the position. This general, who hated Barclay, went to visit a friend of his, a corps commander. After spending the day with him, he returned to Barclay and condemned the battlefield he had never even seen as unsuitable from every angle. While they were arguing and plotting about the future battlefield, and while we were looking for the French, having lost contact with them, the French stumbled upon Neverovsky's division and reached the walls of Smolensk. It was necessary to fight an unexpected battle at Smolensk to save our lines of communication. The battle was fought, and thousands were killed on both sides. Smolensk was abandoned against the wishes of the Tsar and the entire population. But Smolensk was burned by its own people, who had been misled by their governor, and these ruined inhabitants, setting an example for other Russians, went to Moscow. They thought only of their own losses, but kindled a deep hatred for the enemy. Napoleon advanced farther, and we retreated, which ultimately led to the very result that caused his destruction. Now we begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Prince N. Bolkonsky and his daughter. His break with Mel Bourrienne. Mary's correspondence with Julie. The old prince receives a letter from Prince Andrew but does not grasp its meaning and confuses the present invasion with the Polish campaign of 1807. The day after his son left, Prince Nicholas sent for Princess Mary to come to his study. "Well, are you satisfied now?" he said. "You've made me quarrel with my son. Satisfied, are you? That's all you wanted. Satisfied? It hurts me, it hurts. I'm old and weak, and this is what you wanted. Well then, gloat over it, gloat over it." After that, Princess Mary did not see her father for a whole week. He was ill and stayed in his study. Princess Mary was surprised to notice that during this illness, the old prince not only kept her out of his room, but also Mademoiselle Bourrienne. Only his valet, Tikhon, attended him. At the end of the week, the prince reappeared and went back to his old way of life. He threw himself into building projects and arranging the gardens, and completely broke off his relationship with Mademoiselle Bourrienne. His looks and his cold tone to his daughter seemed to say, "There, you see, you plotted against me. You lied to Prince Andrew about my relations with that French woman and made me quarrel with him, but you see I need neither her nor you." Princess Mary spent half of every day with little Nicholas, watching his lessons, teaching him Russian and music herself, and talking to his tutor de Salles. She spent the rest of the day with her books, with her old nurse, or with the religious pilgrims who sometimes came to see her by the back door. Princess Mary thought about the war in the way that women do. She was afraid for her brother who was fighting in it, and was horrified by the strange cruelty that makes men kill one another. But she did not understand the true meaning of this war. It seemed to her just like all the wars before it. She didn't realize its significance, even though de Salles, with whom she talked often, was passionately interested in its progress and tried to explain his ideas about it to her. The religious pilgrims who visited her also spoke in their own way of rumors about an invasion by the Antichrist. And Julie, now Princess Drubetskaya, who had started writing to her again, sent patriotic letters from Moscow. "I write to you in Russian, my good friend," wrote Julie in her very French-sounding Russian, "because I have a detestation for all the French, and the same for their language which I cannot support to hear spoken. We in Moscow are elated by enthusiasm for our adored emperor. My poor husband is enduring pains and hunger in Jewish taverns, but the news which I have inspires me yet more. You heard probably of the heroic exploit of Raevsky, embracing his 2 sons and saying, "I will perish with them, but we will not be shaken." And truly, though the enemy was twice stronger than we were unshakable. We pass the time as we can, but in war as in war, the princesses Aline and Sophie sit whole days with me, and we, unhappy widows of live men, make beautiful conversations over our needlework. Only you, my friend, are missing, and so on. The main reason Princess Mary didn't understand the full significance of the war was that the old prince never spoke of it. He didn't acknowledge it, and he laughed at Dessalles when he mentioned it at dinner. The prince's tone was so calm and confident that Princess Mary believed him without question. All through July, the old prince was extremely active and even lively. He planned a new garden and started a new building for the household serfs. The only thing that made Princess Mary anxious about him was that he slept very little. Instead of sleeping in his study as he usually did, he changed his sleeping place every day. One day he would have his camp bed set up in the glass gallery. Another day he would stay on the couch in the drawing room, dozing without getting undressed, while a serf boy read to him instead of Mademoiselle Bourienne. Then he would spend a night in the dining room. On the 1st of August, a second letter arrived from Prince Andrew. In his first letter, which came soon after he left home, Prince Andrew had dutifully asked for his father's forgiveness for what he had said and begged to be back in his good graces. To this letter, the old prince had replied affectionately, and from that time on, he had kept the Frenchwoman, Mademoiselle Bourienne, at a distance. Prince Andrew's second letter was written near Vitebsk, after the French had taken the town. It gave a brief summary of the campaign and included a plan he had drawn, along with his predictions about how the war would progress. In this letter, Prince Andrew pointed out to his father the danger of staying at their estate, Bald Hills, which was so close to the theater of war and on the army's direct line of march. He advised him to move to Moscow. At dinner that day, when Dessalles mentioned that the French were said to have already entered Vitebsk, the old prince remembered his son's letter. "There was a letter from Prince Andrew today," he said to Princess Mary. "Haven't you read it?" "No, father," she replied in a frightened voice. She couldn't have read the letter, as she didn't even know it had arrived. "He writes about this war," said the prince, with the ironic smile that had become his habit when speaking of the current war. "That must be very interesting," said Dessalles. "Prince Andrew is in a position to know." "Oh, very interesting," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Go and get it for me," the old prince said to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "You know, under the paperweight on the little table." Mademoiselle Bourienne jumped up eagerly. "No, don't," he exclaimed with a frown. "You go, Michael Ivanovitch." Michael Ivanovitch, the architect, rose and went to the study. But as soon as he had left the room, the old prince looked around uneasily, threw down his napkin, and went himself. "They can't do anything. Always make some muddle," he muttered. While he was gone, Princess Mary, Dessalles, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and even little Nicholas exchanged silent looks. The old prince returned with quick steps, accompanied by Michael Ivanovitch, bringing the letter and the plan. He put them down beside him, not letting anyone read them at dinner. When they moved to the drawing room, he handed the letter to Princess Mary. He spread out the plan of the new building before him, fixed his eyes on it, and told her to read the letter aloud. When she had finished, Princess Mary looked inquiringly at her father. He was examining the plan, clearly lost in his own thoughts. "What do you think of it, Prince?" Dessalles ventured to ask. "Aye, aye," said the prince, as if unpleasantly awakened and not taking his eyes from the plan. "Very possibly the theater of war will move so near to us that—" "Ha ha ha, the theater of war," said the prince. "I have said and still say that the theater of war is Poland, and the enemy will never get beyond the Niemen." Dessalles looked in amazement at the prince, who was talking about the Niemen River when the enemy was already at the Dnieper. But Princess Mary, forgetting the geography, thought that what her father was saying was correct. When the snow melts, they'll sink in the Polish swamps. Only they could fail to see it, the prince continued, evidently thinking of the campaign of 1807, which seemed so recent to him. Bennigsen should have advanced into Prussia sooner, then things would have taken a different turn. But Prince, Dessalles began timidly, the letter mentions Vitebsk. Ah, the letter? Yes, replied the prince peevishly. Yes, yes. His face suddenly took on a gloomy expression. He paused. Yes, he writes that the French were beaten at what river is it? Dessalles dropped his eyes. The prince says nothing about that, he remarked gently. Doesn't he? But I didn't invent it myself. No one spoke for a long time. Yes, yes. Well, Michael Ivanovich, he suddenly went on, raising his head and pointing to the plan of the building. Tell me how you mean to alter it. Michael Ivanovich went up to the plan. The prince, after speaking to him about the building, looked angrily at Princess Mary and Dessalles and went to his own room. Princess Mary saw Dessalles' embarrassed and astonished look fixed on her father. She noticed his silence and was struck by the fact that her father had forgotten his son's letter on the drawing-room table. But she was not only afraid to speak of it and ask Dessalles the reason for his confusion, she was afraid even to think about it. In the evening, Michael Ivanovich, sent by the prince, came to Princess Mary for Prince Andrew's letter, which had been forgotten in the drawing-room. She gave it to him, and, as unpleasant as it was, she ventured to ask him what her father was doing. Always busy, replied Michael Ivanovich with a respectfully ironic smile that made Princess Mary turn pale. He's worrying very much about the new building. He has been reading a little, but now... Michael Ivanovich went on, lowering his voice. Now he's at his desk, busy with his will, I expect. One of the prince's favorite activities lately had been preparing some papers he planned to leave at his death, which he called his will. And Alpatych is being sent to Smolensk? Asked Princess Mary. Oh yes, he has been waiting to start for some time. Let's move on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The old prince sends Alpatych to Smolensk with various commissions and does not know where to have his bed placed. He remembers Prince Andrew's letter and reads and understands it. When Michael Ivanovich returned to the study with the letter, the old prince was sitting at his open desk, with his spectacles on and a shade over his eyes. With screened candles, he held a paper in his outstretched hand, and in a somewhat dramatic pose was reading his manuscript. He called it his Remarks, and it was to be given to the Tsar after his death. When Michael Ivanovich came in, there were tears in the prince's eyes, brought on by the memory of the time when the paper he was reading had been written. He took the letter from Michael Ivanovich's hand, put it in his pocket, folded up his papers, and called in Alpatych, who had been waiting for a long time. The prince had a list of things to be bought in Smolensk. Walking up and down the room past Alpatych, who stood by the door, he gave his instructions. First notepaper, do you hear? 8 quires like this sample, gilt-edged. It must be exactly like the sample. Varnish, sealing wax as on Michael Ivanovich's list. He paced for a while and glanced at his notes. Then hand the governor in person a letter about the deed. Next, he needed bolts for the doors of the new building. They had to be of a special shape the prince had designed himself, and a leather case had to be ordered to keep his will in. The instructions to Alpatych took over 2 hours, and still the prince did not let him go. He sat down, sank into thought, closed his eyes, and dozed off. Alpatych made a slight movement. Well, go, go. If anything more is wanted, I'll send after you. Alpatych went out. The prince went back to his desk, glanced into it, fingered his papers, closed it again, and sat down at the table to write to the governor. It was already late when he rose after sealing the letter. He wanted to sleep, but he knew he wouldn't be able to, and that the most depressing thoughts came to him in bed. So he called his valet, Tikhon, and went through the rooms with him to show him where to set up the bed for that night. He went about looking at every corner. Every place seemed wrong, but worst of all was his usual couch in the study. That couch was dreadful to him, probably because of the oppressive thoughts he had had when lying there. Nowhere was right, but the corner behind the piano in the sitting room was better than other places. He had never slept there yet. With the help of a footman, Tikhon brought in the bedstead and began putting it up. "That's not right! That's not right!" cried the prince, and he himself pushed it a few inches from the corner and then closer in again. "Well, at last I've finished, now I'll rest," thought the prince, and let Tikhon undress him. Frowning with frustration at the effort it took to take off his coat and trousers, the prince undressed, sat down heavily on the bed, and seemed to be thinking as he looked with contempt at his withered yellow legs. He was not thinking, but only putting off the moment of making the effort to lift those legs up and turn over on the bed. "Ugh, how hard it is! Oh, that this toil might end and you would release me," he thought. Pressing his lips together, he made that effort for the 20,000th time and lay down. But hardly had he done so before he felt the bed rocking backwards and forwards beneath him, as if it were breathing heavily and jolting. This happened to him almost every night. He opened his eyes as they were closing. "No peace, damn them," he muttered, angry he knew not with whom. Ah, yes, there was something else important, very important, that I was keeping till I should be in bed. The bolts? No, I told him about them. No, it was something in the drawing room. Princess Mary talked some nonsense. Dessalles, that fool, said something in my pocket, can't remember. "Tikhon, what did we talk about at dinner?" "About Prince Michael." "Be quiet, quiet." The prince slapped his hand on the table. "Yes, I know, Prince Andrew's letter. Princess Mary read it. Dessalles said something about Vitebsk. Now I'll read it." He had the letter taken from his pocket. He had the table, on which stood a glass of lemonade and a spiral wax candle, moved close to the bed. Putting on his spectacles, he began to read. Only now, in the stillness of the night, reading it by the faint light under the green shade, did he grasp its meaning for a moment. "The French at Vitebsk, in 4 days' march they may be at Smolensk, perhaps are already there. Tikhon!" Tikhon jumped up. "No, no, I don't want anything," he shouted. He put the letter under the candlestick and closed his eyes. And there rose before him the Danube at bright noonday, reeds, the Russian camp, and himself a young general without a wrinkle on his ruddy face, vigorous and alert, entering Potemkin's gaily colored tent. A burning sense of jealousy of the favorite agitated him now as strongly as it had done then. He recalled all the words spoken at that first meeting with Potemkin, and he saw before him a plump, rather sallow-faced, short, stout woman, the Empress Mother, with her smile and her words at her first gracious reception of him, and then that same face on the catafalque, and the encounter he had with Zuboff over her coffin about his right to kiss her hand. Oh, quicker, quicker, to get back to that time and have done with all the present. Quicker, quicker, and that they should leave me in peace. Now we begin Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Princess Mary sends a letter to the governor at Smolensk. Alpatych sets off on August 4th, reaches Smolensk that evening and stays at Ferapontov's inn. Firing heard outside the town. Next day he does his business, but finds alarm spreading and is advised by the governor that the Bolkonskys had better go to Moscow. The town bombarded. Ferapontov's cook has her thigh broken by a shell. Retreating soldiers loot Ferapontov's shop, and he declares he will set his place on fire himself and not leave it to the French. Alpatych meets Prince Andrew, who has an encounter with Berg. Bald Hills, Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky's estate, was located 40 miles east of Smolensk and 2 miles from the main road to Moscow. The same evening that the prince gave his instructions to Alpatych, Dessalles asked to see Princess Mary. He told her that since the prince was not very well and was not taking any steps to ensure his safety, and since Prince Andrew's letter made it clear that staying at Bald Hills could be dangerous, he respectfully advised her to send a letter with Alpatych to the provincial governor at Smolensk. The letter would ask for an update on the situation and the level of danger to Bald Hills. Dessalles wrote the letter for Princess Mary. She signed it, and it was given to Alpatych with instructions to hand it to the governor and to return as quickly as possible if there was danger. Having received all his orders, Alpatych, wearing a white beaver hat, a present from the prince, and carrying a stick just as the prince did, went out, accompanied by his family. 3 well-fed roan horses stood harnessed to a small carriage with a leather hood. The largest bell on the harness was muffled, and the little bells were stuffed with paper. The prince did not allow anyone at Bald Hills to drive with ringing bells, but on a long journey, Alpatich liked to have them. His followers, the senior clerk, a counting-house clerk, a scullery maid, a cook, 2 old women, a little page boy, the coachman, and various other serfs, were all there to see him off. His daughter placed chintz-covered cushions for him to sit on and behind his back. His old sister-in-law tucked in a small bundle, and one of the coachmen helped him into the vehicle. There, women's fuss, women, said Alpatich, puffing and speaking quickly just as the prince did as he climbed into the trap. After giving the clerk orders about the work to be done, Alpatich, no longer trying to imitate the prince, lifted the hat from his bald head and crossed himself 3 times. "If there is anything, come back, Yakov Alpatich. For Christ's sake, think of us," cried his wife, referring to the rumors of war and the enemy. Women's fuss," muttered Alpatich to himself and started on his journey. He looked around at the fields of yellow rye and the still green, thickly growing oats, and at other fields that were completely black from being recently plowed a second time. As he went along, he looked with pleasure at the splendid crop of corn. He studied the strips of rye field that were already being harvested, made calculations about the sowing and the harvest, and wondered if he had forgotten any of the prince's orders. After stopping twice to let the horses rest and eat, he arrived at the town toward evening on the 4th of August. On the road, Alpatich kept meeting and overtaking baggage trains and troops. As he approached Smolensk, he heard the sounds of distant firing, but these did not worry him. What struck him most was the sight of a magnificent field of oats where a camp had been pitched. Soldiers were mowing it down, clearly for animal fodder. This sight made an impression on Alpatich, but he soon forgot it as he thought about his own business. For more than 30 years, all the interests of his life had been defined by the will of the prince, and he never went beyond that limit. Anything not connected with carrying out the prince's orders did not interest Alpatich and did not even exist for him. On reaching Smolensk on the evening of the 4th of August, he stayed in the Gachina suburb across the Dnieper River at an inn kept by a man named Ferapontov. He had been staying there for the last 30 years. About 30 years ago, on Alpatich's advice, Ferapontov had bought a wood from the prince, started a business, and now had a house, an inn, and a corn dealer's shop in that province. He was a stout, dark, red-faced peasant in his 40s, with thick lips, a broad knob of a nose, similar knobs over his black frowning brows, and a round belly. Wearing a waistcoat over his cotton shirt, Ferapontov was standing in front of his shop, which opened onto the street. On seeing Alpatich, he went up to him. "You're welcome, Yakov Alpatich. Folks are leaving the town, but you have come to it," he said. "Why are they leaving the town?" asked Alpatich. "That's what I say. Folks are foolish, always afraid of the French." Women's fuss, said Alpatich. "Just what I think, Yakov Alpatich. What I say is, orders have been given not to let them in, so that must be right. And the peasants are asking 3 rubles for carting. It isn't Christian." Yakov Alpatich heard him, but paid no attention. He asked for a samovar and for hay for his horses, and when he had had his tea, he went to bed. All night long, troops were moving past the inn. The next morning, Alpatich put on a jacket he only wore in town and went out on business. It was a sunny morning, and by 8 o'clock it was already hot. A good day for harvesting, thought Alpatich. From beyond the town, firing had been heard since early morning. At 8 o'clock, the booming of cannon was added to the sound of musketry. Many people were hurrying through the streets, and there were many soldiers, but cabs were still driving about. Shopkeepers stood at their shops, and church services were being held as usual. Alpatich went to the shops, to government offices, to the post office, and to the governor's. In the offices and shops and at the post office, everyone was talking about the army and the enemy who was already attacking the town. Everybody was asking what should be done, and all were trying to calm one another. In front of the governor's house, Alpatich found a large number of people Cossacks, and the governor's traveling carriage. At the porch he met two landowners, one of whom he knew. This man, a former captain of police, was saying angrily, "It's no joke, you know. It's all very well if you're single. One man, though undone, is but one, as the proverb says, but with 13 in your family and all the property, they've brought us to utter ruin. What sort of governors are they to do that? They ought to be hanged, the brigands." "Oh, come, that's enough," said the other. "What do I care? Let him hear. We're not dogs," said the ex-captain of police, and looking round he noticed Alpatych. "Oh, Yakov Alpatych, what have you come for?" "To see the governor by his excellency's order," answered Alpatych, lifting his head and proudly thrusting his hand into the bosom of his coat, as he always did when he mentioned the prince. "He has ordered me to inquire into the position of affairs," he added. "Yes, go and find out," shouted the angry gentleman. "They've brought things to such a pass that there are no carts or anything. There it is again, do you hear?" he said, pointing in the direction of the firing. "They've brought us all to ruin. The brigands," he repeated, and went down the porch steps. Alpatych swayed his head and went upstairs. In the waiting room were tradesmen, women, and officials, all looking silently at one another. The door to the governor's room opened, and they all rose and moved forward. An official ran out, said something to a merchant, called a stout official with a cross hanging on his neck to follow him, and vanished again, clearly trying to avoid the questions addressed to him. Alpatych moved forward, and the next time the official came out, he addressed him, with one hand placed in the breast of his buttoned coat, and handed him 2 letters. "To his honor, Baron Ash, from General-in-Chief Prince Bolkonsky," he announced with such seriousness and importance that the official turned to him and took the letters. A few minutes later, the governor received Alpatych and hurriedly said to him, "Inform the prince and princess that I knew nothing. I acted on the highest instructions here," and he handed a paper to Alpatych. "Still, as the prince is unwell, my advice is that they should go to Moscow. I am just starting myself. Inform them." But the governor did not finish. A dusty, sweating officer ran into the room and began to say something in French. The governor's face showed terror. "Go," he said, nodding his head to Alpatych, and began questioning the officer. Eager, frightened, helpless looks were turned on Alpatych when he came out of the governor's room. Now listening involuntarily to the firing, which had drawn nearer and was growing stronger, Alpatych hurried to his inn. The paper the governor had handed him said this: "I assure you that the town of Smolensk is not in the slightest danger as yet, and it is unlikely that it will be threatened with any. I from the one side and Prince Bagration from the other are marching to unite our forces before Smolensk, which junction will be effected on the 22nd instant, and both armies with their united forces will defend our compatriots of the province entrusted to your care till our efforts shall have beaten back the enemies of our fatherland, or till the last warrior in our valiant ranks has perished. From this you will see that you have a perfect right to reassure the inhabitants of Smolensk, for those defended by 2 such brave armies may feel assured of victory." This was an instruction from Barclay de Tolly to Baron Ash, the civil governor of Smolensk in 1812. People were anxiously roaming about the streets. Carts piled high with household goods, chairs and cupboards kept coming out of the gates of the yards and moving along the streets. Loaded carts stood at the house next to Ferapontov's, and women were wailing as they said goodbye. A small watchdog ran around barking in front of the harnessed horses. Alpatych entered the inn yard at a quicker pace than usual and went straight to the shed where his horses and carriage were. The coachman was asleep. He woke him up, told him to harness the horses, and went into the passage. From the host's room came the sounds of a child crying, the despairing sobs of a woman, and the hoarse, angry shouting of Ferapontov. The cook began running back and forth in the passage like a frightened hen, just as Alpatych entered. "He's done her to death, killed the mistress, beat her, dragged her about so." "What for?" asked Alpatych. "She kept begging to go away. 'She's a woman. Take me away,' says she. 'Don't let me perish with my little children. Folks,' she says, 'are all gone. So why,' she says, 'don't we go?' and he began beating and pulling her about so. At these words, Alpatich nodded as if in approval, and not wanting to hear more, he went to the door of the room opposite the innkeeper's, where he had left his purchases. "You brute! You murderer!" screamed a thin, pale woman, who, with a baby in her arms and her kerchief torn from her head, burst through the door at that moment and ran down the steps into the yard. Ferapontov came out after her, but on seeing Alpatich, he adjusted his waistcoat, smoothed his hair, yawned, and followed Alpatich into the opposite room. "Going already," he said. Alpatich, without answering or looking at his host, sorted his packages and asked how much he owed. "We'll reckon up. Well, have you been to the governor's?" asked Ferapontov. "What has been decided?" Alpatich replied that the governor had not told him anything definite. "With our business, how can we get away?" said Ferapontov. "We'd have to pay 7 rubles a cartload to Dorogobush, and I tell them they're not Christians to ask it. Silovanov, now, did a good stroke last Thursday. Sold flour to the army at 9 rubles a sack. Will you have some tea?" he added. While the horses were being harnessed, Alpatich and Ferapontov talked over their tea about the price of corn, the crops, and the good weather for harvesting. "Well, it seems to be getting quieter," remarked Ferapontov, finishing his 3rd cup of tea and getting up. "Ours must have got the best of it. The orders were not to let them in. So we're in force, it seems. They say the other day Matthew Pletoff drove them into the river Marina and drowned some 18,000 in one day." Alpatich collected his parcels, handed them to the coachman who had come in, and settled up with the innkeeper. The noise of wheels, hoofs, and bells was heard from the gateway as a little carriage passed out. It was by now late in the afternoon. Half the street was in shadow, the other half brightly lit by the sun. Alpatich looked out of the window and went to the door. Suddenly, the strange sound of a far-off whistling and a thud was heard, followed by a boom of cannon that blended into a dull roar and set the windows rattling. He went out into the street. 2 men were running past toward the bridge. From different sides came whistling sounds and the thud of cannonballs and bursting shells falling on the town. But these sounds were hardly heard compared to the noise of the firing outside the town, and attracted little attention from the inhabitants. The town was being bombarded by 130 guns which Napoleon had ordered up after 4 o'clock. The people did not at once realize the meaning of this bombardment. At first, the noise of the falling bombs and shells only aroused curiosity. Ferapontov's wife, who until then had not stopped wailing under the shed, became quiet and, with the baby in her arms, went to the gate, listening to the sounds and looking in silence at the people. The cook and a shop assistant came to the gate. With lively curiosity, everyone tried to get a glimpse of the projectiles as they flew over their heads. Several people came around the corner, talking eagerly. "What force?" remarked one. "Knocked the roof and ceiling all to splinters." "Routed up the earth like a pig," said another. "That's grand, it bucks one up," laughed the first. "Lucky you jumped aside, or it would have wiped you out." Others joined them and stopped to tell how cannonballs had fallen on a house close to them. Meanwhile, still more projectiles, now with the swift, sinister whistle of a cannonball, now with the agreeable intermittent whistle of a shell, flew over people's heads incessantly, but none fell close by. They all flew over. Alpatich was getting into his carriage. The innkeeper stood at the gate. "What are you staring at?" he shouted to the cook, who, in her red skirt with sleeves rolled up, swinging her bare elbows, had stepped to the corner to listen to what was being said. "What marvels!" she exclaimed, but hearing her master's voice, she turned back, pulling down her tucked-up skirt. Once more something whistled, but this time quite close, swooping downwards like a little bird. A flame flashed in the middle of the street, something exploded, and the street was shrouded in smoke. "Scoundrel! What are you doing?" shouted the innkeeper, rushing to the cook. At that moment, the pitiful wailing of women was heard from different sides. The frightened baby began to cry, and people with pale faces crowded silently around the cook. The loudest sound in that crowd was her wailing. "Oh, dear souls, dear kind souls, don't let me die, my good souls." 5 minutes later, no one remained in the street. The cook, with her thigh broken by a shell splinter, had been carried into the kitchen. Alpatich, his coachman, Ferapontov's wife and children, and the house porter were all sitting in the cellar, listening. The roar of guns, the whistling of projectiles, and the piteous moaning of the cook, which rose above the other sounds, did not stop for a moment. The mistress rocked and hushed her baby, and when anyone came into the cellar, she asked in a pathetic whisper what had become of her husband, who had remained in the street. A shopman who entered told her that her husband had gone with others to the cathedral, where they were fetching the wonder-working icon of Smolensk. Toward dusk, the cannonade began to subside. Alpatich left the cellar and stopped in the doorway. The evening sky, which had been so clear, was now clouded with smoke, through which, high up, the sickle of the new moon shone strangely. Now that the terrible din of the guns had ceased, a hush seemed to reign over the town, broken only by the rustle of footsteps, moaning, distant cries, and the crackle of fires which seemed to be everywhere. The cook's moans had now subsided. On two sides, black curling clouds of smoke rose and spread from the fires. Through the streets, soldiers in various uniforms walked or ran confusedly in different directions, like ants from a ruined anthill. Several of them ran into Ferapontov's yard right before Alpatich's eyes. Alpatich went out to the gate. A retreating regiment, thronging and hurrying, blocked the street. Noticing him, an officer said, "The town is being abandoned. Get away! Get away!" And then, turning to the soldiers, shouted, "I'll teach you to run into the yards." Alpatich went back to the house, called the coachman, and told him to set off. Ferapontov's whole household came out too, following Alpatich and the coachman. The women, who had been silent until then, suddenly began to wail as they looked at the fires, the smoke and even the flames of which could be seen in the fading twilight. In reply, the same kind of lamentation was heard from other parts of the street. Inside the shed, Alpatich and the coachman arranged the tangled reins and traces of their horses with trembling hands. As Alpatich was driving out of the gate, he saw about 10 soldiers in Ferapontov's open shop, talking loudly and filling their bags and knapsacks with flour and sunflower seeds. Just then, Ferapontov returned and entered his shop. On seeing the soldiers, he was about to shout at them, but suddenly stopped and, clutching his hair, burst into sobs and laughter. "Loot everything, lads! Don't let those devils get it!" he cried, taking some bags of flour himself and throwing them into the street. Some of the soldiers were frightened and ran away. Others went on filling their bags. On seeing Alpatich, Ferapontov turned to him. "Russia is done for," he cried. "Alpatich, I'll set the place on fire myself. We're done for." And Ferapontov ran into the yard. Soldiers were passing in a constant stream along the street, blocking it completely, so that Alpatich could not pass out and had to wait. Ferapontov's wife and children were also sitting in a cart, waiting until it was possible to drive out. Night had come. There were stars in the sky, and the new moon shone out amid the smoke that screened it. On the sloping descent to the Dnieper, Alpatich's cart and that of the innkeeper's wife, which were slowly moving amid the rows of soldiers and other vehicles, had to stop. In a side street near the crossroads where the vehicles had stopped, a house and some shops were on fire. This fire was already burning itself out. The flames now died down and were lost in the black smoke, now suddenly flared up again brightly, lighting up with strange distinctness the faces of the people crowding at the crossroads. Black figures flitted about before the fire, and through the incessant crackling of the flames, talking and shouting could be heard. Seeing that his carriage would not be able to move on for some time, Alpatich got down and turned into the side street to look at the fire. Soldiers were continually rushing backwards and forwards near it, and he saw 2 of them and a man in a frieze coat dragging burning beams into another yard across the street, while others carried bundles of hay. Alpatich went up to a large crowd standing before a high barn which was blazing briskly. The walls were all on fire, and the back wall had fallen in. The wooden roof was collapsing, and the rafters were alight. The crowd was evidently waiting for the roof to fall in, and Alpatich watched for it too. "Alpatich!" a familiar voice suddenly called out to the old man. "Mercy on us, Your Excellency!" answered Alpatich, immediately recognizing the voice of his young prince. Prince Andrew, in his riding cloak, mounted on a black horse, was looking at Alpatich from the back of the crowd. "Why are you here?" he asked. Your Excellency," stammered Alpatich, and broke into sobs. "Are we really lost, master?" "Why are you here?" Prince Andrew repeated. At that moment the flames flared up and showed his young master's pale, worn face. Alpatich told him how he had been sent there and how difficult it was to get away. "Are we really quite lost, Your Excellency?" he asked again. Prince Andrew, without replying, took out a notebook and, raising his knee, began writing in pencil on a page he tore out. He wrote to his sister, "Smolensk is being abandoned. Bald Hills will be occupied by the enemy within a week. Set off immediately for Moscow. Let me know at once when you will start. Send by special messenger to Usviash." Having written this and given the paper to Alpatich, he told him how to arrange for the departure of the prince, the princess, his son, and the boy's tutor, and how and where to let him know immediately. Before he had finished giving these instructions, a chief of staff, followed by a suite, galloped up to him. "You are a colonel?" shouted the chief of staff with a German accent, in a voice familiar to Prince Andrew. "Houses are set on fire in your presence, and you stand by. What does this mean? You will answer for it," shouted Berg, who was now an assistant to the chief of staff. It was a position, as Berg said, very agreeable and well in evidence. Prince Andrew looked at him, and without replying, went on speaking to Alpatich. "So tell them that I shall await a reply till the 10th, and if by the 10th I don't receive news that they have all got away, I shall have to throw up everything and come myself to Bald Hills." "Prince," said Berg, recognizing Prince Andrew, "I only spoke because I have to obey orders, because I always do obey exactly. You must please excuse me," he went on apologetically. Something cracked in the flames. The fire died down for a moment, and wreaths of black smoke rolled from under the roof. There was another terrible crash, and something huge collapsed. "Oruro!" yelled the crowd, echoing the crash of the collapsing roof of the barn. The burning grain inside diffused a cake-like aroma all around. The flames flared up again, lighting the animated, delighted, and exhausted faces of the spectators. The man in the frieze coat raised his arms and shouted, "It's fine, lads! Now it's raging! It's fine!" "That's the owner himself!" cried several voices. "Well then," continued Prince Andrew to Alpatich, "report to them as I have told you." And not replying a word to Berg, who was now silent beside him, he touched his horse and rode down the side street. This brings us to Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Prince Andrew passing Bald Hills with his regiment. The retreat, heat and terrible dust. He rides over to the house, the little girls and the plums, the soldiers bathe in a pond. Cannon fodder, Bagration's letter to Erikchiv. From Smolensk, the troops continued to retreat, followed by the enemy. On the 10th of August, the regiment Prince Andrew commanded was marching along the high road, past the avenue leading to Bald Hills. Heat and drought had continued for more than 3 weeks. Each day, fleecy clouds floated across the sky and occasionally veiled the sun, but toward evening the sky cleared again, and the sun set in a reddish-brown mist. Heavy night dews were the only thing that refreshed the earth. The unreaped corn was scorched and shed its grain. The marshes dried up, the cattle lowed from hunger, finding no food on the sun-parched meadows. Only at night and in the forests, while the dew lasted, was there any freshness. But on the road, the high road along which the troops marched, there was no such freshness even at night, or when the road passed through the forest. The dew was unnoticeable on the sandy dust, which was churned up more than 6 inches deep. As soon as day dawned, the march began. The artillery and baggage wagons moved silently through the deep dust that rose to the very hubs of the wheels, and the infantry sank ankle-deep in that soft, choking, hot dust that never cooled, even at night. Some of this dust was kneaded by the feet and wheels, while the rest rose and hung like a cloud over the troops, settling in their eyes, ears, hair, and nostrils, and worst of all, in the lungs of the men and beasts as they moved along that road. The higher the sun rose, the higher rose that cloud of dust. Through its hot, fine particles, one could look at the sun with the naked eye which showed like a huge crimson ball in the unclouded sky. There was no wind, and the men choked in that motionless atmosphere. They marched with handkerchiefs tied over their noses and mouths. When they passed through a village, they all rushed to the wells, fought for the water, and drank it down to the mud. Prince Andrew was in command of a regiment, and the management of that regiment, the welfare of the men, and the necessity of receiving and giving orders engrossed him. The burning of Smolensk and its abandonment marked an epoch in his life. A new feeling of anger against the foe made him forget his own sorrow. He was entirely devoted to the affairs of his regiment and was considerate and kind to his men and officers. In the regiment, they called him our prince, and were proud of him and loved him. But he was kind and gentle only to those of his regiment, to Timokhin and the like, people who were quite new to him, belonging to a different world, who could not know and understand his past. As soon as he came across a former acquaintance or anyone from the staff, he bristled up immediately and grew spiteful, ironical, and contemptuous. Everything that reminded him of his past was repugnant to him. And so in his relations with that former circle, he confined himself to trying to do his duty and not to be unfair. In truth, everything presented itself in a dark and gloomy light to Prince Andrew, especially after the abandonment of Smolensk on the 6th of August, which he believed could and should have been defended. It was made worse after his sick father had to flee to Moscow, abandoning to pillage his dearly beloved Bald Hills, which he had built and populated. But despite this, thanks to his regiment, Prince Andrew had something to think about entirely apart from general questions. 2 days previously, he had received news that his father, son, and sister had left for Moscow. And though there was nothing for him to do at Bald Hills, Prince Andrew, with a characteristic desire to feed his own grief, decided that he must ride there. He ordered his horse to be saddled, and leaving his regiment on the march, rode to his father's estate where he had been born and spent his childhood. Riding past the pond where there used to always be dozens of women chattering as they rinsed their linen, Prince Andrew noticed that there was not a soul about, and that the little washing wharf, torn from its place and half submerged, was floating on its side in the middle of the pond. He rode to the keeper's lodge. No one was at the stone entrance gates of the drive, and the door stood open. Grass had already begun to grow on the garden paths, and horses and calves were straying in the English park. Prince Andrew rode up to the hothouse. Some of the glass panes were broken, and of the trees in tubs, some were overturned and others dried up. He called for Taras the gardener, but no one replied. Having gone round the corner of the hothouse to the ornamental garden, he saw that the carved garden fence was broken, and branches of the plum trees had been torn off with the fruit. An old peasant, whom Prince Andrew in his childhood had often seen at the gate, was sitting on a green garden seat, plaiting a base shoe. He was deaf and did not hear Prince Andrew ride up. He was sitting on the seat the old prince used to like, and beside him, strips of baste were hanging on the broken and withered branch of a magnolia. Prince Andrew rode up to the house. Several lime trees in the old garden had been cut down, and a piebald mare and her foal were wandering in front of the house among the rose bushes. The shutters were all closed, except at one window which was open. A little serf boy, seeing Prince Andrew, ran into the house. Alpatych, having sent his family away, was alone at Bald Hills and was sitting indoors reading the lives of the saints. On hearing that Prince Andrew had come, he went out with his spectacles on his nose, buttoning his coat, and hastily stepping up, without a word, began weeping and kissing Prince Andrew's knee. Then, vexed at his own weakness, he turned away and began to report on the state of affairs. Everything precious and valuable had been removed to Bogusharovo. 70 quarters of grain had also been carted away. The hay and the spring corn, of which Alpatych said there had been a remarkable crop that year, had been commandeered by the troops and mown down while still green. The peasants were ruined. Some of them too had gone to Bogusharovo. Only a few remained. Without waiting to hear him out, Prince Andrew asked, "When did my father and sister leave?" Meaning, when did they leave for Moscow? Alpatych, understanding the question to refer to their departure for Bogusharovo, replied that they had left on the 7th, and again went into details concerning the estate management, asking for instructions. "Am I to let the troops have the oats, and to take a receipt for them? We have still 600 quarters left," he inquired. "What am I to say to him?" thought Prince Andrew, looking down on the old man's bald head, shining in the sun, and seeing by the expression on his face that the old man himself understood how untimely such questions were, and only asked them to allay his grief. "Yes, let them have it," replied Prince Andrew. "If you notice some disorder in the garden," said Alpatych, "it was impossible to prevent it. 3 regiments have been here and spent the night, dragoons mostly. I took down the name and rank of their commanding officer to hand in a complaint about it." "Well, and what are you going to do? Will you stay here if the enemy occupies the place?" asked Prince Andrew. Alpatych turned his face to Prince Andrew, looked at him, and suddenly with a solemn gesture raised his arm. "He is my refuge. His will be done," he exclaimed. A group of bareheaded peasants was approaching across the meadow toward the prince. "Well, goodbye," said Prince Andrew, bending over to Alpatych. "You must go away too. Take away what you can, and tell the serfs to go to the Ryazan estate or to the one near Moscow." Alpatych clung to Prince Andrew's leg and burst into sobs. Gently disengaging himself, the prince spurred his horse and rode down the avenue at a gallop. The old man was still sitting in the ornamental garden, like a fly impassive on the face of a loved one who is dead, tapping the last on which he was making the bast shoe. 2 little girls, running out from the hothouse carrying plums they had plucked from the trees there in their skirts, came upon Prince Andrew. On seeing the young master, the elder one, with a frightened look, clutched her younger companion by the hand and hid with her behind a birch tree, not stopping to pick up some green plums they had dropped. Prince Andrew turned away with startled haste, unwilling to let them see that they had been observed. He was sorry for the pretty frightened little girl, was afraid of looking at her, and yet felt an irresistible desire to do so. A new sensation of comfort and relief came over him when, seeing these girls, he realized the existence of other human interests entirely aloof from his own and just as legitimate as those that occupied him. Evidently, these girls passionately desired one thing: to carry away and eat those green plums without being caught, and Prince Andrew shared their wish for the success of their enterprise. He could not resist looking at them once more. Believing their danger was past, they sprang from their ambush, and chirping something in their shrill little voices and holding up their skirts, their bare little sunburned feet scampered merrily and quickly across the meadow grass. Prince Andrew was somewhat refreshed by having ridden off the dusty highroad along which the troops were moving. But not far from Bald Hills, he again came out on the road and overtook his regiment at its halting place by the dam of a small pond. It was past 1 o'clock. The sun, a red ball through the dust, burned and scorched his back intolerably through his black coat. The dust always hung motionless above the buzz of talk that came from the resting troops. There was no wind. As he crossed the dam, Prince Andrew smelled the ooze and freshness of the pond. He longed to get into that water, however dirty it might be, and he glanced round at the pool from whence came sounds of shrieks and laughter. The small, muddy green pond had risen visibly more than a foot, flooding the dam because it was full of the naked white bodies of soldiers with brick-red hands, necks, and faces who were splashing about in it. All this naked white human flesh, laughing and shrieking, floundered about in that dirty pool like carp stuffed into a watering can, and the suggestion of merriment in that floundering mass rendered it specially pathetic. One fair-haired young soldier of the 3rd Company, whom Prince Andrew knew, and who had a strap round the calf of one leg, crossed himself, stepped back to get a good run, and plunged into the water. Another, a dark non-commissioned officer who was always shaggy, stood up to his waist in the water, joyfully wriggling his muscular figure and snorting with satisfaction as he poured the water over his head with hands blackened to the wrists. There were sounds of men slapping one another, yelling and puffing. Everywhere on the bank, on the dam, and in the pond, there was healthy, white, muscular flesh. The officer Timokin, with his red little nose standing on the dam wiping himself with a towel, felt confused at seeing the prince, but made up his mind to address him nevertheless. "It's very nice, Your Excellency. Wouldn't you like to?" said he. "It's dirty," replied Prince Andrew, making a grimace. "We'll clear it out for you in a minute," said Timokin, and still undressed, ran off to clear the men out of the pond. "The prince wants to bathe." "What prince? Ours?" said many voices, and the men were in such haste to clear out that the prince could hardly stop them. He decided that he would rather wash himself with water in the barn. "Flesh, bodies, cannon fodder," he thought, and he looked at his own naked body and shuddered, not from cold, but from a sense of disgust and horror he did not himself understand, aroused by the sight of that immense number of bodies splashing about in the dirty pond. On the 7th of August, Prince Bagration wrote as follows from his quarters at Mikhailovna on the Smolensk road, in a letter he knew the Emperor would read. "Dear Count Alexis Andreevich, I expect the minister, Barclay de Tolly, has already reported the abandonment of Smolensk to the enemy. It is pitiable and sad, and the whole army is in despair that this most important place has been wantonly abandoned. I, for my part, begged him personally most urgently and finally wrote him, but nothing would induce him to consent. I swear to you on my honor that Napoleon was in such a fix as never before and might have lost half his army but could not have taken Smolensk. Our troops fought and are fighting as never before. With 15,000 men I held the enemy at bay for 35 hours and beat him, but he would not hold out even for 14 hours. It is disgraceful, a stain on our army, and as for him, he ought, it seems to me, not to live. If he reports that our losses were great, it is not true. Perhaps about 4,000, not more, and not even that, but even were they 10,000, that's war. But the enemy has lost masses. What would it have cost him to hold out for another 2 days? They would have had to retire of their own accord, for they had no water for men or horses. He gave me his word he would not retreat, but suddenly sent instructions that he was retiring that night. We cannot fight in this way, or we may soon bring the enemy to Moscow. There is a rumor that you are thinking of peace. God forbid that you should make peace after all our sacrifices and such insane retreats. You would set all Russia against you, and every one of us would feel ashamed to wear the uniform. If it has come to this, we must fight as long as Russia can and as long as there are men able to stand. One man ought to be in command, and not two. Your minister may perhaps be good as a minister, but as a general he is not merely bad, but execrable. Yet to him is entrusted the fate of our whole country. I am really frantic with vexation. Forgive my writing boldly. It is clear that the man who advocates the conclusion of a peace and that the minister should command the army does not love our sovereign and desires the ruin of us all. So I write you frankly, call out the militia. For the minister is leading these visitors after him to Moscow in a most masterly way. The whole army feels great suspicion of the imperial aide-de-camp Wolzogen. He is said to be more Napoleon's man than ours, and he is always advising the minister. I am not merely civil to him, but obey him like a corporal, though I am his senior. This is painful, but, loving my benefactor and sovereign, I submit. Only I am sorry for the emperor that he entrusts our fine army to such as he. Consider that on our retreat we have lost by fatigue and left in the hospital more than 15,000 men, and had we attacked this would not have happened. Tell me, for God's sake, what will Russia, our mother Russia, say to our being so frightened, and why are we abandoning our good and gallant fatherland to such rabble and implanting feelings of hatred and shame in all our subjects? What are we scared at, and of whom are we afraid? I am not to blame that the minister is vacillating, a coward, dense, dilatory, and has all bad qualities. The whole army bewails it and calls down curses upon him. Now for Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Matter and Form. Anna Pavlovna's and Helene's rival salons. Prince Vasily's opinion of Kutuzov. In human life, we can see two kinds of phenomena, those where substance is most important and those where form is most important. Petersburg life, especially the life of its salons, belongs to the second category, where form prevails over substance. That salon life is unchanging. Since 1805, we had made peace with Bonaparte and then quarreled with him again. We had created constitutions and then thrown them out. But the salons of Anna Pavlovna and Hélène remained exactly as they had been 7 and 5 years before. At Anna Pavlovna's, they talked with confusion about Bonaparte's successes, just as they always had. They saw his victories and the obedience of other European rulers as a malicious conspiracy, with the sole purpose of causing trouble and anxiety for the court circle that Anna Pavlovna represented. And in Hélène's salon, where even the great Rumyantsev himself was a visitor, they talked with the same excitement in 1812 as they had in 1808 about the great nation and the great man. They regretted our break with France and believed it should be quickly ended with a peace treaty. Lately, since the emperor's return from the army, there had been some excitement and hostility between these two rival salon circles, but each one stuck to its own opinions. In Anna Pavlovna's circle, only Frenchmen who were staunch legitimists were welcome. Patriotic views were expressed, suggesting that people shouldn't go to the French theater and that supporting the French troop was costing the government as much as a whole army corps. They followed the war news eagerly, but only circulated the reports that were most flattering to our army. In the French circle of Hélène and Rumyantsev, they denied the reports of the enemy's cruelty and discussed all of Napoleon's attempts at reconciliation. They discouraged anyone who advised hurried preparations for moving the court and the girls' schools to Kazan. In Hélène's circle, the war was seen as a series of formal displays that would soon end in peace. The prevailing view, expressed by Bilibin, who was now a regular at Hélène's house, was that the matter would be settled not by gunpowder, but by the clever men who invented it. They cleverly and sarcastically ridiculed the patriotic enthusiasm in Moscow, news of which had reached Petersburg at the same time as the emperor. Anna Pavlovna's circle, on the other hand, was delighted by this enthusiasm and spoke of it in grand terms, as if describing the deeds of ancient heroes. Prince Vasily, who still held his important posts, acted as a link between these two circles. He visited his good friend Anna Pavlovna as well as his daughter's diplomatic salon. Often in his constant back and forth between the two camps, he would get confused and say at Hélène's what he should have said at Anna Pavlovna's, and vice versa. Soon after the emperor's return, Prince Vasily was at Anna Pavlovna's discussing the war. He strongly condemned Barclay de Tolly, but was undecided about who should be appointed commander-in-chief. One of the visitors, a man described as a man of great merit, mentioned that he had seen Kutuzov that day, who had recently been chosen as the chief of the Petersburg militia. He cautiously suggested that Kutuzov might be the man to satisfy everyone. Anna Pavlovna remarked with a sad smile that Kutuzov had done nothing but cause the emperor annoyance. "I have talked and talked at the assembly of the nobility," Prince Vasily interrupted, "but they did not listen to me. I told them his election as chief of the militia would not please the emperor. They did not listen to me." "It's all this mania for opposition," he went on. "And who for? It is all because we want to ape the foolish enthusiasm of those Muscovites." Prince Vasily forgot for a moment that while at Hélène's one had to ridicule the Moscow enthusiasm, at Anna Pavlovna's one had to be ecstatic about it. But he quickly corrected his mistake. "Now, is it suitable that Count Kutuzov, the oldest general in Russia, should preside at that tribunal? He will get nothing for his pains. How could they make a man commander-in-chief who cannot mount a horse, who drops asleep at a council, and has the very worst morals? A good reputation he made for himself at Bucharest. I don't speak of his capacity as a general, but at a time like this, how can they appoint a decrepit, blind old man, positively blind? A fine idea to have a blind general. He can't see anything. To play blind man's bluff, he can't see at all." No one replied to his remarks. This was quite correct on the 24th of July, but on the 29th of July, Kutuzov received the title of prince. This might have been a sign that they wanted to get rid of him, so Prince Vasily's opinion remained correct, though he was not in a hurry to express it now. But on the 8th of August, a committee met to consider the progress of the war. This committee concluded that our failures were due to a lack of unity in the command. Although the members knew of the emperor's dislike for Kutuzov, after a short discussion, they agreed to recommend his appointment as commander-in-chief. That very day, Kutuzov was appointed commander-in-chief with full powers over the armies and the entire region they occupied. On the 9th of August, Prince Vasily was again at Anna Pavlovna's and met the man of great merit. This man was being very attentive to Anna Pavlovna because he wanted to be appointed director of one of the girls' educational establishments. Prince Vasily entered the room with the air of a happy conqueror who has achieved his desires. "Well, have you heard the great news? Prince Kutuzov is field marshal. All dissensions are at an end. I am so glad, so delighted. At last we have a man," he said, glancing sternly and significantly around at everyone in the drawing room. The man of great merit, despite his desire for the post of director, couldn't resist reminding Prince Vasily of his former opinion. Though it was impolite to do so in Anna Pavlovna's drawing room, he couldn't help himself. "But Prince, they say he is blind," he said, reminding Prince Vasily of his own words. Nonsense. He sees well enough," said Prince Vasily rapidly, in a deep voice with a slight cough, the voice and cough he used to dismiss all difficulties. "He sees well enough," he added, "and what I am so pleased about," he went on, "is that our sovereign has given him full powers over all the armies in the whole region, powers no commander-in-chief ever had before. He is a second autocrat," he concluded with a victorious smile. "God grant it, God grant it," said Anna Pavlovna. The man of great merit, who was still new to court circles, wanted to flatter Anna Pavlovna by defending her former position on the matter. He observed, "It is said that the emperor was reluctant to give Kutuzov those powers. They say he blushed like a girl when he said to Kutuzov, 'Your emperor and the fatherland award you this honor.'" "Perhaps the heart took no part in that speech," said Anna Pavlovna. "Oh, no, no," warmly replied Prince Vasily, who would not now give up Kutuzov to anyone. In his opinion, Kutuzov was not only admirable himself, but was adored by everyone. "No, that's impossible," he said, "for our sovereign appreciated him so highly before." "God grant only that Prince Kutuzov assumes real power and does not allow anyone to put a spoke in his wheel," observed Anna Pavlovna. Understanding at once who she was referring to, Prince Vasily said in a whisper, "I know for a fact that Kutuzov made it an absolute condition that the Tsarevich should not be with the army. Do you know what he said to the emperor?" And Prince Vasily repeated the words supposedly spoken by Kutuzov to the emperor. "I can neither punish him if he does wrong, nor reward him if he does right." "Oh, a very wise man is Prince Kutuzov. I have known him a long time." "They even say," remarked the man of great merit, who did not yet possess courtly tact, "that His Excellency made it an express condition that the sovereign himself should not be with the army." As soon as he said this, both Prince Vasily and Anna Pavlovna turned away from him and glanced sadly at one another, sighing at his naivety. We now begin Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Napoleon orders an advance on Moscow. Napoleon's conversation with Lavrushka. While this was happening in Petersburg, the French had already passed Smolensk and were drawing closer and closer to Moscow. Napoleon's historian, Thiers, like other historians trying to justify their hero, says that Napoleon was drawn to the walls of Moscow against his will. He is as right as other historians who try to explain historic events by the will of one man. He is as right as the Russian historians who claim that Napoleon was drawn to Moscow by the skill of the Russian commanders. Here, in addition to the law of retrospection, which sees all past events as a preparation for what happens later, the law of reciprocity comes into play, confusing the whole matter. A good chess player who loses a game is sincerely convinced that his loss was due to a mistake he made. He looks for that mistake in the opening moves, but forgets that at every stage of the game there were similar mistakes, and that none of his moves were perfect. He only notices the mistake that his opponent took advantage of. The game of war is far more complex than this. It happens within certain limits of time, and it is not one will manipulating lifeless objects, but everything results from countless conflicts of various wills. After Smolensk, Napoleon looked for a battle beyond Dorogobush, then at Vyazma, and then at Sarajevo-Zaymishch. but due to a combination of innumerable circumstances, the Russians could not give battle until they reached Borodino, 70 miles from Moscow. From Vyazma, Napoleon ordered a direct advance on Moscow. Moscow, the Asiatic capital of this great empire, the sacred city of Alexander's people, Moscow with its countless churches shaped like Chinese pagodas, this Moscow gave Napoleon's imagination no rest. On the march from Vyazma to Sarajevo-Zaymishche, he rode his light bay bobtailed horse, accompanied by his guards, his bodyguard, his pages, and his aides-de-camp. Berthier, his chief of staff, fell behind to question a Russian prisoner captured by the cavalry. Followed by an interpreter, Lelorgne d'Ideville, he overtook Napoleon at a gallop and reined in his horse with an amused expression. "Well," asked Napoleon, "one of Platov's Cossacks says that Platov's corps is joining up with the main army and that Kutuzov has been appointed commander-in-chief. He is a very shrewd and talkative fellow." Napoleon smiled and told them to give the Cossack a horse and bring the man to him. He wanted to talk to him himself. Several adjutants galloped off, and an hour later, Lavrushka, the serf Denisov had handed over to Rostov, rode up to Napoleon. He was wearing an orderly's jacket and riding on a French cavalry saddle, with a merry and tipsy face. Napoleon told him to ride by his side and began questioning him. "You are a Cossack?" "Yes, a Cossack, Your Honor." The Cossack, not knowing what company he was in, for Napoleon's plain appearance had nothing that would reveal the presence of a monarch to an Oriental mind, talked with extreme familiarity about the incidents of the war. In reality, Lavrushka, having gotten drunk the day before and left his master without dinner, had been whipped and sent to the village to find chickens. There he engaged in looting until the French took him prisoner. Lavrushka was one of those coarse, bare-faced lackeys who have seen all sorts of things, believe in doing everything in a mean and cunning way, are ready to do any service for their master, and are keen at guessing their master's baser impulses, especially those prompted by vanity and pettiness. Finding himself in the company of Napoleon, whose identity he had easily recognized, Lavrushka was not at all embarrassed. He merely did his best to win his new master's favor. He knew very well that this was Napoleon, but Napoleon's presence could no more intimidate him than Rostov's, or a sergeant major's with the rods would have done. He had nothing that either the sergeant major or Napoleon could take from him. So he rattled on, telling all the gossip he had heard among the orderlies. Much of it was true. But when Napoleon asked him whether the Russians thought they would beat Bonaparte or not, Lavrushka screwed up his eyes and considered. In this question he saw subtle cunning, as men of his type see cunning in everything. So he frowned and did not answer immediately. "It's like this," he said thoughtfully. "If there's a battle soon, yours will win, that's right. But if 3 days pass, then after that, well, then that same battle will not soon be over." Lelorgne d'Ideville smilingly interpreted this speech to Napoleon as, "If a battle takes place within the next 3 days, the French will win, but if later, God knows what will happen." Napoleon did not smile, though he was evidently in high good humor, and he ordered these words to be repeated. Lavrushka noticed this, and, to entertain him further, pretending not to know who Napoleon was, he added, "We know that you have Bonaparte and that he has beaten everybody in the world, but we are a different matter." He did not know why or how this bit of boastful patriotism slipped out at the end. The interpreter translated these words without the last phrase, and Bonaparte smiled. After riding a few paces in silence, Napoleon turned to Berthier and said he wished to see how the news that he was talking to the emperor himself, to that very emperor who had written his immortally victorious name on the pyramids, would affect this child of the dawn. The fact was accordingly conveyed to Lavrushka. Lavrushka, understanding that this was done to perplex him and that Napoleon expected him to be frightened, promptly pretended to be astonished and awestruck to please his new masters. He opened his eyes wide and assumed the expression he usually put on when he was about to be whipped. As soon as Napoleon's interpreter had spoken, the Cossack, seized by amazement, did not utter another word. He rode on, his eyes fixed on the conqueror whose fame had reached him across the steppes of the East. all his talkativeness was suddenly arrested and replaced by a naive and silent feeling of admiration. Napoleon, after giving the Cossack a present, had him set free like a bird restored to its native fields. Napoleon rode on, dreaming of the Moscow that so appealed to his imagination, and the bird restored to its native fields galloped to our outposts, inventing on the way all that had not taken place, but that he meant to relate to his comrades. What had really taken place he did not wish to relate because it seemed to him not worth telling. He found the Cossacks, asked for the regiment operating with Platov's detachment, and by evening found his master, Nicholas Rostov, quartered at Yankovo. Rostov was just mounting his horse to go for a ride around the neighboring villages with Ilyin. He let Lavrushka have another horse and took him along. Now for Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky has a paralytic stroke and is taken to Bogucharovo. Princess Mary decides that they must move on to Moscow, her last interview with her father, his affection for her, his death. Princess Mary was not in Moscow and out of danger, as Prince Andrew supposed. After Alpatych returned from Smolensk, the old prince suddenly seemed to wake up as if from a dream. He ordered the militiamen to be called up from the villages and armed. He wrote a letter to the commander-in-chief, informing him that he had decided to remain at Bald Hills to the last and defend it. He left it to the commander-in-chief's discretion whether to take measures to defend Bald Hills, where one of Russia's oldest generals would be captured or killed. He announced to his household that he would remain at Bald Hills. But while he himself stayed, he gave instructions for the princess and Dessalles, with the little prince, to leave for Bogucharovo and then go on to Moscow. Princess Mary, alarmed by her father's feverish and sleepless activity after his previous apathy, could not bring herself to leave him alone. For the first time in her life, she dared to disobey him. She refused to go away, and her father's fury broke over her in a terrible storm. He repeated every injustice he had ever inflicted on her. Trying to convict her, he told her she had worn him out, had caused his quarrel with his son, had harbored nasty suspicions of him, and had made it her life's object to poison his existence. He drove her from his study, telling her that if she did not go away, it was all the same to him. He declared that he did not wish to remember her existence, and warned her not to dare let him see her. The fact that he did not, as she had feared, order her to be carried away by force, but only told her not to let him see her, cheered Princess Mary. She knew it was a proof that deep down he was glad she was staying at home and had not gone away. The morning after little Nicholas had left, the old prince put on his full uniform and prepared to visit the commander-in-chief. His carriage was already at the door. Princess Mary saw him walk out of the house in his uniform, wearing all his orders, and go down the garden to review his armed peasants and domestic serfs. She sat by the window listening to his voice which reached her from the garden. Suddenly, several men came running up the avenue with frightened faces. Princess Mary ran out to the porch, down the flower-bordered path, and into the avenue. A large crowd of militiamen and servants were moving toward her, and in their midst, several men were supporting by the armpits and dragging along a little old man in a uniform and decorations. She ran up to him, and in the play of the sunlight that fell in small round spots through the shade of the lime-tree avenue, she could not be sure what change there was in his face. All she could see was that his former stern and determined expression had altered to one of timidity and submission. On seeing his daughter, he moved his helpless lips and made a hoarse sound. It was impossible to make out what he wanted. He was lifted up, carried to his study, and laid on the very couch he had so feared of late. The doctor, who was fetched that same night, bled him and said that the prince had had a seizure that had paralyzed his right side. It was becoming more and more dangerous to remain at Bald Hills, and the next day they moved the prince to Bogucharovo, with the doctor accompanying him. By the time they reached Bogucharovo, Dessalles and the little prince had already left for Moscow. For 3 weeks, the old prince lay stricken by paralysis in the new house Prince Andrew had built at Bogucharovo. He remained in the same state, getting neither better nor worse. He was unconscious and lay like a distorted corpse. He muttered unceasingly, his eyebrows and lips twitching, and it was impossible to tell whether he understood what was going on around him or not. One thing was certain, that he was suffering and wished to say something. But what it was, no one could tell. It might be some whim of a sick and half-crazy man, or it might relate to public affairs, or possibly to family concerns. The doctor said this restlessness did not mean anything and was due to physical causes. But Princess Mary thought he wished to tell her something, and the fact that her presence always increased his restlessness confirmed her opinion. He was clearly suffering both physically and mentally. There was no hope of recovery. It was impossible for him to travel. It would not do to let him die on the road. Would it not be better if the end did come, the very end? Princess Mary sometimes thought. Night and day, hardly sleeping at all, she watched him. And terrible to say, she often watched him not with the hope of finding signs of improvement, but wishing to find symptoms of the approach of the end. Strange as it was to her to acknowledge this feeling in herself, yet there it was. And what seemed still more terrible to her was that since her father's illness began, all the personal desires and hopes that had been forgotten or sleeping within her had awakened. Thoughts that had not entered her mind for years, thoughts of a life free from the fear of her father, and even the possibility of love and of family happiness, floated continually in her imagination like temptations of the devil. Thrust them aside as she would, questions continually recurred to her as to how she would order her life now, after that. These were temptations of the devil, and Princess Mary knew it. She knew that the only weapon against him was prayer, and she tried to pray. She assumed an attitude of prayer, looked at the icons, repeated the words of a prayer, but she could not pray. She felt that a different world had now taken possession of her, the life of a world of strenuous and free activity, quite opposed to the spiritual world in which she had been confined until now. It was becoming dangerous to remain in Bogusharovo. News of the approach of the French came from all sides, and in one village, 10 miles from Bogusharovo, a homestead had been looted by French marauders. The doctor insisted on the necessity of moving the prince. The provincial marshal of the nobility sent an official to Princess Mary to persuade her to get away as quickly as possible. The head of the rural police came to Bogusharovo and urged the same thing, saying that the French were only some 25 miles away, that French proclamations were circulating in the villages, and that if the princess did not take her father away before the 15th, he could not answer for the consequences. The princess decided to leave on the 15th. The cares of preparation and giving orders, for which everyone came to her, occupied her all day. She spent the night of the 14th as usual, without undressing, in the room next to the one where the prince lay. Several times, waking up, she heard his groans and muttering, the creak of his bed, and the steps of Tikhon and the doctor when they turned him over. Several times she listened at the door, and it seemed to her that his mutterings were louder than usual and that they turned him over more often. She could not sleep and several times went to the door and listened, wanting to enter, but not deciding to do so. Though he did not speak, Princess Mary saw and knew how unpleasant every sign of anxiety on his account was to him. She had noticed with what dissatisfaction he turned from the look she sometimes involuntarily fixed on him. She knew that her going in during the night at an unusual hour would irritate him. But never had she felt so grieved for him or so much afraid of losing him. She recalled all her life with him, and in every word and act of his, she found an expression of his love for her. Occasionally, amid these memories, temptations of the devil would surge into her imagination, thoughts of how things would be after his death, and how her new liberated life would be ordered. But she drove these thoughts away with disgust. Toward morning, he became quiet, and she fell asleep. She woke late. The sincerity that often comes with waking showed her clearly what chiefly concerned her about her father's illness. On waking, she listened to what was going on behind the door, and, hearing him groan, said to herself with a sigh that things were still the same. But what could have happened? What did I want? I want his death, she cried with a feeling of loathing for herself. She washed, dressed, said her prayers, and went out to the porch. In front of it stood carriages without horses, and things were being packed into the vehicles. It was a warm, gray morning. Princess Mary stopped at the porch, still horrified by her spiritual baseness and trying to arrange her thoughts before going to her father. The doctor came downstairs and went out to her. "He is a little better today," he said. "I was looking for you. One can make out something of what he is saying. His head is clearer. Come in, he is asking for you." Princess Mary's heart beat so violently at this news that she grew pale and leaned against the wall to keep from falling. To see him, talk to him, feel his eyes on her now that her whole soul was overflowing with those dreadful, wicked temptations, was a torment of joy and terror. "Come," said the doctor. Princess Mary entered her father's room and went up to his bed. He was lying on his back, propped up high, and his small bony hands with their knotted purple veins were lying on the quilt. His left eye gazed straight before him, his right eye was awry, and his brows and lips were motionless. He seemed altogether so thin, small, and pathetic. His face seemed to have shriveled or melted. His features had grown smaller. Princess Mary went up and kissed his hand. His left hand pressed hers so that she understood that he had long been waiting for her to come. He twitched her hand, and his brows and lips quivered angrily. She looked at him in dismay, trying to guess what he wanted of her. When she changed her position so that his left eye could see her face, he calmed down, not taking his eyes off her for some seconds. Then his lips and tongue moved, sounds came, and he began to speak, gazing timidly and imploringly at her, evidently afraid that she might not understand. Straining all her faculties, Princess Mary looked at him. The comic efforts with which he moved his tongue made her drop her eyes and with difficulty repress the sobs that rose to her throat. He said something, repeating the same words several times. She could not understand them, but tried to guess what he was saying and inquiringly repeated the words he uttered. At 8, he repeated several times. It was quite impossible to understand these sounds. The doctor thought he had guessed them, and inquiringly repeated, "Mary, are you afraid?" The prince shook his head and again repeated the same sounds. My mind aches," questioned Princess Mary. He made a mumbling sound in confirmation of this, took her hand, and began pressing it to different parts of his breast, as if trying to find the right place for it. "Always thoughts about you, thoughts," he then uttered much more clearly than he had done before, now that he was sure of being understood. Princess Mary pressed her head against his hand, trying to hide her sobs and tears. He moved his hand over her hair. "I have been calling you all night," he brought out. "If only I had known," she said through her tears. "I was afraid to come in." He pressed her hand. "Weren't you asleep?" "No, I did not sleep," said Princess Mary, shaking her head. Unconsciously imitating her father, she now tried to express herself as he did, as much as possible by signs, and her tongue too seemed to move with difficulty. "Dear one, dearest." Princess Mary could not quite make out what he had said, but from his look it was clear that he had uttered a tender, caressing word such as he had never used to her before. "Why didn't you come in?" "And I was wishing for his death," thought Princess Mary. He was silent a while. "Thank you, daughter dear, for all. Forgive, thank you, forgive, thank you." And tears began to flow from his eyes. "Call Andrew," he said suddenly, and a childish, timid expression of doubt showed itself on his face as he spoke. He himself seemed aware that his demand was meaningless, so at least it seemed to Princess Mary. "I have a letter from him," she replied. He glanced at her with timid surprise. "Where is he?" "He's with the army, father, at Smolensk." He closed his eyes and remained silent a long time. Then, as if in answer to his doubts and to confirm the fact that now he understood and remembered everything, he nodded his head and reopened his eyes. "Yes," he said, softly and distinctly, "Russia has perished. They've destroyed her." And he began to sob, and again tears flowed from his eyes. Princess Mary could no longer restrain herself and wept while she gazed at his face. Again he closed his eyes, his sobs ceased, he pointed to his eyes, and Tikhon, understanding him, wiped away the tears. Then he again opened his eyes and said something none of them could understand for a long time, until at last Tikhon understood and repeated it. Princess Mary had sought the meaning of his words in the mood in which he had just been speaking. She thought he was speaking of Russia, or Prince Andrew, of herself, of his grandson, or of his own death, and so she could not guess his words. "Put on your white dress, I like it," was what he said. Having understood this, Princess Mary sobbed still louder, and the doctor, taking her arm, led her out to the veranda, soothing her and trying to persuade her to prepare for her journey. When she had left the room, the prince again began speaking about his son, about the war, and about the emperor, angrily twitching his brows and raising his hoarse voice. And then he had a second and final stroke. Princess Mary stayed on the veranda. The day had cleared. It was hot and sunny. She could understand nothing, think of nothing, and feel nothing, except passionate love for her father, love such as she thought she had never felt until that moment. She ran out sobbing into the garden, and as far as the pond, along the avenues of young lime trees Prince Andrew had planted. Yes, I wished for his death. Yes, I wanted it to end quicker. I wished to be at peace. And what will become of me? What use will peace be when he is no longer here? Princess Mary murmured, pacing the garden with hurried steps and pressing her hands to her bosom, which heaved with convulsive sobs. When she had completed the tour of the garden, which brought her again to the house, she saw Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had remained at Bogusharovo and did not wish to leave it, coming toward her with a stranger. This was the marshal of the nobility of the district, who had come personally to point out to the princess the necessity for her prompt departure. Princess Mary listened without understanding him. She led him to the house, offered him lunch, and sat down with him. Then, excusing herself, she went to the door of the old prince's room. The doctor came out with an agitated face and said she could not enter. "Go away, princess, go away, go away!" She returned to the garden and sat down on the grass at the foot of the slope by the pond, where no one could see her. She did not know how long she had been there when she was aroused by the sound of a woman's footsteps running along the path. She rose and saw Dunyasha, her maid, who was evidently looking for her, and who stopped suddenly as if in alarm on seeing her mistress. "Please come, princess, the prince," said Dunyasha in a breaking voice. "Immediately, I'm coming, replied the princess hurriedly, not giving Dunyasha time to finish what she was saying, and trying to avoid seeing the girl, she ran toward the house. "Princess, it's God's will. You must be prepared for everything," said the marshal, meeting her at the house door. "Let me alone, it's not true," she cried angrily to him. The doctor tried to stop her. She pushed him aside and ran to her father's door. "Why are these people with frightened faces stopping me? I don't want any of them! And what are they doing here?" she thought. She opened the door, and the bright daylight in that previously darkened room startled her. In the room were her nurse and other women. They all drew back from the bed, making way for her. He was still lying on the bed as before, but the stern expression of his quiet face made Princess Mary stop short on the threshold. "No, he's not dead. It's impossible," she told herself, and approached him, and repressing the terror that seized her, she pressed her lips to his cheek. But she stepped back immediately. All the force of the tenderness she had been feeling for him vanished instantly, and was replaced by a feeling of horror at what lay there before her. "No, he is no more. He is not. But here where he was is something unfamiliar and hostile, some dreadful, terrifying, and repellent mystery." And hiding her face in her hands, Princess Mary sank into the arms of the doctor, who held her up. In the presence of Tikhon and the doctor, the women washed what had been the prince, tied his head up with a handkerchief that the mouth should not stiffen while open, and with another handkerchief tied together the legs that were already spreading apart. Then they dressed him in uniform with his decorations and placed his shriveled little body on a table. Heaven only knows who arranged all this and when, but it all got done as if of its own accord. Toward night, candles were burning round his coffin, a pall was spread over it, the floor was strewn with sprays of juniper, a printed band was tucked in under his shriveled head, and in a corner of the room, sat a chanter reading the Psalms. Just as horses shy and snort and gather about a dead horse, so the inmates of the house and strangers crowded into the drawing room round the coffin. The marshal, the village elder, peasant women, and all with fixed and frightened eyes, crossing themselves, bowed and kissed the old prince's cold and stiffened hand. We now continue with Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Character of the Bogusharovo Peasantry and the Baffling Undercurrents in the Life of the Russian People. The village elder, Dron, Alpatych, talks to him. The peasants decide not to supply horses or carts. Until Prince Andrew settled in Bogucharovo, its owners had always been absentees, and its peasants were of quite a different character from those of Bald Hills. They differed from them in speech, dress, and disposition. They were called steppe peasants. The old prince used to approve of them for their endurance at work when they came to Bald Hills to help with the harvest or to dig ponds and ditches, but he disliked them for their boorishness. Prince Andrew's last stay at Bogusharovo, when he introduced hospitals and schools and reduced the rent the peasants had to pay, had not softened their disposition. On the contrary, it had strengthened in them the traits of character the old prince called boorishness. Various obscure rumors were always current among them. At one time, a rumor that they would all be enrolled as Cossacks, at another, of a new religion to which they were all to be converted. Then there were rumors of some proclamation of the Tsars, and of an oath to the Tsar Paul in 1797, in connection with which it was rumored that freedom had been granted them, but the landowners had stopped it. Then there were rumors of Peter Fedorovich's return to the throne in 7 years' time, when everything would be made free and so simple that there would be no restrictions. Rumors of the war with Bonaparte and his invasion were connected in their minds with the same sort of vague notions of Antichrist, the end of the world, and pure freedom. In the vicinity of Bogusharovo were large villages belonging to the crown or to owners whose serfs paid rent and could work where they pleased. There were very few resident landlords in the neighborhood, and also very few domestic or literate serfs. In the lives of the peasantry of those parts, the mysterious undercurrents in the life of the Russian people, the causes and meaning of which are so baffling to contemporaries, were more clearly and strongly noticeable than among others. One instance, which had occurred some 20 years before, was a movement among the peasants to emigrate to some unknown warm rivers. Hundreds of peasants, including the Bogucharovo folk, suddenly began selling their cattle and moving in whole families toward the southeast. As birds migrate somewhere beyond the sea, so these men with their wives and children streamed to the southeast, to parts where none of them had ever been. They set off in caravans, bought their freedom one by one, or ran away, and drove or walked toward the warm rivers. Many of them were punished, some sent to Siberia, many died of cold and hunger on the road, many returned of their own accord, and the movement died down of itself, just as it had sprung up, without apparent reason. But such undercurrents still existed among the people and gathered new forces, ready to manifest themselves just as strangely, unexpectedly, and at the same time simply, naturally, and forcibly. Now in 1812, to anyone living in close touch with these people, it was apparent that these undercurrents were acting strongly and nearing an eruption. Alpatych, who had reached Bogusharovo shortly before the old prince's death, noticed an agitation among the peasants. He saw that contrary to what was happening in the Bald Hills district, where over a radius of 40 miles all the peasants were moving away and leaving their villages to be devastated by the Cossacks, the peasants in the steppe region round Bogusharovo were, it was rumored, in touch with the French. They received leaflets from them that passed from hand to hand and did not migrate. He learned from loyal domestic serfs that the peasant Karp, who had great influence in the village commune and had recently been away driving a government transport, had returned with news that the Cossacks were destroying deserted villages, but that the French did not harm them. Alpatych also knew that on the previous day, another peasant had even brought from the village of Vislukovo, which was occupied by the French, a proclamation by a French general that no harm would be done to the inhabitants, and if they remained, they would be paid for anything taken from them. As proof of this, the peasant had brought from Vislukovo 100 rubles in notes, paid to him in advance for hay, though he did not know they were false. More important still, Alpatich learned that on the morning of the very day he gave the village elder orders to collect carts to move the princess luggage from Bogusharovo, there had been a village meeting at which it had been decided not to move, but to wait. Yet there was no time to waste. On the 15th, the day of the old prince's death, the marshal had insisted on Princess Mary leaving at once, as it was becoming dangerous. He had told her that after the 16th, he could not be responsible for what might happen. On the evening of the day the old prince died, the marshal went away, promising to return next day for the funeral. But he was unable to do so, for he received news that the French had unexpectedly advanced and had barely time to remove his own family and valuables from his estate. For some 30 years, Bogusharovo had been managed by the village elder, Dron, whom the old prince called by the diminutive Dronushka. Dron was one of those physically and mentally vigorous peasants who grow big beards as soon as they are of age and go on unchanged till they are 60 or 70, without a gray hair or the loss of a tooth, as straight and strong at 60 as at 30. Soon after the migration to the warm rivers, in which he had taken part like the rest, Dron was made village elder and overseer of Bogucharovo, and had since filled that post irreproachably for 23 years. The peasants feared him more than they did their master. The masters, both the old prince and the young, and the steward respected him and jestingly called him the minister. During the whole time of his service, Dron had never been drunk or ill. Never after sleepless nights or the hardest tasks had he shown the least fatigue. And though he could not read, he had never forgotten a single money account or the number of quarters of flour in any of the endless cartloads he sold for the prince, nor a single shock of the whole corn crop on any single acre of the Bogusharovo fields. Alpatich, arriving from the devastated Bald Hills estate, sent for this Dron on the day of the prince's funeral. He told him to have 12 horses got ready for the princess carriages and 18 carts for the things to be removed from Bogucharovo. Though the peasants paid rent, Alpatich thought no difficulty would be made about complying with this order, for there were 230 households at work in Bogucharovo, and the peasants were well-to-do. But on hearing the order, Dron lowered his eyes and remained silent. Alpatich named certain peasants he knew, from whom he told him to take the carts. Dron replied that the horses of these peasants were away carting. Alpatich named others, but they too, according to Dron, had no horses available. Some horses were carting for the government, others were too weak, and others had died for want of fodder. It seemed that no horses could be had even for the carriages, much less for the carting. Alpatich looked intently at Dron and frowned. Just as Dron was a model village elder, so Alpatich had not managed the prince's estates for 20 years in vain. He was a model steward, possessing in the highest degree the faculty of divining the needs and instincts of those he dealt with. Having glanced at Dron, he at once understood that his answers did not express his personal views, but the general mood of the Bogucharovo commune, by which the elder had already been carried away. But he also knew that Dron, who had acquired property and was hated by the commune, must be hesitating between the two camps, the masters and the serfs. He noticed this hesitation in Dron's look and therefore frowned and moved closer up to him. "Now just listen, Dronushka," he said. "Don't talk nonsense to me. His Excellency Prince Andrew himself gave me orders to move all the people away and not leave them with the enemy, and there's an order from the Tsar about it too. Anyone who stays is a traitor to the Tsar. Do you hear?" "I hear," Dron answered without lifting his eyes. Alpatich was not satisfied with this reply. Dron, it will turn out badly," he said, shaking his head. "The power is in your hands," Dron rejoined sadly. Dron, drop it," Alpatich repeated, withdrawing his hand from his bosom and solemnly pointing to the floor at Dron's feet. "I can see through you and 3 yards into the ground under you," he continued, gazing at the floor in front of Dron. Dron was disconcerted, glanced furtively at Alpatich, and again lowered his eyes. You drop this nonsense and tell the people to get ready to leave their homes and go to Moscow and to get carts ready for tomorrow morning for the princess's things. And don't go to any meeting yourself, do you hear? Dron suddenly fell on his knees. Yakov Alpatych, discharge me. Take the keys from me and discharge me, for Christ's sake. Stop that, cried Alpatych sternly. I see through you and 3 yards under you, he repeated, knowing that his skill in beekeeping, his knowledge of the right time to sow the oats, and the fact that he had been able to retain the old prince's favor for 20 years had long since gained him the reputation of being a wizard, and that the power of seeing 3 yards under a man is considered an attribute of wizards. Dron got up and was about to say something, but Alpatych interrupted him. What is it you have got into your heads, eh? What are you thinking of, eh? What am I to do with the people? Said Dron. They're quite beside themselves. I have already told them. Told them, I dare say, said Alpatych. Are they drinking? He asked abruptly. Quite beside themselves, Yakov Alpatych. They've fetched another barrel. Well then, listen. I'll go to the police officer, and you tell them so, and that they must stop this, and the carts must be got ready. I understand. Alpatych did not insist further. He had managed people for a long time and knew that the chief way to make them obey is to show no suspicion that they can possibly disobey. Having wrung a submissive, I understand, from Dron, Alpatych contented himself with that, though he not only doubted but felt almost certain that without the help of troops the carts would not be forthcoming. And so it was, for when evening came, no carts had been provided. In the village, outside the drink shop, another meeting was being held, which decided that the horses should be driven out into the woods and the carts should not be provided. Without saying anything of this to the princess, Alpatych had his own belongings taken out of the carts which had arrived from Bald Hills, and had those horses got ready for the princess carriages. Meanwhile, he went himself to the police authorities. Here is Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Bourien advises Princess Mary to appeal to the French for protection. Princess Mary speaks to Dron. After her father's funeral, Princess Mary shut herself up in her room and did not admit anyone. A maid came to the door to say that Alpatych was asking for orders about their departure. This was before his talk with Dron. Princess Mary raised herself on the sofa on which she had been lying and replied through the closed door that she did not mean to go away and begged to be left in peace. The windows of the room in which she was lying looked westward. She lay on the sofa with her face to the wall, fingering the buttons of the leather cushion and seeing nothing but that cushion, and her confused thoughts were centered on one subject, the finality of death and her own spiritual baseness, which she had not suspected, but which had shown itself during her father's illness. She wished to pray, but did not dare to. Dared not in her present state of mind address herself to God. She lay for a long time in that position. The sun had reached the other side of the house, and its slanting rays shone into the open window, lighting up the room and part of the morocco cushion at which Princess Mary was looking. The flow of her thoughts suddenly stopped. Unconsciously, she sat up, smoothed her hair, got up, and went to the window, involuntarily inhaling the freshness of the clear but windy evening. Yes, you can well enjoy the evening now. He is gone, and no one will hinder you, she said to herself, and sinking into a chair, she let her head fall on the window-sill. Someone spoke her name in a soft and tender voice from the garden and kissed her head. She looked up. It was Mademoiselle Bourien, dressed in black. She softly approached Princess Mary, sighed, kissed her, and immediately began to cry. The princess looked up at her. All their former disagreements and her own jealousy came back to her mind. But she also remembered how he had changed toward Mademoiselle Bourien lately and could not bear to see her, which showed how unjust Princess Mary's mental reproaches had been. Besides, is it for me who desired his death, to condemn anyone? She thought. Princess Mary vividly pictured to herself the position of Mademoiselle Bourien, whom she had recently kept at a distance, but who was still dependent on her and living in her house. She felt sorry for her and held out her hand with a glance of gentle inquiry. Mademoiselle Bourienne at once began crying again and kissed that hand, speaking of the princess' sorrow and making herself a partner in it. She said her only consolation was that the princess allowed her to share her sorrow, that all the old misunderstandings should be forgotten in this great grief, that she felt herself blameless toward everyone, and that he, from above, saw her affection and gratitude. The princess heard her, not paying attention to her words, but occasionally looking up at her and listening to the sound of her voice. "Your position is doubly terrible, dear princess," said Mademoiselle Bourienne after a pause. "I understand that you could not and cannot think of yourself, but with my love for you, I must do so. Has Alpatych been to you? Has he spoken to you of going away?" she asked. Princess Mary did not answer. She did not understand who was to go or where to. Is it possible to plan or think of anything now? Is it not all the same? She thought, and did not reply. "You know, chère Marie," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, "that we are in danger, are surrounded by the French. It would be dangerous to move now. If we go, we are almost sure to be taken prisoners, and God knows." Princess Mary looked at her companion without understanding what she was talking about. "Oh, if anyone knew how little anything matters to me now," she said. "Of course, I would on no account wish to go away from him. Alpatych did say something about going. Speak to him. I can do nothing, and don't want to. I've spoken to him. He hopes we should be in time to get away tomorrow, but I think it would now be better to stay here," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Because, you will agree, chère Marie, to fall into the hands of the soldiers or of riotous peasants would be terrible." Mademoiselle Bourienne took from her bag a proclamation from a French General Rameau, telling people not to leave their homes and that the French authorities would provide them with proper protection. She handed this to the princess. "I think it would be best to appeal to that general," she continued, "and I am sure that all due respect would be shown you." Princess Mary read the paper, and her face began to quiver with stifled sobs. "From whom did you get this?" she asked. "They probably recognize that I am French by my name," replied Mademoiselle Bourienne, blushing. Princess Mary, with the paper in her hand, rose from the window, and with a pale face went out of the room and into what had been Prince Andrew's study. "Dunyasha, send Alpatych or Dronushka or somebody to me," she said. "And tell Mademoiselle Bourienne not to come to me," she added, hearing Mademoiselle Bourienne's voice. "We must go at once, she said, appalled at the thought of being left in the hands of the French. If Prince Andrew heard that I was in the power of the French, that I, the daughter of Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky, asked General Rameau for protection and accepted his favor. This idea horrified her, made her shudder, blush, and feel such a rush of anger and pride as she had never experienced before. All that was distressing, and especially all that was humiliating, in her position rose vividly to her mind. They, the French, would settle in this house. Monsieur le Général Rameau would occupy Prince Andrew's study and amuse himself by looking through and reading his letters and papers. Mademoiselle Bourienne would do the honors of Bogusharovo for him. I should be given a small room as a favor. The soldiers would violate my father's newly dug grave to steal his crosses and stars. They would tell me of their victories over the Russians and would pretend to sympathize with my sorrow, thought Princess Mary, not thinking her own thoughts, but feeling bound to think like her father and her brother. For herself, she did not care where she remained or what happened to her, but she felt herself the representative of her dead father and of Prince Andrew. Involuntarily, she thought their thoughts and felt their feelings. What they would have said and what they would have done, she felt bound to say and do. She went into Prince Andrew's study, trying to enter completely into his ideas, and considered her position. The demands of life, which had seemed to her annihilated by her father's death, all at once rose before her with a new, previously unknown force, and took possession of her. Agitated and flushed, she paced the room, sending now for Michael Ivanovitch and now for Tikhon or Dron. Dunyasha, the nurse, and the other maids could not say how correct Mademoiselle Bourienne's statement was. Alpatych was not at home. He had gone to the police. Neither could the architect Michael Ivanovitch, who on being sent for came in with sleepy eyes, tell Princess Mary anything. With just the same smile of agreement with which for 15 years he had been accustomed to answer the old prince without expressing views of his own, he now replied to Princess Mary, so that nothing definite could be got from his answers. The old valet Tikhon, with a sunken, emaciated face that bore the stamp of inconsolable grief, replied, "Yes, Princess," to all Princess Mary's questions, and hardly refrained from sobbing as he looked at her. At length, Dron, the village elder, entered the room and with a deep bow to Princess Mary came to a halt by the doorpost. Princess Mary walked up and down the room and stopped in front of him. "Dronushka," she said, regarding as a sure friend this Dronushka, who always used to bring a special kind of gingerbread from his visit to the fair at Vyazma every year, and smilingly offer it to her. "Dronushka, now since our misfortune," she began, but could not go on. "We are all in God's hands," he said, with a sigh. They were silent for a while. "Dronushka, Alpatych has gone off somewhere and I have no one to turn to. Is it true, as they tell me, that I can't even go away?" "Why shouldn't you go away, Your Excellency? You can go," said Dron. "I was told it would be dangerous because of the enemy. Dear friend, I can do nothing. I understand nothing. I have nobody. I want to go away tonight or early tomorrow morning." Dron paused. He looked askance at Princess Mary and said, "There are no horses. I told Yakov Alpatych so." "Why are there none?" asked the princess. "It's all God's scourge," said Dron. "What horses we had have been taken for the army or have died. This is such a year. It's not a case of feeding horses. We may die of hunger ourselves. As it is, some go 3 days without eating. We've nothing. We've been ruined." Princess Mary listened attentively to what he told her. "The peasants are ruined? They have no bread?" she asked. "They're dying of hunger," said Dron. "It's not a case of carting." "But why didn't you tell me, Dronushka? Isn't it possible to help them? I'll do all I can." To Princess Mary, it was strange that now, at a moment when such sorrow was filling her soul, there could be rich people and poor, and the rich could refrain from helping the poor. She had heard vaguely that there was such a thing as landlord's corn, which was sometimes given to the peasants. She also knew that neither her father nor her brother would refuse to help the peasants in need. She only feared to make some mistake in speaking about the distribution of the grain she wished to give. She was glad such cares presented themselves, enabling her without scruple to forget her own grief. She began asking Dron about the peasants' needs and what there was in Bogucharovo that belonged to the landlord. "But we have grain belonging to my brother," she said. "The landlord's grain is all safe," replied Dron proudly. "Our prince did not order it to be sold." "Give it to the peasants. Let them have all they need. I give you leave in my brother's name," said she. Dron made no answer but sighed deeply. "Give them that corn if there is enough of it. Distribute it all. I give this order in my brother's name, and tell them that what is ours is theirs. We do not grudge them anything. Tell them so." Dron looked intently at the princess while she was speaking. "Discharge me, little mother, for God's sake. Order the keys to be taken from me," he said. "I have served 23 years and have done no wrong. Discharge me, for God's sake." Princess Mary did not understand what he wanted of her, or why he was asking to be discharged. She replied that she had never doubted his devotion, and that she was ready to do anything for him and for the peasants. This brings us to Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Princess Mary addresses the peasants. They distrust her and refuse to leave Bogucharovo. An hour later, Dunyasha came to tell the princess that Dron had come, and that all the peasants had assembled at the barn by the princess's order and wished to speak with their mistress. "But I never told them to come," said Princess Mary. "I only told Dron to let them have the grain." "Only for God's sake, princess dear. Have them sent away and don't go out to them." "It's all a trick," said Dunyasha. "And when Yakov Alpatych returns, let us get away and please don't." "What is a trick?" asked Princess Mary in surprise. "I know it is. Only listen to me for God's sake. Ask nurse too. They say they don't agree to leave Bogucharovo as you ordered." "You're making some mistake. I never ordered them to go away," said Princess Mary. "Call Dronushka." Dran came and confirmed Dunyasha's words. The peasants had come by the princess' order. "But I never sent for them," declared the princess. "You must have given my message wrong. I only said that you were to give them the grain." Dran only sighed in reply. "If you order it, they will go away," he said. "No, no. I'll go out to them," said Princess Mary. And in spite of the protests of her nurse and Dunyasha, she went out into the porch. Dran, Dunyasha, the nurse, and Michael Ivanovich followed her. "They probably think I am offering them the grain to bribe them to remain here, while I myself go away, leaving them to the mercy of the French," thought Princess Mary. "I will offer them monthly rations and housing at our Moscow estate. I am sure Andrew would do even more in my place," she thought, as she went out in the twilight toward the crowd standing on the pasture by the barn. The men crowded closer together, stirred, and rapidly took off their hats. Princess Mary lowered her eyes and, tripping over her skirt, came close up to them. So many different eyes, old and young, were fixed on her, and there were so many different faces that she could not distinguish any of them. Feeling that she must speak to them all at once, she did not know how to do it. But again, the sense that she represented her father and her brother gave her courage, and she boldly began her speech. "I am very glad you have come," she said without raising her eyes, feeling her heart beating quickly and violently. "Dranushka tells me that the war has ruined you. That is our common misfortune, and I shall grudge nothing to help you. I am myself going away because it is dangerous here, the enemy is near, because I am giving you everything, my friends, and I beg you to take everything, all our grain, so that you may not suffer want. And if you have been told that I am giving you the grain to keep you here, that is not true. On the contrary, I ask you to go with all your belongings to our estate near Moscow, and I promise you I will see to it that there you shall want for nothing. You shall be given food and lodging." The princess stopped. Sighs were the only sound heard in the crowd. "I am not doing this on my own account," she continued. "I do it in the name of my dead father, who was a good master to you, and of my brother and his son." Again she paused. No one broke the silence. "Ours is a common misfortune, and we will share it together. All that is mine is yours," she concluded, scanning the faces before her. All eyes were gazing at her with one and the same expression. She could not fathom whether it was curiosity, devotion, gratitude, or apprehension and distrust. But the expression on all the faces was identical. "We are all very thankful for your bounty, but it won't do for us to take the landlord's grain," said a voice at the back of the crowd. "But why not?" asked the princess. No one replied, and Princess Mary, looking round at the crowd, found that every eye she met now was immediately dropped. "But why don't you want to take it?" she asked again. No one answered. The silence began to oppress the princess, and she tried to catch someone's eye. "Why don't you speak?" she inquired of a very old man who stood just in front of her, leaning on his stick. "If you think something more is wanted, tell me. I will do anything," she said, catching his eye. But as if this angered him, he bent his head quite low and muttered, "Why should we agree? We don't want the grain." "Why should we give up everything? We don't agree. Don't agree. We are sorry for you, but we're not willing. Go away yourself alone," came from various sides of the crowd. And again, all the faces in that crowd bore an identical expression, though now it was certainly not an expression of curiosity or gratitude, but of angry resolve. "But you can't have understood me," said Princess Mary with a sad smile. "Why don't you want to go? I promised to house and feed you, while here the enemy would ruin you." But her voice was drowned by the voices of the crowd. "We're not willing. Let them ruin us. We won't take your grain. We don't agree." Again, Princess Mary tried to catch someone's eye, but not a single eye in the crowd was turned to her. Evidently, they were all trying to avoid her look. She felt strange and awkward. "Oh yes, an artful tale. Follow her into slavery, pull down your houses and go into bondage, I dare say. I'll give you grain indeed," she says, voices in the crowd were heard saying. With drooping head, Princess Mary left the crowd and went back to the house. Having repeated her order to Dran to have horses ready for her departure next morning, she went to her room and remained alone with her own thoughts. Here's Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Princess Mary at night recalls her last sight of her father. For a long time that night, Princess Mary sat by the open window of her room, hearing the sound of the peasants' voices that reached her from the village, but it was not of them she was thinking. She felt that she could not understand them, however much she might think about them. She thought only of one thing, her sorrow, which, after the break caused by cares for the present, seemed already to belong to the past. Now she could remember it and weep or pray. After sunset, the wind had dropped. The night was calm and fresh. Toward midnight, the voices began to subside. A cock crowed. The full moon began to show from behind the lime trees. A fresh, white, dewy mist began to rise, and stillness reigned over the village and the house. Pictures of the near past, her father's illness and last moments, rose one after another to her memory. With mournful pleasure, she now lingered over these images, repelling with horror only the last one, the picture of his death, which she felt she could not contemplate even in imagination at this still and mystic hour of night. And these pictures presented themselves to her so clearly and in such detail that they seemed now present, now past, and now future. She vividly recalled the moment when he had his first stroke and was being dragged along by his armpits through the garden at Bald Hills, muttering something with his helpless tongue, twitching his gray eyebrows, and looking uneasily and timidly at her. Even then, he wanted to tell me what he told me the day he died, she thought. He had always thought what he said then. And she recalled in all its detail the night at Bald Hills before he had the last stroke, when with a foreboding of disaster she had remained at home against his will. She had not slept and had stolen downstairs on tiptoe, and going to the door of the conservatory where he slept that night, had listened at the door. In a suffering and weary voice he was saying something to Tikhon, speaking of the Crimea and its warm nights and of the Empress. Evidently he had wanted to talk. And why didn't he call me? Why didn't he let me be there instead of Tikhon? Princess Mary had thought and thought again now. Now he will never tell anyone what he had in his soul. Never will that moment return for him or for me when he might have said all he longed to say, and not Tikhon, but I might have heard and understood him. Why didn't I enter the room? She thought. Perhaps he would then have said to me what he said the day he died. While talking to Tikhon, he asked about me twice. He wanted to see me, and I was standing close by outside the door. It was sad and painful for him to talk to Tikhon, who did not understand him. I remember how he began speaking to him about Lise as if she were alive. He had forgotten she was dead, and Tikhon reminded him that she was no more, and he shouted, "Fool!" He was greatly depressed. From behind the door I heard how he lay down on his bed groaning and loudly exclaimed, "My God! Why didn't I go in then? What could he have done to me? What could I have lost?" And perhaps he would then have been comforted and would have said that word to me. And Princess Mary uttered aloud the caressing word he had said to her on the day of his death. "Dearest," she repeated, and began sobbing with tears that relieved her soul. She now saw his face before her, and not the face she had known ever since she could remember and had always seen at a distance, but the timid, feeble face she had seen for the first time quite closely, with all its wrinkles and details, when she stooped near to his mouth to catch what he said. "Dearest," she repeated again. What was he thinking when he uttered that word? What is he thinking now? This question suddenly presented itself to her, and in answer she saw him before her with the expression that was on his face as he lay in his coffin with his chin bound up with a white handkerchief. And the horror that had seized her when she touched him and convinced herself that that was not he, but something mysterious and horrible, seized her again. She tried to think of something else and to pray, but could do neither. With wide open eyes she gazed at the moonlight and the shadows, expecting every moment to see his dead face. And she felt that the silence brooding over the house and within it held her fast. "Dunyasha!" she whispered. "Dunyasha!" She screamed wildly, and tearing herself out of this silence, she ran to the servants' quarters to meet her old nurse and the maidservants who came running toward her. Now for Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Nicholas and Ilian ride to Bogucharovo. They are asked by Alpatich to protect the princess. Nicholas makes her acquaintance and places himself at her service. On the 17th of August, Rostov and Ilian, accompanied by Lavrushka, who had just returned from captivity, and by a hussar orderly, left their quarters at Yankovo, 10 miles from Bogucharovo. They went for a ride to try a new horse Ilian had bought and to find out whether there was any hay to be had in the villages. For the last 3 days, Bogucharovo had lain between the two hostile armies, so it was as easy for the Russian rearguard to get to it as for the French vanguard. Rostov, as a careful squadron commander, wanted to take such provisions as remained at Bogucharovo before the French could get them. Rostov and Ilian were in the merriest of moods. On the way to Bogucharovo, a princely estate with a dwelling house and farm where they hoped to find many domestic serfs and pretty girls, they questioned Lavrushka about Napoleon, laughed at his stories, and raced one another to try Ilian's horse. Rostov had no idea that the village he was entering was the property of that very Bolkonsky who had been engaged to his sister. Rostov and Ilian gave rein to their horses for a last race along the incline before reaching Bogucharovo, and Rostov, outstripping Ilian, was the first to gallop into the village street. "You're first," cried Ilian, flushed. "Yes, always first both on the grassland and here," answered Rostov, stroking his heated Donet's horse. "And I'd have won on my Frenchie, Your Excellency," said Lavrushka from behind, alluding to his shabby cart horse. "Only I didn't wish to mortify you." They rode at a foot-pace to the barn, where a large crowd of peasants was standing. Some of the men bared their heads, others stared at the new arrivals without taking off their caps. 2 tall old peasants with wrinkled faces and scanty beards emerged from the tavern, smiling, staggering, and singing some incoherent song, and approached the officers. "Fine fellows," said Rostov, laughing. "Is there any hay here?" "And how like one another," said Ilian. "A moost mi arari ko empa," sang one of the peasants with a blissful smile. One of the men came out of the crowd and went up to Rostov. "Who do you belong to?" he asked. "The French," replied Ilian jestingly, "and here is Napoleon himself," and he pointed to Lavrushka. "Then you are Russians?" the peasant asked again. "And is there a large force of you here?" said another, a short man coming up. "Very large," answered Rostov. "But why have you collected here?" he added. "Is it a holiday?" "The old men have met to talk over the business of the commune," replied the peasant, moving away. At that moment, on the road leading from the big house, 2 women and a man in a white hat were seen coming toward the officers. "The one in pink is mine, so keep off," said Ilian on seeing Dunyasha running resolutely toward him. "She'll be ours," said Lavrushka to Ilian, winking. "What do you want, my pretty?" said Ilian with a smile. "The princess ordered me to ask your regiment and your name." "This is Count Rostov, squadron commander, and I am your humble servant." "Ko-o-ampini," roared the tipsy peasant with a beatific smile as he looked at Ilian, talking to the girl. Following Dunyasha, Alpatich advanced to Rostov, having bared his head while still at a distance. "May I make bold to trouble your honor?" he said respectfully, but with a shade of contempt for the youthfulness of this officer, and with a hand thrust into his bosom. "My mistress, daughter of General-in-Chief Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky, who died on the 15th of this month, finding herself in difficulties owing to the boorishness of these people," he pointed to the peasants, "asks you to come up to the house. Won't you, please, ride on a little farther?" Said Alpatich with a melancholy smile, "as it is not convenient in the presence of—" He pointed to the 2 peasants who kept as close to him as horseflies to a horse. "Ah, Alpatich, Yakov Alpatich, grand, forgive us for Christ's sake, eh?" said the peasant, smiling joyfully at him. Rostov looked at the tipsy peasants and smiled. "Or perhaps they amuse your honor," remarked Alpatich with a staid air, as he pointed at the old men with his free hand. "No, there's not much to be amused at here," said Rostov, and rode on a little way. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I make bold to inform your honor that the rude peasants here don't wish to let the mistress leave the estate, and threaten to unharness her horses, so that though everything has been packed up since morning, Her Excellency cannot get away." Impossible, exclaimed Rostov. I have the honor to report to you the actual truth, said Alpatich. Rostov dismounted, gave his horse to the orderly, and followed Alpatich to the house, questioning him as to the state of affairs. It appeared that the princess' offer of corn to the peasants the previous day, and her talk with Dran and at the meeting, had actually had so bad an effect that Dran had finally given up the keys, joined the peasants, and had not appeared when Alpatich sent for him. And that in the morning, when the princess gave orders to harness for her journey, the peasants had come in a large crowd to the barn and sent word that they would not let her leave the village, that there was an order not to move, and that they would unharness the horses. Alpatich had gone out to admonish them, but was told that they could not let the princess go, that there was an order to the contrary, but that if she stayed, they would serve her as before and obey her in everything. At the moment when Rostov and Ilyin were galloping along the road, Princess Mary, despite the warnings of Alpatich, her nurse, and the maids, had given orders to harness and intended to start. But when the cavalrymen were spotted, they were taken for Frenchmen, the coachman ran away, and the women in the house began to wail. "Father benefactor, God has sent you!" exclaimed deeply moved voices as Rostov passed through the anteroom. Princess Mary was sitting helpless and bewildered in the large sitting room when Rostov was shown in. She could not grasp who he was, why he had come, or what was happening to her. When she saw his Russian face, and by his walk and the first words he uttered recognized him as a man of her own class, she glanced at him with her deep, radiant look and began speaking in a voice that faltered and trembled with emotion. This meeting immediately struck Rostov as a romantic event. A helpless girl overwhelmed with grief, left to the mercy of coarse, rioting peasants. And what a strange fate sent me here. What gentleness and nobility there are in her features and expression, he thought as he looked at her and listened to her timid story. When she began to tell him that all this had happened the day after her father's funeral, her voice trembled. She turned away, and then, as if fearing he might take her words as meant to move him to pity, she looked at him with an apprehensive glance of inquiry. There were tears in Rostov's eyes. Princess Mary noticed this and glanced gratefully at him with that radiant look which caused the plainness of her face to be forgotten. "I cannot express, Princess, how glad I am that I happened to ride here and am able to show my readiness to serve you," said Rostov, rising. "Go when you please, and I give you my word of honor that no one shall dare to cause you annoyance, if only you will allow me to act as your escort." And bowing respectfully, as if to a lady of royal blood, he moved toward the door. Rostov's deferential tone seemed to indicate that though he would consider himself happy to be acquainted with her, he did not wish to take advantage of her misfortunes to intrude upon her. Princess Mary understood this and appreciated his delicacy. "I am very, very grateful to you," she said in French, "but I hope it was all a misunderstanding and that no one is to blame for it." She suddenly began to cry. "Excuse me," she said. Rostov, knitting his brows, left the room with another low bow. We now move on to Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Nicholas calls the peasants to account and intimidates them. Carts and horses are provided for Princess Mary's departure. Princess Mary feels that she loves him. "Well, is she pretty? Ah, friend, my pink one is delicious. Her name is Dunyasha." But on glancing at Rostov's face, Ilyin stopped short. He saw that his hero and commander was following quite a different train of thought. Rostov glanced angrily at Ilyin and, without replying, strode off with rapid steps to the village. "I'll show them! I'll give it to them, the brigands!" said he to himself. Alpatich, at a gliding trot, only just managing not to run, kept up with him with difficulty. "What decision have you been pleased to come to?" he said. Rostov stopped and, clenching his fists, suddenly and sternly turned on Alpatich. "Decision? What decision? Old dotard!" cried he. "What have you been about? Eh? The peasants are rioting, and you can't manage them? You're a traitor yourself. I know you. I'll flay you all alive." And as if afraid of wasting his store of anger, he left Alpatich and went rapidly forward. Alpatich, mastering his offended feelings, kept pace with Rostov at a gliding gait and continued to impart his views. He said the peasants were stubborn, and that at the present moment it would be unwise to over-resist them without an armed force. And wouldn't it be better first to send for the military? "I'll give them armed force. I'll over-resist them," uttered Rostov meaninglessly, breathless with irrational animal fury and the need to vent it. Without considering what he would do, he moved unconsciously with quick, resolute steps toward the crowd. And the nearer he drew to it, the more Alpatych felt that this unreasonable action might produce good results. The peasants in the crowd were similarly impressed when they saw Rostov's rapid, firm steps and resolute, frowning face. After the hussars had come to the village, and Rostov had gone to see the princess, a certain confusion and dissension had arisen among the crowd. Some of the peasants said that these new arrivals were Russians and might take it amiss that the mistress was being detained. Dron was of this opinion, but as soon as he expressed it, Karp and others attacked their former elder. "How many years have you been fattening on the commune?" Karp shouted at him. "It's all one to you. You'll dig up your pot of money and take it away with you. What does it matter to you, whether our homes are ruined or not? We've been told to keep order, and that no one is to leave their homes or take away a single grain, and that's all about it," cried another. "It was your son's turn to be conscripted, but no fear, you begrudged your lump of a son," a little old man suddenly began attacking Dron. "And so they took my Vanka to be shaved for a soldier, but we all have to die." "To be sure, we all have to die. I'm not against the commune," said Dron. "That's it, not against it. You've filled your belly." The two tall peasants had their say. As soon as Rostov, followed by Ilyin, Lavrushka, and Alpatych, came up to the crowd, Karp, thrusting his fingers into his belt and smiling a little, walked to the front. Dron, on the contrary, retired to the rear, and the crowd drew closer together. "Who is your elder here?" "Hey!" shouted Rostov, coming up to the crowd with quick steps. "The elder, what do you want with him?" asked Karp. But before the words were well out of his mouth, his cap flew off and a fierce blow jerked his head to one side. "Caps off, traitors!" shouted Rostov in a wrathful voice. "Where's the elder?" he cried furiously. "The elder! He wants the elder! Dron Zakharich, you!" Meek and flustered voices here and there were heard calling, and caps began to come off their heads. "We don't riot, we're following the orders," declared Karp, and at that moment several voices began speaking together. "It's as the old men have decided. There's too many of you giving orders." "Arguing, mutiny, brigands, traitors!" cried Rostov unmeaningly in a voice not his own, gripping Karp by the collar. Bind him, he shouted, though there was no one to bind him but Lavrushka and Alpatych. Lavrushka, however, ran up to Karp and seized him by the arms from behind. "Shall I call up our men from beyond the hill?" he called out. Alpatych turned to the peasants and ordered two of them by name to come and bind Karp. The men obediently came out of the crowd and began taking off their belts. "Where's the elder?" demanded Rostov in a loud voice. With a pale and frowning face, Dron stepped out of the crowd. "Are you the elder? Bind him, Lavrushka!" shouted Rostov, as if that order, too, could not possibly meet with any opposition. And in fact, two more peasants began binding Dron, who took off his own belt and handed it to them, as if to help them. "And you all listen to me," said Rostov to the peasants. "Be off to your houses at once, and don't let one of your voices be heard." "Why, we've not done any harm. We did it just out of foolishness. It's all nonsense. I said then that it was not in order." Voices were heard bickering with one another. "There, what did I say?" said Alpatych, coming into his own again. "It's wrong, lads." "All our stupidity, Yakov Alpatych," came the answers, and the crowd began at once to disperse through the village. The two bound men were led off to the master's house. The two drunken peasants followed them. "Aye, when I look at you," said one of them to Karp. "How can one talk to the masters like that? What were you thinking of, you fool?" added the other. "A real fool." 2 hours later, the carts were standing in the courtyard of the Bogusharovo house. The peasants were briskly carrying out the proprietor's goods and packing them on the carts, and Dron, liberated at Princess Mary's wish from the cupboard where he had been confined, was standing in the yard directing the men. Don't put it in so carelessly, said one of the peasants, a man with a round smiling face taking a casket from a housemaid. You know it has cost money. How can you chuck it in like that or shove it under the cord where it'll get rubbed? I don't like that way of doing things. Let it all be done properly, according to rule. Look here, put it under the based matting and cover it with hay, that's the way. Books, books, said another peasant, bringing out Prince Andrew's library cupboards. Don't catch up against it. It's heavy, lads, solid books. Yes, they worked all day and didn't play, remarked the tall, round-faced peasant gravely, pointing with a significant wink at the dictionaries that were on the top. Unwilling to intrude on the princess, Rostov did not go back to the house but remained in the village awaiting her departure. When her carriage drove out of the house, he mounted and accompanied her 8 miles from Bogusharovo to where the road was occupied by our troops. At the inn at Yankovo, he respectfully took leave of her, for the first time permitting himself to kiss her hand. "How can you speak so?" he blushingly replied to Princess Mary's expressions of gratitude for her deliverance, as she termed what had occurred. "Any police officer would have done as much. If we had had only peasants to fight, we should not have let the enemy come so far," said he with a sense of shame and wishing to change the subject. "I am only happy to have had the opportunity of making your acquaintance. Goodbye, Princess. I wish you happiness and consolation and hope to meet you again in happier circumstances. If you don't want to make me blush, please don't thank me." But the princess, if she did not again thank him in words, thanked him with the whole expression of her face, radiant with gratitude and tenderness. She could not believe that there was nothing to thank him for. On the contrary, it seemed to her certain that had he not been there she would have perished at the hands of the mutineers and of the French, and that he had exposed himself to terrible and obvious danger to save her. And even more certain was it that he was a man of lofty and noble soul, able to understand her position and her sorrow. His kind, honest eyes, with the tears rising in them when she herself had begun to cry as she spoke of her loss, did not leave her memory. When she had taken leave of him and remained alone, she suddenly felt her eyes filling with tears, and then not for the first time the strange question presented itself to her. Did she love him? On the rest of the way to Moscow, though the princess' position was not a cheerful one, Dunyasha, who went with her in the carriage, more than once noticed that her mistress leaned out of the window and smiled at something with an expression of mingled joy and sorrow. "Well, supposing I do love him," thought Princess Mary. Ashamed as she was of acknowledging to herself that she had fallen in love with a man who would perhaps never love her, she comforted herself with the thought that no one would ever know it, and that she would not be to blame if, without ever speaking of it to anyone, she continued to the end of her life to love the man with whom she had fallen in love for the first and last time in her life. Sometimes when she recalled his looks, his sympathy, and his words, happiness did not appear impossible to her. It was at those moments that Dunyasha noticed her smiling as she looked out of the carriage window. Was it not fate that brought him to Bogusharovo, and at that very moment, thought Princess Mary, and that caused his sister to refuse my brother? And in all this, Princess Mary saw the hand of Providence. The impression the princess made on Rostov was a very agreeable one. To remember her gave him pleasure, and when his comrades, hearing of his adventure at Bogucharovo, rallied him on having gone to look for hay and having picked up one of the wealthiest heiresses in Russia, he grew angry. It made him angry just because the idea of marrying the gentle Princess Mary, who was attractive to him and had an enormous fortune, had against his will more than once entered his head. For himself personally, Nicholas could not wish for a better wife. By marrying her, he would make the Countess his mother happy, would be able to put his father's affairs in order, and would even, he felt it, ensure Princess Mary's happiness. But Sonia and his plighted word, that was why Rostov grew angry when he was rallied about Princess Bolkonskaya. Now we begin Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Prince Andrew goes to headquarters and meets Denisov, who wants guerrilla troops to break the French line of communication. Kutuzov's reception of them. He transacts business. On receiving command of the armies, Kutuzov remembered Prince Andrew and sent an order for him to report at headquarters. Prince Andrew arrived at Sarajevo Zaimischche on the very day and at the very hour that Kutuzov was reviewing the troops for the first time. He stopped in the village at the priest's house, in front of which stood the commander-in-chief's carriage, and he sat down on the bench at the gate awaiting His Serene Highness, as everyone now called Kutuzov. From the field beyond the village came now sounds of regimental music and now the roar of many voices shouting, "Hurrah!" to the new commander-in-chief. 2 orderlies, a courier, and a major domo stood nearby, some 10 paces from Prince Andrew, enjoying Kutuzov's absence and the fine weather. A short, swarthy lieutenant colonel of hussars with thick mustaches and whiskers rode up to the gate and, glancing at Prince Andrew, inquired whether His Serene Highness was staying there and whether he would soon be back. Prince Andrew replied that he was not on His Serene Highness's staff, but was himself a new arrival. The lieutenant colonel turned to a smart orderly, who, with the peculiar contempt with which a commander-in-chief's orderly speaks to officers, replied, "What? His Serene Highness? I expect he'll be here soon. What do you want?" The lieutenant colonel of hussars smiled beneath his mustache at the orderly's tone, dismounted, gave his horse to a dispatch runner, and approached Bolkonsky with a slight bow. Bolkonsky made room for him on the bench, and the lieutenant colonel sat down beside him. "You're also waiting for the commander-in-chief?" said he. "They say he receives everyone. Thank God, it's awful with those sausage-eaters. Ermolov had reason to ask to be promoted to be a German. Now perhaps Russians will get a look in. As it was, devil only knows what was happening. We kept retreating and retreating. Did you take part in the campaign?" he asked. "I had the pleasure," replied Prince Andrew, "not only of taking part in the retreat, but of losing in that retreat all I held dear, not to mention the estate and home of my birth, my father, who died of grief. I belong to the province of Smolensk." "Ah, you're Prince Bolkonsky? Very glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Denisov, better known as Vaska," said Denisov, pressing Prince Andrew's hand and looking into his face with a particularly kindly attention. "Yes, I heard," said he sympathetically, and after a short pause added, "Yes, it's Scythian warfare. It's all very well, only not for those who get it in the neck. So you are Prince Andrew Bolkonsky?" He swayed his head. "Very pleased, Prince, to make your acquaintance," he repeated again, smiling sadly, and he again pressed Prince Andrew's hand. Prince Andrew knew Denisov from what Natasha had told him of her first suitor. This memory carried him sadly and sweetly back to those painful feelings of which he had not thought lately, but which still found a place in his soul. Of late he had received so many new and very serious impressions, such as the retreat from Smolensk, his visit to Bald Hills, and the recent news of his father's death, and had experienced so many emotions, that for a long time past those memories had not entered his mind, and now that they did not act on him with nearly their former strength. For Denisov, too, the memories awakened by the name of Bolkonsky belonged to a distant, romantic past, when after supper and after Natasha's singing, he had proposed to a little girl of 15 without realizing what he was doing. He smiled at the recollection of that time and of his love for Natasha, and passed at once to what now interested him passionately and exclusively. This was a plan of campaign he had devised while serving at the outposts during the retreat. He had proposed that plan to Barclay de Tolly and now wished to propose it to Kutuzov. The plan was based on the fact that the French line of operation was too extended, and it proposed that instead of, or concurrently with, action on the front to bar the advance of the French, we should attack their line of communication. He began explaining his plan to Prince Andrew. "They can't hold all that line. It's impossible. I will undertake to break through. Give me 500 men and I will break the line. That's certain. There's only one way, guerrilla warfare." Denisov rose and began gesticulating as he explained his plan to Bolkonsky. In the midst of his explanation, shouts were heard from the army, growing more incoherent and more diffused, mingling with music and songs and coming from the field where the review was held. Sounds of hoofs and shouts were nearing the village. "He's coming! He's coming!" shouted a Cossack standing at the gate. Bolkonsky and Denisov moved to the gate, at which a knot of soldiers, a guard of honor, was standing, and they saw Kutuzov coming down the street mounted on a rather small sorrel horse. A huge suite of generals rode behind him. Barclay was riding almost beside him, and a crowd of officers ran after and around them shouting, "Hurrah!" His adjutants galloped into the yard before him. Kutuzov was impatiently urging on his horse, which ambled smoothly under his weight, and he raised his hand to his white horse guard's cap with a red band and no peak, nodding his head continually. When he came up to the guard of honor, a fine set of grenadiers, mostly wearing decorations, who were giving him the salute, he looked at them silently and attentively for nearly a minute with the steady gaze of a commander, and then turned to the crowd of generals and officers surrounding him. Suddenly his face assumed a subtle expression. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity. "And with such fine fellows to retreat and retreat. Well, goodbye, General," he added, and rode into the yard past Prince Andrew and Denisov. "Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" shouted those behind him. Since Prince Andrew had last seen him, Kutuzov had grown still more corpulent, flaccid, and fat. But the bleached eyeball, the scar, and the familiar weariness of his expression were still the same. He was wearing the white horse guard's cap and a military overcoat with a whip hanging over his shoulder by a thin strap. He sat heavily and swayed limply on his brisk little horse. "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" he whistled just audibly as he rode into the yard. His face expressed the relief of relaxed strain felt by a man who means to rest after a ceremony. He drew his left foot out of the stirrup, and lurching with his whole body and puckering his face with the effort, raised it with difficulty onto the saddle, leaned on his knee, groaned, and slipped down into the arms of the Cossacks and adjutants who stood ready to assist him. He pulled himself together, looked round, screwing up his eyes, glanced at Prince Andrew, and evidently not recognizing him, moved with his waddling gait to the porch. "Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!" he whistled, and again glanced at Prince Andrew. As often occurs with old men, it was only after some seconds that the impression produced by Prince Andrew's face linked itself up with Kutuzov's remembrance of his personality. "Ah, how do you do, my dear prince? How do you do, my dear boy? Come along," said he, glancing wearily round, and he stepped onto the porch which creaked under his weight. He unbuttoned his coat and sat down on a bench in the porch. "And how's your father?" "I received news of his death yesterday," replied Prince Andrew abruptly. Kutuzov looked at him with eyes wide open with dismay and then took off his cap and crossed himself. "May the kingdom of heaven be his! God's will be done to us all!" He sighed deeply, his whole chest heaving, and was silent for a while. "I loved him and respected him, and sympathize with you with all my heart." He embraced Prince Andrew, pressing him to his fat breast, and for some time did not let him go. When he released him, Prince Andrew saw that Kutuzov's flabby lips were trembling and that tears were in his eyes. He sighed and pressed on the bench with both hands to raise himself. Come with me, we'll have a talk," said he. But at that moment, Denisov, no more intimidated by his superiors than by the enemy, came with jingling spurs up the steps of the porch, despite the angry whispers of the adjutants who tried to stop him. Kutuzov, his hands still pressed on the seat, glanced at him glumly. Denisov, having given his name, announced that he had to communicate to His Serene Highness a matter of great importance for their country's welfare. Kutuzov looked wearily at him and, lifting his hands with a gesture of annoyance, folded them across his stomach, repeating the words, "For our country's welfare? Well, what is it? Speak." Denisov blushed like a girl. It was strange to see the color rise in that shaggy, bibulous, time-worn face, and boldly began to expound his plan of cutting the enemy's lines of communication between Smolensk and Vyazma. Denisov came from those parts and knew the country well. His plan seemed decidedly a good one, especially from the strength of conviction with which he spoke. Kutuzov looked down at his own legs, occasionally glancing at the door of the adjoining hut, as if expecting something unpleasant to emerge from it. And from that hut, while Denisov was speaking, a general with a portfolio under his arm really did appear. What? Said Kutuzov in the midst of Denisov's explanations. Are you ready so soon? Ready, Your Serene Highness, replied the general. Kutuzov swayed his head, as much as to say, how is one man to deal with it all? And again listened to Denisov. I give my word of honor as a Russian officer, said Denisov, that I can break Napoleon's line of communication. What relation are you to Intendant General Kirill Andreevich Denisov? Asked Kutuzov, interrupting him. He is my uncle, Your Serene Highness. Ah, we were friends, said Kutuzov cheerfully. All right, friend. Stay here at the staff and tomorrow we'll have a talk. With a nod to Denisov, he turned away and put out his hand for the papers Konovnitsyn had brought him. Would not Your Serene Highness like to come inside? Said the general on duty in a discontented voice. The plans must be examined and several papers have to be signed. An adjutant came out and announced that everything was in readiness within, but Kutuzov evidently did not wish to enter that room until he was disengaged. He made a grimace. No, tell them to bring a small table out here, my dear boy. I'll look at them here, said he. Don't go away, he added, turning to Prince Andrew, who remained in the porch and listened to the general's report. While this was being given, Prince Andrew heard the whisper of a woman's voice and the rustle of a silk dress behind the door. Several times on glancing that way, he noticed behind that door a plump, rosy, handsome woman in a pink dress with a lilac silk kerchief on her head, holding a dish and evidently awaiting the entrance of the commander-in-chief. Kutuzov's adjutant whispered to Prince Andrew that this was the wife of the priest whose home it was, and that she intended to offer His Serene Highness bread and salt. Her husband has welcomed His Serene Highness with the cross at the church, and she intends to welcome him in the house. She's very pretty, added the adjutant with a smile. At those words, Kutuzov looked round. He was listening to the general's report, which consisted chiefly of a criticism of the position at Sarajevo-Zaymishche, as he had listened to Denisov, and as 7 years previously, he had listened to the discussion at the Austerlitz Council of War. He evidently listened only because he had ears which, though there was a piece of tow in one of them, could not help hearing. But it was evident that nothing the general could say would surprise or even interest him, that he knew all that would be said beforehand, and heard it all only because he had to, as one has to listen to the chanting of a service of prayer. All that Denisov had said was clever and to the point. What the general was saying was even more clever and to the point, but it was evident that Kutuzov despised knowledge and cleverness and knew of something else that would decide the matter, something independent of cleverness and knowledge. Prince Andrew watched the commander-in-chief's face attentively, and the only expression he could see there was one of boredom, curiosity as to the meaning of the feminine whispering behind the door, and a desire to observe propriety. It was evident that Kutuzov despised cleverness and learning, and even the patriotic feeling shown by Denisov, but he despised them not because of his own intellect, feelings, or knowledge. He did not try to display any of these, but because of something else. He despised them because of his old age and experience of life. The only instruction Kutuzov gave of his own accord during that report referred to looting by the Russian troops. At the end of the report, the general put before him for signature a paper relating to the recovery of payment from army commanders for green oats mown down by the soldiers when landowners lodged petitions for compensation. After hearing the matter, Kutuzov smacked his lips together and shook his head. Into the stove, into the fire with it. I tell you once for all, my dear fellow, said he, into the fire with all such things. Let them cut the crops and burn wood to their heart's content. I don't order it or allow it, but I don't exact compensation either. One can't get on without it. When wood is chopped, the chips will fly. He looked at the paper again. Oh, this German precision, he muttered, shaking his head. Let's begin Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The priest's wife offers Kutuzov bread and salt. He has a further talk with Prince Andrew, who declines a place on the staff. Patience and time. Prince Andrew's confidence in Kutuzov. Well, that's all, said Kutuzov as he signed the last of the documents. Rising heavily and smoothing out the folds in his fat white neck, He moved toward the door with a more cheerful expression. The priest's wife, flushing rosy red, caught up the dish she had, after all, not managed to present at the right moment, though she had been preparing for it for so long. With a low bow, she offered it to Kutuzov. He screwed up his eyes, smiled, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, "Ah, what a beauty! Thank you, sweetheart." He took some gold pieces from his trouser pocket and put them on the dish for her. "Well, my dear, and how are we getting on?" he asked, moving to the door of the room assigned to him. The priest's wife smiled, and with dimples in her rosy cheeks, followed him into the room. The adjutant came out to the porch and asked Prince Andrew to lunch with him. Half an hour later, Prince Andrew was again called to Kutuzov. He found him reclining in an armchair, still in the same unbuttoned overcoat. He had in his hand a French book which he closed as Prince Andrew entered, marking the place with a knife. Prince Andrew saw by the cover that it was a book by Madame de Genlis called Le Chevalier du Cygne. "Well, sit down here, let's have a talk," said Kutuzov. "It's sad, very sad. But remember, my dear fellow, that I am a father to you, a second father." Prince Andrew told Kutuzov all he knew of his father's death, and what he had seen at Bald Hills when he passed through it. What they have brought us to!" Kutuzov suddenly cried in an agitated voice, evidently picturing vividly to himself from Prince Andrew's story the condition Russia was in. "But give me time, he said with a grim look, evidently not wishing to continue this agitating conversation, and added, "I sent for you to keep you with me." "I thank your Serene Highness, but I fear I am no longer fit for the staff," replied Prince Andrew with a smile which Kutuzov noticed. Kutuzov glanced inquiringly at him. "But above all," added Prince Andrew, "I have grown used to my regiment, am fond of the officers, and I fancy the men also like me. I should be sorry to leave the regiment. If I decline the honor of being with you, believe me." A shrewd, kindly, yet subtly derisive expression lit up Kutuzov's podgy face. He cut Bolkonsky short. "I am sorry, for I need you. But you're right. It's not here that men are needed. Advisors are always plentiful, but men are not. The regiments would not be what they are if the would-be advisors served there as you do. I remember you at Austerlitz. I remember you with the standard," said Kutuzov, and a flush of pleasure suffused Prince Andrew's face at this recollection. Taking his hand and drawing him downwards, Kutuzov offered his cheek to be kissed, and again Prince Andrew noticed tears in the old man's eyes. Though Prince Andrew knew that Kutuzov's tears came easily, and that he was particularly tender to and considerate of him from a wish to show sympathy with his loss, yet this reminder of Austerlitz was both pleasant and flattering to him. "Go your way, and God be with you. I know your path is the path of honor." He paused. "I missed you at Bucharest, but I needed someone to send." And changing the subject, Kutuzov began to speak of the Turkish war and the peace that had been concluded. "Yes, I have been much blamed," he said, "both for that war and the peace, but everything came at the right time. Everything comes in time to him who knows how to wait. And there were as many advisors there as here," he went on, returning to the subject of advisors, which evidently occupied him. "Ah, those advisors," said he. "If we had listened to them all, we should not have made peace with Turkey, and should not have been through with that war. Everything in haste, but more haste, less speed. Kamensky would have been lost if he had not died. He stormed fortresses with 30,000 men. It is not difficult to capture a fortress, but it is difficult to win a campaign. For that, not storming and attacking, but patience and time are wanted. Kamensky sent soldiers to Rustchuk, but I only employed these two things and took more fortresses than Kamensky, and made them Turks eat horseflesh." He swayed his head. "And the French shall too, believe me," he went on, growing warmer and beating his chest. "I'll make them eat horseflesh." And tears again dimmed his eyes. "But shan't we have to accept battle?" remarked Prince Andrew. "We shall if everybody wants it. It can't be helped. But believe me, my dear boy, there is nothing stronger than those two. Patience and time, they will do it all. But the advisors don't see it that way, that's the trouble. Some want a thing, others don't. What's one to do?" he asked, evidently expecting an answer. "Well, what do you want us to do?" he repeated. and his eyes shone with a deep, shrewd look. "I'll tell you what to do," he continued, as Prince Andrew still did not reply. "I will tell you what to do and what I do. When in doubt, my dear fellow," he paused. "Do nothing," he articulated the French proverb deliberately. "Well, goodbye, my dear fellow. Remember that with all my heart I share your sorrow, and that for you I am not a serene highness, nor a prince, nor a commander-in-chief, but a father. If you want anything, come straight to me. Goodbye, my dear boy." Again, he embraced and kissed Prince Andrew, but before the latter had left the room, Kutuzov gave a sigh of relief and went on with his unfinished novel by Madame de Genlis. Prince Andrew could not have explained how or why it was, but after that interview with Kutuzov, he went back to his regiment, reassured as to the general course of affairs and as to the man to whom it had been entrusted. The more he realized the absence of all personal motive in that old man, in whom there seemed to remain only the habit of passions, and in place of an intellect, only the capacity to calmly contemplate the course of events, the more reassured he was that everything would be as it should. He will not bring in any plan of his own. He will not devise or undertake anything, thought Prince Andrew. But he will hear everything, remember everything, and put everything in its place. He will not hinder anything useful nor allow anything harmful. He understands that there is something stronger and more important than his own will, the inevitable course of events, and he can see them and grasp their significance, and seeing that significance can refrain from meddling and renounce his personal wish directed to something else. And above all, thought Prince Andrew, one believes in him because he's Russian, despite the novel by Genlis and the French proverbs, and because his voice shook when he said, "What they have brought us to," and had a sob in it when he said he would make them eat horseflesh. On such feelings, more or less dimly shared by all, the unanimity and general approval were founded with which, despite court influences, the popular choice of Kutuzov as commander-in-chief was received. Now we move to Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Moscow after the Emperor's visit. Rostopchin's broadsheets, Julie's farewell soirée, forfeits for speaking French. Pierre hears of Princess Mary's arrival in Moscow. After the Emperor had left Moscow, life there flowed on in its usual course. Its course was so very usual that it was difficult to remember the recent days of patriotic elation and ardor. Hard to believe that Russia was really in danger, and that the members of the English club were also sons of the fatherland, ready to sacrifice everything for it. The one thing that recalled the patriotic fervor everyone had displayed during the Emperor's stay was the call for contributions of men and money. This necessity, as soon as the promises had been made, assumed a legal, official form and became unavoidable. With the enemy's approach to Moscow, the Muscovites' view of their situation did not grow more serious. On the contrary, it became even more frivolous, as always happens with people who see a great danger approaching. At the approach of danger, there are always two voices that speak with equal power in the human soul. One very reasonably tells a man to consider the nature of the danger and the means of escaping it. The other, still more reasonably, says that it is too depressing and painful to think of the danger, since it is not in man's power to foresee everything and avert the general course of events, and it is therefore better to disregard what is painful until it comes, and to think about what is pleasant. In solitude, a man generally listens to the first voice, but in society, to the second. So it was now with the inhabitants of Moscow. It was long since people had been as gay in Moscow as that year. Rostopchin's broadsheets, which were read and discussed along with the latest poems, featured a Moscow burgher named Karpushka Shigarin. Karpushka, a militiaman who had had a bit too much to drink, heard that Napoleon wished to come to Moscow. He grew angry, cursed the French in very bad language, came out of the drink shop, and began to address the assembled people. In the corner room at the club, members gathered to read these broadsheets. Some liked the way Karpushka jeered at the French, saying, "They will swell up with Russian cabbage, burst with our buckwheat porridge, and choke themselves with cabbage soup. They are all dwarfs, and one peasant woman will toss 3 of them with a hay fork." Others did not like that tone and said it was stupid and vulgar. It was said that Rostopchin had expelled all Frenchmen and even all foreigners from Moscow, and that there had been some spies and agents of Napoleon among them. But this was told chiefly to introduce Rostopchin's witty remark on that occasion. The foreigners were deported to Nizhny by boat, and Rostopchin had said to them in French, "Think it over, get into the bark, and take care not to make it a bark of Sharon." There was talk of all the government offices having been already removed from Moscow, and to this Shinshin's witticism was added, that for that alone Moscow ought to be grateful to Napoleon. It was said that Mamanov's regiment would cost him 800,000 rubles, and that Bezukov had spent even more on his. But that the best thing about Bezukov's action was that he himself was going to put on a uniform and ride at the head of his regiment without charging anything for the show. "You don't spare anyone," said Julie Drubetskaya as she collected and pressed together a bunch of raveled lint with her thin, beringed fingers. Julie was preparing to leave Moscow the next day and was giving a farewell party. "Bezukov is absurd," she continued, "but he is so kind and good-natured. What pleasure is there to be so caustic?" "A forfeit," cried a young man in militia uniform whom Julie called my knight, and who was going with her to Nizhny. In Julie's set, as in many other circles in Moscow, it had been agreed that they would speak nothing but Russian, and that those who made a slip and spoke French should pay fines to the Committee of Voluntary Contributions. "Another forfeit for a Gallicism," said a Russian writer who was present. "What pleasure is there to be is not Russian." "You spare no one," continued Julie to the young man without heeding the author's remark. "For caustic, I am guilty and will pay, and I am prepared to pay again for the pleasure of telling you the truth. For Gallicisms I won't be responsible," she remarked, turning to the author. "I have neither the money nor the time, like Prince Golitsyn, to engage a master to teach me Russian." "Ah, here he is," she added. "No, no," she said to the militia officer, "you won't catch me. Speak of the sun and you see its rays." And she smiled amiably at Pierre. "We were just talking of you," she said with the facility in lying natural to a society woman. "We were saying that your regiment would be sure to be better than Mamonov's." "Oh, don't talk to me of my regiment," replied Pierre, kissing his hostess's hand and taking a seat beside her. "I am so sick of it." "You will, of course, command it yourself?" said Julie, directing a sly, sarcastic glance toward the militia officer. The latter, in Pierre's presence, had ceased to be caustic, and his face expressed perplexity as to what Julie's smile might mean. In spite of his absent-mindedness and good nature, Pierre's personality immediately checked any attempt to ridicule him to his face. "No," said Pierre with a laughing glance at his big, stout body. "I should make too good a target for the French. Besides, I am afraid I should hardly be able to climb onto a horse." Among those whom Julie's guests happened to choose to gossip about were the Rostovs. "I hear that their affairs are in a very bad way," said Julie. "And he is so unreasonable, the Count himself, I mean. The Razumovskys wanted to buy his house and his estate near Moscow, but it drags on and on. He asks too much." "No, I think the sale will come off in a few days," said someone, "though it is madness to buy anything in Moscow now." "Why?" asked Julie. "You don't think Moscow is in danger? Then why are you leaving?" "Aye, what a question! I am going because everyone is going, and besides, I am not Joan of Arc or an Amazon." "Well, of course, let me have some more strips of linen." "If he manages the business properly, he will be able to pay off all his debts," said the militia officer, speaking of Rostov. "A kindly old man, but not up to much. And why do they stay on so long in Moscow? They meant to leave for the country long ago. Natalie is quite well again now, isn't she?" Julie asked Pierre with a knowing smile. "They are waiting for their younger son," Pierre replied. "He joined Obolensky's Cossacks and went to Belaya Tsarkov, where the regiment is being formed. But now they have had him transferred to my regiment and are expecting him every day. The Count wanted to leave long ago, but the Countess won't on any account leave Moscow till her son returns. I met them the day before yesterday at the Arkarovs. Natalie has recovered her looks and is brighter. She sang a song, 'How easily some people get over everything.'" Get over what? Inquired Pierre, looking displeased. Julie smiled. You know, Count, such knights as you are only found in Madame de Souza's novels. What knights? What do you mean? Demanded Pierre, blushing. Oh, come, my dear Count, it is the talk of all Moscow. My word, I admire you. Forfeit, forfeit, cried the militia officer. All right, one can't talk. How tiresome. What is the talk of all Moscow? Pierre asked angrily, rising to his feet. Come now, Count, you know. I don't know anything about it, said Pierre. I know you were friendly with Natalie and so, but I was always more friendly with Vera, that dear Vera. No, madame, Pierre continued in a tone of displeasure. I have not taken on myself the role of Natalie Rostova's knight at all, and have not been to their house for nearly a month, but I cannot understand the cruelty. Who excuses himself, accuses himself, said Julie, smiling and waving the lint triumphantly, and to have the last word, she promptly changed the subject. Do you know what I heard today? Poor Mary Bolkonskaya arrived in Moscow yesterday. Do you know that she has lost her father? Really? Where is she? I should like very much to see her, said Pierre. I spent the evening with her yesterday. She is going to their estate near Moscow either today or tomorrow morning with her nephew. Well, and how is she? Asked Pierre. She is well, but sad. But do you know who rescued her? It is quite a romance. Nicholas Rostov. She was surrounded, and they wanted to kill her and had wounded some of her people. He rushed in and saved her. Another romance, said the militia officer. Really, this general flight has been arranged to get all the old maids married off. Katich is one and Princess Bolkonskaya another. Do you know, I really believe she is a little bit in love with the young man. Forfeit, forfeit, forfeit! But how could one say that in Russian? We now proceed to Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Rostopchin's Broadsheets, Pierre and the Eldest Princess, Lepich Balloon, a public flogging, Pierre leaves Moscow for the army. When Pierre returned home, he was handed 2 of Rostopchin's broadsheets that had been brought that day. The first declared that the report that Count Rostopchin had forbidden people to leave Moscow was false. On the contrary, he was glad that ladies and tradesmen's wives were leaving the city. There will be less panic and less gossip, ran the broadsheet, but I will stake my life on it that scoundrel will not enter Moscow. These words showed Pierre clearly for the first time that the French would enter Moscow. The second broadsheet stated that our headquarters were at Vyazma, that Count Wittgenstein had defeated the French, but that as many of the inhabitants of Moscow wished to be armed, weapons were ready for them at the arsenal, sabers, pistols, and muskets, which could be had at a low price. The tone of the proclamation was not as light-hearted as in the former Chigorin talks. Pierre pondered over these broadsheets. Evidently the terrible storm cloud he had desired with the whole strength of his soul, but which yet aroused involuntary horror in him, was drawing near. Shall I join the army and enter the service, or wait? He asked himself for the 100th time. He took a pack of cards that lay on the table and began to lay them out for a game of patience. If this patience comes out, he said to himself after shuffling the cards, holding them in his hand and lifting his head, if it comes out, it means, what does it mean? He had not decided what it should mean when he heard the voice of the eldest princess at the door, asking whether she might come in. Then it will mean that I must go to the army, said Pierre to himself. Come in, he added to the princess. Only the eldest princess, the one with the stony face and long waist, was still living in Pierre's house. The 2 younger ones had both married. Excuse my coming to you, cousin, she said in a reproachful and agitated voice. You know some decision must be come to. What is going to happen? Everyone has left Moscow and the people are rioting. How is it that we are staying on? On the contrary, things seem satisfactory, my cousin, said Pierre in the bantering tone he habitually adopted toward her, always feeling uncomfortable in the role of her benefactor. Satisfactory indeed, very satisfactory. Barbara Ivanovna told me today how our troops are distinguishing themselves. It certainly does them credit. And the people too are quite mutinous. They no longer obey. Even my maid has taken to being rude. At this rate they will soon begin beating us. One can't walk in the streets. But above all, the French will be here any day now, so what are we waiting for? I ask just one thing of you, cousin, she went on. Arrange for me to be taken to Petersburg. Whatever I may be, I can't live under Bonaparte's rule. Oh, come, my cousin, where do you get your information from? On the contrary, I won't submit to your Napoleon. Others may if they please, if you don't want to do this. But I'll give the order at once. The princess was apparently vexed at not having anyone to be angry with. Muttering to herself, she sat down on a chair. But you have been misinformed, said Pierre. Everything is quiet in the city and there is not the slightest danger. See, I've just been reading. He showed her the broadsheet. Count Rostopchin writes that he will stake his life on it that the enemy will not enter Moscow. Oh, that count of yours, said the princess malevolently. He is a hypocrite, a rascal who has himself roused the people to riot. Didn't he write in those idiotic broadsheets that anyone, whoever it might be, should be dragged to the lockup by his hair? How silly. And honor and glory to whoever captures him, he says. This is what his cajolery has brought us to. Barbara Ivanovna told me the mob nearly killed her because she said something in French. Oh, but it's so, you take everything so to heart, said Pierre, and began laying out his cards for patience. Although that patience did come out, Pierre did not join the army, but remained in deserted Moscow, ever in the same state of agitation, irresolution, and alarm, yet at the same time joyfully expecting something terrible. The next day toward evening, the princess set off, and Pierre's head steward came to inform him that the money needed for the equipment of his regiment could not be found without selling one of the estates. In general, the head steward made out to Pierre that his project of raising a regiment would ruin him. Pierre listened to him, scarcely able to repress a smile. Well then, sell it, he said. What's to be done? I can't draw back now. The worse everything became, especially his own affairs, the better was Pierre pleased, and the more evident was it that the catastrophe he expected was approaching. Hardly anyone he knew was left in town. Julie had gone, and so had Princess Mary. Of his intimate friends, only the Rostovs remained, but he did not go to see them. To distract his thoughts, he drove that day to the village of Vorontsov to see the great balloon Lepich was constructing to destroy the foe, and a trial balloon that was to go up the next day. The balloon was not yet ready, but Pierre learned that it was being constructed by the Emperor's desire. The Emperor had written to Count Rostopchin as follows. As soon as Lepich is ready, get together a crew of reliable and intelligent men for his car and send a courier to General Kutuzov to let him know. I have informed him of the matter. Please impress upon Lepich to be very careful where he descends for the first time, that he may not make a mistake and fall into the enemy's hands. It is essential for him to combine his movements with those of the commander-in-chief. On his way home from Vorontsov, as he was passing the Bolotno place, Pierre saw a large crowd around the Lobno place, and he stopped and got out of his trap. A French cook accused of being a spy was being flogged. The flogging was only just over, and the executioner was releasing from the flogging bench a stout man with red whiskers, in blue stockings and a green jacket, who was moaning piteously. Another criminal, thin and pale, stood near. Judging by their faces, they were both Frenchmen. With a frightened and suffering look resembling that on the thin Frenchman's face, Pierre pushed his way in through the crowd. "What is it? Who is it? What is it for?" he kept asking. But the attention of the crowd, officials, burghers, shopkeepers, peasants, and women, was so eagerly centered on what was happening that no one answered him. The stout man rose, frowned, shrugged his shoulders, and evidently trying to appear firm, began to pull on his jacket without looking about him. But suddenly his lips trembled and he began to cry, in the way full-blooded grown-up men cry, though angry with himself for doing so. In the crowd, people began talking loudly, to stifle their feelings of pity, as it seemed to Pierre. "He's cooked to some prince." "Eh, monsieur, Russian sauce seems to be sour to a Frenchman." "Sets his teeth on edge," said a wrinkled clerk who was standing behind Pierre when the Frenchman began to cry. The clerk glanced round, evidently hoping that his joke would be appreciated. Some people began to laugh, Others continued to watch in dismay the executioner who was undressing the other man. Pierre choked, his face puckered, and he turned hastily away, went back to his trap, muttering something to himself as he went, and took his seat. As they drove along, he shuddered and exclaimed several times so audibly that the coachman asked him, "What is your pleasure?" "Where are you going?" shouted Pierre to the man, who was driving to Lubyanka Street. "To the governor's, as you ordered," answered the coachman. "Fool! Idiot!" shouted Pierre, abusing his coachman, a thing he rarely did. "Home, I told you, and drive faster, blockhead. I must get away this very day," he murmured to himself. At the sight of the tortured Frenchman in the crowd, Pierre had so definitely made up his mind that he could no longer remain in Moscow and would leave for the army that very day. It seemed to him that either he had told the coachman this or that the man ought to have known it for himself. On reaching home, Pierre gave orders to Evstafi, his head coachman who knew everything, could do anything, and was known to all Moscow, that he would leave that night for the army at Mozhaysk, and that his saddle horses should be sent there. This could not all be arranged that day, so on Evstafi's representation, Pierre had to put off his departure until the next day to allow time for the relay horses to be sent on in advance. On the 24th, the weather cleared up after a spell of rain, and after dinner, Pierre left Moscow. When changing horses that night in Perkushkovo, he learned that there had been a great battle that evening. This was the Battle of Shevardino. He was told that there in Perkushkovo, the earth trembled from the firing, but nobody could answer his questions as to who had won. At dawn the next day, Pierre was approaching Mozhaysk. Every house in Mozhaysk had soldiers quartered in it, and at the hostel where Pierre was met by his groom and coachman, there was no room to be had. It was full of officers. Everywhere in Mozhaysk and beyond it, troops were stationed or on the march. Cossacks, foot and horse soldiers, wagons, caissons, and cannon were everywhere. Pierre pushed forward as fast as he could, and the farther he left Moscow behind and the deeper he plunged into that sea of troops, the more he was overcome by restless agitation and a new and joyful feeling he had not experienced before. It was a feeling akin to what he had felt at the Sloboda Palace during the Emperor's visit, a sense of the necessity of undertaking something and sacrificing something. He now experienced a glad consciousness that everything that constitutes men's happiness, the comforts of life, wealth, even life itself, is rubbish. It is pleasant to throw away compared with something. With what? Pierre could not say, and he did not try to determine for whom and for what he felt such particular delight in sacrificing everything. He was not occupied with the question of what to sacrifice for. The fact of sacrificing in itself afforded him a new and joyous sensation. Now for Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Senselessness of the Battle of Borodino and Erroneousness of the historians' accounts of it, where and how it was fought. On the 24th of August, the Battle of the Shevardino Redoubt was fought. On the 25th, not a shot was fired by either side, and on the 26th, the Battle of Borodino itself took place. Why and how were these battles fought? Why was the Battle of Borodino fought at all? There was not the least sense in it for either the French or the Russians. For the Russians, its immediate result was that we were brought nearer to the destruction of Moscow, which we feared more than anything. For the French, its immediate result was that they were brought nearer to the destruction of their whole army, which they feared more than anything. The result should have been quite obvious, and yet Napoleon offered battle, and Kutuzov accepted it. If the commanders had been guided by reason, it would seem that it must have been obvious to Napoleon that by advancing 1,300 miles and fighting a battle where he might lose a quarter of his army, he was marching to certain destruction. And it must have been equally clear to Kutuzov that by accepting battle and risking the loss of a quarter of his army, he would certainly lose Moscow. For Kutuzov, this was as mathematically clear as a game of draughts. If I have one man less and keep exchanging pieces, I will certainly lose. Before the Battle of Borodino, our strength compared to the French was about 5 to 6. But after the battle, it was little more than 1 to 2. Yet the shrewd and experienced Kutuzov accepted the battle. Meanwhile, Napoleon, who was said to be a genius, gave battle, losing a quarter of his army and stretching his lines of communication even more. If it is said that he expected to end the campaign by occupying Moscow, as he had with Vienna, there is much evidence to the contrary. Napoleon's own historians tell us that from Smolensk onwards, he wanted to stop. He knew the danger of his extended position and knew that occupying Moscow would not be the end of the campaign. He had seen at Smolensk the state in which Russian towns were left to him and had not received a single reply to his repeated offers to negotiate. In giving and accepting battle at Borodino, Kutuzov and Napoleon acted involuntarily and irrationally. But later on, to make sense of what had occurred, historians invented cunningly devised evidence of the foresight and genius of the generals who, of all the blind tools of history, were the most enslaved and involuntary. The ancients have left us model heroic poems in which the heroes are the whole interest of the story. We are still unable to accustom ourselves to the fact that for our time, histories of that kind are meaningless. On the other question of how the Battle of Borodino and the preceding one at Shevardino were fought, there also exists a definite and well-known, but quite false idea. All the historians describe the affair as follows. The Russian army, they say, in its retreat from Smolensk, sought out the best position for a general engagement and found such a position at Borodino. The Russians, they say, fortified this position in advance on the left of the high road, almost at a right angle to it, from Borodino to Utitsa, at the very place where the battle was fought. In front of this position, they say, a fortified outpost was set up on the Shevardino mound to observe the enemy. On the 24th, Napoleon attacked this advanced post and took it, and on the 26th attacked the whole Russian army, which was in position on the field of Borodino. So the histories say, and it is all quite wrong, as anyone who cares to look into the matter can easily convince himself. The Russians did not seek out the best position. On the contrary, during the retreat, they passed many positions better than Borodino. They did not stop at any of them, because Kutuzov did not wish to occupy a position he had not chosen himself, because the popular demand for a battle was not yet strong enough, and for many other reasons. The fact is that other positions they had passed were stronger, and that the position at Borodino was no more a position than any other spot you might find in Russia by sticking a pin into the map at random. The Russians did not fortify the position on the field of Borodino where the battle took place. They never, until the 25th of August, 1812, thought that a battle might be fought there. This is shown first by the fact that there were no entrenchments there by the 25th, and those begun on the 25th and 26th were not completed. And secondly, by the position of the Shevardino redoubt. That redoubt was completely senseless in front of the position where the battle was accepted. Why was it more strongly fortified than any other post? And why were all efforts exhausted and 6,000 men sacrificed to defend it until late at night on the 24th? A simple Cossack patrol would have been enough to observe the enemy. Thirdly, as proof that the position was not foreseen, we have the fact that up to the 25th, Barclay de Tolly and Bagration were convinced that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of the position. Even Kutuzov himself, in his report written in a hurry after the battle, speaks of the Shevardino redoubt as the left flank. It was much later that the incorrect statement was invented, probably to justify the mistakes of a commander-in-chief who had to be seen as infallible. The case was evidently this. A position was selected along the river Kolocha. The left flank was at Shevardino, the right flank near the village of Novoy, and the center at Borodino. This position, protected by the river, seems obvious for an army trying to stop an enemy from advancing along the Smolensk road to Moscow. Napoleon, riding to Valuovo on the 24th, did not see the position of the Russians as the history books say he did, because it did not exist. Instead, while pursuing the Russian rearguard, he came upon the left flank of the Russian position, at the Shevardino redoubt, and unexpectedly for the Russians, moved his army across the Kolocha River. The Russians, not having time to begin a general engagement, withdrew their left wing and took up a new position which had not been foreseen and was not fortified. By crossing to the other side of the Kolosha, Napoleon shifted the whole forthcoming battle from right to left and transferred it to the plain between Utitsa, Semenovsk, and Borodino, a plain no more advantageous than any other. And there, the whole battle of the 26th of August took place. If Napoleon had not ordered an immediate attack on the redoubt on the evening of the 24th, no one would have doubted that it was the left flank of our position, and the battle would have taken place where we expected it. But as the attack happened in the evening, the first and chief action of the Battle of Borodino was already lost on the 24th, which obviously led to the loss of the one fought on the 26th. After the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, we found ourselves on the morning of the 25th without a position for our left flank, and were forced to bend it back and hastily entrench it where it happened to be. So, not only was the Russian army on the 26th defended by weak, unfinished entrenchments, but the Russian commanders, not having fully realized what had happened, maintained their extended position. Consequently, they had to move their forces from right to left during the battle. So, throughout the whole battle, the Russians opposed the entire French army launched against our left flank with only half as many men. The Battle of Borodino did not take place at all, as it has been described. The Russians fought the battle on an open and almost unentrenched position, with forces only half as numerous as the French. Under these conditions, it was not merely unthinkable to fight for 10 hours and get an indecisive result, but unthinkable to keep an army from complete disintegration and flight. Here is Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Pierre encounters cavalry advancing and carts of wounded retiring. He talks to an army doctor. Pierre looks for the position occupied by the army. Peasant militia digging entrenchments. On the morning of the 25th, Pierre was leaving Mozhaysk. At the descent of the high, steep hill, where a winding road led out of the town past the cathedral, Pierre got out of his vehicle and walked. A cavalry regiment was coming down the hill behind him, preceded by its singers. Coming up toward him was a train of carts carrying men who had been wounded in the battle the day before. The peasant drivers, shouting and lashing their horses, kept crossing from side to side. The carts, each with 3 or 4 wounded soldiers, jolted over the stones. The wounded, bandaged with rags, with pale cheeks and compressed lips, held on to the sides of the carts. Almost all of them stared with naive, childlike curiosity at Pierre's white hat and green swallowtail coat. Pierre's coachman shouted angrily at the convoy of wounded to keep to one side. The cavalry regiment, descending the hill with its singers, surrounded Pierre's carriage and blocked the road. Pierre stopped, pressed against the side of the cutting in which the road ran. The sun did not penetrate into the cutting, and it was cold and damp, but above Pierre's head was the bright August sunshine, and the bells sounded merrily. One of the carts with wounded stopped close to Pierre. The driver in his bast shoes ran up to it, placed a stone under one of its wheels, and began arranging the harness on his little horse. One of the wounded, an old soldier with a bandaged arm, who was following the cart on foot, caught hold of it with his good hand and turned to look at Pierre. "I say, fellow countrymen, will they set us down here or take us on to Moscow?" he asked. Pierre was so deep in thought that he did not hear the question. He was looking at the cavalry regiment and at the cart by which he was standing, in which 2 wounded men were sitting and one was lying. One of them had probably been wounded in the cheek. His whole head was wrapped in rags, and one cheek was swollen to the size of a baby's head. This soldier was looking at the cathedral and crossing himself. Another, a young, fair-haired recruit, as white as though there was no blood in his thin face, looked at Pierre kindly with a fixed smile. The third lay prone so that his face was not visible. The cavalry singers were passing close by, singing a soldier's dance song. As if responding to them, the metallic sound of the bells reverberated high above, and the hot rays of the sun bathed the top of the opposite slope. But down below, by the cart with the wounded where Pierre stood, it was damp, somber, and sad. The soldier with the swollen cheek looked angrily at the cavalry singers. "Oh, the coxcombs!" he muttered reproachfully. "It's not the soldiers only, but I've seen peasants today too. The peasants, even they have to go. said the soldier behind the cart, addressing Pierre with a sad smile. No distinctions made nowadays. They want the whole nation to fall on them. In a word, it's Moscow. They want to make an end of it. In spite of the obscurity of the soldier's words, Pierre understood what he wanted to say and nodded in approval. The road was clear again. Pierre descended the hill and drove on. He kept looking to either side of the road for familiar faces, but only saw the unfamiliar faces of various military men, who all looked with astonishment at his white hat and green tailcoat. Having gone nearly 3 miles, he at last met an acquaintance. This was one of the head army doctors. He was driving toward Pierre in a covered gig, sitting beside a young surgeon, and on recognizing Pierre, he told the Cossack who was driving to pull up. "Count, Your Excellency, how did you get here?" asked the doctor. "Well, I wanted to see—" Yes, there will be something to see." Pierre got out and talked to the doctor, explaining his intention of taking part in a battle. The doctor advised him to apply directly to Kutuzov. "Why should you be God knows where out of sight during the battle?" he said, exchanging glances with his young companion. "Anyhow, His Serene Highness knows you and will receive you graciously. That's what you must do." The doctor seemed tired and in a hurry. "You think so? I also wanted to ask you where our position is exactly," said Pierre. "The position?" repeated the doctor. "Well, that's not my line. Drive past Tatarinova. A lot of digging is going on there. Go up the hillock and you'll see." "Can one see from there, if you would?" But the doctor interrupted him and moved toward his gig. "I would go with you, but on my honor, I'm up to here," and he pointed to his throat. "I'm galloping to the commander of the corps. How do matters stand? Count, there'll be a battle tomorrow. Out of an army of 100,000, we must expect at least 20,000 wounded, and we haven't stretchers, or bunks, or dressers, or doctors enough for 6,000. We have 10,000 carts, but we need other things as well. We must manage as best we can." The strange thought that of the thousands of men who had stared with merry surprise at his hat, 20,000 were inevitably doomed to wounds and death amazed Pierre. They may die tomorrow. Why are they thinking of anything but death? And by some latent sequence of thought, the descent of the Mozhaisk hill, the carts with the wounded, the ringing bells, the slanting rays of the sun, and the songs of the cavalrymen vividly recurred to his mind. The cavalry ride to battle and meet the wounded, and do not for a moment think of what awaits them, but pass by winking at the wounded. Yet from among these men 20,000 are doomed to die, and they wonder at my hat, strained Pierre, continuing his way to Tatarinova. In front of a landowner's house to the left of the road stood carriages, wagons, and crowds of orderlies and sentinels. The commander-in-chief was staying there, but just when Pierre arrived he was not in, and hardly any of the staff were there. They had gone to the church service. Pierre drove on toward Gorky. When he had ascended the hill and reached the little village street, he saw for the first time peasant militiamen in their white shirts and with crosses on their caps. Talking and laughing loudly, animated and perspiring, they were at work on a huge knoll overgrown with grass to the right of the road. Some of them were digging, others were wheeling barrowloads of earth along planks, while others stood about doing nothing. 2 officers were standing on the knoll, directing the men. On seeing these peasants, who were evidently still amused by the novelty of their position as soldiers, Pierre once more thought of the wounded men at Mozhaisk and understood what the soldier had meant when he said, "They want the whole nation to fall on them." The sight of these bearded peasants at work on the battlefield, with their queer, clumsy boots and perspiring necks, and their shirts opening from the left, unfastened, exposing their sunburned collarbones, impressed Pierre more strongly with the solemnity and importance of the moment than anything he had yet seen or heard. We will now continue with Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Pierre ascends a knoll at Gorky, surveys the scene, and inquires as to the position occupied. A procession carrying the Smolensk Mother of God, the reverence of the crowd and of Kutuzov. Pierre stepped out of his carriage, and passing the toiling militiamen, ascended the knoll from which, according to the doctor, the battlefield could be seen. It was about 11 o'clock. The sun shone somewhat to the left and behind him and brightly lit up the enormous panorama, which, rising like an amphitheater, extended before him in the clear, rarefied atmosphere. From above on the left, bisecting that amphitheater, wound the Smolensk highroad, passing through a village with a white church some 500 paces in front of the knoll and below it. This was Borodino. Below the village, the road crossed the river by a bridge, and winding down and up, rose higher and higher to the village of Valuevo, visible about 4 miles away, where Napoleon was then stationed. Beyond Valuevo, the road disappeared into a yellowing forest on the horizon. Far in the distance, in that birch and fir forest to the right of the road, the cross and belfry of the Kolocha monastery gleamed in the sun. Here and there over the whole of that blue expanse, to right and left of the forest and the road, smoking campfires could be seen and indefinite masses of troops, ours and the enemy's. The ground to the right was broken and hilly. Between the hollows, the villages of Bezubova and Zakharino showed in the distance. On the left, the ground was more level. There were fields of grain, and the smoking ruins of Semenovsk, which had been burned down, could be seen. All that Pierre saw was so indefinite that neither the left nor the right side of the field fully satisfied his expectations. Nowhere could he see the battlefield he had expected to find, but only fields, meadows, troops, woods, the smoke of campfires, villages, mounds, and streams. And try as he would, he could not make out any military position in this place which teemed with life, nor could he even distinguish our troops from the enemy's. I must ask someone who knows, he thought, and addressed an officer who was looking with curiosity at his huge, unmilitary figure. May I ask you, said Pierre, what village that is in front? Berdino, isn't it? Said the officer, turning to his companion. Borodino, the other corrected him. The officer, evidently glad of an opportunity for a talk, moved up to Pierre. Are those our men there? Pierre inquired. Yes, and there, further on, are the French, said the officer. There they are, there. You can see them. Where? Asked Pierre. One can see them with the naked eye. Why there? The officer pointed with his hand to the smoke visible on the left beyond the river, and the same stern and serious expression that Pierre had noticed on many of the faces he had met came into his face. Ah, those are the French, and over there. Pierre pointed to a knoll on the left near which some troops could be seen. Those are ours. Ours, and there? Pierre pointed to another knoll in the distance, with a big tree on it, near a village that lay in a hollow where also some campfires were smoking and something black was visible. That's his again, said the officer. It was the Shevardino redoubt. It was ours yesterday, but now it is his. Then how about our position? Our position? Replied the officer with a smile of satisfaction. I can tell you quite clearly, because I constructed nearly all our entrenchments. There, you see? There's our center at Borodino, just there, and he pointed to the village in front of them with the white church. That's where one crosses the Kolocha. You see down there where the rows of hay are lying in the hollow. There's the bridge. That's our center. Our right flank is over there. He pointed sharply to the right, far away in the broken ground. That's where the Moskva River is, and we have thrown up 3 redoubts there, very strong ones. The left flank. Here the officer paused. Well, you see, that's difficult to explain. Yesterday our left flank was there at Shevardino, you see, where the oak is, but now we have withdrawn our left wing. Now it is over there. Do you see that village and the smoke? That's Semenovsk. Yes, there. He pointed to Raevski's knoll. But the battle will hardly be there. His having moved his troops there is only a ruse. He will probably pass round to the right of the Moskva. But wherever it may be, many a man will be missing tomorrow, he remarked. An elderly sergeant who had approached the officer while he was giving these explanations had waited in silence for him to finish speaking, but at this point, evidently not liking the officer's remark, interrupted him. Gabions must be sent for, said he sternly. The officer appeared abashed, as though he understood that one might think of how many men would be missing tomorrow, but ought not to speak of it. Well, send number 3 company again, the officer replied hurriedly. And you, are you one of the doctors? No, I've come on my own, answered Pierre, and he went down the hill again, passing the militiamen. "Oh, those damned fellows!" muttered the officer who followed him, holding his nose as he ran past the men at work. "There they are, bringing her, coming. There they are! They'll be here in a minute!" voices were suddenly heard saying, and officers, soldiers, and militiamen began running forward along the road. A church procession was coming up the hill from Borodino. First, along the dusty road, came the infantry in ranks, bareheaded and with arms reversed. From behind them came the sound of church singing. Soldiers and militiamen ran bareheaded past Pierre toward the procession. "They are bringing her, our protectress, the Iberian Mother of God," someone cried. "The Smolensk Mother of God," another corrected him. The militiamen, both those who had been in the village and those who had been at work on the battery, threw down their spades and ran to meet the church procession. Following the battalion that marched along the dusty road came priests in their vestments, one little old man in a hood with attendants and singers. Behind them, soldiers and officers bore a large, dark-faced icon with an embossed metal cover. This was the icon that had been brought from Smolensk and had since accompanied the army. Behind, before, and on both sides, crowds of militiamen with bared heads walked, ran, and bowed to the ground. At the summit of the hill, they stopped with the icon. The men who had been holding it up by the linen bands attached to it were relieved by others. The chanters relit their censers, and service began. The hot rays of the sun beat down vertically, and a fresh, soft wind played with the hair of the bared heads and with the ribbons decorating the icon. The singing did not sound loud under the open sky. An immense crowd of bareheaded officers, soldiers, and militiamen surrounded the icon. Behind the priest and a chanter stood the notabilities on a spot reserved for them. A bald general with a St. George's cross on his neck stood just behind the priest's back, and without crossing himself, he was evidently a German, patiently awaited the end of the service, which he considered it necessary to hear to the end, probably to arouse the patriotism of the Russian people. Another general stood in a martial pose, crossing himself by shaking his hand in front of his chest while looking about him. Standing among the crowd of peasants, Pierre recognized several acquaintances among these notables, but did not look at them. His whole attention was absorbed in watching the serious expression on the faces of the crowd of soldiers and militiamen who were all gazing eagerly at the icon. As soon as the tired chanters began lazily and mechanically to sing, "Save from calamity thy servants, O Mother of God," and the priest and deacon chimed in, "For to thee under God we all flee as to an inviolable bulwark and protection," there again kindled in all those faces the same expression of consciousness of the solemnity of the impending moment that Pierre had seen on the faces at the foot of the hill at Mozhaisk and on many other faces he had met that morning. And heads were bowed more frequently and hair tossed back, and sighs and the sound men made as they crossed themselves were heard. The crowd round the icon suddenly parted and pressed against Pierre. Someone, a very important personage, judging by the haste with which way was made for him, was approaching the icon. It was Kutuzov, who had been riding round the position and on his way back to Tatarinova had stopped where the service was being held. Pierre recognized him at once by his peculiar figure, which distinguished him from everybody else. With a long overcoat on his exceedingly stout, round-shouldered body, with uncovered white head and puffy face showing the white ball of the eye he had lost, Kutuzov walked with a plunging, swaying gait into the crowd and stopped behind the priest. He crossed himself with an accustomed movement, bent till he touched the ground with his hand, and bowed his white head with a deep sigh. Behind Kutuzov was Bennigsen and the suite. Despite the presence of the commander-in-chief, who attracted the attention of all the superior officers, the militiamen and soldiers continued their prayers without looking at him. When the service was over, Kutuzov stepped up to the icon, sank heavily to his knees, bowed to the ground, and for a long time tried vainly to rise, but could not do so on account of his weakness and weight. His white head twitched with the effort. At last he rose, kissed the icon as a child does with naively pouting lips, and again bowed till he touched the ground with his hand. The other generals followed his example, then the officers, and after them, with excited faces, pressing on one another, crowding, panting, and pushing, scrambled the soldiers and militiamen. We now continue with Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Boris meets Pierre. Dolokhov makes his way to Kutuzov. Kutuzov notices Pierre. Dolokhov asks Pierre to be reconciled. Staggering amid the crush, Pierre looked about him. "Count Peter Kirillovich, how did you get here?" said a voice. Pierre looked round. Boris Drubetskoy, brushing his knees with his hand, as he had probably soiled them when he knelt before the icon, came up to him smiling. Boris was elegantly dressed, with a slightly martial touch appropriate to a campaign. He wore a long coat and, like Kutuzov, had a whip slung across his shoulder. Meanwhile, Kutuzov had reached the village and seated himself in the shade of the nearest house, on a bench which one Cossack had run to fetch, and another had hastily covered with a rug. An immense and brilliant suite surrounded him. The icon was carried further, accompanied by the throng. Pierre stopped some 30 paces from Kutuzov, talking to Boris. He explained his wish to be present at the battle and to see the position. "This is what you must do," said Boris. "I will do the honors of the camp to you. You will see everything best from where Count Bennigsen will be. I am in attendance on him, you know. I'll mention it to him. But if you want to ride round the position, come along with us. We are just going to the left flank. Then when we get back, do spend the night with me, and we'll arrange a game of cards. Of course you know Dmitri Sergeyevich? Those are his quarters." And he pointed to the third house in the village of Gorky. "But I should like to see the right flank. They say it's very strong," said Pierre. "I should like to start from the Moskva River and ride round the whole position." "Well, you can do that later, but the chief thing is the left flank." Yes, but where is Prince Bolkonsky's regiment? Can you point it out to me?" "Prince Andrew's? We shall pass it and I'll take you to him." "What about the left flank?" asked Pierre. "To tell you the truth, between ourselves, God only knows what state our left flank is in," said Boris confidentially, lowering his voice. "It is not at all what Count Bennigsen intended. He meant to fortify that knoll quite differently. But," Boris shrugged his shoulders, "His Serene Highness would not have it, or someone persuaded him. You see?" But Boris did not finish, for at that moment Kaisarov, Kutuzov's adjutant, came up to Pierre. "Ah, Kaisarov!" said Boris, addressing him with an unembarrassed smile. "I was just trying to explain our position to the Count. It is amazing how His Serene Highness could so foresee the intentions of the French." "You mean the left flank?" asked Kaisarov. "Yes, exactly. The left flank is now extremely strong." Though Kutuzov had dismissed all unnecessary men from the staff, Boris had contrived to remain at headquarters after the changes. He had established himself with Count Bennigsen, who, like all on whom Boris had been in attendance, considered young Prince Drubetskoy an invaluable man. In the higher command, there were two sharply defined parties, Kutuzov's party and that of Bennigsen, the chief of staff. Boris belonged to the latter. While showing servile respect to Kutuzov, he could create an impression that the old fellow was not much good and that Bennigsen managed everything. Now the decisive moment of battle had come, when Kutuzov would be destroyed and the power passed to Bennigsen. Or, even if Kutuzov won the battle, it would be felt that everything was done by Bennigsen. In any case, many great rewards would have to be given for tomorrow's action, and new men would come to the front. So Boris was full of nervous vivacity all day. After Kaisarov, others whom Pierre knew came up to him, and he had not time to reply to all the questions about Moscow that were showered upon him, or to listen to all that was told him. The faces all expressed animation and apprehension. But it seemed to Pierre that the cause of the excitement shown in some of these faces lay chiefly in questions of personal success. His mind, however, was occupied by the different expression he saw on other faces, an expression that spoke not of personal matters but of the universal questions of life and death. Kutuzov noticed Pierre's figure, and the group gathered round him. "Call him to me," said Kutuzov. An adjutant told Pierre of His Serene Highness's wish, and Pierre went toward Kutuzov's bench. But a militiaman got there before him. It was Dolokhov. "How did that fellow get here?" asked Pierre. He's a creature that wriggles in anywhere, was the answer. He has been degraded, you know. Now he wants to bob up again. He's been proposing some scheme or other and has crawled into the enemy's picket line at night. He's a brave fellow. Pierre took off his hat and bowed respectfully to Kutuzov. I concluded that if I reported to your Serene Highness, you might send me away or say that you knew what I was reporting, but then I shouldn't lose anything, Dolokhov was saying. Yes, but if I were right, I should be rendering a service to my fatherland for which I am ready to die. Yes. And should your Serene Highness require a man who will not spare his skin, please think of me. Perhaps I may prove useful to your Serene Highness. Yes, Kutuzov repeated, his laughing eye narrowing more and more as he looked at Pierre. Just then Boris, with his courtier-like adroitness, stepped up to Pierre's side near Kutuzov, and in a most natural manner, without raising his voice, said to Pierre, as though continuing an interrupted conversation, "The militia have put on clean white shirts to be ready to die. What heroism, Count!" Boris evidently said this to Pierre in order to be overheard by his Serene Highness. He knew Kutuzov's attention would be caught by those words, and so it was. "What are you saying about the militia?" he asked Boris. "Preparing for tomorrow, your Serene Highness, for death, they have put on clean shirts." "Ah, a wonderful, a matchless people," said Kutuzov, and he closed his eyes and swayed his head. "A matchless people," he repeated with a sigh. "So you want to smell gunpowder?" he said to Pierre. "Yes, it's a pleasant smell. I have the honor to be one of your wife's adorers. Is she well? My quarters are at your service." And as often happens with old people, Kutuzov began looking about absent-mindedly as if forgetting all he wanted to say or do. Then, evidently remembering what he wanted, he beckoned to Andrew Kaysarov, his adjutant's brother. Those verses of Marin's, how do they go, eh? Those he wrote about Garakov. Recite them, said he, evidently preparing to laugh. Kaysarov recited. Kutuzov smilingly nodded his head to the rhythm of the verses. When Pierre had left Kutuzov, Dolokhov came up to him and took his hand. "I am very glad to meet you here, Count," he said aloud, regardless of the presence of strangers and in a particularly resolute and solemn tone. "On the eve of a day when God alone knows who of us is fated to survive, I am glad of this opportunity to tell you that I regret the misunderstandings that occurred between us and should wish you not to have any ill feeling for me. I beg you to forgive me." Pierre looked at Dolokhov with a smile, not knowing what to say to him. With tears in his eyes, Dolokhov embraced Pierre and kissed him. Boris said a few words to his general, and Count Bennigsen turned to Pierre and proposed that he should ride with him along the line. "It will interest you," said he. "Yes, very much," replied Pierre. Half an hour later, Kutuzov left for Tatarinova, and Bennigsen and his suite, with Pierre among them, set out on their ride along the line. Let's begin Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Pierre rides to the left flank with Bennigsen, who explains the position in a way Pierre does not understand and changes one of Kutuzov's dispositions. From Gorky, Bennigsen descended the high road to the bridge. When they had looked at it from the hill, the officer had pointed it out as being the center of our position, where rows of fragrant new-mown hay lay by the riverside. They rode across that bridge into the village of Borodino, and from there turned to the left, passing an enormous number of troops and guns. They came to a high knoll where militiamen were digging. This was the redoubt, as yet unnamed, which afterwards became known as the Revsky Redoubt, or the Knoll Battery. But Pierre paid no special attention to it. He did not know that it would become more memorable to him than any other spot on the plain of Borodino. They then crossed the hollow to Semenovsk, where the soldiers were dragging away the last logs from the huts and barns. Then they rode downhill and uphill, across a rye field trodden and beaten down as if by hail, following a track freshly made by the artillery over the furrows of the plowed land, and reached some entrenchments which were still being dug. At the entrenchments, Bennigsen stopped and began looking at the Shevardino Redoubt opposite, which had been ours the day before, and where several horsemen could be seen. The officers said that either Napoleon or Murat was there, and they all gazed eagerly at this little group of horsemen. Pierre also looked at them, trying to guess which of the scarcely discernible figures was Napoleon. At last, those mounted men rode away from the mound and disappeared. Bennigsen spoke to a general who approached him and began explaining the whole position of our troops. Pierre listened to him, straining each faculty to understand the essential points of the impending battle, but was mortified to feel that his mental capacity was inadequate for the task. He could make nothing of it. Bennigsen stopped speaking, and noticing that Pierre was listening, suddenly said to him, "I don't think this interests you?" "On the contrary, it's very interesting," replied Pierre, not quite truthfully. From the entrenchments, they rode still farther to the left, along a road winding through a thick, low-growing birch wood. In the middle of the wood, a brown hare with white feet sprang out, and scared by the tramp of the many horses, grew so confused that it leaped along the road in front of them for some time, arousing general attention and laughter. Only when several voices shouted at it did it dart to one side and disappear in the thicket. After going through the wood for about 1.5 miles, they came out on a glade where troops of Tushkov's corps were stationed to defend the left flank. Here, at the extreme left flank, Bennigsen talked a great deal and with much heat. As it seemed to Pierre, he gave orders of great military importance. In front of Tushkov's troops was some high ground not occupied by troops. Bennigsen loudly criticized this mistake, saying that it was madness to leave a height which commanded the country around unoccupied and to place troops below it. Some of the generals expressed the same opinion. One in particular declared with martial heat that they were put there to be slaughtered. Bennigsen, on his own authority, ordered the troops to occupy the high ground. This disposition on the left flank increased Pierre's doubt of his own capacity to understand military matters. Listening to Bennigsen and the generals criticizing the position of the troops behind the hill, he quite understood them and shared their opinion. But for that very reason, he could not understand how the man who put them there behind the hill could have made so gross and palpable a blunder. Pierre did not know that these troops were not, as Bennigsen supposed, put there to defend the position, but were in a concealed position as an ambush. They were placed so that they should not be seen and might be able to strike an approaching enemy unexpectedly. Bennigsen did not know this and moved the troops forward according to his own ideas, without mentioning the matter to the commander-in-chief. Here is Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Prince Andrew's Reflections on Life and Death. Pierre comes to see him. On that bright evening of August 25th, Prince Andrew lay leaning on his elbow in a broken-down shed in the village of Knyaskovo, at the further end of his regiment's encampment. Through a gap in the broken wall, he could see a row of 30-year-old birches with their lower branches lopped off, a field with shocks of oats, and some bushes near which rose the smoke of soldiers' campfires. Narrow and burdensome and useless to anyone, as his life now seemed to him, Prince Andrew, on the eve of battle, felt agitated and irritable, just as he had done 7 years before at Austerlitz. He had received and given the orders for the next day's battle, and had nothing more to do. But his thoughts, the simplest, clearest, and therefore most terrible thoughts, would give him no peace. He knew that tomorrow's battle would be the most terrible of all he had taken part in. And for the first time in his life, the possibility of death presented itself to him, not in relation to any worldly matter or its effect on others, but simply in relation to himself, to his own soul, vividly, plainly, terribly, and almost as a certainty. And from the height of this perception, all that had previously tormented and preoccupied him suddenly became illumined by a cold white light without shadows, without perspective, without distinction of outline. All life appeared to him like magic lantern pictures, at which he had long been gazing by artificial light through a glass. Now he suddenly saw those badly daubed pictures in clear daylight and without a glass. Yes, yes, there they are, those false images that agitated, enraptured, and tormented me, he said to himself, passing in review the principal pictures of the magic lantern of life, and regarding them now in the cold white daylight of his clear perception of death. There they are, those rudely painted figures that once seemed splendid and mysterious. Glory, the good of society, love of a woman, the fatherland itself. How important these pictures appeared to me, with what profound meaning they seemed to be filled. And it is all so simple, pale and crude in the cold white light of this morning, which I feel is dawning for me. The three great sorrows of his life held his attention in particular: his love for a woman, his father's death, and the French invasion which had overrun half of Russia. Love, that little girl who seemed to me brimming over with mystic forces. Yes, indeed, I loved her. I made romantic plans of love and happiness with her. Oh, what a boy I was, he said aloud bitterly. Ah me, I believed in some ideal love which was to keep her faithful to me for the whole year of my absence. Like the gentle dove in the fable, she was to pine apart from me. But it was much simpler, really. It was all very simple and horrible. When my father built Bald Hills, he thought the place was his land, his air, his peasants. But Napoleon came and swept him aside, unconscious of his existence, as he might brush a chip from his path, and his Bald Hills and his whole life fell to pieces. Princess Mary says it is a trial sent from above. What is the trial for, when he is not here and will never return? He is not here. For whom, then, is the trial intended? The fatherland, the destruction of Moscow. And tomorrow I shall be killed. Perhaps not even by a Frenchman, but by one of our own men, by a soldier discharging a musket close to my ear, as one of them did yesterday. And the French will come and take me by head and heels, and fling me into a hole that I may not stink under their noses, and new conditions of life will arise, which will seem quite ordinary to others, and about which I shall know nothing. I shall not exist. He looked at the row of birches shining in the sunshine, with their motionless green and yellow foliage and white bark. To die, to be killed tomorrow, that I should not exist, that all this should still be but no me. And the birches with their light and shade, the curly clouds, the smoke of the campfires, and all that was around him changed and seemed terrible and menacing. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He rose quickly, went out of the shed, and began to walk about. After he had returned, voices were heard outside the shed. "Who's that?" he cried. The red-nosed Captain Timokhin, formerly Dólokhov's squadron commander, but now a battalion commander due to a lack of officers, shyly entered the shed, followed by an adjutant and the regimental paymaster. Prince Andrew rose hastily, listened to the business they had come about, gave them some further instructions, and was about to dismiss them when he heard a familiar, lisping voice behind the shed. "Devil take it," said the voice of a man stumbling over something. Prince Andrew looked out of the shed and saw Pierre, who had tripped over a pole on the ground and had nearly fallen, coming his way. It was unpleasant for Prince Andrew to meet people of his own set in general, and Pierre especially, for he reminded him of all the painful moments of his last visit to Moscow. "You, what a surprise," said he. "What brings you here? This is unexpected." As he said this, his eyes and face expressed more than coldness. They expressed hostility, which Pierre noticed at once. He had approached the shed full of animation, but on seeing Prince Andrew's face, he felt constrained and ill at ease. "I have come simply, come, it interests me," said Pierre, who had so often that day senselessly repeated that word, interesting. "I wish to see the battle." "Oh yes, and what do the Masonic brothers say about war? How would they stop it?" said Prince Andrew sarcastically. "Well, and how's Moscow? And my people? Have they reached Moscow at last?" he asked seriously. "Yes, they have. Julie Drubetskaya told me so. I went to see them but missed them. They have gone to your estate near Moscow." Now we begin Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Timokhin's Opinion of Kutuzov, Prince Andrew on Barclay de Tolly, War and Chess, The Spirit of the Army, Wolzogen and Clausewitz. The war must be extended widely. Pierre understands the importance of this war, not take prisoners. What is war? Prince Andrew thinks of Natasha. The officers were about to take leave, but Prince Andrew, apparently reluctant to be left alone with his friend, asked them to stay and have tea. Seats were brought in, and so was the tea. The officers gazed with surprise at Pierre's huge, stout figure and listened to his talk of Moscow and the position of our army around which he had ridden. Prince Andrew remained silent, and his expression was so forbidding that Pierre addressed his remarks chiefly to the good-natured battalion commander. "So you understand the whole position of our troops?" Prince Andrew interrupted him. "Yes, that is, how do you mean?" said Pierre. "Not being a military man, I can't say I have understood it fully, but I understand the general position." "Well then, you know more than anyone else, be it who it may," said Prince Andrew. "Oh," said Pierre, looking over his spectacles in perplexity at Prince Andrew. "Well, and what do you think of Kutuzov's appointment?" he asked. "I was very glad of his appointment. That's all I know," replied Prince Andrew. "And tell me your opinion of Barclay de Tolly. In Moscow, they are saying heaven knows what about him. What do you think of him?" "Ask them," replied Prince Andrew, indicating the officers. Pierre looked at Timokhin with the condescendingly interrogative smile with which everybody involuntarily addressed that officer. "We see light again since his serenity has been appointed, Your Excellency," said Timokhin timidly and continually turning to glance at his colonel. "Why so?" asked Pierre. "Well, to mention only firewood and fodder, let me inform you. Why, when we were retreating from Sventsyani, we dare not touch a stick or a wisp of hay or anything. You see, we were going away, so the enemy would get it all. Wasn't it so, Your Excellency?" And again Timokhin turned to the prince. "But we daren't. In our regiment, 2 officers were court-martialed for that kind of thing. But when his serenity took command, everything became straightforward. Now we see light." "Then why was it forbidden?" Timokhin looked about in confusion, not knowing what or how to answer such a question. Pierre put the same question to Prince Andrew. "Why, so as not to lay waste the country we were abandoning to the enemy," said Prince Andrew with venomous irony. "It is very sound. One can't permit the land to be pillaged and accustom the troops to marauding. At Smolensk, too, he judged correctly that the French might outflank us, as they had larger forces. But he could not understand this," cried Prince Andrew in a shrill voice that seemed to escape him involuntarily. "He could not understand that there, for the first time, we were fighting for Russian soil, and that there was a spirit in the men such as I had never seen before, that we had held the French for 2 days, and that success had increased our strength tenfold. He ordered us to retreat, and all our efforts and losses went for nothing. He had no thought of betraying us. He tried to do the best he could. He thought out everything, and that is why he is unsuitable. He is unsuitable now, just because he plans out everything very thoroughly and accurately, as every German has to. How can I explain? Well, say your father has a German valet, and he is a splendid valet and satisfies your father's requirements better than you could, then it's all right to let him serve. But if your father is mortally sick, you'll send the valet away and attend to your father with your own unpracticed, awkward hands, and will soothe him better than a skilled man who is a stranger could. So it has been with Barclay. While Russia was well, a foreigner could serve her and be a splendid minister, but as soon as she is in danger, she needs one of her own kin. But in your club, they have been making him out a traitor. They slander him as a traitor, and the only result will be that afterwards, ashamed of their false accusations, they will make him out a hero or a genius instead of a traitor, and that will be still more unjust. He is an honest and very punctilious German." "And they say he's a skillful commander," rejoined Pierre. "I don't understand what is meant by a skillful commander," replied Prince Andrew ironically. "A skillful commander?" replied Pierre. "Why, one who foresees all contingencies and foresees the adversary's intentions." "But that's impossible," said Prince Andrew as if it were a matter settled long ago. Pierre looked at him in surprise. "And yet they say that war is like a game of chess," he remarked. "Yes," replied Prince Andrew, "but with this little difference, that in chess you may think over each move as long as you please and are not limited for time, and with this difference, too, that a knight is always stronger than a pawn, and 2 pawns are always stronger than 1, while in war a battalion is sometimes stronger than a division and sometimes weaker than a company. The relative strength of bodies of troops can never be known to anyone. Believe me," he went on, "if things depended on arrangements made by the staff, I should be there making arrangements. But instead of that, I have the honor to serve here in the regiment with these gentlemen, and I consider that on us tomorrow's battle will depend and not on those others. Success never depends, and never will depend, on position or equipment, or even on numbers, and least of all, on position. But on what then? On the feeling that is in me and in him, he pointed to Timokhin, and in each soldier. Prince Andrew glanced at Timokhin, who looked at his commander in alarm and bewilderment. In contrast to his former quiet taciturnity, Prince Andrew now seemed excited. He could apparently not refrain from expressing the thoughts that had suddenly occurred to him. A battle is won by those who firmly resolve to win it. Why did we lose the battle at Austerlitz? The French losses were almost equal to ours, but very early we said to ourselves that we were losing the battle, and we did lose it. And we said so because we had nothing to fight for there. We wanted to get away from the battlefield as soon as we could. We've lost, so let us run, and we ran. If we had not said that till the evening, heaven knows what might not have happened. But tomorrow, we shan't say it. You talk about our position, the left flank weak and the right flank too extended, he went on. That's all nonsense. There's nothing of the kind. But what awaits us tomorrow? 100 million most diverse chances, which will be decided on the instant by the fact that our men or theirs run or do not run, and that this man or that man is killed, but all that is being done at present is only play. The fact is that those men with whom you have ridden round the position not only do not help matters, but hinder. They are only concerned with their own petty interests. At such a moment, said Pierre reproachfully. At such a moment, Prince Andrew repeated. To them it is only a moment, affording opportunities to undermine a rival and obtain an extra cross or ribbon. For me, tomorrow means this. A Russian army of 100,000 and a French army of 100,000 have met to fight, and the thing is that these 200,000 men will fight, and the side that fights more fiercely and spares itself least will win. And if you like, I will tell you that whatever happens and whatever muddles those at the top may make, we shall win tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow, happen what may, we shall win. There now, Your Excellency. That's the truth, the real truth, said Timokhin. Who would spare himself now? The soldiers in my battalion, believe me, wouldn't drink their vodka. It's not the day for that, they say. All were silent. The officers rose. Prince Andrew went out of the shed with them, giving final orders to the adjutant. After they had gone, Pierre approached Prince Andrew and was about to start a conversation when they heard the clatter of 3 horses' hoofs on the road not far from the shed. Looking in that direction, Prince Andrew recognized Wolsogen and Clausewitz accompanied by a Cossack. They rode close by, continuing to converse, and Prince Andrew involuntarily heard these words. The war must be extended widely. I cannot sufficiently commend that view, said one of them in German. Oh yes, said the other. The only aim is to weaken the enemy, so of course one cannot take into account the loss of private individuals. Oh no, agreed the other. Extend widely, said Prince Andrew with an angry snort when they had ridden past. In that extend were my father, son, and sister at Bald Hills. That's all the same to him. That's what I was saying to you. Those German gentlemen won't win the battle tomorrow, but will only make all the mess they can, because they have nothing in their German heads but theories not worth an empty eggshell, and haven't in their hearts the one thing needed tomorrow, that which Timokhin has. They have yielded up all Europe to him, and have now come to teach us. Fine teachers. And again his voice grew shrill. So you think we shall win tomorrow's battle? Asked Pierre. Yes, yes, answered Prince Andrew absently. One thing I would do if I had the power, he began again. I would not take prisoners. Why take prisoners? It's chivalry. The French have destroyed my home and are on their way to destroy Moscow. They have outraged and are outraging me every moment. They are my enemies. In my opinion, they are all criminals. And so thinks Timokhin and the whole army. They should be executed. Since they are my foes, they cannot be my friends. Whatever may have been said at Tilsit. Yes, yes, muttered Pierre, looking with shining eyes at Prince Andrew. I quite agree with you. The question that had troubled Pierre on the Moshaïsk hill and all that day now seemed to him quite clear and completely solved. He now understood the whole meaning and importance of this war and of the impending battle. All he had seen that day, all the significant and stern expressions on the faces he had seen in passing, were lit up for him by a new light. He understood that latent heat of patriotism, which was present in all these men he had seen, and this explained to him why they all prepared for death calmly, and as it were light-heartedly. "Not take prisoners," Prince Andrew continued. "That by itself would quite change the whole war and make it less cruel. As it is, we have played at war. That's what's vile. We play at magnanimity and all that stuff. Such magnanimity and sensibility are like the magnanimity and sensibility of a lady who faints when she sees a calf being killed. She is so kind-hearted that she can't look at blood, but enjoys eating the calf served up with sauce. They talk to us of the rules of war, of chivalry, of flags of truce, of mercy to the unfortunate, and so on. It's all rubbish. I saw chivalry and flags of truce in 1805. They humbugged us and we humbugged them. They plunder other people's houses, issue false paper money, and worst of all, they kill my children and my father, and then talk of rules of war and magnanimity to foes. Take no prisoners, but kill and be killed. He who has come to this as I have through the same sufferings." Prince Andrew, who had thought it was all the same to him whether or not Moscow was taken as Smolensk had been, was suddenly checked in his speech by an unexpected cramp in his throat. He paced up and down a few times in silence, but his eyes glittered feverishly, and his lips quivered as he began speaking again. "If there was none of this magnanimity in war, we should go to war only when it was worthwhile going to certain death, as now. Then there would not be war, because Paul Ivanovitch had offended Michael Ivanovitch. And when there was a war, like this one, it would be war. And then the determination of the troops would be quite different. Then all these Westphalians and Hessians whom Napoleon is leading would not follow him into Russia. And we should not go to fight in Austria and Prussia without knowing why. War is not courtesy, but the most horrible thing in life, and we ought to understand that and not play at war. We ought to accept this terrible necessity sternly and seriously. It all lies in that. Get rid of falsehood and let war be war and not a game. As it is now, war is the favorite pastime of the idle and frivolous. The military calling is the most highly honored. But what is war? What is needed for success in warfare? What are the habits of the military? The aim of war is murder. The methods of war are spying, treachery, and their encouragement, the ruin of a country's inhabitants, robbing them or stealing to provision the army, and fraud and falsehood termed military craft. The habits of the military class are the absence of freedom, that is, discipline, idleness, ignorance, cruelty, debauchery, and drunkenness. And in spite of all this, it is the highest class, respected by everyone. All the kings except the Chinese wear military uniforms, and he who kills most people receives the highest rewards. They meet, as we shall meet tomorrow, to murder one another. They kill and maim tens of thousands, and then have Thanksgiving services for having killed so many people, and they announce a victory, supposing that the more people they have killed, the greater their achievement. How does God above look at them and hear them?" exclaimed Prince Andrew in a shrill, piercing voice. "Ah, my friend, it has of late become hard for me to live. I see that I have begun to understand too much, and it doesn't do for man to taste of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Ah, well, it's not for long," he added. "However, you're sleepy, and it's time for me to sleep. Go back to Gorky," said Prince Andrew suddenly. "Oh no," Pierre replied, looking at Prince Andrew with frightened, compassionate eyes. "Go, go, before a battle one must have one's sleep out," repeated Prince Andrew. He came quickly up to Pierre and embraced and kissed him. "Goodbye, be off," he shouted, "whether we meet again or not," and turning away hurriedly, he entered the shed. It was already dark, and Pierre could not make out whether the expression of Prince Andrew's face was angry or tender. For some time he stood in silence, considering whether he should follow him or go away. "No, he does not want it," Pierre concluded, "and I know that this is our last meeting." He sighed deeply and rode back to Gorky. On re-entering the shed, Prince Andrew lay down on a rug, but he could not sleep. He closed his eyes. One picture succeeded another in his imagination. On one of them he dwelt long and joyfully. He vividly recalled an evening in Petersburg. Natasha, with an animated and excited face, was telling him how she had gone to look for mushrooms the previous summer and had lost her way in the big forest. She incoherently described the depths of the forest, her feelings, and a talk with a beekeeper she met, and constantly interrupted her story to say, "No, I can't. I'm not telling it right. No, you don't understand," though he encouraged her by saying that he did understand, and he really had understood all she wanted to say. But Natasha was not satisfied with her own words. She felt that they did not convey the passionately poetic feeling she had experienced that day and wished to convey. He was such a delightful old man, and it was so dark in the forest, and he had such kind— "No, I can't describe it," she had said, flushed and excited. Prince Andrew smiled now, the same happy smile as then when he had looked into her eyes. I understood her, he thought. I not only understood her, but it was just that inner, spiritual force, that sincerity, that frankness of soul, that very soul of hers which seemed to be fettered by her body. It was that soul I loved in her, loved so strongly and happily. And suddenly he remembered how his love had ended. He did not need anything of that kind. He neither saw nor understood anything of the sort. He only saw in her a pretty and fresh young girl, with whom he did not deign to unite his fate. And he is still alive and gay. Prince Andrew jumped up as if someone had burned him, and again began pacing up and down in front of the shed. We now turn to Chapter 26. Chapter 26, de Beausset brings a portrait of the King of Rome to Napoleon, Napoleon's proclamation. On August 25th, the eve of the Battle of Borodino, Monsieur de Beausset, prefect of the French Emperor's palace, arrived at Napoleon's quarters at Valluivo with Colonel Fabvier. De Beausset had come from Paris and Fabvier from Madrid. Putting on his court uniform, Monsieur de Beausset ordered a box he had brought for the Emperor to be carried before him, and entered the first compartment of Napoleon's tent. There he began opening the box while conversing with Napoleon's aides-de-camp who surrounded him. Fabvier, not entering the tent, remained at the entrance talking to some generals of his acquaintance. The Emperor Napoleon had not yet left his bedroom and was finishing his toilet. Slightly snorting and grunting, he presented now his back and now his plump, hairy chest to the brush with which his valet was rubbing him down. Another valet, with his finger over the mouth of a bottle, was sprinkling eau de cologne on the Emperor's pampered body with an expression that seemed to say that he alone knew where and how much eau de cologne should be sprinkled. Napoleon's short hair was wet and matted on his forehead, but his face, though puffy and yellow, expressed physical satisfaction. "Go on, harder, go on," he muttered to the valet who was rubbing him, slightly twitching and grunting. An aide-de-camp, who had entered the bedroom to report the number of prisoners taken in yesterday's action, was standing by the door, waiting for permission to withdraw. Napoleon, frowning, looked at him from under his brows. "No prisoners," he said, repeating the aide-de-camp's words. "They are forcing us to exterminate them. So much the worse for the Russian army. Go on, harder, harder," he muttered, hunching his back and presenting his fat shoulders. "All right, let Monsieur de Beausset enter, and Fabvier too," he said, nodding to the aide-de-camp. "Yes, sire," and the aide-de-camp disappeared through the door of the tent. Two valets rapidly dressed His Majesty, and wearing the blue uniform of the guards, he went with firm, quick steps to the reception room. De Beausset's hands, meanwhile, were busily engaged arranging the present he had brought from the Empress on two chairs directly in front of the entrance. But Napoleon had dressed and come out with such unexpected rapidity that he had not time to finish arranging the surprise. Napoleon noticed at once what they were about and guessed that they were not ready. He did not wish to deprive them of the pleasure of giving him a surprise, so he pretended not to see de Beausset and called Fabvier to him. He listened silently and with a stern frown to what Fabvier told him of the heroism and devotion of his troops fighting at Salamanca at the other end of Europe. They had but one thought, to be worthy of their emperor, and but one fear, to fail to please him. The result of that battle had been deplorable. Napoleon made ironic remarks during Fabvir's account, as if he had not expected that matters could go otherwise in his absence. "I must make up for that in Moscow," said Napoleon. "I'll see you later," he added, and summoned de Beausset, who by that time had prepared the surprise, having placed something on the chairs and covered it with a cloth. De Beausset bowed low, with that courtly French bow which only the old retainers of the Bourbons knew how to make, and approached him, presenting an envelope. Napoleon turned to him gaily and pulled his ear. "You have hurried here. I am very glad. Well, what is Paris saying?" he asked, suddenly changing his former stern expression for a most cordial tone. "Sire, all Paris regrets your absence," replied de Beausset as was proper. But though Napoleon knew that de Beausset had to say something of this kind, and though in his lucid moments he knew it was untrue, he was pleased to hear it from him. Again he honored him by touching his ear. "I am very sorry to have made you travel so far," said he. "Sire, I expected nothing less than to find you at the gates of Moscow," replied de Beausset. Napoleon smiled, and lifting his head absent-mindedly, glanced to the right. An aide-de-camp approached with gliding steps and offered him a gold snuff-box, which he took. "Yes, it has happened luckily for you," he said, raising the open snuff-box to his nose. "You are fond of travel, and in 3 days you will see Moscow. You surely did not expect to see that Asiatic capital. You will have a pleasant journey." De Beausset bowed gratefully at this regard for his taste for travel, of which he had not until then been aware. "Ha! What's this?" asked Napoleon, noticing that all the courtiers were looking at something concealed under a cloth. With courtly adroitness, de Beausset half turned, and without turning his back to the emperor, retired 2 steps, twitching off the cloth at the same time, and said, "A present to your Majesty from the Empress." It was a portrait painted in bright colors by Gerard, of the son born to Napoleon by the daughter of the Emperor of Austria, the boy whom for some reason everyone called the King of Rome. A very pretty, curly-headed boy, with a look of the Christ in the Sistine Madonna, was depicted playing at stick and ball. The ball represented the terrestrial globe, and the stick, in his other hand, a scepter. Though it was not clear what the artist meant to express by depicting the so-called King of Rome spiking the earth with a stick, the allegory apparently seemed to Napoleon, as it had done to all who had seen it in Paris, quite clear and very pleasing. "The King of Rome," he said, pointing to the portrait with a graceful gesture. "Admirable." With the natural capacity of an Italian for changing the expression of his face at will, he drew nearer to the portrait and assumed a look of pensive tenderness. He felt that what he now said and did would be historical. It seemed to him that it would now be best for him, whose grandeur enabled his son to play stick and ball with the terrestrial globe, to show, in contrast to that grandeur, the simplest paternal tenderness. His eyes grew dim, he moved forward, glanced round at a chair which seemed to place itself under him, and sat down on it before the portrait. At a single gesture from him, everyone went out on tiptoe, leaving the great man to himself and his emotion. Having sat still for a while, he touched himself, not knowing why. The thick spot of paint representing the highest light in the portrait rose, and recalled de Beausset and the officer on duty. He ordered the portrait to be carried outside his tent, that the old guard stationed round it might not be deprived of the pleasure of seeing the King of Rome, the son and heir of their adored monarch. And while he was doing Monsieur de Beausset the honor of breakfasting with him, they heard, as Napoleon had anticipated, the rapturous cries of the officers and men of the old guard, who had run up to see the portrait. "Vive l'Empereur! Vive le Roi de Rome! Vive l'Empereur!" came those ecstatic cries. After breakfast, Napoleon, in de Beausset's presence, dictated his order of the day to the army. "Short and energetic," he remarked when he had read over the proclamation which he had dictated straight off without corrections. It ran, "Soldiers, this is the battle you have so longed for. Victory depends on you. It is essential for us. It will give us all we need, comfortable quarters and a speedy return to our country. Behave as you did at Austerlitz, Friedland, Vitebsk, and Smolensk. Let our remotest posterity recall your achievements this day with pride. Let it be said of each of you, He was in the great battle before Moscow. Before Moscow, repeated Napoleon, and inviting Monsieur de Beausset, who was so fond of travel, to accompany him on his ride, he went out of the tent to where the horses stood saddled. "Your Majesty is too kind," replied de Beausset to the invitation to accompany the Emperor. He wanted to sleep, did not know how to ride, and was afraid of doing so. But Napoleon nodded to the traveler, and de Beausset had to mount. When Napoleon came out of the tent, the shouting of the guards before his son's portrait grew still louder. Napoleon frowned. "Take him away," he said, pointing with a gracefully majestic gesture to the portrait. "It is too soon for him to see a field of battle." De Beausset closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed deeply, to indicate how profoundly he valued and comprehended the Emperor's words. Let us now proceed to Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Napoleon's dispositions for the Battle of Borodino. They were not carried out. On the 25th of August, so his historians tell us, Napoleon spent the whole day on horseback, inspecting the locality, considering plans submitted to him by his marshals, and personally giving commands to his generals. The original line of the Russian forces along the river Kolosha had been dislocated by the capture of the Shevardino redoubt on the 24th, and part of the line, the left flank, had been drawn back. That part of the line was not entrenched, and in front of it the ground was more open and level than elsewhere. It was evident to anyone, military or not, that it was here the French should attack. It would seem that not much consideration was needed to reach this conclusion, nor was there any need of that special quality called genius that people are so apt to ascribe to Napoleon. Yet the historians who described the event later, and the men who then surrounded Napoleon, and he himself, thought otherwise. Napoleon rode over the plain and surveyed the locality with a profound air and in silence. He nodded with approval or shook his head dubiously, and without communicating to the generals around him the profound ideas that guided his decisions, he merely gave them his final conclusions in the form of commands. Having listened to a suggestion from Davout to turn the Russian left wing, Napoleon said it should not be done, without explaining why. To a proposal made by General Campan to lead his division through the woods, Napoleon agreed, though the Duke of Elchingen, Ney, ventured to remark that a movement through the woods was dangerous and might disorder the division. Having inspected the country opposite the Shevardino redoubt, Napoleon pondered a little in silence, and then indicated the spots where 2 batteries should be set up by the morrow to act against the Russian entrenchments, and the places where, in line with them, the field artillery should be placed. After giving these and other commands, he returned to his tent, and the dispositions for the battle were written down from his dictation. These dispositions, of which the French historians write with enthusiasm and other historians with profound respect, were as follows. First, at dawn, the 2 new batteries on the plain will open fire on the opposing enemy batteries. Second, at the same time, the commander of the artillery of the First Corps, with a total of 62 guns, will move forward and overwhelm the enemy's battery with shell fire. Third, the commander of the artillery of the Third Corps will place 16 howitzers on the flanks of the battery that is to bombard the entrenchment on the left, which will have 40 guns in all directed against it. General Sorbier must be ready at the first order to advance with all the howitzers of the Guards' artillery against either one or other of the entrenchments. During the cannonade, Prince Poniatowski is to advance through the wood on the village and turn the enemy's position. General Campan will move through the wood to seize the first fortification. After the advance has begun, orders will be given in accordance with the enemy's movements. The cannonade on the left flank will begin as soon as the guns of the right wing are heard. The sharpshooters of Moran's division and of the Vice-King's division will open a heavy fire on seeing the attack commence on the right wing. The Vice-King will occupy the village of Borodino and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Moran's and Gibrard's divisions, which will be directed against the redoubt. All this must be done in good order, as far as possible retaining troops in reserve. These dispositions, which are very obscure and confused if one looks at them without religious awe of his genius, related to 4 different orders. Not one of these was or could be carried out. In the disposition, it is said first that the batteries placed on the spot chosen by Napoleon, 102 guns in all, were to open fire and shower shells on the Russian entrenchments. This could not be done, as from the spot selected by Napoleon, the projectiles did not carry to the Russian works, and those 102 guns shot into the air until the nearest commander, contrary to Napoleon's instructions, moved them forward. The second order was that Poniatowski, moving to the village through the wood, should turn the Russian left flank. This could not be done and was not done, because Poniatowski, advancing on the village through the wood, met Tuhkov there barring his way, and could not and did not turn the Russian position. The third order was, General Campan will move through the wood to seize the first fortification. General Campan's division did not seize the first fortification, but was driven back, for on emerging from the wood it had to reform under grapeshot, of which Napoleon was unaware. The fourth order was, the Vice-King will occupy the village of Borodino and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Morand's and Gibrard's divisions, which will be directed against the redoubt. As far as one can make out, he was to advance from the left through Borodino to the redoubt, while the divisions of Morand and Girard were to advance simultaneously from the front. All this, like the other parts of the disposition, was not and could not be executed. After passing through Borodino, the Vice-King was driven back to the Kolocha and could get no farther. The divisions of Morand and Girard did not take the redoubt but were driven back, and the redoubt was only taken at the end of the battle by the cavalry, a thing probably unforeseen and unheard of by Napoleon. So not one of the orders in the disposition was or could be executed. But in the disposition it is said that after the fight has commenced, orders will be given in accordance with the enemy's movements. So it might be supposed that all necessary arrangements would be made by Napoleon during the battle. But this was not and could not be done, for during the whole battle, Napoleon was so far away that, as appeared later, he could not know the course of the battle, and not one of his orders during the fight could be executed. Now we move on to Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Napoleon's Cold, Why the Battle Had to Be Fought. Many historians say that the French did not win the Battle of Borodino because Napoleon had a cold. They say that if he had not had a cold, the orders he gave before and during the battle would have been still more full of genius, and Russia would have been lost and the face of the world changed. To historians who believe that Russia was shaped by the will of one man, Peter the Great, and that France from a republic became an empire, and French armies went to Russia at the will of one man, Napoleon, to say that Russia remained a power because Napoleon had a bad cold on the 24th of August may seem logical and convincing. If it had depended on Napoleon's will to fight or not to fight the Battle of Borodino, and if this or that other arrangement depended on his will, then evidently a cold affecting his will might have saved Russia. Consequently, the valet who forgot to bring Napoleon his waterproof boots on the 24th would have been the savior of Russia. Along that line of thought, such a deduction is undeniable. But to men who do not admit that Russia was formed by the will of one man, Peter I, or that the French Empire was formed and the war with Russia begun by the will of one man, Napoleon, that argument seems not merely untrue and irrational, but contrary to all human reality. To the question of what causes historic events, another answer presents itself, that the course of human events is predetermined from on high. It depends on the coincidence of the wills of all who take part in the events, and a Napoleon's influence on the course of these events is purely external and fictitious. Strange as it may seem to suppose that the slaughter of 80,000 men at Borodino was not due to Napoleon's will, though he ordered the commencement and conduct of the battle and thought it was done because he ordered it, human dignity, which tells me that each of us is, if not more, at least not less a man than the great Napoleon, demands the acceptance of that solution. And historic investigation abundantly confirms it. At the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon shot at no one and killed no one. That was all done by the soldiers. Therefore, it was not he who killed people. The French soldiers went to kill and be killed at the Battle of Borodino, not because of Napoleon's orders, but by their own volition. The whole army, French, Italian, German, Polish, and Dutch, hungry, ragged, and weary of the campaign, felt at the sight of an army blocking their road to Moscow that the wine was drawn and must be drunk. Had Napoleon then forbidden them to fight the Russians, they would have killed him and proceeded to fight the Russians because it was inevitable. When they heard Napoleon's proclamation offering them, as compensation for mutilation and death, the words of posterity about their having been in the battle before Moscow, they cried, "Vive l'Empereur!" just as they had cried it at the sight of the portrait of the boy piercing the globe with a toy stick, and just as they would have cried it at any nonsense that might be told them. There was nothing left for them to do but cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" and go to fight, in order to get food and rest as conquerors in Moscow. So it was not because of Napoleon's commands that they killed their fellow men. And it was not Napoleon who directed the course of the battle, for none of his orders were executed, and during the battle he did not know what was going on before him. So the way in which these people killed one another was not decided by Napoleon's will, but occurred independently of him, in accord with the will of hundreds of thousands of people who took part in the common action. It only seemed to Napoleon that it all took place by his will. And so the question whether he had or had not a cold has no more historic interest than the cold of the least of the transport soldiers. Moreover, the assertion made by various writers that his cold was the cause of his dispositions not being as well planned as on former occasions, and of his orders during the battle not being as good as previously, is quite baseless. This again shows that Napoleon's cold on the 26th of August was unimportant. The dispositions cited are not at all worse, but are even better than previous dispositions by which he had won victories. His pseudo-orders during the battle were also no worse than formerly, but much the same as usual. These dispositions and orders only seem worse than previous ones because the Battle of Borodino was the first Napoleon did not win. The profoundest and most excellent dispositions and orders seem very bad, and every learned militarist criticizes them with looks of importance when they relate to a battle that has been lost. Conversely, the very worst dispositions and orders seem very good, and serious people fill whole volumes to demonstrate their merits when they relate to a battle that has been won. The dispositions drawn up by Weyerother for the Battle of Austerlitz were a model of perfection for that kind of composition, but still they were criticized for their very perfection, for their excessive minuteness. Napoleon at the Battle of Borodino fulfilled his office as representative of authority as well as, and even better than, at other battles. He did nothing harmful to the progress of the battle. He inclined to the most reasonable opinions. He made no confusion, did not contradict himself, did not get frightened or run away from the field of battle, but with his great tact and military experience, carried out his role of appearing to command calmly and with dignity. Now let's move on to Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Napoleon's talk to de Beausset and Rapp. The game begins. On returning from a second inspection of the lines, Napoleon remarked, "The chessmen are set up, the game will begin tomorrow." He ordered punch and summoned de Beausset. He began to talk to him about Paris and about some changes he meant to make in the Empress's household, surprising the prefect with his memory of minute details relating to the court. He showed an interest in trifles, joked about de Beausset's love of travel, and chatted carelessly. He was like a famous self-confident surgeon who knows his job, turning up his sleeves and putting on his apron while a patient is being strapped to the operating table. It was as if he were saying, "The matter is in my hands and is clear and definite in my head. When the time comes to set to work, I shall do it as no one else could, but now I can jest. And the more I jest, and the calmer I am, the more tranquil and confident you ought to be, and the more amazed at my genius." Having finished his second glass of punch, Napoleon went to rest before the serious business which, he he considered, awaited him next day. He was so much interested in that task that he was unable to sleep. In spite of his cold, which had grown worse from the dampness of the evening, he went into the large division of the tent at 3 o'clock in the morning, loudly blowing his nose. He asked whether the Russians had not withdrawn, and was told that the enemy's fires were still in the same places. He nodded approval. The adjutant in attendance came into the tent. "Well, Rapp, do you think we shall do good business today?" Napoleon asked him. "Without doubt, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon looked at him. "Do you remember, sire, what you did me the honor to say at Smolensk?" continued Rapp. "The wine is drawn and must be drunk." Napoleon frowned and sat silent for a long time, leaning his head on his hand. "This poor army," he suddenly remarked. "It has diminished greatly since Smolensk. Fortune is frankly a courtesan, Rapp. I have always said so, and I am beginning to experience it. But the guards, Rapp, the guards are intact?" he remarked interrogatively. "Yes, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon took a lozenge, put it in his mouth, and glanced at his watch. He was not sleepy, and it was still not nearly morning. It was impossible to give further orders for the sake of killing time, for the orders had all been given and were now being executed. "Have the biscuits and rice been served out to the regiments of the guards?" asked Napoleon sternly. "Yes, sire." "The rice too?" Rapp replied that he had given the emperor's order about the rice, but Napoleon shook his head in dissatisfaction as if not believing that his order had been executed. An attendant came in with punch. Napoleon ordered another glass to be brought for Rapp, and silently sipped his own. "I have neither taste nor smell," he remarked, sniffing at his glass. "This cold is tiresome. They talk about medicine. What is the good of medicine when it can't cure a cold? Corvisart gave me these lozenges, but they don't help at all. What can doctors cure? One can't cure anything. Our body is a machine for living. It is organized for that. It is its nature. Let life go on in it unhindered, and let it defend itself. It will do more than if you paralyze it by encumbering it with remedies. Our body is like a perfect watch that should go for a certain time. The watchmaker cannot open it. He can only adjust it by fumbling, and that blindfold. Yes, our body is just a machine for living, that is all." And having entered on the path of definition, of which he was fond, Napoleon suddenly and unexpectedly gave a new one. "Do you know, Rapp, what military art is?" asked he. "It is the art of being stronger than the enemy at a given moment. That's all." Rapp made no reply. "Tomorrow we shall have to deal with Kutuzov," said Napoleon. "We shall see. Do you remember at Braunau he commanded an army for 3 weeks and did not once mount a horse to inspect his entrenchments? We shall see." He looked at his watch. It was still only 4 o'clock. He did not feel sleepy. The punch was finished and there was still nothing to do. He rose, walked to and fro, put on a warm overcoat and a hat, and went out of the tent. The night was dark and damp. A scarcely perceptible moisture was descending from above. Nearby, the campfires were dimly burning among the French guards, and in the distance those of the Russian line shone through the smoke. The weather was calm, and the rustle and tramp of the French troops already beginning to move to take up their positions were clearly audible. Napoleon walked about in front of his tent, looked at the fires, and listened to these sounds. As he was passing a tall guardsman in a shaggy cap, who was standing sentinel before his tent and had drawn himself up like a black pillar at sight of the emperor, Napoleon stopped in front of him. "What year did you enter the service?" he asked, with that affectation of military bluntness and geniality with which he always addressed the soldiers. The man answered the question. "Ah, one of the old ones. Has your regiment had its rice?" "It has, Your Majesty." Napoleon nodded and walked away. At 5:30, Napoleon rode to the village of Shevardino. It was growing light, the sky was clearing, only a single cloud lay in the east. The abandoned campfires were burning themselves out in the faint morning light. On the right, a single deep report of a cannon resounded and died away in the prevailing silence. Some minutes passed. A second and a third report shook the air, then a fourth and a fifth boomed solemnly nearby on the right. The first shots had not yet ceased to reverberate before others rang out, and yet more were heard mingling with and overtaking one another. Napoleon with his suite rode up to the Shevardino redoubt where he dismounted. The game had begun. We now turn to Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Pierre views the battlefield from the knoll at Gorky. On returning to Gorky after having seen Prince Andrew, Pierre ordered his groom to get the horses ready and to call him early in the morning, and then immediately fell asleep behind a partition in a corner Boris had given up to him. Before he was thoroughly awake next morning, everybody had already left the hut. The panes were rattling in the little windows, and his groom was shaking him. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" he kept repeating pertinaciously, while he shook Pierre by the shoulder without looking at him, having apparently lost hope of getting him to wake up. "What? Has it begun? Is it time?" Pierre asked, waking up. "Hear the firing," said the groom, a discharged soldier. "All the gentlemen have gone out, and His Serene Highness himself rode past long ago." Pierre dressed hastily and ran out to the porch. Outside all was bright, fresh, dewy, and cheerful. The sun was just bursting from behind a cloud. Its rays, half broken, shone over the roofs across the street. They lit up the dusty road, the walls of the houses, the windows, the fence, and even Pierre's horses standing before the hut. The roar of guns sounded more distinct outside. An adjutant, accompanied by a Cossack, passed by at a sharp trot. "It's time, Count, it's time!" cried the adjutant. Telling the groom to follow him with the horses, Pierre went down the street to the knoll from which he had looked at the field of battle the day before. A crowd of military men was assembled there. Members of the staff could be heard conversing in French, and Kutuzov's gray head in a white cap with a red band was visible, his gray nape sunk between his shoulders. He was looking through a field glass down the high road before him. Mounting the steps to the knoll, Pierre looked at the scene before him, spellbound by its beauty. It was the same panorama he had admired from that spot the day before, but now the whole place was full of troops and covered by smoke clouds from the guns. The slanting rays of the bright sun, rising slightly to the left behind Pierre, cast upon it through the clear morning air penetrating streaks of rosy, golden-tinted light and long dark shadows. The forest at the farthest extremity of the panorama seemed carved in some precious stone of a yellowish-green color. Its undulating outline was silhouetted against the horizon and was pierced beyond Valuvo by the Smolensk highroad crowded with troops. Nearer at hand glittered golden cornfields, interspersed with copses. There were troops to be seen everywhere, in front and to the right and left. All this was vivid, majestic, and unexpected. But what impressed Pierre most of all was the view of the battlefield itself, of Borodino and the hollows on both sides of the Kolocha. Above the Kolocha, in Borodino and on both sides of it, a mist had spread which seemed to melt and become translucent when the brilliant sun appeared, magically coloring and outlining everything. The smoke of the guns mingled with this mist, and over the whole expanse and through that mist the rays of the morning sun were reflected, flashing back like lightning from the water, from the dew, and from the bayonets of the troops crowded together by the riverbanks and in Borodino. A white church could be seen through the mist, and here and there the roofs of huts in Borodino, as well as dense masses of soldiers or green ammunition chests and ordnance. And all this moved, or seemed to move, as the smoke and mist spread out over the whole space. Just as in the mist-enveloped hollow near Borodino, so along the entire line outside and above it, and especially in the woods and fields to the left, in the valleys and on the summits of the high ground, clouds of powder smoke seemed continually to spring up out of nothing. They came now singly, now several at a time, some translucent, others dense, which, swelling, growing, rolling, and blending, extended over the whole expanse. These puffs of smoke and, strange to say, the sound of the firing produced the chief beauty of the spectacle. Puff! Suddenly a round, compact cloud of smoke was seen merging from violet into gray and milky white, and boom! Came the report a second later. Puff, puff! And two clouds arose, pushing one another and blending together, and boom, boom! Came the sounds confirming what the eye had seen. Pierre glanced round at the first cloud, which he had seen as a round, compact ball, and in its place already were balloons of smoke floating to one side. Then, puff, with a pause, puff, puff, 3 and then 4 more appeared, and then from each, with the same interval, boom, 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 came the fine, firm, precise sounds in reply. It seemed as if those smoke clouds sometimes ran and sometimes stood still while woods, fields, and glittering bayonets ran past them. From the left, over fields and bushes, those large balls of smoke were continually appearing, followed by their solemn reports. Nearer still, in the hollows and woods, there burst from the muskets small cloudlets that had no time to become balls, but had their little echoes in just the same way. Trock-ta-ta-tock came the frequent crackle of musketry, but it was irregular and feeble in comparison with the reports of the cannon. Pierre wished to be there with that smoke, those shining bayonets, that movement, and those sounds. He turned to look at Kutuzov and his suite, to compare his impressions with those of others. They were all looking at the field of battle as he was, and, as it seemed to him, with the same feelings. All their faces were now shining with that latent warmth of feeling Pierre had noticed the day before and had fully understood after his talk with Prince Andrew. "Go, my dear fellow, go, and Christ be with you," Kutuzov was saying to a general who stood beside him, not taking his eye from the battlefield. Having received this order, the general passed by Pierre on his way down the knoll. "To the crossing," said the general coldly and sternly in reply to one of the staff who asked where he was going. "I'll go there too, I too," thought Pierre, and followed the general. The general mounted a horse a Cossack had brought him. Pierre went to his groom, who was holding his horses, and asking which was the quietest, clambered onto it, seized it by the mane, and turning out his toes, pressed his heels against its sides. Feeling that his spectacles were slipping off but unable to let go of the mane and reins, he galloped after the general, causing the staff officers to smile as they watched him from the knoll. We continue with Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Pierre at the Borodino Bridge, under fire, goes to Revsky's redoubt, his horse wounded under him, the Revsky redoubt. The young officer. Pierre is accepted at the redoubt as one of the family. The flame of hidden fire in the men's souls. Shortage of ammunition. Pierre sees ammunition wagons blown up. Having descended the hill, the general after whom Pierre was galloping turned sharply to the left. Pierre, losing sight of him, galloped in among some ranks of infantry marching ahead of him. He tried to pass in front of them, or to the right or left, but there were soldiers everywhere, all with the same preoccupied expression and busy with some unseen but evidently important task. They all gazed with the same dissatisfied and inquiring expression at this stout man in a white hat, who for some unknown reason threatened to trample them under his horse's hoofs. "Why ride into the middle of the battalion?" one of them shouted at him. Another prodded his horse with the butt end of a musket, and Pierre, bending over his saddle-bow and hardly able to control his shying horse, galloped ahead of the soldiers, where there was a free space. There was a bridge ahead of him, where other soldiers stood firing. Pierre rode up to them. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the bridge across the Kolocha River, between Gorky and Borodino. This was the very bridge the French were attacking in the first phase of the battle. Pierre saw that there was a bridge in front of him, and that soldiers were doing something on both sides of it and in the meadow. He did not notice the rows of new-mown hay he had seen amid the smoke of the campfires the day before. But despite the incessant firing going on there, he had no idea that this was the field of battle. He did not notice the sound of the bullets whistling from every side, or the projectiles that flew over him. He did not see the enemy on the other side of the river, and for a long time did not notice the killed and wounded, though many fell near him. He looked about him with a smile which did not leave his face. "Why's that fellow in front of the line?" shouted somebody at him again. "To the left! Keep to the right!" the men shouted to him. Pierre went to the right, and unexpectedly encountered one of Raevsky's adjutants whom he knew. The adjutant looked angrily at him, evidently also intending to shout at him, but on recognizing him he nodded. "How have you got here?" he said, and galloped on. Pierre, feeling out of place there, having nothing to do, and afraid of getting in someone's way again, galloped after the adjutant. "What's happening here? May I come with you?" he asked. "1 moment, 1 moment," replied the adjutant. He rode up to a stout colonel who was standing in the meadow, gave him some message, and then addressed Pierre. "Why have you come here, Count?" he asked with a smile. "Still inquisitive?" "Yes, yes," assented Pierre. But the adjutant turned his horse about and rode on. "Here it's tolerable," said he, "but with Bagration on the left flank they're getting it frightfully hot." "Really?" said Pierre. "Where is that?" "Come along with me to our knoll. We can get a view from there, and in our battery it is still bearable," said the adjutant. "Will you come?" "Yes, I'll come with you," replied Pierre, looking round for his groom. It was only now that he noticed wounded men staggering along or being carried on stretchers. On that very meadow he had ridden over the day before, a soldier was lying across the rows of scented hay with his head thrown awkwardly back and his shako off. Why haven't they carried him away? Pierre was about to ask, but seeing the stern expression of the adjutant, who was also looking that way, he checked himself. Pierre did not find his groom and rode along the hollow with the adjutant to Raevski's redoubt. His horse lagged behind the adjutant's and jolted him at every step. "You don't seem to be used to riding, Count," remarked the adjutant. "No, it's not that, but her action seems so jerky," said Pierre in a puzzled tone. "Why, she's wounded," said the adjutant. "In the off foreleg above the knee. A bullet, no doubt. I congratulate you, Count, on your baptism of fire." Having ridden in the smoke past the 6th Corps, behind the artillery which had been moved forward and was in action, deafening them with the noise of firing, they came to a small wood. There it was cool and quiet, with a scent of autumn. Pierre and the adjutant dismounted and walked up the hill on foot. "Is the general here?" asked the adjutant on reaching the knoll. "He was here a minute ago, but has just gone that way," someone told him, pointing to the right. The adjutant looked at Pierre as if puzzled what to do with him now. "Don't trouble about me," said Pierre. "I'll go up onto the knoll if I may." "Yes, do. You'll see everything from there, and it's less dangerous, and I'll come for you." Pierre went to the battery, and the adjutant rode on. They did not meet again, and only much later did Pierre learn that the adjutant lost an arm that day. The knoll to which Pierre ascended was that famous one afterwards known to the Russians as the Knoll Battery or Raevski's Redoubt, and to the French as La Grande Redoute. It was the central point of the battle, around which tens of thousands fell. This redoubt consisted of a knoll, on 3 sides of which trenches had been dug. Within the entrenchment stood 10 guns that were being fired through openings in the earthwork. In line with the knoll on both sides stood other guns which also fired incessantly. A little behind the guns stood infantry. When ascending that knoll, Pierre had no notion that this spot was the most important point of the battle. On the contrary, just because he happened to be there, he thought it one of the least significant parts of the field. Having reached the knoll, Pierre sat down at one end of a trench surrounding the battery and gazed at what was going on around him with an unconsciously happy smile. Occasionally he rose and walked about the battery, still with that same smile, trying not to obstruct the soldiers who were loading, hauling the guns, and continually running past him with bags and charges. The guns of that battery were being fired continually one after another with a deafening roar, enveloping the whole neighborhood in powder smoke. In contrast with the dread felt by the infantrymen placed in support, here in the battery, where a small number of men were busy at their work, everyone experienced a common and family-like feeling of animation. The intrusion of Pierre's non-military figure in a white hat made an unpleasant impression at first. The soldiers looked askance at him with surprise and even alarm as they went past him. The senior artillery officer, a tall, long-legged, pockmarked man, moved over to Pierre as if to see the action of the farthest gun, and looked at him with curiosity. A young, round-faced officer, quite a boy still, who was zealously commanding the 2 guns entrusted to him, addressed Pierre sternly. "Sir," he said, "permit me to ask you to stand aside. You must not be here." The soldiers shook their heads disapprovingly as they looked at Pierre. But when they had convinced themselves that this man in the white hat was doing no harm, but either sat quietly on the slope of the trench with a shy smile or politely made way for the soldiers, their feeling of hostile distrust gradually began to change into a kindly and bantering sympathy. The men soon accepted Pierre into their family, adopted him, gave him a nickname, our gentleman, and made kindly fun of him among themselves. A shell tore up the earth 2 paces from Pierre, and he looked around with a smile as he brushed from his clothes some earth it had thrown up. "And how's it you're not afraid, sir? Really now?" a red-faced, broad-shouldered soldier asked Pierre, with a grin that disclosed a set of sound white teeth. "Are you afraid, then?" said Pierre. "What else do you expect?" answered the soldier. "She has no mercy, you know. When she comes spluttering down, out go your innards. One can't help being afraid," he said, laughing. Several of the men, with bright, kindly faces, stopped beside Pierre. They seemed not to have expected him to talk like anybody else, and the discovery that he did so delighted them. "It's the business of us soldiers, but in a gentleman it's wonderful. There's a gentleman for you." "To your places!" cried the young officer to the men gathered round Pierre. The young officer was evidently exercising his duties for the first or second time, and therefore treated both his superiors and the men with great precision and formality. The booming cannonade and the fusillade of musketry were growing more intense over the whole field, especially to the left where Bagration's entrenchments were. But where Pierre was, the smoke of the firing made it almost impossible to distinguish anything. Moreover, his whole attention was engrossed by watching the family circle formed by the men in the battery. His first unconscious feeling of joyful animation produced by the sights and sounds of the battlefield was now replaced by another, especially since he had seen that soldier lying alone in the hayfield. Now, seated on the slope of the trench, he observed the faces of those around him. By 10 o'clock, some 20 men had already been carried away from the battery. 2 guns were smashed, and cannon balls fell more and more frequently on the battery, and spent bullets buzzed and whistled around. But the men in the battery seemed not to notice this, and merry voices and jokes were heard on all sides. "A live one!" shouted a man as a whistling shell approached. "Not this way, to the infantry!" added another with loud laughter, seeing the shell fly past and fall into the ranks of the supports. "Are you bowing to a friend, eh?" remarked another, teasing a peasant who ducked low as a cannonball flew over. Several soldiers gathered by the wall of the trench, looking out to see what was happening in front. "They've withdrawn the front line. It has retired," said they, pointing over the earthwork. "Mind your own business," an old sergeant shouted at them. "If they've retired, it's because there's work for them to do farther back." And the sergeant, taking one of the men by the shoulders, gave him a shove with his knee. This was followed by a burst of laughter. "To the 5th gun, wheel it up," came shouts from one side. "Now then, all together like bargees," rose the merry voices of those who were moving the gun. "Oh, she nearly knocked our gentleman's hat off," cried the red-faced humorist, showing his teeth and teasing Pierre. "Awkward baggage," he added reproachfully to a cannonball that struck a cannon wheel and a man's leg. "Now then, you foxes," said another, laughing at some militiamen who, stooping low, entered the battery to carry away the wounded man. "So this gruel isn't to your taste? Oh, you crows, you're scared!" they shouted at the militiamen who stood hesitating before the man whose leg had been torn off. "There, lads, oh, they mimicked the peasants. They don't like it at all." Pierre noticed that after every ball that hit the redoubt, and after every loss, the liveliness increased more and more. As the flames of a hidden fire come more vividly from an approaching thundercloud, so, as if in opposition to what was happening, the lightning of hidden fire glowed more and more intensely in the faces of these men. Pierre did not look out at the battlefield, and was not concerned to know what was happening there. He was entirely absorbed in watching this fire which burned ever more brightly, and which he felt was flaming up in the same way in his own soul. At 10 o'clock, the infantry that had been among the bushes in front of the battery and along the streamlet retreated. From the battery, they could be seen running back past it, carrying their wounded on their muskets. A general with his suite came to the battery, and after speaking to the colonel, gave Pierre an angry look and went away again, having ordered the infantry supports behind the battery to lie down so as to be less exposed to fire. After this, from amid the ranks of infantry to the right of the battery, came the sound of a drum and shouts of command. And from the battery, one saw how those ranks of infantry moved forward. Pierre looked over the wall of the trench and was particularly struck by a pale young officer who, letting his sword hang down, was walking backwards and kept glancing uneasily around. The ranks of the infantry disappeared amid the smoke, but their long-drawn shout and rapid musketry firing could still be heard. A few minutes later, crowds of wounded men and stretcher-bearers came back from that direction. Projectiles began to fall still more frequently in the battery. Several men were lying about who had not been removed. Around the cannon, the men moved still more briskly and busily. No one any longer took notice of Pierre. Once or twice he was shouted at for being in the way. The senior officer moved with big, rapid strides from one gun to another with a frowning face. The young officer, with his face still more flushed, commanded the men more scrupulously than ever. The soldiers handed up the charges, turned, loaded, and did their business with strained smartness. They gave little jumps as they walked, as though they were on springs. The storm cloud had come upon them, and in every face the fire which Pierre had watched kindle burned up brightly. Pierre was standing beside the commanding officer. The young officer, his hand to his shako, ran up to his superior. "I have the honor to report, sir, that only 8 rounds are left. Are we to continue firing?" he asked. "Grape shot!" the senior shouted, without answering the question, looking over the wall of the trench. Suddenly something happened. The young officer gave a gasp and, bending double, sat down on the ground like a bird shot on the wing. Everything became strange, confused, and misty in Pierre's eyes. One cannonball after another whistled by and struck the earthwork, a soldier or a gun. Pierre, who had not noticed these sounds before, now heard nothing else. On the right of the battery, soldiers shouting "Hurrah!" were running not forwards but backwards, it seemed to Pierre. A cannonball struck the very end of the earthwork by which he was standing, crumbling down the earth. A black ball flashed before his eyes, and at the same instant plumped into something. Some militiamen who were entering the battery ran back. "All with grape shot!" shouted the officer. The sergeant ran up to the officer and in a frightened whisper informed him that there were no more charges. "The scoundrels! What are they doing?" shouted the officer, turning to Pierre. The officer's face was red and perspiring, and his eyes glittered under his frowning brow. "Run to the reserves and bring up the ammunition boxes," he yelled, angrily avoiding Pierre with his eyes and speaking to his men. "I'll go," said Pierre. The officer, without answering him, strode across to the opposite side. "Don't fire! Wait!" he shouted. The man who had been ordered to go for ammunition stumbled against Pierre. "Eh, sir, this is no place for you," said he, and ran down the slope. Pierre ran after him, avoiding the spot where the young officer was sitting. One cannonball, another, and a third flew over him, falling in front, beside, and behind him. Pierre ran down the slope. "Where am I going?" he suddenly asked himself when he was already near the green ammunition wagons. He halted irresolutely, not knowing whether to return or go on. Suddenly a terrible concussion threw him backwards to the ground. At the same instant, he was dazzled by a great flash of flame, and immediately a deafening roar, crackling, and whistling made his ears tingle. When he came to himself, he was sitting on the ground leaning on his hands. The ammunition wagons he had been approaching no longer existed. Only charred green boards and rags littered the scorched grass. A horse, dangling fragments of its shaft behind it, galloped past, while another horse lay, like Pierre, on the ground, uttering prolonged and piercing cries. Now we continue with Chapter 32. Chapter 32, the redoubt captured by the French, Pierre's conflict with a French officer, the redoubt retaken by the Russians. Beside himself with terror, Pierre jumped up and ran back to the battery, as to the only refuge from the horrors that surrounded him. On entering the earthwork, he noticed that there were men doing something there, but that no shots were being fired from the battery. He had no time to realize who these men were. He saw the senior officer lying on the earth wall, with his back turned as if he were examining something down below, and that one of the soldiers he had noticed before was struggling forward shouting, "Brothers!" and trying to free himself from some men who were holding him by the arm. He also saw something else that was strange. But he had not time to realize that the colonel had been killed, that the soldier shouting "Brothers!" was a prisoner, and that another man had been bayoneted in the back before his eyes. For hardly had he run into the redoubt before a thin, sallow-faced, perspiring man in a blue uniform rushed on him sword in hand, shouting something. Instinctively guarding against the shock, for they had been running together at full speed before they saw one another, Pierre put out his hands and seized the man, a French officer, by the shoulder with one hand and by the throat with the other. The officer, dropping his sword, seized Pierre by his collar. For some seconds they gazed with frightened eyes at one another's unfamiliar faces, and both were perplexed at what they had done and what they were to do next. "Am I taken prisoner, or have I taken him prisoner?" each was thinking. But the French officer was evidently more inclined to think he had been taken prisoner, because Pierre's strong hand, impelled by instinctive fear, squeezed his throat ever tighter and tighter. The Frenchman was about to say something, when just above their heads, terrible and low, a cannonball whistled. It seemed to Pierre that the French officer's head had been torn off, so swiftly had he ducked it. Pierre too bent his head and let his hands fall. Without further thought as to who had taken whom prisoner, the Frenchman ran back to the battery, and Pierre ran down the slope, stumbling over the dead and wounded who, it seemed to him, caught at his feet. But before he reached the foot of the knoll, he was met by a dense crowd of Russian soldiers who, stumbling, tripping up, and shouting, ran merrily and wildly toward the battery. This was the attack for which Ermolov claimed the credit, declaring that only his courage and good luck made such a feat possible. The French who had occupied the battery fled, and our troops, shouting, "Hurrah!" pursued them so far beyond the battery that it was difficult to call them back. The prisoners were brought down from the battery, and among them was a wounded French general, whom the officers surrounded. Crowds of wounded, some known to Pierre and some unknown, Russians and French with faces distorted by suffering, walked, crawled, and were carried on stretchers from the battery. Pierre again went up onto the knoll where he had spent over an hour, and of that family circle which had received him as a member, he did not find a single one. There were many dead whom he did not know, but some he recognized. The young officer still sat in the same way, bent double in a pool of blood at the edge of the earth wall. The red-faced man was still twitching, but they did not carry him away. Pierre ran down the slope once more. "Now they will stop it. Now they will be horrified at what they have done," he thought, aimlessly going toward a crowd of stretcher-bearers moving from the battlefield. But behind the veil of smoke the sun was still high, and in front and especially to the left, near Semenovsk, something seemed to be seething in the smoke. The roar of cannon and musketry did not diminish, but even increased to desperation, like a man who, straining himself, shrieks with all his remaining strength. Let's move on to Chapter 33. Chapter 33, the course of the battle. Difficulty of discerning what was going on. Things take their own course apart from the orders issued. The chief action of the Battle of Borodino was fought within the 7,000 feet between Borodino and Bagratión's entrenchments. Beyond that space, there was on one side a demonstration made by the Russians with Uvarov's cavalry at midday, and on the other side, beyond Utitsa, Poniatowski's collision with Tuhkov. But these two were detached and feeble actions in comparison with what took place in the center of the battlefield. On the field between Borodino and the entrenchments, beside the wood, the chief action of the day took place on an open space visible from both sides, and was fought in the simplest and most artless way. The battle began on both sides with a cannonade from several hundred guns. Then, when the whole field was covered with smoke, two divisions, Campan's and Desaix's, advanced from the French right, while Murat's troops advanced on Borodino from their left. From the Shevardino redoubt where Napoleon was standing, the entrenchments were 2/3 of a mile away, and it was more than a mile to Borodino. Napoleon could not see what was happening there, especially as the smoke mingling with the mist hid the whole locality. The soldiers of Desaix's division advancing against the entrenchments could only be seen until they had entered the hollow that lay between them. As soon as they had descended into that hollow, the smoke of the guns and musketry on the entrenchments grew so dense that it covered the whole approach. Through the smoke, glimpses could be caught of something black, probably men, and at times the glint of bayonets. But whether they were moving or stationary, whether they were French or Russian, could not be discovered from the Shevardino redoubt. The sun had risen brightly, and its slanting rays struck straight into Napoleon's face as, shading his eyes with his hand, he looked at the entrenchments. The smoke spread out before them, and at times it looked as if the smoke were moving, at times as if the troops moved. Sometimes shouts were heard through the firing, but it was impossible to tell what was being done there. Napoleon, standing on the knoll, looked through a field glass, and in its small circle saw smoke and men, sometimes his own and sometimes Russians. But when he looked again with the naked eye, he could not tell where what he had seen was. He descended the knoll and began walking up and down before it. Occasionally he stopped, listened to the firing, and gazed intently at the battlefield. But not only was it impossible to make out what was happening from where he was standing, but even from the entrenchments themselves, in which there were now Russian and now French soldiers, alternately or together, dead, wounded, alive, frightened, or maddened. Even at those entrenchments themselves, it was impossible to make out what was taking place. There, for several hours, amid incessant cannon and musketry fire, now Russians were seen alone, now Frenchmen alone, now infantry and now cavalry. They appeared, fired, fell, collided, not knowing what to do with one another, screamed, and ran back again. From the battlefield, adjutants he had sent out and orderlies from his marshals kept galloping up to Napoleon with reports of the progress of the action. But all these reports were false. This was because it was impossible in the heat of battle to say what was happening at any given moment, and because many of the adjutants did not go to the actual place of conflict, but reported what they had heard from others. Also, while an adjutant was riding more than a mile to Napoleon, circumstances changed, and the news he brought was already becoming false. For instance, an adjutant galloped up from Murat with news that Borodino had been occupied and the bridge over the Kolocha was in the hands of the French. The adjutant asked whether Napoleon wished the troops to cross it. Napoleon gave orders that the troops should form up on the farther side and wait. But before that order was given, almost as soon as the adjutant had left Borodino, the bridge had been retaken by the Russians and burned in the very skirmish at which Pierre had been present. An adjutant galloped up from the entrenchments with a pale and frightened face and reported to Napoleon that their attack had been repulsed, Campan wounded, and Davout killed. Yet at the very time the adjutant had been told that the French had been repulsed, the entrenchments had in fact been recaptured by other French troops, and Davout was alive and only slightly bruised. On the basis of these necessarily untrustworthy reports, Napoleon gave his orders, which had either been executed before he gave them or could not be and were not executed. The marshals and generals, who were nearer to the field of battle but, like Napoleon, did not take part in the actual fighting, made their own arrangements without asking Napoleon. They issued orders where to fire, where cavalry should gallop, and where infantry should run. But even their orders, like Napoleon's, were seldom carried out, and then but partially. For the most part, things happened contrary to their orders. Soldiers ordered to advance ran back on meeting grape shot. Soldiers ordered to remain where they were, suddenly seeing Russians unexpectedly before them, sometimes rushed back and sometimes forward, and the cavalry dashed without orders in pursuit of the flying Russians. In this way, 2 cavalry regiments galloped through the Semenovsk hollow, and as soon as they reached the top of the incline, turned round and galloped full speed back again. The infantry moved in the same way, sometimes running to quite other places than those they were ordered to go to. All orders were given by the officers on the spot nearest to the units concerned, without asking either Ney, Davout, or Murat, much less Napoleon. They did not fear getting into trouble for not fulfilling orders or for acting on their own initiative, for in battle, what is at stake is what is dearest to man, his own life. It sometimes seems that safety lies in running back, sometimes in running forward, and these men, right in the heat of the battle, acted according to the mood of the moment. In reality, however, all these movements forward and backward did not improve or alter the position of the troops. All their rushing and galloping at one another did little harm. The harm of disablement and death was caused by the balls and bullets that flew over the fields on which these men were floundering about. As soon as they left the place where the balls and bullets were flying about, their superiors reformed them, brought them under discipline, and led them back to the zone of fire, where under the influence of fear of death, they lost their discipline and rushed about according to the chance promptings of the throng. Now for Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Reinforcements. Belliard appeals to Napoleon. De Beausset proposes breakfast. Friant's division sent in support. The expected success not secured. Continuous and useless slaughter. Napoleon's generals, Davout, Ney, and Murat, who were near that region of fire and sometimes even entered it, repeatedly led huge masses of well-ordered troops into it. But contrary to what had always happened in their former battles, instead of the news they expected of the enemy's flight, these orderly masses returned as disorganized and terrified mobs. The generals reformed them, but their numbers constantly decreased. In the middle of the day, Murat sent his adjutant to Napoleon to demand reinforcements. Napoleon sat at the foot of the knoll, drinking punch, when Murat's adjutant galloped up, with an assurance that the Russians would be routed if His Majesty would let him have another division. "Reinforcements?" said Napoleon in a tone of stern surprise, looking at the adjutant as though he did not understand his words. Reinforcements, thought Napoleon to himself. How can they need reinforcements when they already have half the army directed against a weak, unentrenched Russian wing? "Tell the King of Naples," he said sternly, "that it is not noon yet, and I don't yet see my chessboard clearly. Go!" The handsome boy adjutant sighed deeply without removing his hand from his hat and galloped back to where men were being slaughtered. Napoleon rose and, having summoned Caulaincourt and Berthier, began talking to them about matters unconnected with the battle. In the midst of this conversation, Berthier's eyes turned to look at a general with a suite who was galloping toward the knoll on a lathering horse. It was Belliard. Having dismounted, he went up to the emperor with rapid strides and in a loud voice began boldly demonstrating the necessity of sending reinforcements. He swore on his honor that the Russians were lost if the emperor would give another division. Napoleon shrugged his shoulders and continued to pace up and down without replying. Belliard began talking loudly and eagerly to the generals of the suite around him. "You are very fiery, Belliard," said Napoleon, when he again came up to the general. "In the heat of a battle it is easy to make a mistake. Go and have another look and then come back to me." Before Belliard was out of sight, a messenger from another part of the battlefield galloped up. "Now then, what do you want?" asked Napoleon in the tone of a man irritated at being continually disturbed. "Sire, the prince," began the adjutant. "Asks for reinforcements?" said Napoleon with an angry gesture. The adjutant bent his head affirmatively and began to report, but the emperor turned from him, took a couple of steps, stopped, came back, and called Berthier. "We must give reserves," he said, moving his arms slightly apart. "Who do you think should be sent there?" he asked of Berthier, whom he later called "that gosling I have made an eagle." "Send Claparad's division, sire," replied Berthier, who knew all the divisions, regiments, and battalions by heart. Napoleon nodded assent. The adjutant galloped to Claparad's division, and a few minutes later, the young guards stationed behind the knoll moved forward. Napoleon gazed silently in that direction. "No," he suddenly said to Berthier, "I can't send Claparède. Send Friant's division." Though there was no advantage in sending Friant's division instead of Claparède's, and even an obvious inconvenience and delay in stopping Claparède and sending Friant now, the order was carried out exactly. Napoleon did not notice that in regard to his army, he was playing the part of a doctor who hinders with his medicines, a role he so justly understood and condemned. Friant's division disappeared as the others had done into the smoke of the battlefield. From all sides, adjutants continued to arrive at a gallop, and as if by agreement, all said the same thing. They all asked for reinforcements, and all said that the Russians were holding their positions and maintaining a hellish fire under which the French army was melting away. Napoleon sat on a camp stool, wrapped in thought. Monsieur de Beausset, the man so fond of travel, having fasted since morning, came up to the Emperor and ventured respectfully to suggest lunch to His Majesty. "I hope I may now congratulate Your Majesty on a victory," said he. Napoleon silently shook his head in negation. Assuming the negation to refer only to the victory and not to the lunch, Monsieur de Beausset ventured with respectful jocularity to remark that there is no reason for not having lunch when one can get it. "Go away!" exclaimed Napoleon suddenly and morosely, and turned aside. A beatific smile of regret, repentance, and ecstasy beamed on Monsieur de Beausset's face, and he glided away to the other generals. Napoleon was experiencing a feeling of depression like that of an ever-lucky gambler who, after recklessly flinging money about and always winning, suddenly finds that the more he considers his play, the more surely he loses. His troops were the same, his generals the same preparations had been made, the same dispositions, and the same proclamation. He himself was still the same. He knew that, and knew that he was now even more experienced and skillful than before. Even the enemy was the same as at Austerlitz and Friedland, yet the terrible stroke of his arm had supernaturally become impotent. All the old methods that had been unfailingly crowned with success had already been employed. Yet not only was there no victory, but from all sides came the same news of generals killed and wounded, of reinforcements needed, of the impossibility of driving back the Russians, and of disorganization among his own troops. Formerly, after he had given 2 or 3 orders, marshals and adjutants had come galloping up with congratulations and happy faces announcing trophies and prisoners. So it had been at Lodi, Marengo, Arcola, Jena, Austerlitz, Wagram, and so on. But now something strange was happening to his troops. Despite news of the capture of the entrenchments, Napoleon saw that this was not the same as what had happened in his former battles. He saw that what he was feeling was felt by all the men about him experienced in the art of war. All their faces looked dejected, and they all shunned one another's eyes. Only a de Beausset could fail to grasp the meaning of what was happening. But Napoleon, with his long experience of war, well knew the meaning of a battle not gained by the attacking side in 8 hours, after all efforts had been expended. He knew that it was a lost battle, and that the least accident might now destroy him and his army. When he ran his mind over the whole of this strange Russian campaign, in which not one battle had been won, and not a flag, or cannon, or army corps had been captured in 2 months, when he looked at the concealed depression on the faces around him and heard reports of the Russians still holding their ground, a terrible feeling like a nightmare took possession of him. All the unlucky accidents that might destroy him occurred to his mind. The Russians might fall on his left wing, might break through his center, he himself might be killed by a stray cannonball. All this was possible. In former battles he had only considered the possibilities of success, but now innumerable unlucky chances presented themselves, and he expected them all. Yes, it was like a dream in which a man fancies that a ruffian is coming to attack him, and raises his arm to strike a terrible blow which he knows should annihilate him, but then feels that his arm drops powerless and limp like a rag, and the horror of unavoidable destruction seizes him in his helplessness. The news that the Russians were attacking the left flank of the French army aroused that horror in Napoleon. He sat silently on a camp stool below the knoll, with head bowed and elbows on his knees. Berthier approached and suggested that they should ride along the line to ascertain the position of affairs. "What? "What do you say?" asked Napoleon. "Yes, tell them to bring me my horse." He mounted and rode toward Semenovsk. Amid the powder smoke, slowly dispersing over the whole space through which Napoleon rode, horses and men were lying in pools of blood, singly or in heaps. Neither Napoleon nor any of his generals had ever before seen such horrors or so many slain in such a small area. The roar of guns that had not ceased for 10 hours wearied the ear and gave a peculiar significance to the spectacle. Napoleon rode up the high ground at Semenovsk, and through the smoke saw ranks of men in uniforms of a color unfamiliar to him. They were Russians. The Russians stood in serried ranks behind Semenovsk village and its knoll, and their guns boomed incessantly along their line and sent forth clouds of smoke. It was no longer a battle. It was a continuous slaughter which could be of no avail either to the French or the Russians. Napoleon stopped his horse and again fell into the reverie from which Berthier had aroused him. He could not stop what was going on before him and around him, and which was supposed to be directed by him and to depend on him, and from its lack of success this affair, for the first time, seemed to him unnecessary and horrible. One of the generals rode up to Napoleon and ventured to offer to lead the old guard into action. Ney and Berthier, standing near Napoleon, exchanged looks and smiled contemptuously at this general's senseless offer. Napoleon bowed his head and remained silent a long time. "At 2,000 miles from France, I will not have my guard destroyed," he said, and turning his horse, rode back to Shevardino. We will now begin Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Kutuzov, his rebuke to Wolzogen, an order of the day for an attack tomorrow, the spirit of the army. On the rug-covered bench where Pierre had seen him in the morning sat Kutuzov, his gray head hanging, his heavy body relaxed. He gave no orders but only assented to or dissented from what others suggested. "Yes, yes, do that," he replied to various proposals. "Yes, yes, go, dear boy, and have a look," he would say to one or another of those about him. Or, "No, don't, we'd better wait." He listened to the reports that were brought him and gave directions when his subordinates demanded them. But when listening to the reports, it seemed as if he were not interested in the import of the words spoken, but rather in something else, in the expression of face and tone of voice of those who were reporting. By long years of military experience, he knew, and with the wisdom of age understood, that it is impossible for one man to direct hundreds of thousands of others struggling with death. He knew that the result of a battle is decided not by the orders of a commander-in-chief, nor the place where the troops are stationed, nor by the number of cannon or of slaughtered men, but by that intangible force called the spirit of the army, and he watched this force and guided it as far as that was in his power. Kutuzov's general expression was one of concentrated, quiet attention, and his face wore a strained look as if he found it difficult to master the fatigue of his old and feeble body. At 11 o'clock, they brought him news that the entrenchments captured by the French had been retaken, but that Prince Bagration was wounded. Kutuzov groaned and swayed his head. "Ride over to Prince Peter Ivanovitch and find out about it exactly," he said to one of his adjutants, and then turned to the Duke of Württemberg, who was standing behind him. "Will your Highness please take command of the First Army?" Soon after the Duke's departure, his adjutant came back from him and told Kutuzov that the Duke asked for more troops. Kutuzov made a grimace and sent an order to Dokhturov to take over the command of the First Army, and a request to the Duke, whom he said he could not spare at such an important moment, to return to him. When they brought him news that Murat had been taken prisoner and the staff officers congratulated him, Kutuzov smiled. "Wait a little, gentlemen," said he. "The battle is won, and there is nothing extraordinary in the capture of Murat. Still, it is better to wait before we rejoice." But he sent an adjutant to take the news round the army. When Sherbinin came galloping from the left flank with news that the French had captured the entrenchments and the village of Semenovsk, Kutuzov, guessing by the sounds of the battle and by Sherbinin's looks that the news was bad, rose as if to stretch his legs, and taking Sherbinin's arm, led him aside. "Go, my dear fellow," he said to Ermolov, "and see whether something can't be done." Kutuzov was in Gorky, near the center of the Russian position. The attack directed by Napoleon against our left flank had been several times repulsed. In the center, the French had not got beyond Borodino, and on their left flank, Uvarov's cavalry had put the French to flight. Toward 3 o'clock, the French attacks ceased. On the faces of all who came from the field of battle and of those who stood around him, Kutuzov noticed an expression of extreme tension. He was satisfied with the day's success, a success exceeding his expectations, but the old man's strength was failing him. Several times his head dropped low as if it were falling, and he dozed off. Dinner was brought him. Adjutant General Wolzogen, the man whom Prince Andrew had seen riding past him and whom Bagration so detested, rode up while Kutuzov was at dinner. Wolzogen had come from Barclay de Tolly to report on the progress of affairs on the left flank. The sagacious Barclay de Tolly, seeing crowds of wounded men running back in the disordered rear of the army, weighed all the circumstances, concluded that the battle was lost, and sent his favorite officer to the commander-in-chief with that news. Kutuzov was chewing a piece of roast chicken with difficulty and glanced at Wolzogen with eyes that brightened under their puckering lids. Wolzogen, nonchalantly stretching his legs, approached Kutuzov with a half-contemptuous smile on his lips, scarcely touching the peak of his cap. He treated His Serene Highness with a somewhat affected nonchalance, intended to show that, as a highly trained military man, he left it to Russians to make an idol of this useless old man, but that he knew whom he was dealing with. The old gentleman, as the Germans called Kutuzov, is making himself very comfortable, thought Wolzogen. Looking severely at the dishes in front of Kutuzov, he began to report the position of affairs on the left flank, as Barclay had ordered him to, and as he himself had seen and understood it. All the points of our position are in the enemy's hands, and we cannot dislodge them for lack of troops. The men are running away, and it is impossible to stop them, he reported. Kutuzov ceased chewing and fixed an astonished gaze on Wolzogen, as if not understanding what was said to him. Wolzogen, noticing the old gentleman's agitation, said with a smile, "I have not considered it right to conceal from your Serene Highness what I have seen. The troops are in complete disorder." "You have seen? You have seen?" Kutuzov shouted. Frowning and rising quickly, he went up to Wolzogen. "How? How dare you?" he shouted, choking and making a threatening gesture with his trembling arms. "How dare you, sir, say that to me? You know nothing about it. Tell General Barclay from me that his information is incorrect, and that the real course of the battle is better known to me, the commander-in-chief, than to him." Wolzogen was about to make a rejoinder, but Kutuzov interrupted him. "The enemy has been repulsed on the left and defeated on the right flank. If you have seen amiss, sir, do not allow yourself to say what you don't know. Be so good as to ride to General Barclay and inform him of my firm intention to attack the enemy tomorrow," said Kutuzov sternly. All were silent, and the only sound audible was the heavy breathing of the panting old general. "They are repulsed everywhere, for which I thank God and our brave army. The enemy is beaten, and tomorrow we shall drive him from the sacred soil of Russia," said Kutuzov, crossing himself, and he suddenly sobbed as his eyes filled with tears. Wolzogen, shrugging his shoulders and curling his lips, stepped silently aside, marveling at the old gentleman's conceited stupidity. "Ah, here he is, my hero," said Kutuzov to a portly, handsome, dark-haired general who was just ascending the knoll. This was Raevsky, who had spent the whole day at the most important part of the field of Borodino. Raevsky reported that the troops were firmly holding their ground and that the French no longer ventured to attack. After hearing him, Kutuzov said in French, "Then you do not think, like some others, that we must retreat?" "On the contrary, your Highness, in indecisive actions it is always the most stubborn who remain victors," replied Raevsky, "and in my opinion—" "Kaisarov," Kutuzov called to his adjutant, "sit down and write out the order of the day for tomorrow. And you," he continued, addressing another, "ride along the line and announce that tomorrow we attack." While Kutuzov was talking to Raevsky and dictating the order of the day, Wolzogen returned from Barclay and said that General Barclay wished to have written confirmation of the order the field marshal had given. Kutuzov, without looking at Wolzogen, gave directions for the order to be written out, which the former commander-in-chief, to avoid personal responsibility, very judiciously wished to receive. And by means of that mysterious, indefinable bond which maintains throughout an army one and the same temper, known as the spirit of the army, and which constitutes the sinew of war, Kutuzov's words, his order for a battle next day, immediately became known from one end of the army to the other. It was far from being the same words or the same order that reached the farthest links of that chain. The tales passing from mouth to mouth at different ends of the army did not even resemble what Kutuzov had said, but the sense of his words spread everywhere, because what he said was not the outcome of cunning calculations, but of a feeling that lay in the commander-in-chief's soul, as in that of every Russian. And on learning that tomorrow they were to attack the enemy, and hearing from the highest quarters a confirmation of what they wanted to believe, the exhausted, wavering men felt comforted and inspirited. Now we move to Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Prince Andrew with the reserve under fire, hit by a bursting shell outside the dressing station. Prince Andrew's regiment was among the reserves which, until after 1 o'clock, were stationed inactive behind Semenovsk, under heavy artillery fire. Toward 2 o'clock, the regiment, having already lost more than 200 men, was moved forward into a trampled oat field. This was in the gap between Semenovsk and the Knoll battery, where thousands of men perished that day. An intense, concentrated fire from several hundred enemy guns was directed onto this spot between 1 and 2 o'clock. Without moving from that spot or firing a single shot, the regiment here lost another third of its men. From in front, and especially from the right, in the unlifting smoke, the guns boomed. Out of the mysterious domain of smoke that overlay the whole space in front, quick, hissing cannonballs and slow whistling shells flew unceasingly. At times, as if to allow them a respite, a quarter of an hour passed, during which the cannonballs and shells all flew overhead. But sometimes, several men were torn from the regiment in a minute, and the slain were continually being dragged away and the wounded carried off. With each fresh blow, less and less chance of life remained for those not yet killed. The regiment stood in columns, but nevertheless, the men were always in one and the same mood. All alike were taciturn and morose. Talk was rarely heard in the ranks, and it ceased altogether every time the thud of a successful shot and the cry of "stretchers" was heard. Most of the time, by their officer's order, the men sat on the ground. One, having taken off his shako, carefully loosened and retightened the gathers of its lining. Another polished his bayonet, rubbing some dry clay between his palms. Another fingered the strap of his bandolier, while another smoothed and refolded his leg bands and put his boots on again. Some built little houses of the tufts in the plowed ground or plaited baskets from the straw in the cornfield. All seemed fully absorbed in these pursuits. When men were killed or wounded, when rows of stretchers went past, when some troops retreated, and when great masses of the enemy came into view through the smoke, no one paid any attention to these things. But when our artillery or cavalry advanced, or some of our infantry were seen to move forward, words of approval were heard on all sides. But the liveliest attention was attracted by occurrences quite apart from the battle. It was as if the minds of these morally exhausted men found relief in everyday, commonplace occurrences. A battery of artillery was passing in front of the regiment. The horse of an ammunition cart put its leg over a trace. "Hey, look at the trace horse! Get her leg out, she'll fall! Ah, they don't see it!" came identical shouts from the ranks. Another time, general attention was attracted by a small brown dog, coming from heaven knows where, which trotted in a preoccupied manner in front of the ranks with its tail stiffly erect. Suddenly a shell fell close by, and it yelped, tucked its tail between its legs, and darted aside. Yells and shrieks of laughter rose from the whole regiment. But such distractions lasted only a moment, and for 8 hours the men had been inactive, without food, in constant fear of death, and their pale and gloomy faces grew ever paler and gloomier. Prince Andrew, pale and gloomy like everyone in the regiment, paced up and down at the edge of the meadow beside an oat field, with his head bowed and arms behind his back. There was nothing for him to do, and no orders to be given. Everything went on of itself. The killed were dragged from the front, the wounded carried away, and the ranks closed up. If any soldiers ran to the rear, they returned immediately and hastily. At first, Prince Andrew, considering it his duty to rouse the courage of the men and to set them an example, walked about among the ranks. But he soon became convinced that this was unnecessary and that there was nothing he could teach them. All the powers of his soul, as of every soldier there, were unconsciously bent on avoiding the contemplation of the horrors of their situation. He walked along the meadow, dragging his feet, rustling the grass, and gazing at the dust that covered his boots. Now he took big strides trying to keep to the footprints left on the meadow. Then he counted his steps, calculating how often he must walk from one strip to another to walk a mile. Then he stripped the flowers from the wormwood that grew along a boundary, rubbed them in his palms, and smelled their pungent, sweetly bitter scent. Nothing remained of the previous day's thoughts. He thought of nothing. He listened with weary ears to the ever-recurring sounds, distinguishing the whistle of flying projectiles from the booming of the reports, glanced at the tiresomely familiar faces of the men of the 1st Battalion, and waited. Here it comes. This one is coming our way again, he thought, listening to an approaching whistle in the hidden region of smoke. One, another, again, it has hit. He stopped and looked at the ranks. No, it has gone over, but this one has hit. And again he started trying to reach the boundary strip in 16 paces. A whiz and a thud. 5 paces from him, a cannonball tore up the dry earth and disappeared. A chill ran down his back. Again he glanced at the ranks. Probably many had been hit. A large crowd had gathered near the 2nd Battalion. "Adjutant!" he shouted. "Order them not to crowd together." The adjutant, having obeyed this instruction, approached Prince Andrew. From the other side, a battalion commander rode up. "Look out!" came a frightened cry from a soldier, and like a bird whirring in rapid flight and alighting on the ground, a shell dropped with little noise within 2 steps of Prince Andrew and close to the battalion commander's horse. The horse, regardless of whether it was right or wrong to show fear, snorted, reared almost throwing the major, and galloped aside. The horse's terror infected the men. "Lie down!" cried the adjutant, throwing himself flat on the ground. Prince Andrew hesitated. The smoking shell spun like a top between him and the prostrate adjutant, near a wormwood plant between the field and the meadow. "Can this be death?" thought Prince Andrew, looking with a quite new, envious glance at the grass, the wormwood, and the streamlet of smoke that curled up from the rotating black ball. I do not wish to die. I love life. I love this grass, this earth, this air." He thought this, and at the same time remembered that people were looking at him. "It's shameful, sir," he said to the adjutant. "What?" He did not finish speaking. At one and the same moment came the sound of an explosion, a whistle of splinters as from a breaking window frame, a suffocating smell of powder, and Prince Andrew started to one side, raising his arm, and fell on his chest. Several officers ran up to him. From the right side of his abdomen, blood was welling out, making a large stain on the grass. The militiamen with stretchers who were called up stood behind the officers. Prince Andrew lay on his chest with his face in the grass, breathing heavily and noisily. "What are you waiting for? Come along." The peasants went up and took him by his shoulders and legs, but he moaned piteously, and exchanging looks, they set him down again. "Pick him up, lift him, it's all the same," cried someone. They again took him by the shoulders and laid him on the stretcher. "Ah, God, my God, what is it? The stomach? That means death, my God," voices among the officers were heard saying. "It flew a hair's breadth past my ear," said the adjutant. The peasants, adjusting the stretcher to their shoulders, started hurriedly along the path they had trodden down to the dressing station. "Keep in step! Ah, those peasants!" shouted an officer, seizing by their shoulders and checking the peasants, who were walking unevenly and jolting the stretcher. "Get into step, Fedor! I say, Fedor!" said the foremost peasant. "Now that's right!" said the one behind joyfully, when he had got into step. "Your Excellency! Prince!" said the trembling voice of Timokhin, who had run up and was looking down on the stretcher. Prince Andrew opened his eyes and looked up at the speaker from the stretcher into which his head had sunk deep, and again his eyelids drooped. The militiamen carried Prince Andrew to the dressing station by the wood, where wagons were stationed. The dressing station consisted of 3 tents with flaps turned back, pitched at the edge of a birch wood. In the wood, wagons and horses were standing. The horses were eating oats from their movable troughs, and sparrows flew down and pecked the grains that fell. Some crows, scenting blood, flew among the birch trees, cawing impatiently. Around the tents, over more than 5 acres, blood-stained men in various garbs stood, sat, or lay. Around the wounded stood crowds of soldier stretcher-bearers with dismal and attentive faces, whom the officers keeping order tried in vain to drive from the spot. Disregarding the officers' orders, the soldiers stood leaning against their stretchers and gazing intently, as if trying to comprehend the difficult problem of what was taking place before them. From the tents came now loud, angry cries and now plaintive groans. Occasionally, dressers ran out to fetch water, or to point out those who were to be brought in next. The wounded men awaiting their turn outside the tents groaned, sighed, wept, screamed, swore, or asked for vodka. Some were delirious. Prince Andrew's bearers, stepping over the wounded who had not yet been bandaged, took him, as a regimental commander, close up to one of the tents, and there stopped, awaiting instructions. Prince Andrew opened his eyes, and for a long time could not make out what was going on around him. He remembered the meadow, the wormwood, the field, the whirling black ball, and his sudden rush of passionate love of life. 2 steps from him, leaning against a branch and talking loudly and attracting general attention, stood a tall, handsome, black-haired, non-commissioned officer with a bandaged head. He had been wounded in the head and leg by bullets. Around him, eagerly listening to his talk, a crowd of wounded and stretcher-bearers was gathered. "We kicked him out from there so that he chucked everything. We grabbed the king himself," cried he, looking around him with eyes that glittered with fever. "If only reserves had come up just then, lads, there wouldn't have been nothing left of him, I tell you surely." Like all the others near the speaker, Prince Andrew looked at him with shining eyes and experienced a sense of comfort. "But isn't it all the same now?" he thought. "And what will be there? And what has there been here? Why was I so reluctant to part with life? There was something in this life I did not and do not understand." We now continue with Chapter 37. Chapter 37, The Operating Tent. Portion of Prince Andrew's thigh bone extracted, Anatole's leg amputated. Prince Andrew pities him. One of the doctors came out of the tent in a blood-stained apron, holding a cigar between the thumb and little finger of one of his small, blood-stained hands, so as not to smear it. He raised his head and looked about him, but above the level of the wounded men. He evidently wanted a little respite. After turning his head from right to left for some time, he sighed and looked down. "All right, immediately," he replied to a dresser who pointed Prince Andrew out to him, and he told them to carry him into the tent. Murmurs arose among the wounded who were waiting. "It seems that even in the next world only the gentry are to have a chance," remarked one. Prince Andrew was carried in and laid on a table that had only just been cleared and which a dresser was washing down. Prince Andrew could not make out distinctly what was in that tent. The pitiful groans from all sides and the torturing pain in his thigh, stomach, and back distracted him. All he saw about him merged into a general impression of naked, bleeding human bodies that seemed to fill the whole of the low tent. It was just as a few weeks previously. On that hot August day, such bodies had filled the dirty pond beside the Smolensk road. Yes, it was the same flesh, the same cannon fodder, the sight of which had even then filled him with horror, as by a presentiment. There were 3 operating tables in the tent. 2 were occupied, and on the 3rd they placed Prince Andrew. For a little while he was left alone and involuntarily witnessed what was taking place on the other 2 tables. On the nearest one sat a Tartar, probably a Cossack, judging by the uniform thrown down beside him. 4 soldiers were holding him, and a spectacled doctor was cutting into his muscular brown back. "Ooh," grunted the Tartar, suddenly lifting up his swarthy, snub-nosed face with its high cheekbones and baring his white teeth. He began to wriggle and twitch his body and utter piercing, ringing, and prolonged yells. On the other table, round which many people were crowding, a tall, well-fed man lay on his back with his head thrown back. His curly hair, its color, and the shape of his head seemed strangely familiar to Prince Andrew. Several dressers were pressing on his chest to hold him down. One large, white, plump leg twitched rapidly all the time with a feverish tremor. The man was sobbing and choking convulsively. Two doctors, one of whom was pale and trembling, were silently doing something to this man's other gory leg. When he had finished with the Tartar, whom they covered with an overcoat, the spectacled doctor came up to Prince Andrew, wiping his hands. He glanced at Prince Andrew's face and quickly turned away. "Undress him! What are you waiting for?" he cried angrily to the dressers. His very first, remotest recollections of childhood came back to Prince Andrew's mind when the dresser with sleeves rolled up began hastily to undo the buttons of his clothes and undressed him. The doctor bent down over the wound, felt it, and sighed deeply. Then he made a sign to someone, and the torturing pain in his abdomen caused Prince Andrew to lose consciousness. When he came to himself, the splintered portions of his thigh bone had been extracted, the torn flesh cut away and the wound bandaged. Water was being sprinkled on his face. As soon as Prince Andrew opened his eyes, the doctor bent over, kissed him silently on the lips, and hurried away. After the sufferings he had been enduring, Prince Andrew enjoyed a blissful feeling such as he had not experienced for a long time. All the best and happiest moments of his life, especially his earliest childhood, when he used to be undressed and put to bed, and when his nurse sang him to sleep, and he, burying his head in the pillow, felt happy in the mere consciousness of life, returned to his memory, not merely as something past, but as something present. The doctors were busily engaged with the wounded man, the shape of whose head seemed familiar to Prince Andrew. They were lifting him up and trying to quiet him. "Show it to me, oh, oh, oh," his frightened moans could be heard, subdued by suffering and broken by sobs. Hearing those moans, Prince Andrew wanted to weep. Whether because he was dying without glory, or because he was sorry to part with life, or because of those memories of a childhood that could not return, or because he was suffering and others were suffering, and that man near him was groaning so piteously, he felt like weeping childlike, kindly, and almost happy tears. The wounded man was shown his amputated leg stained with clotted blood and with the boot still on. "Oh," he sobbed like a woman. The doctor, who had been standing beside him, preventing Prince Andrew from seeing his face, moved away. "My God, what is this? Why is he here?" said Prince Andrew to himself. In the miserable, sobbing, enfeebled man whose leg had just been amputated, he recognized Anatole Kuragin. Men were supporting him in their arms and offering him a glass of water, but his trembling, swollen lips could not grasp its rim. Anatole was sobbing painfully. "Yes, it is he. Yes, that man is somehow closely and painfully connected with me," thought Prince Andrew, not yet clearly grasping what he saw before him. "What is the connection of that man with my childhood and life?" he asked himself, without finding an answer. And suddenly a new, unexpected memory from that realm of pure and loving childhood presented itself to him. He remembered Natasha as he had seen her for the first time at the ball in 1810, with her slender neck and arms, and with a frightened, happy face ready for rapture. And love and tenderness for her, stronger and more vivid than ever, awoke in his soul. He now remembered the connection that existed between himself and this man who was dimly gazing at him through tears that filled his swollen eyes. He remembered everything, and ecstatic pity and love for that man overflowed his happy heart. Prince Andrew could no longer restrain himself and wept tender, loving tears for his fellow men, for himself, and for his own and their errors. Compassion, love of our brothers, for those who love us and for those who hate us, love of our enemies. Yes, that love which God preached on earth and which Princess Mary taught me and I did not understand. That is what made me sorry to part with life. That is what remained for me had I lived. But now it is too late. I know it. Now for Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Napoleon is depressed, his mind and conscience darkened, his calculation that few Frenchmen perished in Russia. The terrible spectacle of the battlefield, covered with dead and wounded, together with the heaviness of his head and the news that some 20 generals he knew personally had been killed or wounded, and the consciousness of the impotence of his once mighty arm, produced an unexpected impression on Napoleon. He usually liked to look at the killed and wounded as a way to test his strength of mind. But this day, the horrible appearance of the battlefield overcame that strength of mind which he thought constituted his merit and his greatness. He rode hurriedly from the battlefield and returned to the Shevardino knoll, where he sat on his camp stool, his sallow face swollen and heavy, his eyes dim, his nose red, and his voice hoarse. He involuntarily listened with downcast eyes to the sounds of firing. With painful dejection he awaited the end of this action, in which he regarded himself as a participant and which he was unable to arrest. A personal, human feeling for a brief moment got the better of the artificial fantasy of life he had served so long. He felt in his own person the sufferings and death he had witnessed on the battlefield. The heaviness of his head and chest reminded him of the possibility of suffering and death for himself. At that moment he did not desire Moscow, or victory, or glory. What need had he for any more glory? The one thing he wished for was rest, tranquility, and freedom. But when he had been on the Semenovsk heights, the artillery commander had proposed to him to bring several batteries up to those heights to strengthen the fire on the Russian troops. Napoleon had assented and had given orders that news should be brought to him of the effect those batteries produced. An adjutant came now to inform him that the fire of 200 guns had been concentrated on the Russians, as he had ordered, but that they still held their ground. "Our fire is mowing them down by rows, but still they hold on," said the adjutant. "They want more," said Napoleon in a hoarse voice. "Sire?" asked the adjutant, who had not heard the remark. "They want more," croaked Napoleon, frowning. "Let them have it." Even before he gave that order, the thing he did not desire, and for which he gave the order only because he thought it was expected of him, was being done. And he fell back into that artificial realm of imaginary greatness. And again, like a horse walking a treadmill thinking it is doing something for itself, he submissively fulfilled the cruel, sad, gloomy, and inhuman role predestined for him. And not for that day and hour alone were the mind and conscience darkened of this man on whom the responsibility for what was happening lay more than on all the others who took part in it. Never to the end of his life could he understand goodness, beauty, or truth, or the significance of his actions, which were too contrary to goodness and truth, too remote from everything human, for him ever to be able to grasp their meaning. He could not disavow his actions, praised as they were by half the world, and so he had to repudiate truth, goodness, and all humanity. Not only on that day, as he rode over the battlefield strewn with men killed and maimed, did he reckon how many Russians there were for each Frenchman, and deceiving himself, find reason for rejoicing in the calculation that there were 5 Russians for every Frenchman. Not on that day alone did he write in a letter to Paris that the battlefield was superb, because 50,000 corpses lay there. But even on the island of St. Helena, in the peaceful solitude where he said he intended to devote his leisure to an account of the great deeds he had done, he wrote, "The Russian war should have been the most popular war of modern times. It was a war of good sense, for real interests, for the tranquility and security of all. It was purely pacific and conservative. It was a war for a great cause, the end of uncertainties and the beginning of security. A new horizon and new labors were opening out, full of well-being and prosperity for all. The European system was already founded. All that remained was to organize it. Satisfied on these great points, and with tranquility everywhere, I too should have had my Congress and my Holy Alliance. Those ideas were stolen from me. In that reunion of great sovereigns, we should have discussed our interests like one family, and have rendered account to the peoples as clerk to master. Europe would in this way soon have been but one people, and anyone who traveled anywhere would have found himself always in the common fatherland. I should have demanded the freedom of all navigable rivers for everybody, that the seas should be common to all. and that the great standing armies should be reduced henceforth to mere guards for the sovereigns. On returning to France, to the bosom of the great, strong, magnificent, peaceful, and glorious fatherland, I should have proclaimed her frontiers immutable, all future wars purely defensive, all aggrandizement anti-national. I should have associated my son in the empire. My dictatorship would have been finished, and his constitutional reign would have begun. Paris would have been the capital of the world, and the French the envy of the nations. My leisure then, and my old age, would have been devoted in company with the Empress, and during the royal apprenticeship of my son, to leisurely visiting every corner of the empire, receiving complaints, redressing wrongs, and scattering public buildings and benefactions everywhere. Napoleon, predestined by Providence for the gloomy role of executioner of the peoples, assured himself that the aim of his actions had been the people's welfare, and that he could control the fate of millions and confer benefactions by the use of power. Of 400,000 who crossed the Vistula, he wrote further of the Russian war. Half were Austrians, Prussians, Saxons, Poles, Bavarians, Württembergers, Mecklenburgers, Spaniards, Italians, and Neapolitans. The imperial army, strictly speaking, was one-third composed of Dutch, Belgians, men from the borders of the Rhine, and others. It included scarcely 140,000 who spoke French. The Russian expedition actually cost France less than 50,000 men. The Russian army in its retreat from Vilna to Moscow lost in the various battles 4 times more men than the French army. The burning of Moscow cost the lives of 100,000 Russians who died of cold and won in the woods. Finally, in its march from Moscow to the Oder, the Russian army also suffered from the severity of the season, so that by the time it reached Vilna, it numbered only 50,000, and at Kalish less than 18,000. He imagined that the war with Russia came about by his will, and the horrors that occurred did not stagger his soul. He boldly took the whole responsibility for what happened, and his darkened mind found justification in the belief that among the hundreds of thousands who perished, there were fewer Frenchmen than Hessians and Bavarians. We conclude Book 10 with its final chapter. Chapter 39, Appearance of the Field at the End of the Battle, Doubts Maturing in Every Soul. Only a little further effort needed to secure victory, but such effort impossible. Could Napoleon have used his old guard? The Russians had gained a moral victory. Several tens of thousands of the slain lay in diverse postures and various uniforms on the fields and meadows belonging to the Davidov family and to the crown serfs. Those fields and meadows where for hundreds of years the peasants of Borodino, Gorky, Shevardino, and Semenovsk had reaped their harvests and pastured their cattle. At the dressing stations, the grass and earth were soaked with blood for a space of some 3 acres around. Crowds of men of various arms, wounded and unwounded, with frightened faces, dragged themselves back to Moshesk from the one army and back to Valuvo from the other. Other crowds, exhausted and hungry, went forward led by their officers. Others held their ground and continued to fire. Over the whole field, previously so gaily beautiful with the glitter of bayonets and clouds of smoke in the morning sun, there now spread a mist of damp and smoke, and a strange acid smell of saltpeter and blood. Clouds gathered, and drops of rain began to fall on the dead and wounded, on the frightened, exhausted, and hesitating men, as if to say, "Enough, men, enough, cease! Bethink yourselves, what are you doing?" To the men of both sides alike, worn out by want of food and rest, it began equally to appear doubtful whether they should continue to slaughter one another. All the faces expressed hesitation, and the question arose in every soul, for what, for whom, must I kill and be killed? You may go and kill whom you please, but I don't want to do so any more. By evening this thought had ripened in every soul. At any moment, these men might have been seized with horror at what they were doing, and might have thrown up everything and run away anywhere. But though toward the end of the battle, the men felt all the horror of what they were doing, though they would have been glad to leave off, some incomprehensible, mysterious power continued to control them. They still brought up the charges, loaded, aimed, and applied the match, though only 1 artilleryman survived out of every 3, and though they stumbled and panted with fatigue, perspiring and stained with blood and powder. The cannonballs flew just as swiftly and cruelly from both sides, crushing human bodies, and that terrible work which was not done by the will of a man, but at the will of him who governs men and worlds continued. Anyone looking at the disorganized rear of the Russian army would have said that, if only the French made one more slight effort, it would disappear. And anyone looking at the rear of the French army would have said that the Russians need only make one more slight effort, and the French would be destroyed. But neither the French nor the Russians made that effort, and the flame of battle burned slowly out. The Russians did not make that effort because they were not attacking the French. At the beginning of the battle, they stood blocking the way to Moscow, and they still did so at the end of the battle, as at the beginning. But even if the aim of the Russians had been to drive the French from their positions, they could not have made this last effort, for all the Russian troops had been broken up. There was no part of the Russian army that had not suffered in the battle. And though still holding their positions, they had lost one half of their army. The French, with the memory of all their former victories during 15 years, with the assurance of Napoleon's invincibility, with the consciousness that they had captured part of the battlefield and had lost only a quarter of their men and still had their guards intact, 20,000 strong, might easily have made that effort. The French who had attacked the Russian army in order to drive it from its position ought to have made that effort. For as long as the Russians continued to block the road to Moscow as before, the aim of the French had not been attained, and all their efforts and losses were in vain. But the French did not make that effort. Some historians say that Napoleon need only have used his old guards, who were intact, and the battle would have been won. To speak of what would have happened had Napoleon sent his guards is like talking of what would happen if autumn became spring. It could not be. Napoleon did not give his guards, not because he did not want to, but because it could not be done. All the generals, officers, and soldiers of the French army knew it could not be done, because the flagging spirit of the troops would not permit it. It was not Napoleon alone who had experienced that nightmare feeling of the mighty arm being stricken powerless. All the generals and soldiers of his army, whether they had taken part in the battle or not, after all their experience of previous battles, when after 1/10 of such efforts the enemy had fled, experienced a similar feeling of terror before an enemy who, after losing half his men, stood as threateningly at the end as at the beginning of the battle. The moral force of the attacking French army was exhausted. Not that sort of victory which is defined by capturing pieces of material fastened to sticks, called standards, and of the ground on which the troops had stood, but a moral victory that convinces the enemy of the moral superiority of his opponent and of his own impotence, was gained by the Russians at Borodino. The French invaders, like an infuriated animal that has in its onslaught received a mortal wound, felt that they were perishing, but could not stop, any more than the Russian army, weaker by one half, could help swerving. By the momentum gained, the French army was still able to roll forward to Moscow, but there, without further effort on the part of the Russians, it had to perish, bleeding from the mortal wound it had received at Borodino. The direct consequence of the Battle of Borodino was Napoleon's senseless flight from Moscow, his retreat along the old Smolensk road, the destruction of the invading army of 500,000 men, and the downfall of Napoleonic France, on which at Borodino for the first time the hand of an opponent of stronger spirit had been laid. This is Book 11, Chapter 1, Continuity of Motion and the Method of History. The human mind cannot truly grasp the idea of absolute continuous motion. We can only begin to understand any kind of movement when we break it down into smaller separate parts. But this very act of breaking down a continuous flow into separate pieces is the source of many of our mistakes. You might have heard of a famous ancient puzzle, or sophism, about Achilles and a tortoise. The puzzle says that Achilles could never catch a tortoise he was chasing, even though he could run 10 times faster. Here's why. By the time Achilles covers the distance between them, the tortoise has moved forward 1/10 of that distance. When Achilles covers that new smaller distance, the tortoise has moved forward another 1/100th. This goes on forever, and so the puzzle concludes Achilles can never catch up. To the ancients, this problem seemed impossible to solve. The answer was absurd, of course, because we know Achilles would overtake the tortoise. The absurdity came from arbitrarily dividing their continuous motion into these separate, discontinuous parts. We can get closer to a solution by making these parts smaller and smaller, but we never quite get there. The only way to truly solve the problem is to accept the idea of the infinitely small. Using this concept, we can see the distances as a geometric progression and find its sum to infinity. This gives us the real answer. A modern branch of mathematics, unknown to the ancients, has mastered the art of dealing with these infinitely small quantities. It can now solve much more complex problems of motion that once seemed impossible. This branch of mathematics accepts the concept of the infinitely small, which respects the fundamental rule of motion, its absolute continuity. By doing this, it corrects the error our minds naturally make when we try to analyze continuous movement by looking at its separate parts. The very same thing happens when we try to find the laws of historical movement. The movement of humanity is continuous, arising from the countless wills of individual people. History's goal is to understand the laws that govern this continuous movement. But to do so, our minds must create arbitrary, disconnected units to study. The first method of history is to take a series of continuous events and study them in isolation. But this is flawed because no event truly has a beginning. One event always flows uninterruptedly from another. The second method is to treat the actions of one person, a king or a commander, as if they represent the sum of many individual wills. But this is also false, because the will of many is never truly expressed by the actions of a single historical figure. In its search for truth, historical science is always taking smaller and smaller units to examine. But no matter how small these units are, we feel that this approach is fundamentally wrong. To take any unit and separate it from the others, to assume a beginning for any event, or to say that one person's actions express the will of many, all of this is false. It doesn't take much effort to show that the conclusions drawn from history are built on shaky ground. All you need to do is choose a different unit of observation, larger or smaller. And this is a perfectly valid thing to do, since the units history uses are always chosen arbitrarily in the first place. The only way we can hope to arrive at the laws of history is by taking infinitesimally small units for observation. We must look at the differential of history, that is, the individual tendencies of people. Then we must learn the art of integrating them, that is, finding the sum of all these infinitesimals. Only then can we hope to discover the true laws of history. Think about the first 15 years of the 19th century in Europe. It was a time of extraordinary movement, involving millions of people. Men left their usual lives, rushed from one side of Europe to the other, plundering, killing, celebrating, and despairing. For several years, the entire course of life was changed, marked by an intense movement that first grew stronger and then weaker. What caused this movement? What laws governed it? This is the question the human mind asks. Historians answer this question by telling us about the words and actions of a few dozen men in a building in Paris. They call these events the Revolution. Then they give us detailed biographies of Napoleon and the people who supported or opposed him. They tell us about the influence these people had on one another, and they say, this is why the movement happened, and these are its laws. But the human mind refuses to believe this explanation. In fact, it tells us that this method is wrong because it takes a weaker phenomenon as the cause of a stronger one. The sum of human wills created the Revolution and Napoleon, and it was only the sum of those wills that first allowed them to exist and then destroyed them. But every time there have been conquests, there have been conquerors, history tells us. Every time there has been a revolution, there have been great men. And our reason replies, yes, every time conquerors appear, there have been wars. But this doesn't prove that the conquerors caused the wars, or that you can find the laws of war in the personal actions of one man. It's like this. Whenever I look at my watch and the hands point to 10, I hear the bells of the nearby church. But just because the bells ring when the clock hands reach 10, I have no right to assume that the clock's hands cause the bells to ring. Whenever I see a locomotive move, I hear a whistle, see valves open, and wheels turn. But I have no right to conclude that the whistle and the turning wheels are the cause of the engine's movement. Peasants say that a cold wind blows in late spring because the oaks are budding. And it's true, every spring a cold wind does blow when the oaks are budding. But even though I don't know what causes the wind, I can't agree with the peasants that the oak buds are the cause. The force of the wind is far beyond the influence of the buds. I only see a coincidence, the kind that happens with all phenomena of life. And I see that no matter how carefully I watch the clock hands, the engine's valves, or the oak tree, I won't discover the cause of the bells, the movement, or the spring wind. To do that, I must change my point of view entirely and study the laws of steam, bells, and wind. History must do the same, and some attempts in this direction have already been made. To study the laws of history, we must completely change what we observe. We must leave aside kings, ministers, and generals, and instead study the common, infinitesimally small elements that move the masses. No one can say how far we can advance in this way toward understanding the laws of history, but it is clear that this is the only path where such a discovery might lie. And so far, historians have devoted not even a millionth of the mental effort in this direction, as they have to describing the actions of various kings and commanders, and offering their own thoughts on those actions. Chapter 2: The Campaign before Borodino. Now let's turn to the events of the campaign. The forces of a dozen European nations burst into Russia. The Russian army and people avoided a direct fight until they reached Smolensk, and then again from Smolensk to Borodino. The French army, meanwhile, pushed on toward its goal, Moscow. Its momentum grew stronger the closer it got, just like a falling object speeds up as it nears the earth. Behind them lay 700 miles of hostile, hunger-stricken country. Ahead, only a few dozen miles separated them from their goal. Every soldier in Napoleon's army felt this, and the invasion moved forward under its own power. The more the Russian army retreated, the more fiercely their hatred for the enemy grew. And as it retreated, the army itself grew larger and stronger. At Borodino, the two armies finally collided. Neither was completely broken, but the Russian army retreated immediately after the battle. It was as inevitable as a ball recoiling after hitting another with greater momentum. And just as inevitably, the ball of the invasion, which had advanced with so much force, rolled on for a little while longer, even though the collision had drained it of nearly all its power. The Russians retreated 80 miles past Moscow. The French reached the city, and there they came to a halt. For the next 5 weeks, there wasn't a single battle. The French didn't move. They stayed in Moscow like a bleeding, mortally wounded animal licking its wounds. Then, suddenly, with no new reason, they fled. They made a dash for the Kaluga road. After a victory at Maloyaroslavets, where the battlefield was once again theirs, they didn't risk another serious battle. Instead, they fled even more rapidly back to Smolensk, beyond the Berezina River, beyond Vilna, and even farther. On the evening of August 26th, Kutuzov and the entire Russian army were convinced that the Battle of Borodino was a victory. Kutuzov even reported it as such to the emperor. He gave orders to prepare for another battle to finish off the enemy. He wasn't trying to deceive anyone. He genuinely believed the enemy was beaten, as did everyone who had taken part in the fight. But throughout that evening and the next day, reports kept coming in of staggering losses, of half the army gone. A fresh battle was now physically impossible. They couldn't fight again until they had gathered information, collected the wounded, replenished their ammunition, counted the dead, and appointed new officers to replace those who had been killed. And all this time, the men needed food and sleep. Meanwhile, the very next morning after the battle, the French army advanced on its own, carried forward by its own momentum, which now seemed to increase as it got closer to its goal. Kutuzov had wanted to attack the next day, and the whole army wanted to as well. But wanting to attack isn't enough. You must also be able to do it. And that possibility didn't exist. It was impossible not to retreat for a day's march. Then it was impossible not to retreat for another day and a third. Finally, on the 1st of September, as the army neared Moscow, the force of circumstances compelled them to retire beyond the city, despite the strong feelings of every soldier. The troops retreated one last day's march and abandoned Moscow to the enemy. For people who think that generals create plans for campaigns and battles, like someone sitting in a study with a map, imagining how they would arrange things, certain questions arise. Why didn't Kutuzov do this or that during the retreat? Why didn't he take up a position before reaching Fili? Why didn't he retreat immediately by the Kaluga road and abandon Moscow? People who think this way forget, or don't know, the unavoidable conditions that always limit the actions of any commander-in-chief. The work of a commander is nothing like what we imagine in our studies. We sit comfortably looking at a map with a known number of troops in a known location, and we start our plans from a specific moment. A commander-in-chief, however, is never dealing with the beginning of an event. He is always in the middle of a series of shifting events, and can never, at any single moment, see the whole picture. Moment by moment, the event is constantly shaping itself. And at every moment of this continuous, uninterrupted process, the commander is in the middle of a complex web of intrigues, worries, unexpected events, authorities, projects, advice, threats, and deceptions. He is constantly forced to answer countless questions which often contradict one another. Learned military experts tell us, quite seriously, that Kutuzov should have moved his army to the Kaluga road long before reaching Fili, and that someone even suggested this to him. But a commander-in-chief, especially at a difficult moment, doesn't have just one proposal before him. He has dozens. And all these proposals, based on strategy and tactics, contradict each other. It might seem that a commander's job is simply to choose one of these plans, but he can't even do that. Events and time do not wait. For instance, on the 28th, someone suggests crossing to the Kaluga road. But just then, an adjutant gallops up from General Miloradovich, asking whether he should engage the French or retreat. An order must be given immediately, and the order to retreat takes them past the turn to the Kaluga road. After the adjutant comes the commissary general, asking where to take the supplies, and the chief of hospitals asking where to send the wounded. A courier from Petersburg arrives with a letter from the sovereign that makes abandoning Moscow seem impossible. Then the commander's rival, who is always trying to undermine him, presents a new plan completely opposed to the Kaluga road idea. The commander himself needs sleep and food to keep his energy up. A respectable general who was overlooked for a reward comes to complain. The local inhabitants beg to be defended. An officer sent to inspect the area gives a report that contradicts a previous one. And a spy, a prisoner, and a reconnaissance general all describe the enemy's position differently. People who forget these inevitable conditions will describe the situation at Fili and assume that on the 1st of September, the commander could freely decide whether to abandon Moscow or defend it. But with the Russian army less than 4 miles from the city, no such question really existed. When had that question been settled? It had been settled at Drissa and Smolensk, and most clearly of all on August 24th at Shevardino and on the 26th at Borodino. It was settled every day, every hour, and every minute of the retreat from Borodino to Fili. Chapter 3. The Council of War at Fili. When Ermolov was sent by Kutuzov to inspect the position before Moscow, he told the field marshal that it was impossible to fight there and that they must retreat. Kutuzov looked at him in silence. "Give me your hand," Kutuzov said. He turned it over to feel Ermolov's pulse and added, "You are not well, my dear fellow. Think what you are saying." At this point, Kutuzov could not yet accept the idea of retreating beyond Moscow without a battle. On the Poklony Hill, 4 miles from a gate of Moscow, Kutuzov got out of his carriage and sat on a bench by the roadside. A large group of generals gathered around him. Count Rostopchin, who had come out from Moscow, joined them. This brilliant company of men split into several groups, all discussing the military situation. They talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the position, the state of the army, the various plans, and the situation in Moscow. Although it wasn't officially called a council of war, everyone felt that's what it was. The conversations were all serious and focused on public matters. If anyone asked for personal news, they did so in a whisper and quickly returned to the main topic. There were no jokes, no laughter, not even a smile. Everyone was trying to act with the gravity the situation demanded. And while they talked among themselves, they all tried to stay close to the commander-in-chief, whose bench was the center of the gathering, and to speak so that he might overhear them. Kutuzov listened to what was being said, sometimes asking for a remark to be repeated, but he didn't take part in the conversations or express any opinion. After hearing one group, he would often turn away with a look of disappointment, as if they weren't talking about what he needed to hear. Some discussed the chosen position, criticizing not the location itself but the men who had chosen it. Others argued that a mistake had been made earlier and that a battle should have been fought 2 days before. Another group spoke of the Battle of Salamanca, described by a newly arrived Frenchman in a Spanish uniform. This Frenchman and a German prince were discussing the siege of Saragossa and whether Moscow could be defended in a similar way. Count Rostopchin was telling a fourth group that he was ready to die with the city's defenders, but he regretted not being informed sooner, saying things would have been different if he had known. A fifth group, showing off their strategic knowledge, discussed the direction the troops should now take. A sixth group was talking complete nonsense. Kutuzov's expression grew more and more preoccupied and gloomy. From all this talk, he saw only one thing. To defend Moscow was a physical impossibility. It was so impossible that if some senseless commander were to order a battle, it would only lead to confusion, but the battle itself would not happen. It wouldn't happen because the commanders all recognized the position was impossible to hold. In their conversations, they were only discussing what would happen after the inevitable abandonment of the city. How could they lead their troops to a battlefield they believed was a certain defeat? The junior officers and even the soldiers, who also thought about these things, considered the position impossible and could not go to fight convinced they would lose. When General Bennigsen insisted on defending the position, the question was no longer about military strategy but only a pretext for arguments and intrigue. Kutuzov knew this well. Bennigsen, who had chosen the position, was now loudly proclaiming his Russian patriotism, insisting that Moscow must be defended. Kutuzov winced as he listened. Bennigsen's goal was clear. If the defense failed, he would blame Kutuzov. If it succeeded, he would claim the credit, and if no battle was fought, he would clear himself of the crime of abandoning Moscow. But these intrigues were not what occupied the old man's mind. One terrible question absorbed him, and he heard no answer from anyone. The question was this: have I really allowed Napoleon to reach Moscow, and when did I do it? When was this decided? Was it yesterday, when I ordered Platov to retreat? Or was it the evening before, when I took a nap and told Bennigsen to give the orders? Or was it even earlier? When was this terrible affair decided? He knew what had to be done. Moscow must be abandoned, the army must retreat, and the order must be given. To give that terrible order felt like resigning his command, and he didn't just love the power he was used to, he was also convinced that he was destined to save Russia. That was why, against the emperor's wishes but by the will of the people, he had been chosen as commander-in-chief. He believed he was the only one who could hold the army together in these difficult circumstances, the only one in the world who could face the invincible Napoleon without fear. And he was horrified at the thought of the order he had to issue. But a decision had to be made, and the conversations around him were becoming too free and needed to be stopped. He called the most important generals to him. "My head, be it good or bad, must depend on itself," he said, rising from the bench. Then he rode to the village of Fili, where his carriages were waiting. The council of war began to assemble at 2 in the afternoon in the best room of a peasant's hut. The peasant family crowded into the back room across the passage. Only Malasha, the 6-year-old granddaughter of the owner, whom His Serene Highness had petted, remained on top of the large brick oven in the main room. From her perch, Malasha looked down with shy delight at the faces, uniforms, and decorations of the generals who came in one by one and sat on benches under the icons. Grandad, as Malasha called Kutuzov in her mind, sat apart in a dark corner behind the oven. He was sunk deep in a folding armchair, constantly clearing his throat and pulling at the collar of his coat, which seemed to pinch his neck even though it was unbuttoned. The generals who entered went up to him one by one. He shook hands with some and nodded to others. His adjutant, Kaysarov, started to draw back a curtain, but Kutuzov waved his hand angrily, and Kaysarov understood that His Serene Highness did not want his face to be seen. Around a simple wooden table, covered with maps, plans, and pencils, so many people gathered that orderlies brought in another bench. Ermolov, Kaysarov, and Toll sat on this new bench. In the most prominent place, under the icons, sat Barclay de Tolly. He had a St. George's cross around his neck and looked pale and ill. He had been feverish for 2 days and was now shivering. Beside him sat Uvarov, speaking to him in low tones with rapid gestures. Chubby little Doktorov listened attentively, his eyebrows raised. On the other side sat Count Osterman Tolstoy, who seemed lost in his own thoughts. Raevsky, fidgeting with his hair as usual, glanced impatiently from Kutuzov to the door. Konovnitsyn's firm, handsome face was lit up by a gentle, sly smile. His eyes met Malasha's, and the expression in them made the little girl smile. They were all waiting for Bennigsen, who was finishing a savory dinner under the pretext of inspecting the position. They waited for him from 4 until 6 o'clock, talking quietly among themselves about other matters. Only when Bennigsen finally entered the hut did Kutuzov leave his corner and move toward the table, but he stayed just far enough away that the candles did not light up his face. Bennigsen opened the council with a question. Are we to abandon Russia's ancient and sacred capital without a struggle, or are we to defend it? A long general silence followed. Every face was grim. Only Kutuzov's angry grunts and occasional cough broke the silence. All eyes were on him. Malasha, too, looked at Grandad. She was closest to him and saw how his face puckered. He seemed about to cry, but the moment passed. Russia's ancient and sacred capital, he said suddenly, repeating Bennigsen's words in an angry voice, drawing attention to the false note in them. Allow me to tell you, Your Excellency, that question has no meaning for a Russian. He lurched his heavy body forward. Such a question cannot be put. It is senseless. The question I have asked these gentlemen to discuss is a military one. The question is that of saving Russia. Is it better to give up Moscow without a battle, or by accepting battle to risk losing the army as well as Moscow? That is the question on which I want your opinion. And he sank back into his chair. The discussion began. Bennigsen did not yet consider his game lost. He admitted that a defensive battle at Philly was impossible, but, filled with patriotism, he proposed moving troops during the night to attack the French right flank the next day. Opinions were divided. Ermolov, Doktorov, and Raevsky agreed with Bennigsen. Whether they felt it was necessary to make a sacrifice before abandoning the capital, or for their own personal reasons, these generals seemed not to understand that the council could not change the inevitable course of events, and that Moscow was already, in effect, abandoned. The other generals, however, understood this. They left aside the question of Moscow and spoke about the direction the army should take in its retreat. Malasha, watching everything, understood the council differently. To her, it seemed to be a personal struggle between Grandad and Longcoat, as she called Bennigsen. She saw that they grew angry when they spoke to each other, and in her heart she sided with Grandad. In the middle of the conversation, she noticed Grandad give Bennigsen a quick, subtle glance. Then, to her delight, she saw that Grandad said something to Longcoat that settled him. Bennigsen suddenly turned red and paced angrily up and down the room. What had so affected him was Kutuzov's calm and quiet comment on Bennigsen's proposal. "Gentlemen," Kutuzov had said, "I cannot approve of the Count's plan. Moving troops so close to an enemy is always dangerous, and military history supports that view. For instance..." Kutuzov seemed to search for an example. Then, with a clear, innocent look at Bennigsen, he added, "Oh yes, take the Battle of Friedland, which I think the Count remembers well, and which was not fully successful, only because our troops were rearranged too near the enemy." A momentary pause followed, which seemed very long to everyone. The discussion started again, but there were frequent pauses, and they all felt that there was nothing more to be said. During one of these pauses, Kutuzov heaved a deep sigh, as if preparing to speak. They all looked at him. "Well, gentlemen, I see that it is I who will have to pay for the broken crockery," he said. He rose slowly and moved to the table. "Gentlemen, I have heard your views. Some of you will not agree with me. But he paused, by the authority entrusted to me by my sovereign and my country, order a retreat." After that, the generals began to leave, with the solemn and quiet manner of people leaving a funeral. Some of them spoke to Kutuzov in low tones, in a very different way from how they had spoken during the council. Malasha, who had long been expected for supper, carefully climbed down from the oven. Her bare little feet found the projections, and she slipped between the legs of the generals and darted out of the room. After dismissing the generals, Kutuzov sat for a long time with his elbows on the table, thinking about the same terrible question. When did the abandonment of Moscow become inevitable? When was the final decision made? And who was to blame? "I did not expect this," he said to his adjutant Schneider when he came in late that night. "I did not expect this. I did not think this would happen." "You should take some rest, Your Serene Highness," replied Schneider. "But no, they shall eat horseflesh yet, like the Turks," exclaimed Kutuzov, ignoring the advice and striking the table with his fist. "They shall too, if only." Chapter 4: The Abandonment of Moscow. At that very time, another important event was unfolding, the evacuation and burning of Moscow, and Count Rostopchin, who is often portrayed as the one who instigated it, acted in a very different way from Kutuzov. After the Battle of Borodino, the abandonment and burning of Moscow was as inevitable as the army's retreat. Every Russian could have predicted it, not through reasoning, but by a feeling deep inside each of them, passed down from their fathers. What happened in Moscow was the same thing that had happened in all the towns and villages on Russian soil, starting with Smolensk, and it happened without the help of Count Rostopchin and his proclamations. The people awaited the enemy calmly. They didn't riot or get excited or attack anyone. They simply faced their fate, feeling within themselves the strength to do what was necessary at that most difficult moment. And as soon as the enemy drew near, the wealthy classes left, abandoning their property, while the poorer people stayed behind and burned and destroyed what was left. This understanding that this would happen, and would always happen, was present in the heart of every Russian. And this awareness, this foreboding that Moscow would be taken, was present in Moscow society in 1812. Those who left Moscow as early as July and the beginning of August showed that they expected this. Those who left, taking what they could and abandoning their houses and half their belongings, did so out of a quiet, deep-seated patriotism. It's a patriotism that doesn't express itself in grand phrases or unnatural sacrifices, but simply organically and powerfully. It is disgraceful to run away from danger. Only cowards are running away from Moscow, they were told. In his proclamations, Rostopchin insisted that leaving Moscow was shameful. They were ashamed to be called cowards, ashamed to leave, but still they left, knowing it had to be done. Why did they go? It wasn't because Rostopchin had scared them with stories of horrors Napoleon had committed in other countries. The first to leave were the rich, educated people who knew very well that Vienna and Berlin had remained unharmed. They knew that when Napoleon occupied those cities, the inhabitants had enjoyed pleasant times with the charming Frenchmen, whom many Russians, especially the ladies, liked so much. They left because for Russians, there was no question of whether things would be good or bad under French rule in Moscow. To be under French rule was out of the question. It would be the worst thing that could happen. They left even before the Battle of Borodino, and even more rapidly after it. This was despite Rostopchin's calls to defend the city, or his announcements about fighting with icons or balloons that would destroy the French. And despite all the nonsense he wrote, they knew it was the army's job to fight. And if the army couldn't succeed, it was no use taking young ladies and house serfs to fight Napoleon. They had to leave, no matter how sorry they were to abandon their property to destruction. They left without thinking of the huge significance of a great and wealthy city being given over to be destroyed. They knew that a large city full of wooden buildings was certain to burn when abandoned by its people. They went away, each for his own reasons, and yet it was only because of their leaving that this momentous event was accomplished, an event that will always remain the greatest glory of the Russian people. The lady who, in June, moved with her servants from Moscow to her estate, afraid of being stopped by Rostopchin's orders, was simply acting on a vague feeling that she was not Bonaparte's servant. But in doing so, she was carrying out the great work that saved Russia. But Count Rostopchin, this was a different story. One moment he was taunting those who left, the next he was removing government offices. He distributed useless weapons to drunken mobs, then led processions with icons. He forbade a priest from removing sacred relics, then seized all the private carts in Moscow to remove a balloon being built by a man named Lepich. He hinted that he would burn Moscow and told people how he had set fire to his own house. He wrote a proclamation scolding the French for destroying his orphanage. He both claimed and denied the glory of having planned to burn Moscow. He ordered the people to catch spies and bring them to him, then reproached them for doing so. He expelled all the French residents, then allowed the central figure of the French community to remain. He arrested and exiled the old postmaster for no particular reason. He assembled the people to fight the French, then, to get rid of them, handed over a man to be killed while he himself drove away by a back gate. He declared he would not survive the fall of Moscow, then wrote French verses about his role in the affair. This man did not understand what was happening. He just wanted to do something himself that would astonish people, to perform some heroic, patriotic feat. Like a child, he played with the momentous and unavoidable event, the abandonment and burning of Moscow. With his puny hand, he tried sometimes to speed up and sometimes to hold back the enormous popular tide that was carrying him along with it. Chapter 5: Helene in Petersburg. Let's now turn our attention to Helene, who had returned with the court from Vilna to Petersburg and found herself in a difficult position. In Petersburg, she had enjoyed the special protection of a very powerful man. In Vilna, she had become intimate with a young foreign prince. Now back in Petersburg, both the powerful man and the prince were there, and both claimed their rights. Helene was faced with a new problem: how to keep her relationship with both men without offending either. What would have been difficult or even impossible for another woman did not cause the slightest embarrassment to Countess Bezukhova. She clearly deserved her reputation as a very clever woman. If she had tried to hide her situation or use cunning to get out of it, she would have admitted her guilt and spoiled her case. But Helene, like a truly great person who can do whatever they please, immediately decided that her own position was correct, and that everyone else was to blame, and she sincerely believed it. The first time the young prince reproached her, she lifted her beautiful head and said firmly, "That's just like a man, selfish and cruel. I expected nothing else. A woman sacrifices herself for you, she suffers, and this is her reward. What right have you, Monseigneur, to demand an account of my attachments and friendships? He is a man who has been more than a father to me." The prince started to speak, but Helene interrupted him. "Well, yes," she said. "It may be that he has other feelings for me than those of a father, but that is not a reason for me to shut my door on him. I am not a man to repay kindness with ingratitude. No, Monseigneur, that in all that relates to my intimate feelings, I answer only to God and to my conscience." She concluded by laying her hand on her beautiful chest and looking up to heaven. "But for heaven's sake, listen to me," he pleaded. "Marry me, and I will be your slave," she replied. "But that's impossible." "You won't deign to lower yourself by marrying me, Helene said, beginning to cry. The prince tried to comfort her, but Helene, as if completely distraught, said through her tears that there was nothing to prevent her from marrying. She mentioned precedents like Napoleon and other famous people. She said that she had never truly been her husband's wife and that she had been sacrificed. But the law, religion, said the prince, already giving in. The law, religion, what were they invented for if they can't arrange that? Said Helene. The prince was surprised that such a simple idea had not occurred to him. He sought advice from the holy brothers of the Society of Jesus, with whom he was on intimate terms. A few days later, at one of Helene's enchanting parties at her country house, a charming man named Monsieur de Joubert was presented to her. He was no longer young, with snow-white hair and brilliant black eyes, a lay member of the Jesuit order. In the garden, by the light of illuminations and to the sound of music, he spoke to her for a long time about the love of God, of Christ, and of the consolations the one true Catholic religion offers in this world and the next. Helene was touched. Tears rose to her eyes and to Monsieur de Joubert's, and their voices trembled. A dance partner came for her, ending their conversation. But the next evening, Monsieur de Joubert visited her when she was alone, and often came again after that. One day he took her to a Roman Catholic church where she knelt before the altar. The enchanting middle-aged Frenchman laid his hands on her head, and as she later described it, she felt something like a fresh breeze enter her soul. It was explained to her that this was la grâce, or grace. After that, an abbé was brought to her. She confessed to him, and he absolved her of her sins. The next day, she received a box containing the sacred host for her to partake of. A few days later, Helene learned with pleasure that she had been admitted to the true Catholic Church, and that the Pope himself would soon hear of her and send her a certain document. All this attention from so many clever men, expressed in such pleasant and refined ways, and the state of dove-like purity she was now in, she wore only white dresses and ribbons during this time, gave her great pleasure. But her pleasure did not make her forget her goal for a moment, and as often happens in contests of cunning, a simple person can get the better of cleverer ones. Helene realized that the main object of all these words and efforts, after converting her to Catholicism, was to get money from her for Jesuit institutions. Before she parted with her money, she insisted that the necessary steps be taken to free her from her husband. In her view, the purpose of any religion was simply to maintain certain proprieties while allowing human desires to be satisfied. And with this in mind, in one of her talks with her father confessor, she insisted on an answer to the question, to what extent was she bound by her marriage? They were sitting by a window in the drawing room at twilight. The scent of flowers drifted in. Helene was wearing a white dress, transparent over her shoulders and chest. The abbé, a well-fed man with a plump, clean-shaven chin and a pleasant, firm mouth, sat close to her. With a subtle smile and a peaceful look of delight at her beauty, he occasionally glanced at her face as he explained his opinion. Helene, with an uneasy smile, looked at his curly hair and his plump, dark cheeks, expecting the conversation to take a new turn at any moment. But the abbé, though he clearly enjoyed his companion's beauty, was absorbed in his mastery of the subject. The father confessor's argument went something like this. Ignorant of what you were undertaking, you made a vow of fidelity to a man who, by entering marriage without faith in its religious significance, committed sacrilege. That marriage lacked the dual meaning it should have had. Yet your vow was binding. You strayed from it. What did you commit by doing so? A venial sin or a mortal one? A venial sin because you acted without evil intention. If you were to marry again now with the object of having children, your sin might be forgiven. But the question is again twofold. Firstly, but suddenly Helene, who was getting bored, said with one of her enchanting smiles, "But I think that having embraced the true religion, I cannot be bound by what a false religion laid upon me." The director of her conscience was astonished. The case was presented to him with the simplicity of Columbus's egg. He was delighted at his pupil's unexpectedly rapid progress, but he couldn't abandon the complex argument he had so carefully constructed. "Let us understand one another, Countess," he said with a smile, and began to refute his spiritual daughter's arguments. Helene understood that from the Church's point of view, the question was very simple and easy. Her directors were only making difficulties because they were worried about how the secular authorities would view the matter. So she decided she needed to prepare public opinion. She made the elderly magnate jealous and told him the same thing she had told her other suitor, that the only way for him to have a right over her was to marry her. At first, the elderly magnate was as taken aback by this suggestion of marrying a woman whose husband was still alive as the younger man had been. But Helene's unshakable conviction that it was as simple and natural as marrying a maiden had its effect on him too. If Helene herself had shown the slightest hesitation, shame, or secrecy, her cause would have been lost. But she showed no such signs. On the contrary, with good-natured innocence, she told her intimate friends, which meant all of Petersburg, that both the prince and the magnate had proposed to her, and that she loved both and was afraid of hurting either. A rumor immediately spread through Petersburg. It wasn't that Helene wanted a divorce. That would have been seen as illegal and opposed by many. Instead, the story was that the unfortunate and interesting Helene was in doubt as to which of the two men she should marry. The question was no longer whether it was possible, but which was the better match and how the court would see it. There were, of course, some rigid people who saw the project as a desecration of the sacrament of marriage. But they were few and they kept quiet. The majority were interested in Helene's good fortune and in which match would be more advantageous. They didn't discuss whether it was right or wrong to remarry while one's husband was still alive. That question had evidently been settled by people wiser than you or me, as they said. To doubt that decision would be to risk showing one's own stupidity. Only Maria Dmitrievna Akrosimova, who had come to Petersburg that summer, dared to express a contrary opinion. Meeting Helene at a ball, she stopped her in the middle of the room and amid a general silence said in her gruff voice, "So wives of living men have started marrying again. Perhaps you think you have invented something new. You have been forestalled, my dear. It was thought of long ago. It is done in all the brothels." With these words, Maria Dmitrievna, turning up her wide sleeves with her usual threatening gesture, glanced sternly around and moved across the room. Though people were afraid of Maria Dmitrievna, she was regarded in Petersburg as a kind of buffoon. So, of all she had said, they only noticed and repeated in whispers the one coarse word she had used, thinking that was the whole point of her remark. Prince Vasily, who lately often forgot what he had said and repeated himself constantly, would remark to his daughter whenever he saw her, "Helene, I have a word to say to you." He would lead her aside, drawing her hand downward. "I have heard of certain projects concerning, you know. Well, my dear child, you know how your father's heart rejoices to know that you have suffered so much. But, my dear child, consult only your own heart. That is all I have to say." And concealing his unvarying emotion, he would press his cheek against his daughter's and move away. Bilibin, who still had a reputation as an exceedingly clever man, was one of the disinterested male friends a brilliant woman like Helene always has. He once gave her his view on the matter at a small, intimate gathering. "Listen, Bilibin," said Helene, touching his coat sleeve with her white, beringed fingers. "Tell me, as you would a sister, what I ought to do. Which of the two?" Bilibin wrinkled his brow and thought for a moment, a smile on his lips. "You are not taking me by surprise, you know," he said. "As a true friend, I have thought a great deal about your affair. You see, if you marry the prince," he meant the younger man, "you forever lose the chance of marrying the other, and you will displease the court besides. But if you marry the old count, you will make his last days happy. And as his widow, the prince would no longer be making a poor match by marrying you." Bilibin smoothed out his forehead. "That's a true friend," said Helene, beaming, and she touched Bilibin's sleeve again. "But I love them, you know, and I don't want to distress either of them. I would give my life for the happiness of them both." Bilibin shrugged, as if to say that not even he could help with that difficulty. A masterly woman, he thought. She would like to be married to all three at the same time. "But tell me, how will your husband look at the matter?" Bilibin asked. His reputation was so well established that he wasn't afraid to ask such a simple question. "Will he agree?" "Oh, he loves me so," said Helene, who for some reason imagined that Pierre loved her too. "He will do anything for me." Bilibin puckered his skin, preparing for a witty remark. Even divorce you, he said. Helene laughed. Among those who dared to doubt the proposed marriage was Helene's mother, Princess Kuragina. She was constantly jealous of her daughter, and now that the jealousy concerned a subject close to her own heart, she could not accept the idea. She consulted a Russian priest about the possibility of divorce and remarriage during a husband's lifetime. The priest told her it was impossible and, to her delight, showed her a text in the Gospel that seemed to plainly forbid it. Armed with these arguments, which she considered unanswerable, she drove to her daughter's early one morning to find her alone. Having listened to her mother's objections, Helene smiled blandly and ironically. "But it says plainly, 'Whosoever shall marry her that is divorced,'" said the old princess. "Oh, Mama, don't talk nonsense. You don't understand anything. In my position, I have obligations," said Helene, switching from Russian, in which she always felt her case didn't sound quite clear, to French, which suited it better. "But my dear—" "Oh, Mama, how is it you don't understand that the Holy Father, who has the right to grant dispensations—" Just then, Helene's lady companion came in to announce that His Highness was in the ballroom and wished to see her. "No, tell him I don't wish to see him. I am furious with him for not keeping his word to me," Helene said in French. "Countess, there is mercy for every sin," said a fair-haired young man with a long face and nose as he entered the room. The old princess rose respectfully and curtsied. The young man took no notice of her. The princess nodded to her daughter and slipped out of the room. "Yes, she is right," thought the old princess, all her convictions scattered by the appearance of His Highness. "She is right, but how is it that we in our youth did not know it? Yet it is so simple," she thought as she got into her carriage. By the beginning of August, Helene's affairs were clearly defined. She wrote a letter to her husband, who, she imagined, loved her very much, informing him of her intention to marry and of her conversion to the one true faith. She asked him to carry out all the necessary formalities for a divorce, which would be explained to him by the bearer of the letter. She signed it, "And so I pray God to have you, my friend, in His holy and powerful keeping, your friend Helene." This letter was brought to Pierre's house when he was on the field of Borodino. Chapter 6. Pierre after Borodino. Towards the end of the Battle of Borodino, Pierre, having run down from Raevski's battery for a second time, made his way through a gully with a crowd of soldiers. He reached the dressing station, but seeing blood and hearing cries and groans, he hurried on, still caught in the crowds of soldiers. The one thing he now desired with his whole soul was to get away from the terrible sensations of that day, to return to the ordinary conditions of life and sleep quietly in a room in his own bed. He felt that only in ordinary conditions would he be able to understand himself and all he had seen and felt. But such ordinary conditions were nowhere to be found. Although shells and bullets were no longer whistling over the road, on all sides there was the same scene as on the battlefield. There were the same suffering, exhausted, and sometimes strangely indifferent faces, the same blood, the same soldiers' overcoats, and the same sounds of distant firing that still brought a sense of terror. And on top of all this, there was the foul air and dust. After walking a couple of miles along the Mozhaysk road, Pierre sat down by the roadside. Dusk had fallen, and the roar of the guns died away. Pierre lay leaning on his elbow for a long time, watching the shadows move past him in the darkness. He kept imagining a cannonball flying towards him with a terrific whiz, and he would shudder and sit up. He had no idea how long he had been there. In the middle of the night, 3 soldiers settled down near him with some firewood and began to light a fire. The soldiers, who threw sidelong glances at Pierre, got the fire burning and placed an iron pot on it. They broke some dried bread into it and added a little dripping. The pleasant smell of greasy food mingled with the smell of smoke. Pierre sat up and sighed. The 3 soldiers were eating and talking among themselves, taking no notice of him. "And who may you be?" one of them suddenly asked Pierre. The question seemed to mean, "If you want to eat, we'll give you some food. Just let us know if you're an honest man." "I," said Pierre, feeling he needed to downplay his social position to be closer to the soldiers and better understood by them. By rights, I am a militia officer, but my men are not here. I came to the battle and have lost them." "There now," said one of the soldiers. Another shook his head. "Would you like a little mash?" the first soldier asked, handing Pierre a wooden spoon after licking it clean. Pierre sat down by the fire and began to eat the food from the cauldron. He thought it was more delicious than anything he had ever tasted. As he sat greedily bending over it, taking large spoonfuls, his face was lit by the fire, and the soldiers watched him in silence. "Where are you headed?" asked one of them. "To Mozhaisk." "You're a gentleman, aren't you?" "Yes. And what's your name?" "Peter Kirillich." "Well then, Peter Kirillich, come along with us. We'll take you there." In the total darkness, the soldiers walked with Pierre to Mochaisk. By the time they neared the town and began climbing the steep hill, the cocks were already crowing. Pierre went on with the soldiers, completely forgetting that his inn was at the bottom of the hill and that he had already passed it. He might not have remembered at all if he hadn't stumbled upon his groom halfway up the hill. The groom had been looking for him and recognized him in the darkness by his white hat. "Your Excellency," he said, "we were beginning to despair. Why are you on foot, and where are you going?" "Oh yes," said Pierre. The soldiers stopped. "So you found your folk," said one of them. "Well, goodbye, Peter Kirillich, isn't it?" "Goodbye, Peter Kirillich," Pierre heard the other voices repeat. "Goodbye," he said, and turned with his groom towards the inn. "I ought to give them something," he thought, and felt in his pocket. "No, better not," said another inner voice. There were no rooms available at the inn. They were all occupied. Pierre went out into the yard and, covering his head completely, lay down in his carriage. Scarcely had Pierre laid his head on the pillow before he felt himself falling asleep. But suddenly, with almost the distinctness of reality, he heard the boom, boom, boom of firing, the thud of projectiles, groans and cries. He smelled blood and powder, and a feeling of horror and dread of death seized him. Filled with fright, he opened his eyes and lifted his head from under his cloak. All was quiet in the yard. Only someone's orderly passed through the gateway, splashing through the mud. Above Pierre's head, some pigeons, disturbed by his movement, fluttered under the dark roof of the penthouse. The whole courtyard was filled with a strong, peaceful smell of stables, which was delightful to Pierre at that moment. He could see the clear, starry sky between the dark roofs. "Thank God there is no more of that," he thought, covering his head again. "Oh, what a terrible thing fear is, and how shamefully I yielded to it. But they were steady and calm all the time, to the end," he thought. They, in Pierre's mind, were the soldiers, those who had been at the battery, those who had given him food, and those who had prayed before the icon. They, those strange men he had not known before, stood out clearly and sharply from everyone else. To be a soldier, just a soldier, thought Pierre as he fell asleep. To enter that communal life completely, to be imbued with what makes them what they are. But how can I cast off all the superfluous, devilish burden of my outer self? There was a time when I could have done it. I could have run away from my father as I wanted to, or I might have been sent to serve as a soldier after the duel with Dolokhov. The memory of the dinner at the English club when he had challenged Dolokhov flashed through his mind, and then he remembered his benefactor at Torzhok. And now a picture of a solemn meeting of the Masonic Lodge presented itself to his mind. It was taking place at the English club, and someone near and dear to him sat at the end of the table. "Yes, that is he. It is my benefactor. But he died," thought Pierre. "Yes, he died, and I did not know he was alive. How sorry I am that he died, and how glad I am that he is alive again." On one side of the table sat Anatole, Dolokhov, Nesvitsky, Denisov, and others like them. In his dream, the category to which these men belonged was as clearly defined as the category of those he called they. He heard these people, Anatole and Dolokhov, shouting and singing loudly. Yet through their shouting, the voice of his benefactor was heard, speaking all the time. The sound of his words was as weighty and uninterrupted as the booming on the battlefield, but pleasant and comforting. Pierre did not understand what his benefactor was saying, but he knew that he was talking of goodness and the possibility of being what they were. and they, with their simple, kind, firm faces, surrounded his benefactor on all sides. But though they were kindly, they did not look at Pierre and did not know him. Wishing to speak and attract their attention, he got up, but at that moment his legs grew cold and bare. He felt ashamed and covered his legs with one arm. For a moment, as he was rearranging his cloak, Pierre opened his eyes and saw the same penthouse roofs, posts, and yard, but now they were all bluish, lit up and glittering with frost or dew. It is dawn, thought Pierre, but that's not what I want. I want to hear and understand my benefactor's words. He covered himself up again, but now neither the lodge nor his benefactor was there. There were only thoughts, clearly expressed in words, that someone was uttering or that he himself was formulating. Later, when he recalled these thoughts, Pierre was convinced that someone outside himself had spoken them, though the impressions of that day had brought them to mind. He felt he had never been able to think and express his thoughts like that when awake. To endure war is the most difficult subordination of man's freedom to the law of God, the voice had said. Simplicity is submission to the will of God. You cannot escape from him. And they are simple. They do not talk but act. The spoken word is silver, but the unspoken is golden. Man can be master of nothing while he fears death, but he who does not fear it possesses all. If there were no suffering, man would not know his limitations, would not know himself. The hardest thing, Pierre went on thinking or hearing in his dream, is to be able in your soul to unite the meaning of all. To unite all? He asked himself. No, not to unite. Thoughts cannot be united, but to harness all these thoughts together is what we need. Yes, one must harness them, he repeated to himself with inward rapture, feeling that these words and they alone expressed what he wanted to say and solved the question that tormented him. Yes, one must harness. It is time to harness. Time to harness, Your Excellency, some voice was repeating. We must harness. It is time to harness. It was the voice of the groom, trying to wake him. The sun shone straight into Pierre's face. He glanced at the dirty inn-yard, where soldiers were watering their lean horses at the pump, while carts were passing out of the gate. Pierre turned away with disgust, and closing his eyes, quickly fell back on the carriage seat. No, I don't want that, he thought. I don't want to see and understand that. I want to understand what was revealing itself to me in my dream. 1 second more, and I should have understood it all. But what am I to do? Harness. But how can I harness everything? And Pierre felt with horror that the meaning of all he had seen and thought in the dream had been destroyed. The groom, the coachman, and the innkeeper told Pierre that an officer had come with news that the French were already near Moshaisk and that our men were leaving it. Pierre got up and, having told them to harness the carriage and overtake him, went on foot through the town. The troops were moving on, leaving about 10,000 wounded behind them. There were wounded in the yards, at the windows of the houses, and the streets were crowded with them. In the streets, around carts that were to take some of the wounded away, shouts, curses, and blows could be heard. Pierre offered the use of his carriage, which had overtaken him, to a wounded general he knew, and drove with him to Moscow. On the way, Pierre was told of the death of his brother-in-law, Anatole, and of Prince Andrew. Chapter 7. Pierre in Moscow. On the 30th of August, Pierre reached Moscow. Close to the city gates, he was met by Count Rostopchin's adjutant. "We have been looking for you everywhere," said the adjutant. "The Count wants to see you particularly. He asks you to come to him at once on a very important matter." Without going home, Pierre took a cab and drove to see the Moscow commander-in-chief. Count Rostopchin had only just returned to town that morning from his summer villa. The anteroom and reception room of his house were full of officials who had come for orders. Vasilchikov and Platov had already seen the Count and explained to him that it was impossible to defend Moscow and that it would have to be surrendered. Though this news was being concealed from the inhabitants, the officials knew that Moscow would soon be in enemy hands. To escape personal responsibility, they had all come to the governor to ask how to deal with their various departments. As Pierre entered the reception room, a courier from the army came out of Rostopchin's private room. In answer to the questions he was greeted with, the courier made a despairing gesture and passed through the room. While waiting, Pierre with weary eyes watched the various officials, old and young, military and civilian. They all seemed dissatisfied and uneasy. Pierre went up to a group of men, one of whom he knew. After greeting him, they continued their conversation. "If they're sent out and brought back again later on, it will do no harm," one said. "But as things are now, one can't answer for anything." "But you see what he writes," said another, pointing to a printed sheet he held. "That's another matter. That's necessary for the people," said the first. "What is it?" asked Pierre. "Oh, it's a fresh broadsheet." Pierre took it and began to listen as the man read it aloud. "His Serene Highness has passed through Mozhaisk to join up with the troops moving toward him and has taken up a strong position where the enemy will not soon attack him. 48 guns with ammunition have been sent to him from here, and His Serene Highness says he will defend Moscow to the last drop of blood and is even ready to fight in the streets. Do not be upset, brothers, that the law courts are closed. Things have to be put in order, and we will deal with villains in our own way. When the time comes, I shall want both town and peasant lads and will raise the cry a day or two beforehand. But they are not wanted yet, so I hold my peace. An axe will be useful, a hunting spear not bad, but a three-pronged fork will be best of all. A Frenchman is no heavier than a sheaf of rye. Tomorrow after dinner, I shall take the Iberian icon of the Mother of God to the wounded in the Catherine Hospital, where we will have some water blessed. That will help them to get well quicker. I too am well now. One of my eyes was sore, but now I am on the lookout with both. But military men have told me that it is impossible to fight in the town," said Pierre, "and that the position—" "Well, of course, that's what we were saying," replied the first speaker. "And what does he mean by, 'One of my eyes was sore, but now I am on the lookout with both'?" asked Pierre. "The Count had a sty," replied the adjutant with a smile, "and was very much upset when I told him people had come to ask what was the matter with him. By the by, Count," he added suddenly, addressing Pierre with a smile, "we heard that you have family troubles and that the Countess, your wife—" "I have heard nothing," Pierre replied unconcernedly. "But what have you heard?" "Oh, well, you know people often invent things. I only say what I heard." "But what did you hear?" "Well, they say," continued the adjutant with the same smile, "that the Countess, your wife, is preparing to go abroad. I expect it's nonsense." "Possibly," remarked Pierre, looking about him absent-mindedly. "And who is that?" he asked, indicating a short old man in a clean blue peasant overcoat, with a big snow-white beard and eyebrows and a ruddy face. "He? That's a tradesman, Vereshchagin. Perhaps you have heard of that affair with the proclamation." "Oh, so that is Vereshchagin," said Pierre, looking at the firm, calm face of the old man and seeking any indication of his being a traitor. "That's not he himself. That's the father of the fellow who wrote the proclamation," said the adjutant. "The young man is in prison, and I expect it will go hard with him." An old gentleman with a star on his coat and another official, a German with a cross around his neck, approached the speaker. "It's a complicated story, you know," said the adjutant. "That proclamation appeared about 2 months ago. The Count was informed of it. He gave orders to investigate. Gabriel Ivanovich here made the inquiries. The proclamation had passed through exactly 63 hands. He asked one, 'From whom did you get it?' 'From so-and-so.' He went to the next one and so on until he reached Vereshchagin, a half-educated tradesman. They asked him, 'Who gave it to you?' And the point is, we knew whom he had it from. He could only have had it from the postmaster, but evidently they had come to some understanding. He replied, 'From no one. I made it up myself.' They threatened and questioned him, but he stuck to it, and so it was reported to the Count, who sent for the man. 'From whom did you get the proclamation?' 'I wrote it myself.' 'Well, you know the Count,' said the adjutant cheerfully with a smile of pride. He flared up dreadfully, and just think of the fellow's audacity, lying, and obstinacy. 'And the Count wanted him to say it was from Klusharev?' 'I understand,' said Pierre. 'Not at all,' rejoined the adjutant in dismay. 'Klusharev had his own sins to answer for, but the point is that the Count was much annoyed. "How could you have written it yourself?" he said, and he took up the Hamburg Gazette that was lying on the table. "Here it is. You did not write it yourself, but translated it, and translated it abominably, because you don't even know French, you fool." "And what do you think?" "No," the young man said, "I have not read any papers. I made it up myself." "If that's so, you're a traitor, and I'll have you tried, and you'll be hanged. Say from whom you had it." "I have seen no papers. I made it up myself." And that was the end of it. The Count had the father fetched, but the fellow stuck to it. He was sent for trial and condemned to hard labor, I believe. Now the father has come to intercede for him. But he's a good-for-nothing lad. You know that sort of tradesman's son, a dandy who attends lectures somewhere and thinks he's smarter than everyone. His father keeps a cookshop here by the stone bridge. You know there was a large icon of God Almighty painted with a scepter and an orb? Well, he took that icon home with him for a few days, and what did he do? He found some scoundrel of a painter. In the middle of this fresh tale, Pierre was summoned to the commander-in-chief. When he entered the private room, Count Rostopchin was rubbing his forehead and eyes, his face puckered. A short man was saying something, but when Pierre entered, he stopped speaking and went out. "Ah, how do you do, great warrior?" said Rostopchin. "We have heard of your prowess, but that's not the point. Between ourselves, mon cher, do you belong to the Masons?" he went on severely, as though it were something wrong which he nevertheless intended to pardon. Pierre remained silent. "I am well informed, my friend," Rostopchin continued. "I am aware that there are Masons, and I hope that you are not one of those who, on pretense of saving mankind, wish to ruin Russia." "Yes, I am a Mason," Pierre replied. "There you see, mon cher. I expect you know that Messrs. Speransky and Magnitsky have been sent away. Mr. Klyocharev has been treated in the same way, and so have others who, on the plea of building the Temple of Solomon, have tried to destroy the temple of their fatherland. You can understand that there are reasons for this, and that I could not have exiled the postmaster had he not been a harmful person. It has now come to my knowledge that you lent him your carriage for his removal from town, and that you have even accepted papers from him for safekeeping. I like you and don't wish you any harm, and as you are only half my age, I advise you, as a father would, to cease all communication with men of that stamp, and to leave here as soon as possible." "But what did Klotcharev do wrong, Count?" asked Pierre. "That is for me to know, but not for you to ask," shouted Rostopchin. "If he is accused of circulating Napoleon's proclamation, it is not proved that he did so," said Pierre without looking at Rostopchin, "and Vereshchagin—" "There we are!" Rostopchin shouted at Pierre louder than before, frowning suddenly. "Vereshchagin is a renegade and a traitor who will be punished as he deserves," he said with vindictive heat. "But I did not summon you to discuss my actions, but to give you advice, or an order if you prefer it. I beg you to leave the town and break off all communication with such men as Klotcharev, and I will knock the nonsense out of anybody." But probably realizing that he was shouting at Bezukov, who was not guilty of anything, he added, taking Pierre's hand in a friendly manner, "We are on the eve of a public disaster, and I haven't time to be polite to everybody who has business with me. My head is sometimes in a whirl. Well, mon cher, what are you doing personally?" "Why, nothing," answered Pierre without raising his eyes or changing the thoughtful expression of his face. The Count frowned. "A word of friendly advice, mon cher. Be off as soon as you can. That's all I have to tell you. Happy he who has ears to hear. Goodbye, my dear fellow. Oh, by the by," he shouted through the doorway after Pierre, "is it true that the Countess has fallen into the clutches of the Holy Fathers of the Society of Jesus?" Pierre did not answer, and left Rostopchin's room more sullen and angry than he had ever shown himself before. When he reached home, it was already getting dark. 8 people had come to see him: the secretary of a committee, the colonel of his battalion, his steward, his major domo, and various petitioners. They all had business with Pierre and wanted decisions from him. Pierre did not understand and was not interested in any of these questions. He only answered them in order to get rid of these people. When he was finally left alone, he opened and read his wife's letter. They, the soldiers at the battery, Prince Andrew killed that old man. Simplicity is submission to God. Suffering is necessary. The meaning of all, one must harness. My wife is getting married. One must forget and understand. And going to his bed, he threw himself on it without undressing and immediately fell asleep. When he awoke next morning, the major domo came to inform him that a police officer had come from Count Rostopchin to know whether Count Bezikov had left or was leaving the town. A dozen people who had business with Pierre were waiting for him in the drawing room. Pierre dressed hurriedly and instead of going to see them, went to the back porch and out through the gate. From that time until the end of the destruction of Moscow, no one from Bezikov's household, despite all their searching, saw Pierre again or knew where he was. Chapter 8. The Rostovs leave Moscow. The Rostovs remained in Moscow until the 1st of September, the eve of the enemy's entry into the city. After Petya had joined a regiment of Cossacks and left, the Countess was seized with terror. The thought that both her sons were at the war, that today or tomorrow either of them might be killed, struck her for the first time that summer with cruel clarity. She tried to get Nicholas back and wanted to join Petya herself, or get him an appointment in Petersburg, but neither was possible. Petya could not return unless his regiment did, and Nicholas was somewhere with the army and hadn't sent word since his last letter, in which he described his meeting with Princess Mary. The Countess couldn't sleep at night, and when she did, she dreamed that she saw her sons lying dead. After many discussions, the Count finally found a way to calm her. He got Petya transferred to Bezikov's regiment, which was training near Moscow. Though Petya would remain in the service, this transfer gave the Countess the consolation of seeing at least one of her sons. She hoped to arrange things so he wouldn't have to go to battle again. As long as only Nicholas was in danger, the Countess had imagined she loved her firstborn more than all her other children. But when her youngest, Petya, the scapegrace who was bad at his lessons, always breaking things, with his merry black eyes and fresh rosy cheeks, when he was thrown among those big, dreadful, cruel men who were fighting somewhere, then his mother thought she loved him more, much more, than all her other children. The nearer the time came for Petya to return, the more uneasy the Countess grew. At the end of August, the Rostovs received another letter from Nicholas. He wrote from the province of Voronezh, where he had been sent to get more horses. But the letter did not set the Countess at ease. Knowing one son was out of danger only made her more anxious about Petya. By the 20th of August, nearly all the Rostovs' acquaintances had left Moscow, and everyone tried to persuade the Countess to leave as quickly as possible. But she would not hear of leaving before her treasure, her adored Petya, returned. On the 28th of August he arrived. The passionate tenderness with which his mother received him did not please the 16-year-old officer. Though she hid her intention of keeping him under her wing, Petya guessed her plans. Instinctively fearing he might become womanish, as he put it to himself, he treated her coldly and attached himself exclusively to Natasha, for whom he had always had a particularly tender, almost lover-like brotherly affection. Owing to the Count's usual carelessness, nothing was ready for their departure by the 28th, and the carts that were to come from their estates to remove their belongings didn't arrive until the 30th. From the 28th to the 31st, all of Moscow was in a bustle. Every day, thousands of men wounded at Borodino were brought into the city, and thousands of carts carried inhabitants and their possessions out by other gates. In spite of Rostopchin's broadsheets, the strangest and most contradictory rumors were current. Some said no one was to be allowed to leave. Others said all the icons had been taken out of the churches and everyone was to be ordered to leave. Some said there had been another battle after Borodino where the French were routed, while others reported the Russian army had been destroyed. But this was all just talk. In reality, both those who left and those who stayed felt, though they didn't show it, that Moscow would certainly be abandoned. They knew they ought to get away as quickly as possible and save their belongings. It was felt that everything would suddenly break up, but up to the 1st of September, nothing had. Like a criminal being led to execution, who knows he must die but still straightens his cap, Moscow involuntarily continued its usual life, though it knew its destruction was near. During these 3 days, the entire Rostov family was absorbed in activity. The Count continually drove about the city, collecting rumors and giving hasty orders at home. The Countess watched the packing, dissatisfied with everything, and was constantly chasing after Petya, who was always running away from her. She was jealous of Natasha, with whom he spent all his time. Sonia alone directed the practical side of matters. But of late, Sonia had been particularly sad and silent. Nicholas's letter mentioning Princess Mary had brought joyous comments from the Countess, who saw it as an act of providence. "I was never pleased at Bolkonsky's engagement to Natasha," the Countess had said, "but I always wanted Nicholas to marry the princess. What a good thing it would be." Sonia felt this was true. The only way to save the Rostovs' finances was for Nicholas to marry a rich woman, but it was very bitter for her. Despite her grief, or perhaps because of it, she took on all the difficult work of packing and was busy for whole days. The Count and Countess turned to her for orders. Petya and Natasha, on the contrary, were mostly a nuisance. All day long, the house resounded with their running feet and their spontaneous laughter. They were gay not because there was a reason to laugh, but because gaiety was in their hearts. Petya was in high spirits because he had left home a boy and returned a fine young man. He was at home, and he had come to Moscow where there was to be fighting in a few days. And chiefly, he was happy because Natasha, whose lead he always followed, was in high spirits. Natasha was gay because she had been sad for too long, and now nothing reminded her of the cause of her sadness. She was also happy because she had someone to adore her, and Petya adored her. Above all, they were gay because there was a war near Moscow. Arms were being given out, everybody was escaping, and in general something extraordinary was happening, which is always exciting, especially to the young. On Saturday, the 31st of August, everything in the Rostovs' house seemed topsy-turvy. All the doors were open, furniture was being carried out, and mirrors and pictures had been taken down. Trunks, hay, and wrapping paper were scattered about. The yard was crowded with peasant carts, some loaded high and others still empty. The voices of servants and peasants shouted to one another. The Count had been out since morning. The Countess had a headache and was lying down with a vinegar compress on her head. Petya was not at home. Sonia was in the ballroom, looking after the packing of the glass and china. Natasha was sitting on the floor of her dismantled room, surrounded by dresses and ribbons, gazing at the floor and holding an old ball dress she had worn at her first Petersburg ball. Natasha was ashamed of doing nothing when everyone else was so busy. Several times that morning, she had tried to work, but her heart was not in it. For a while, she stood beside Sonia, but soon gave it up and went to her room to pack her own things. At first, she found it amusing to give away dresses and ribbons to the maids, but when that was done, she found it dull. "Dunyasha, you pack! You will, won't you, dear?" she said to her maid. When Dunyasha willingly promised to do it all, Natasha sat down on the floor, took her old ball dress, and fell into a reverie. She was roused by the talk of the maids in the next room and the sound of their footsteps. Natasha got up and looked out the window. An enormously long row of carts full of wounded men had stopped in the street. The housekeeper, the old nurse, the cooks, and all the servants stood at the gate, staring at the wounded. Natasha, throwing a handkerchief over her hair, went out into the street. The old housekeeper, Mavra Kuzminichna, had stepped out and was speaking to a pale young officer who lay inside a cart. Natasha moved forward and stopped shyly, listening. "Then you have nobody in Moscow?" the housekeeper was saying. "You would be more comfortable somewhere in a house. In ours, for instance, the family are leaving." "I don't know if it would be allowed," replied the officer in a weak voice. "Here is our commanding officer. Ask him," and he pointed to a stout major. Natasha glanced at the wounded officer's face and at once went to meet the major. "May the wounded men stay in our house?" she asked. The major raised his hand to his cap with a smile. "Which one do you want, Mamselle?" he said. Natasha quietly repeated her question, her face and manner so serious that the major stopped smiling. After some thought, he replied, "Oh yes, why not? They may." With a slight nod, Natasha stepped back to Mavra Kuzminichna. "They may! He says they may!" whispered Natasha. The cart with the officer was turned into the Rostovs' yard, and dozens more carts with wounded men began to turn into the yards and draw up at the houses along the street. Natasha was clearly pleased to be dealing with new people outside her ordinary routine. She and Mavra Kuzminichna tried to get as many of the wounded as possible into their yard. "Your papa must be told, though," said Mavra Kuzminichna. Never mind. For one day we can move into the drawing room. They can have our half of the house." "There now, young lady, what an idea. Even if we put them in the wing, we must ask permission." "Well, I'll ask." Natasha ran into the house and went on tiptoe to the sitting room. "Are you asleep, Mama?" "Oh, what sleep," said the Countess, waking up. "Mama, darling," said Natasha, kneeling by her mother. "I am sorry, forgive me, I woke you up. Mavra Kuzminichna has sent me. They have brought some wounded here, officers. Will you let them come? They have nowhere to go. I knew you'd let them come," she said quickly, all in one breath. "What officers? I don't understand," said the Countess. Natasha laughed and the Countess smiled slightly. "I knew you'd give permission, so I'll tell them." And having kissed her mother, Natasha got up and went to the door. In the hall she met her father, who had returned with bad news. "We've stayed too long," said the Count with involuntary vexation. "The club is closed and the police are leaving." "Papa, is it all right? I've invited some of the wounded into the house," said Natasha. "Of course it is," he answered absently. "That's not the point. I beg you not to indulge in trifles now, but to help to pack, and tomorrow we must go. And the Count gave a similar order to the servants. At dinner, Petya returned and told them the news he had heard. He said people were getting arms in the Kremlin, and that an order had certainly been given for everyone to go armed to the Three Hills tomorrow for a big battle. The Countess looked with timid horror at her son's excited face. She realized that if she said a word about his not going, he would say something about honor and the fatherland, something masculine and obstinate which she could not contradict. So, hoping to leave before then and take Petya with her, she did not answer him. After dinner, she called the Count aside and implored him with tears to take her away quickly, that very night if possible. With a woman's involuntary cunning, she, who had not shown any alarm before, now said she would die of fright if they did not leave that very night. Madame Chasse, who had been out to visit her daughter, increased the Countess's fears by telling her what she had seen: a drunken crowd rioting in front of a spirit dealer's shop. After dinner, the whole Rostov household set to work with enthusiastic haste, preparing for their departure. The old Count, suddenly setting to work, kept passing from the yard to the house and back, shouting confused instructions and flurrying everyone still more. Petya directed things in the yard. Sonia, confused by the Count's contradictory orders, didn't know what to do. The servants ran about shouting and disputing. Natasha, with her characteristic ardor, suddenly set to work too. At first, her intervention was met with skepticism. Everyone expected some prank from her and didn't want to obey. But she resolutely demanded obedience, grew angry, and nearly cried because they didn't heed her, and at last she succeeded in making them believe her. Her first exploit, which cost her immense effort and established her authority, was packing the carpets. The Count had valuable Gobelin tapestries and Persian carpets. When Natasha set to work, 2 cases stood open in the ballroom, one nearly full of crockery, the other with carpets. Much china was still on the tables, and more was being brought in. A 3rd case was needed. "Sonia, wait a bit. We'll pack everything into these," said Natasha. "You can't, miss. We have tried," said the butler's assistant. "No, wait a minute, please." And Natasha began rapidly taking out dishes and plates. "The dishes must go in here among the carpets," she said. "Why, it's a mercy if we can get the carpets alone into 3 cases," said the butler's assistant. "Oh, wait, please." And Natasha began sorting things. "These aren't needed," she said, putting aside some Kiev ware. These must go among the carpets, she said, referring to the Saxony china. Don't, Natasha. Leave it alone. We'll get it all packed, urged Sonia. But Natasha would not give in. She turned everything out and began quickly repacking, deciding that the inferior Russian carpets and unnecessary crockery should not be taken at all. When everything had been taken out, they started packing again. It turned out that when the cheaper things were rejected, the valuable ones really did all go into the 2 cases. Only the lid of the case with the carpets wouldn't shut. That's enough, Natasha, said Sonia. I see you were right, but just take out the top one. I won't, cried Natasha, holding back her hair with one hand and pressing down the carpets with the other. Now press, Petya, press, Vasilich, press hard, she cried. The carpets yielded and the lid closed. Natasha, clapping her hands, screamed with delight, and tears fell from her eyes. But this lasted only a moment. She at once set to work afresh, and now they trusted her completely. The Count wasn't even angry when he was told Natasha had countermanded his order. The servants now came to her to ask whether a cart was sufficiently loaded. Thanks to Natasha's directions, the work went on quickly. Unnecessary things were left, and the most valuable were packed as compactly as possible. But hard as they all worked until late that night, they could not get everything packed. The Countess had fallen asleep, and the Count, having put off their departure till morning, went to bed. Sonia and Natasha slept in the sitting room without undressing. That night, another wounded man was driven down the street, and Mavra Kuzminichna, who was standing at the gate, had him brought into the Rostovs' yard. She concluded he was a very important man. He was being conveyed in a caleche with a raised hood. On the box sat a venerable old attendant. A doctor and 2 soldiers followed in a cart. Please come in here. The masters are going away and the whole house will be empty, said the old woman to the attendant. Well, perhaps, he said with a sigh. We don't expect to get him home alive. We have a house of our own in Moscow, but it's a long way from here. Do us the honor to come in, said Mavra Kuzminichna. Is he very ill? The attendant made a hopeless gesture. We must ask the doctor. The old servant got down and went up to the cart. All right, said the doctor. The old servant returned to the caleche, looked in, shook his head disconsolately, and told the driver to turn into the yard. Oh, Lord Jesus Christ, Mavra Kuzminichna murmured. She invited them to take the wounded man into the house. They had to avoid carrying him upstairs, so they took him into the wing and put him in the room that had belonged to Madame Schoss. This wounded man was Prince Andrew Bolkonsky. Moscow's last day had come. It was a clear, bright autumn Sunday. The church bells everywhere were ringing for service, just as usual. Nobody seemed yet to realize what awaited the city. Only 2 things indicated the social condition of Moscow: the poor people and the price of goods. An enormous crowd of factory hands, serfs, and peasants had gone early that morning to the 3 hills, but Rostopchin didn't turn up. Convinced that Moscow would be surrendered, they dispersed all over the town to the public houses. Prices also showed the state of affairs. The price of weapons, gold, carts, and horses kept rising, but the value of paper money and city articles kept falling. By midday, peasant horses were fetching 500 rubles each, while furniture, mirrors, and bronzes were being given away for nothing. In the Rostovs' staid old house, the dissolution of former life was barely noticeable. As for the serfs, only 3 had disappeared during the night, but nothing was stolen. As for their possessions, the 30 peasant carts that had come from their estates proved to be extremely valuable. Not only were huge sums offered for the carts and horses, but on the previous evening and early in the morning of September 1st, orderlies and servants from wounded officers came to the Rostovs, and wounded men dragged themselves there, entreating them for a lift out of Moscow. The major domo, though he was sorry for them, resolutely refused, saying he dared not even mention it to the Count. Pity them as one might, it was evident that if they gave one cart, there would be no reason to refuse another, or all of them. 30 carts could not save all the wounded, and in the general catastrophe, one could not disregard one's own family. On waking that morning, Count Ilya Rostov left his bedroom softly and came out to the porch in his dressing gown. In the yard stood the ready carts. The carriages were at the front porch. The major domo stood talking to an elderly orderly and a pale young officer with a bandaged arm. On seeing the count, the major domo gestured for them to go away. "Well, Vasilich, is everything ready?" asked the count, good-naturedly nodding to the officer and orderly. "What is it, gentlemen?" he added. "Are you staying in my house?" The officer came nearer, his face flushing crimson. "Count, be so good as to allow me, for God's sake, to get into some corner of one of your carts. I have nothing here with me." Before he had finished, the orderly made the same request for his master. "Oh, yes, yes, yes," said the count hastily. "I shall be very pleased. Vasilich, you'll see to it. Just unload 1 or 2 carts. Well, what of it? Do what's necessary." At the same moment, an expression of warm gratitude on the officer's face sealed the order. The count looked around. In the yard, at the gates, at the windows of the wings, wounded officers and their orderlies were to be seen. They were all looking at the count and moving toward the porch. "Please step into the gallery, Your Excellency," said the major domo. "What are your orders about the pictures?" The count went into the house, repeating his order not to refuse the wounded. "Well, never mind. Some of the things can be unloaded," he added softly. At 9 o'clock, the countess woke up. Her former lady's maid came to say that Madame Schoss was much offended because her trunk had been taken down from a cart. The countess learned that all the loads were being uncorded to make room for wounded men whom the count had ordered them to take. She sent for her husband. "What is this, my dear? I hear that the luggage is being unloaded." "You know, love, I wanted to tell you. An officer came to me to ask for a few carts for the wounded. After all, ours are things that can be bought, but think what being left behind means to them. You know, I think, my dear, let them be taken." The count spoke timidly, as he always did when talking of money. The countess was accustomed to this tone as a sign of something detrimental to the children's interests. She assumed her dolefully submissive manner and said, "Listen to me, Count. You have managed matters so that we are getting nothing for the house, and now you wish to throw away all the children's property. You said yourself that we have 100,000 rubles worth of things in the house. I don't consent, my dear. I don't. It's the government's business to look after the wounded. Look at the Lopukins opposite. They cleared out everything 2 days ago. It's only we who are such fools. If you have no pity on me, have some for the children." Flourishing his arms in despair, the count left the room without replying. "Papa, what are you doing that for?" asked Natasha, who had followed him. "Nothing. What business is it of yours?" muttered the count angrily. Natasha stepped to the window and pondered. "Papa, here's Berg coming to see us," she said, looking out. Berg, the Rostov's son-in-law, was now a colonel. On the 1st of September, he had come to Moscow from the army. He had nothing to do in Moscow, but had noticed that everyone else was asking for leave to visit, so he considered it necessary to ask for leave for family reasons. Berg drove up in his spruce little trap. He looked attentively at the carts in the yard, and while going up to the porch took out a clean handkerchief and tied a knot in it. From the anteroom, Berg ran into the drawing room, embraced the count, kissed the hands of Natasha and Sonia, and hastened to inquire after Mama's health. "Health at a time like this," said the count. "Come, tell us the news. Is the army retreating, or will there be another battle?" "God Almighty alone can decide the fate of our fatherland, Papa," said Berg. "The army is burning with a spirit of heroism. No one knows what is coming. But in general, I can tell you, Papa, that such a heroic spirit, the truly antique valor of the Russian army, which they have shown in the Battle of the 26th, there are no words worthy to do it justice. I tell you, Papa," he smote himself on the breast, "I tell you frankly that we, the commanders, could hardly restrain those exploits of antique valor. General Barclay de Tolly risked his life everywhere." And Berg related all he remembered of the tales he had heard. Natasha watched him with an intent gaze that confused him, as if she were trying to find an answer to some question in his face. "Altogether, such heroism as was displayed by the Russian warriors cannot be imagined or adequately praised," said Berg, glancing at Natasha and smiling. "Russia is not in Moscow, she lives in the hearts of her sons. Isn't it so, Papa?" Just then, the Countess came in with a weary and dissatisfied expression. Berg hurriedly jumped up, kissed her hand, and asked about her health. Yes, Mama, I tell you sincerely that these are hard and sad times for every Russian. But why are you so anxious? You have still time to get away. I can't think what the servants are about, said the Countess, turning to her husband. I have just been told that nothing is ready yet. Somebody must see to things. The Count was about to say something, but restrained himself. He got up and went to the door. At that moment, Berg drew out his handkerchief, saw the knot, and pondered. And I have a great favor to ask of you, Papa, he said. Said the Count and stopped. I was driving past Yusupov's house just now, said Berg with a laugh, when the steward, a man I know, ran out and asked me whether I wouldn't buy something. I went in, and there is a small chiffonier and a dressing table. You know how dear Vera wanted a chiffonier like that, and how we had a dispute about it. At the mention of the furniture, Berg's tone changed to one of pleasure. And it's such a beauty. It pulls out and has a secret English drawer, And dear Vera has long wanted one. I wish to give her a surprise. I saw so many of those peasant carts in your yard. Please let me have one. I will pay the man well and... The Count frowned and coughed. Ask the Countess, I don't give orders. If it's inconvenient, please don't, said Berg. Only I so wanted it, for dear Vera's sake. Oh, go to the devil, all of you, to the devil, the devil, the devil, cried the old Count. My head's in a whirl. And he left the room. The Countess began to cry. Yes, Mamma, yes, these are very hard times, said Berg. Natasha left with her father and then ran downstairs. Petya was in the porch, giving out weapons to the servants. The loaded carts were still in the yard. 2 had been uncorded, and a wounded officer was climbing into one. Do you know what it's about? Petya asked Natasha, meaning their parents' quarrel. She didn't answer. It's because Papa wanted to give up all the carts to the wounded, said Petya. I consider, Natasha suddenly almost shouted, turning her angry face to Petya. I consider it so horrid, so abominable, so I don't know what. Are we despicable Germans? Her throat quivered with sobs, and afraid of weakening, she turned and rushed headlong up the stairs. Berg was sitting beside the Countess, consoling her. The Count, pipe in hand, was pacing up and down when Natasha burst in like a tempest. It's horrid, it's abominable, she screamed. You can't possibly have ordered it. Berg and the Countess looked at her, perplexed and frightened. The Count stood still at the window. Mama, it's impossible. See what is going on in the yard, she cried. They will be left. What's the matter with you? Who are they? Why, the wounded. It's impossible, Mama. It's monstrous. No, Mama, darling, it's not the thing. Please forgive me, darling. Mama, what does it matter what we take away? Only look what is going on in the yard. Mama, it's impossible. The Count stood by the window and listened. Suddenly he sniffed and put his face closer to the window. The Countess glanced at her daughter, saw her face full of shame for her mother, saw her agitation, and understood why her husband did not look at her. She glanced round, quite disconcerted. Oh, do as you like. Am I hindering anyone? She said, not surrendering at once. Mama, darling, forgive me. But the Countess pushed her daughter away and went to her husband. My dear, you order what is right. You know, I don't understand about it, she said, dropping her eyes shamefacedly. The eggs are teaching the hen, muttered the Count through tears of joy, and he embraced his wife, who was glad to hide her look of shame on his breast. Papa, Mama, may I see to it? May I? Asked Natasha. We will still take all the most necessary things. The Count nodded, and Natasha, at the rapid pace she used to run when playing tag, ran through the ballroom to the anteroom and downstairs into the yard. The servants gathered around her, but couldn't believe the strange order until the Count himself, in his wife's name, confirmed the order to give up all the carts to the wounded and take the trunks to the storerooms. When they understood, the servants set to work with pleasure and zeal. It no longer seemed strange, but on the contrary, the only thing that could be done, just as a quarter of an hour before, it had not seemed strange that the wounded should be left behind. The whole household, as if to atone for not having done it sooner, set eagerly to work placing the wounded in the carts. The wounded dragged themselves out of their rooms and stood with pale but happy faces around the carts. The news spread to neighboring houses, from which more wounded men began to come into the Rostovs' yard. Many asked them not to unload the carts, but only to let them sit on top of the things. But the work of unloading, once started, could not be stopped. Cases full of china, bronzes, pictures, and mirrors that had been so carefully packed the night before now lay about the yard, and still they went on finding possibilities of unloading this or that and letting the wounded have another cart. "We can take 4 more men," said the steward. "They can have my trap." "Let them have my wardrobe cart," said the countess. "Dunyasha can go with me in the carriage." They unloaded the wardrobe cart and sent it to take wounded men from a house 2 doors off. The whole household was bright and animated. Natasha was in a state of rapturous excitement she had not known for a long time. "What could we fasten this onto?" asked the servants, trying to fix a trunk on a narrow footboard. "We must keep at least 1 cart." "What's in it?" asked Natasha. "The Count's books." "Leave it, Vasilich will put it away, it's not wanted." The phaeton was full of people, and there was a doubt as to where Count Peter could sit. "On the box." "You'll sit on the box, won't you, Petya?" cried Natasha. Sonia too was busy, but her aim was different from Natasha's. She was putting away the things that had to be left behind and making a list of them, trying to get as much taken away as possible. Before 2 in the afternoon, the Rostovs' 4 carriages stood at the front door. One by one, the carts with the wounded had moved out of the yard. The caleche in which Prince Andrew was being taken attracted Sonia's attention. With the help of a maid, she was arranging a seat for the countess in the huge coach. "Whose caleche is that?" she inquired, leaning out. "Why, didn't you know, miss?" replied the maid. "The wounded prince. He spent the night in our house and is going with us." "But who is it? What's his name?" "It's our intended that was, Prince Bolkonsky himself. They say he is dying," replied the maid with a sigh. Sonia jumped out and ran to the countess. The countess, tired out and already dressed for her journey, was pacing the drawing room, waiting for the household to assemble for a silent prayer before starting. Natasha was not in the room. "Mama," said Sonia, "Prince Andrew is here, mortally wounded. He is going with us." The countess opened her eyes in dismay and, seizing Sonia's arm, glanced around. "Natasha?" she murmured. At that moment, this news had only one significance for both of them. They knew their Natasha, an alarm as to what would happen if she heard stifled all sympathy for the man they both liked. "Natasha does not know yet, but he is going with us," said Sonia. "You say he is dying?" Sonia nodded. The countess put her arms around Sonia and began to cry. "The ways of God are past finding out," she thought, feeling that the almighty hand was becoming manifest in all that was happening. "Well, Mama, everything is ready. What's the matter?" asked Natasha, running into the room with an animated face. "Nothing," answered the countess. "If everything is ready, let us start," and the countess bent over her reticule to hide her agitated face. Sonia embraced Natasha and kissed her. Natasha looked at her inquiringly. "What is it? What has happened?" "Nothing, no." "Is it something very bad for me? What is it?" persisted Natasha with her quick intuition. Sonia sighed and made no reply. The Count, Petya, Madame Schoss, and others came into the drawing room. Having closed the doors, they all sat down and remained for some moments in silence. The Count was the first to rise, and with a loud sigh crossed himself before the icon. All the others did the same. Then the Count embraced the servants who were to remain in Moscow. The Countess went into the oratory, and Sonia found her on her knees before the icons. In the porch and in the yard, the men whom Petya had armed were taking leave of those remaining behind. As is always the case at a departure, much had been forgotten or put in the wrong place. For a long time, 2 menservants stood by the open carriage door, waiting to help the Countess in, while maids rushed with cushions and bundles from the house to the carriages. "They always will forget everything," said the Countess. "Don't you know I can't sit like that?" And Dunyasha hastily got into the coach to rearrange the seat. "Oh, those servants," said the Count. Efim, the old coachman, sat perched high on the box and did not so much as glance around. From 30 years' experience, he knew it would be some time yet before the order, "Be off, in God's name," would be given. He knew that even when it was said, he would be stopped once or twice more to fetch something forgotten, and even after that the Countess herself would lean out and beg him to drive carefully down the hill. So he waited calmly. At last, all were seated. The carriage steps were folded up, the door was shut, and the Countess leaned out and said what she had to say. Then Efim deliberately doffed his hat and began crossing himself. The other servants did the same. "Off, in God's name," said Efim, putting on his hat. "Start!" The postilion started the horses. The springs creaked, and the coach swayed. The footman sprang onto the box of the moving coach, which jolted as it passed out of the yard. The procession of carriages moved up the street. All crossed themselves as they passed the church opposite the house. Those who were to remain in Moscow walked on either side of the vehicles, seeing the travelers off. Rarely had Natasha experienced so joyful a feeling as now, sitting in the carriage beside the Countess and gazing at the slowly receding walls of forsaken, agitated Moscow. Occasionally she leaned out and looked back and then forward at the long train of wounded in front of them. Almost at the head of the line, she could see the raised hood of Prince Andrew's calèche. She did not know who was in it, but each time she looked at the procession, her eyes sought that calèche. In Kudrino, other trains of vehicles joined theirs, and as they passed along Sadovaya Street, the carriages and carts formed 2 rows abreast. As they were going round the Sukharev water tower, Natasha, who was inquisitively scrutinizing the people passing, suddenly cried out in joyful surprise, "Dear me, Mama, Sonia, look, it's he!" Who? "Look, yes, on my word, it's Bezikov," said Natasha, putting her head out of the carriage and staring at a tall, stout man in a coachman's long coat. From his manner of walking, he was evidently a gentleman in disguise, passing under the arch of the tower with a small, sallow-faced old man. "Yes, it really is Bezikov in a coachman's coat, with a queer-looking old boy. Really," said Natasha. Look. "No, it's not he. How can you talk such nonsense?" "Mama!" screamed Natasha. "I'll stake my head, it's he, I assure you! Stop! She cried to the coachman. But the coachman could not stop, for more carts and carriages came from Meshansky Street, and the Rostovs were being shouted at to move on. In fact, though now much farther off, the Rostovs all saw Pierre, or someone extraordinarily like him, in a coachman's coat, going down the street with head bent and a serious face, beside a small old man who looked like a footman. That old man noticed a face thrust out of the carriage window and, respectfully touching Pierre's elbow, said something to him and pointed to the carriage. Pierre, evidently lost in thought, could not at first understand him. At length, when he had understood and looked in the direction indicated, he recognized Natasha. Following his first impulse, he stepped instantly toward the coach. But after a dozen steps, he seemed to remember something and stopped. Natasha's face, leaning out of the window, beamed with quizzical kindliness. "Peter Kirillovitch, come here. We have recognized you. This is wonderful," she cried, holding out her hand. "What are you doing? Why are you like this?" Pierre took her outstretched hand and kissed it awkwardly as he walked along beside her, while the coach still moved on. "What is the matter, Count?" asked the Countess in a surprised and commiserating tone. What? Why? Don't ask me," said Pierre, and looked round at Natasha, whose radiant, happy expression filled him with enchantment. "Are you remaining in Moscow, then?" Pierre hesitated. "In Moscow?" he said in a questioning tone. "Yes, in Moscow. Goodbye." "Ah, if only I were a man, I'd certainly stay with you. How splendid," said Natasha. "Mamma, if you'll let me, I'll stay." Pierre glanced absently at Natasha and was about to say something, but the Countess interrupted him. "You were at the battle, we heard." "Yes, I was," Pierre answered. "There will be another battle tomorrow," he began, but Natasha interrupted him. "But what is the matter with you, Count? You are not like yourself." "Oh, don't ask me, I don't know myself, tomorrow, but no. Goodbye, he muttered. "It's an awful time." And dropping behind the carriage, he stepped onto the pavement. Natasha continued to lean out of the window for a long time, beaming at him with her kindly, slightly quizzical, happy smile. Chapter 9. Pierre hides in Moscow. For the last 2 days, ever since leaving home, Pierre had been living in the empty house of his deceased benefactor, Bazdiv. This is how it happened. When he woke up on the morning after his return to Moscow and his interview with Count Rostopchin, he could not for some time make out where he was and what was expected of him. When he was informed that among others awaiting him was a Frenchman with a letter from his wife, Helene, he felt suddenly overcome by that sense of confusion and hopelessness to which he was prone. He felt that everything was now at an end, all was in confusion, that nobody was right or wrong. The future held nothing, and there was no escape. Smiling unnaturally and muttering to himself, he first sat down on the sofa in despair, then rose, went to the door of the reception room, and peeped through the crack. His major domo came in a second time to say that the Frenchman was very anxious to see him, and that someone from Bazdiv's widow had called to ask Pierre to take charge of her husband's books as she was leaving for the country. "Oh yes, in a minute, wait, or no, go and say I will come directly," Pierre replied. But as soon as the man had left, Pierre took up his hat and went out of his study by the other door. There was no one in the passage. He went down a second staircase leading to the back entrance and out into the yard. No one had seen him, but there were some carriages waiting, and as soon as Pierre stepped out of the gate, the coachman and the yard porter noticed him and raised their caps. When he felt he was being looked at, he behaved like an ostrich, hiding its head. He hung his head and, quickening his pace, went down the street. Of all the affairs awaiting him that day, sorting Joseph Bazdev's books and papers appeared to him the most necessary. He hired the first cab he met and told the driver to go to the Patriarch's Ponds, where the widow Bazdev's house was. Continually turning to look at the rows of loaded carts leaving Moscow, and balancing his bulky body in the ramshackle old vehicle, Pierre, feeling the joyful escape of a boy from school, began to talk to his driver. The man told him that arms were being distributed at the Kremlin, and that tomorrow a great battle would be fought. Having reached the Patriarch's Ponds, Pierre found the Bazdev's house, where he had not been for a long time. He went up to the gate. Gerasim, that sallow, beardless old man Pierre had seen at Torzhok 5 years before, came out. "At home?" asked Pierre. "Owing to the present state of things, Sofia Danilovna has gone to the Torzhok estate with the children, Your Excellency." "I will come in all the same. I have to look through the books," said Pierre. "Be so good as to step in. Makar Alexeyevich, the brother of my late master, has remained here, but he is in a weak state, as you know," said the old servant. Pierre knew that Makar Alexeyevich was Joseph Bazdev's half-insane, hard-drinking brother. Yes, I know. Let us go in," said Pierre, and entered the house. A tall, bald-headed old man with a red nose, wearing a dressing gown, stood in the anteroom. On seeing Pierre, he muttered something angrily and went away. "He was a very clever man, but has now grown quite feeble," said Gerasim. "Will you step into the study?" Pierre nodded. "As it was sealed up, so it has remained, but Sofia Danilovna gave orders that if anyone should come from you, they were to have the books." Pierre went into the gloomy study he had entered with such trepidation in his benefactor's lifetime. The room, dusty and untouched since Bazdev's death, was now even gloomier. Gerasim opened one of the shutters and left on tiptoe. Pierre went round the study, approached the cupboard with the manuscripts, and took out one of the most important, the Holy of Holies of the Masonic Order. It was the authentic Scotch Acts with Bazdev's notes. He sat down at the dusty writing table, laid the manuscripts before him, opened them, closed them, and finally pushed them away, resting his head on his hand and sinking into meditation. Gerasim looked in several times and saw Pierre always sitting in the same attitude. More than 2 hours passed. Gerasim made a slight noise at the door, but Pierre did not hear him. "Is the cabman to be discharged, Your Honor?" "Oh yes," said Pierre, rousing himself. "Look here," he added, taking Gerasim by a button of his coat and looking down at the old man with moist, shining eyes. "I say, do you know that there is going to be a battle tomorrow?" "We heard so," replied the man. "I beg you not to tell anyone who I am and to do what I ask you." Yes, Your Excellency, replied Gerasim. Will you have something to eat? No, but I want something else. I want peasant clothes and a pistol, said Pierre, unexpectedly blushing. Yes, Your Excellency, said Gerasim after thinking for a moment. All the rest of that day, Pierre spent alone in his benefactor's study, and Gerasim heard him pacing restlessly and talking to himself. He spent the night on a bed made up for him there. Gerasim, a servant who had seen many strange things, accepted Pierre's residence without surprise and seemed pleased to have someone to wait on. That same evening, without asking why, he procured a coachman's coat and cap for Pierre and promised to get him a pistol the next day. Makar Alexievich came twice to the door and looked ingratiatingly at Pierre, but as soon as Pierre turned toward him, he wrapped his dressing gown around him with a shamefaced and angry look and hurried away. It was when Pierre, wearing the coachman's coat, was on his way with Gerasim to buy the pistol at the Sukharev market that he met the Rostovs. Chapter 10. Napoleon arrives at Moscow. Kutuzov's order to retreat through Moscow to the Ryazan road was issued at night on the 1st of September. The first troops started at once, and during the night they marched slowly and steadily. At daybreak, however, those nearing the town at the Dorogomilov bridge saw ahead of them masses of soldiers crowding and hurrying across the bridge, blocking the streets, while endless masses of troops were bearing down on them from behind. An unreasoning hurry and alarm overcame them. They all rushed forward to the bridge, onto it, and to the fords and boats. Kutuzov himself had driven round by side streets to the other side of Moscow. By 10 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd of September, only the rear guard remained in the Dorogomilov suburb. The main army was on the other side of Moscow, or beyond it. At that very time, at 10 in the morning of the 2nd of September, Napoleon was standing among his troops on the Poklony Hill, looking at the panorama spread out before him. From the Battle of Borodino to the entry of the French into Moscow, during that whole agitating, memorable week, there had been extraordinary autumn weather, when the sun hangs low and gives more heat than in spring, when everything shines so brightly that the eyes smart, and when even the nights are warm. At 10 in the morning of the 2nd of September, this weather still held. The brightness of the morning was magical. Moscow, seen from the Poklony Hill, lay spaciously spread out with her river, her gardens, and her churches, her cupolas glittering like stars in the sunlight. The view of the strange city, with its peculiar architecture, such as he had never seen before, filled Napoleon with the rather envious and uneasy curiosity men feel when they see an alien form of life that has no knowledge of them. This city was evidently living with the full force of its own life. By the indefinite signs that, even at a distance, distinguish a living body from a dead one, Napoleon from the Poklony Hill perceived the throb of life in the town and felt, as it were, the breathing of that great and beautiful body. Every Russian looking at Moscow feels her to be a mother. Every foreigner who sees her must feel her feminine character, and Napoleon felt it. That Asiatic city of the innumerable churches, holy Moscow, here it is then at last, that famous city. It was high time, said he, and dismounting, he ordered a plan of Moscow to be spread out before him and summoned the interpreter. A town captured by the enemy is like a maid who has lost her honor, he thought. From that point of view, he gazed at the oriental beauty he had not seen before. It seemed strange to him that his long-felt wish, which had seemed unattainable, had at last been realized. In the clear morning light, he gazed now at the city, and now at the plan, and the assurance of possessing it agitated and awed him. But could it be otherwise? He thought. Here is this capital at my feet. Where is Alexander now, and what is he thinking? A strange, beautiful, and majestic city, and a strange and majestic moment. In what light must I appear to them? He thought, thinking of his troops. Here she is, the reward for all those faint-hearted men, he reflected, glancing at those near him. One word from me, one movement of my hand, and that ancient capital of the Tsars would perish. But my clemency is always ready to descend upon the vanquished. I must be magnanimous and truly great. But no, it can't be true that I am in Moscow, he suddenly thought. Yet here she is lying at my feet, with her golden domes and crosses scintillating in the sunshine. But I shall spare her. On the ancient monuments of barbarism and despotism, I will inscribe great words of justice and mercy. It is just this which Alexander will feel most painfully, I know him. It seemed to Napoleon that the chief import of what was taking place lay in the personal struggle between himself and Alexander. From the height of the Kremlin, yes, there is the Kremlin, I will give them just laws. I will teach them the meaning of true civilization. I will tell the deputation that I did not desire war, that I have waged war only against the false policy of their court, that I love and respect Alexander, and that in Moscow I will accept terms of peace worthy of myself and of my people. Boyars, I will say to them, I do not desire war, I desire the peace and welfare of all my subjects. However, I know their presence will inspire me, and I shall speak to them as I always do, clearly, impressively, and majestically. But can it be true that I am in Moscow? Yes, there she lies. Bring the boyars to me, he said to his suite. A general with a brilliant suite galloped off at once to fetch them. 2 hours passed. Napoleon had lunched and was again standing in the same place, awaiting the deputation. His speech to the boyars had already taken definite shape in his imagination. That speech was full of dignity and greatness as he understood it. He was himself carried away by the tone of magnanimity he intended to adopt. In his imagination, he appointed days for assemblies at the palace of the Tsars, at which Russian notables and his own would mingle. He mentally appointed a governor who would win the hearts of the people. Having learned that there were many charitable institutions in Moscow, he mentally decided he would shower favors on them all. He thought that, as in Africa, he had to sit in a mosque, so in Moscow he must be beneficent like the Tsars. And in order to finally touch the hearts of the Russians, he decided that he would place an inscription on all these establishments in large letters. This establishment is dedicated to my dear mother. Or no, it should be simply, House of my mother, he concluded. But am I really in Moscow? Yes, here it lies before me, but why is the deputation from the city so long in appearing, he wondered. Meanwhile, an agitated consultation was being carried on in whispers among his generals and marshals. Those sent to fetch the deputation had returned with the news that Moscow was empty, that everyone had left. The faces of those who were not conferring together were pale and perturbed. They were not alarmed by the fact that Moscow had been abandoned, but by the question of how to tell the emperor, without putting him in the terrible position of appearing ridiculous, that he had been awaiting the boyars so long in vain, that there were drunken mobs left in Moscow, but no one else. Some said that a deputation of some sort must be scraped together. Others disputed that, and maintained that the emperor should first be carefully and skillfully prepared, and then told the truth. He will have to be told all the same, said some gentlemen of the suite. But, gentlemen, the position was the more awkward because the emperor, meditating upon his magnanimous plans, was pacing patiently up and down before the outspread map, occasionally glancing along the road to Moscow with a bright and proud smile. But it's impossible, declared the gentlemen of the suite, shrugging their shoulders but not venturing to utter the implied word, le ridicule. At last, the emperor, tired of futile expectation, his actor's instinct suggesting that the sublime moment had been too long drawn out, gave a sign with his hand. A single report of a signaling gun followed, and the troops, who were already spread out on different sides of Moscow, moved into the city. Faster and faster, vying with one another, they moved at the double or at a trot, vanishing amid the clouds of dust they raised, and making the air ring with a deafening roar of mingling shouts. Drawn on by the movement of his troops, Napoleon rode with them as far as the Dorogomilov gate, but there again stopped and, dismounting from his horse, paced for a long time by the Kammer-Kolesky rampart, awaiting the deputation. Chapter 11. Empty Moscow. Meanwhile, Moscow was empty. There were still people in it, perhaps a 50th part of its former inhabitants. But it was empty. It was empty in the sense that a dying, queenless beehive is empty. In a queenless hive, no life is left, though to a superficial glance it seems as much alive as other hives. The bees circle around a queenless hive in the hot sun as gaily as around living hives. From a distance, it smells of honey like the others, and bees fly in and out in the same way. But one has only to observe that hive to realize that there is no longer any life in it. The bees do not fly in the same way. The smell and the sound are not the same. To the beekeeper's tap on the wall of the sick hive, instead of the former instant, unanimous humming of tens of thousands of bees, the only reply is a disconnected buzzing from different parts of the deserted hive. From the alighting board, instead of the former fragrant smell of honey and venom and the warm whiffs of crowded life, comes an odor of emptiness and decay. There are no longer sentinels sounding the alarm, ready to die in defense of the hive. There is no longer the measured, quiet sound of throbbing activity, but diverse, discordant sounds of disorder. In and out of the hive, long black robber bees fly timidly and shiftily. They do not sting, but crawl away from danger. Formerly, only bees laden with honey flew into the hive, and they flew out empty. Now they fly out laden. The beekeeper opens the lower part of the hive and peers in. Instead of black, glossy bees, tamed by toil clinging to one another, he sees drowsy, shriveled bees crawling about separately on the floor and walls. Instead of a neatly glued floor, there is a floor littered with bits of wax, excrement, and dying or dead bees. The beekeeper opens the upper part of the hive and examines the super. Instead of serried rows of bees sealing up every gap, he sees the skillful, complex structures of the combs, but no longer in their former state of purity. All is neglected and foul. Black robber bees prowl about the combs, and the short home bees, shriveled and listless, creep slowly about without trying to hinder the robbers, having lost all motive and all sense of life. Here and there, a couple of bees, by force of habit, laboriously drag away a dead bee without knowing why. In another corner, two old bees are languidly fighting or cleaning themselves. In a third, a crowd of bees attacks some victim and smothers it. The keeper opens the two center partitions to examine the brood cells. In place of the former close, dark circles formed by thousands of bees guarding the high mystery of generation, he sees hundreds of dull, listless, and sleepy shells of bees. They have almost all died unawares, sitting in the sanctuary they had guarded and which is now no more. They reek of decay and death. The beekeeper closes the hive, chalks a mark on it, and when he has time, tears out its contents and burns it clean. So in the same way, Moscow was empty when Napoleon, weary, uneasy, and morose, paced up and down, awaiting what to his mind was a necessary, if but formal, observance of the proprieties, a deputation. In various corners of Moscow, there still remained a few people aimlessly moving about, following their old habits and hardly aware of what they were doing. When, with due circumspection, Napoleon was informed that Moscow was empty, he looked angrily at his informant, turned away, and silently continued to walk to and fro. "My carriage," he said. He took his seat beside the aide-de-camp on duty and drove into the suburb. "Moscow deserted," he said to himself. "What an incredible event!" He did not drive into the town, but put up at an inn in the Dorogomilov suburb. The dramatic entrance had not come off. The Russian troops were passing through Moscow from 2 o'clock at night till 2 in the afternoon, taking with them the wounded and the last of the inhabitants who were leaving. The greatest crush took place at the Stone, Moskva, and Yauza bridges. While the troops were thronging the bridges, many soldiers, taking advantage of the stoppage, turned back and slipped stealthily past the church of Vasily the Beatified and under the Borovitsky gate, back up the hill to the Red Square, where some instinct told them they could easily take things not belonging to them. Crowds filled all the passages of the bazaar, but there were no dealers inviting customers, no hawkers, no female purchasers, only soldiers in uniforms and overcoats, without muskets, entering empty-handed and leaving with bundles. Tradesmen and their assistants moved about among the soldiers, bewildered. They unlocked their shops, locked them up again, and carried goods away themselves. On the square in front of the bazaar, drummers were beating the muster call, but the roll of the drums did not make the looting soldiers run towards the drum as formerly, but made them run farther away. Among the soldiers were some men in gray coats with closely shaven heads, released prisoners. 2 officers, one with a scarf over his uniform and mounted on a lean, dark gray horse, the other in an overcoat and on foot, stood at a street corner talking. A third officer galloped up to them. "The general orders them all to be driven out at once, without fail. This is outrageous. Half the men have dispersed." "Where are you off to?" he shouted to 3 infantrymen who were slipping past him into the bazaar. "Stop, you rascals!" "But how are you going to stop them?" replied another officer. "There is no getting them together. The army should push on before the rest bolt. That's all." "How can one push on? They are stuck on the bridge and don't move. Shouldn't we put a cordon round to prevent the rest from running away?" "Come, go in there and drive them out," shouted the senior officer. The officer in the scarf dismounted, called up a drummer, and went with him into the arcade. Some soldiers started running away. A shopkeeper with red pimples on his cheeks approached the officer. "Your Honor," he said, "be so good as to protect us. We won't grudge trifles. You are welcome to anything. Pray, I'll fetch a piece of cloth at once for such an honorable gentleman. For we feel how it is. But what's all this? Sheer robbery. If you please, could not guards be placed? If only to let us close the shop." Several shopkeepers crowded round the officer. What twaddle," said one of them, a thin, stern-looking man. "When one's head is gone, one doesn't weep for one's hair. Take what any of you like." And he turned sideways to the officer. "It's all very well for you, Ivan Sidorich, to talk," said the first tradesman angrily. "Please step inside, Your Honor." "Talk indeed," cried the thin one. "In my 3 shops here I have 100,000 rubles worth of goods. Can they be saved when the army has gone? Against God's might our hands can't fight." "Come inside, Your Honor," repeated the tradesman, bowing. The officer stood perplexed. "It's not my business," he exclaimed, and strode on quickly down one of the passages. From one open shop came the sound of blows and curses, and just as the officer came up, a man in a gray coat with a shaven head was flung out violently. This man, bent double, rushed past the tradesman and the officer. The officer pounced on the soldiers who were in the shops, but at that moment, fearful screams reached them from the huge crowd on the Moskva bridge, and the officer ran out into the square. "What is it? What is it?" he asked, but his comrade was already galloping off in the direction of the screams. The officer mounted his horse and rode after him. When he reached the bridge, he saw 2 unlimbered guns, the infantry crossing, several overturned carts, and frightened and laughing faces among the troops. Beside the cannon, a cart was standing. 4 borzois were pressing close to the wheels. The cart was loaded high, and at the very top sat a peasant woman, uttering piercing and desperate shrieks. He was told that the screams were because General Ermolov, seeing the crowds blocking the bridge, had ordered 2 guns to be unlimbered and made a show of firing at them. The crowd, crushing one another, had cleared off the bridge, and the troops were now moving forward. Meanwhile, the city itself was deserted. There was hardly anyone in the streets. The gates and shops were all closed. Only here and there around the taverns could solitary shouts or drunken songs be heard. The Povarskaya was quite still and deserted. The huge courtyard of the Rostovs' house was littered with wisps of hay and dung, and not a soul was to be seen. In the great drawing room of the house, which had been left with all it contained, were 2 people. They were the yard porter Ignat and the page boy Mishka. Mishka had opened the clavichord and was strumming on it with one finger. The yard porter, his arms akimbo, stood smiling with satisfaction before the large mirror. "Isn't it fine, Uncle Ignat?" said the boy, suddenly beginning to strike the keyboard with both hands. "Only fancy," answered Ignat, surprised at the broadening grin on his face in the mirror. "Impudence! Impudence!" They heard behind them the voice of Mavra Kuzminichna, who had entered silently. "How he's grinning, the fat mug! Is that what you're here for? Nothing's cleared away down there and Vasilich is worn out. Just you wait a bit." Ignat left off smiling and went out of the room with meekly downcast eyes. "Aunt, I did it gently," said the boy. "I'll give you something gently, you monkey you!" cried Mavra Kuzminichna, raising her arm threateningly. "Go and get the samovar to boil for your grandfather." She flicked the dust off the clavichord, closed it, and with a deep sigh left the drawing room and locked its main door. Going out into the yard, she paused to consider where she should go next. She heard the sound of quick footsteps. Someone stopped at the gate, and the latch rattled. Mavra Kuzminichna went to the gate. "Who do you want?" "The Count, Count Ilya Andreevich Rostov." "And who are you?" "An officer, I have to see him," came the reply in a pleasant, well-bred Russian voice. Mavra Kuzminichna opened the gate, and an officer of 18, with the round face of a Rostov, entered the yard. "They have gone away, sir. Went away yesterday at vesper time," said Mavra Kuzminichna cordially. The young officer, as if hesitating, clicked his tongue. "Ah, how annoying," he muttered. "I should have come yesterday. Ah, what a pity." Meanwhile, Mavra Kuzminichna was attentively examining the familiar Rostov features of the young man's face, his tattered coat and trodden-down boots. "What did you want to see the Count for?" she asked. "Oh, well, it can't be helped," said he, placing his hand on the gate as if to leave. He paused again. "You see," he suddenly said, "I am a kinsman of the Count's, and he has been very kind to me. As you see," he glanced with an amused smile at his coat and boots, "my things are worn out, and I have no money, so I was going to ask the Count." Mavra Kuzminichna did not let him finish. "Just wait a minute, sir. One little moment," she said, and as soon as he let go of the gate, she turned and, hurrying away, went to the servants' quarters. While she was running, the officer walked about the yard, gazing at his worn-out boots with a faint smile. "What a pity I've missed Uncle. What a nice old woman. Where has she run off to? And how am I to find my regiment?" he thought. Just then, Mavra Kuzminichna appeared from behind the corner of the house with a frightened yet resolute look, carrying a rolled-up check kerchief. She unfolded it and took out a white 25-ruble note and hastily handed it to him. If His Excellency had been at home, as a kinsman he would of course. But as it is, Mavra Kuzminichna grew abashed. The officer did not decline but took the note quietly and thanked her. "If the Count had been at home," she went on apologetically. "Christ be with you, sir. May God preserve you," she said, bowing as she saw him out. Swaying his head and smiling, the officer ran almost at a trot through the deserted streets toward the Yauza Bridge to overtake his regiment. But Mavra Kuzminichna stood at the closed gate for some time with moist eyes, pensively swaying her head and feeling an unexpected flow of motherly tenderness for the unknown young officer. From an unfinished house on the Varvarka, the ground floor of which was a dram shop, came drunken shouts and songs. On benches sat some 10 factory hands, tipsy and perspiring, laboriously singing some song or other. They were singing discordantly, evidently not because they wished to sing, but to show they were drunk and on a spree. One, a tall, fair-haired lad in a clean blue coat, was standing over the others. His face would have been handsome had it not been for his thin, twitching lips and dull, gloomy eyes. Evidently possessed by some idea, he stood over them, solemnly flourishing his white arm with the sleeve turned up to the elbow, trying unnaturally to spread out his dirty fingers. The sleeve kept slipping down, and he always carefully rolled it up again. In the midst of the song, cries were heard, and fighting and blows in the passage. The tall lad waved his arm. "Stop it!" he exclaimed. "There's a fight, lads!" And still rolling up his sleeve, he went out to the porch. The factory hands followed him. These men had brought the publican some skins from the factory, and for this had had drink served them. The blacksmiths from a neighboring smithy, hearing the revelry and supposing the tavern to have been broken into, wished to force their way in too, and a fight had resulted. The publican was fighting one of the smiths at the door. When the workman came out, the smith, wrenching himself free, fell face downward on the pavement. Another smith tried to enter the doorway. The lad with the turned-up sleeve gave the smith a blow in the face and cried wildly, "They're fighting us, lads!" At that moment, the first smith got up and, scratching his bruised face to make it bleed, shouted in a tearful voice, "Police! Murder! They've killed a man, lads!" "Oh, gracious me, a man beaten to death, killed!" screamed a woman coming out of a gate close by. A crowd gathered round the blood-stained smith. "Haven't you robbed people enough?" said a voice to the publican. "What have you killed a man for, you thief?" The tall lad standing in the porch turned his bleared eyes from the publican to the smith and back again. "Murderer!" he shouted suddenly to the publican. "Bind him, lads!" I dare say you would like to bind me, shouted the publican, pushing away the men and flinging his cap on the ground. As if this action had some mysterious significance, the workman paused. I know the law very well, mates. I'll take the matter to the captain of police. Robbery is not permitted to anybody nowadays, shouted the publican, picking up his cap. Come along then, the publican and the tall young fellow repeated, and they moved up the street together. The blood-stained smith went beside them. The factory hands and others followed behind, shouting. At the corner of the Moriseca, opposite a large house with a bootmaker's signboard, stood a score of thin, worn-out bootmakers. He should pay folks off properly, one was saying, but he's sucked our blood, and now he thinks he's quit of us. On seeing the crowd, the bootmakers joined them. Where are all the folks going? Why, to the police, of course. The publican, taking advantage of the increased crowd, dropped behind and returned to his tavern. The tall youth, not noticing the disappearance of his foe, waved his bare arm and went on talking incessantly, attracting general attention. It was around him that the people chiefly crowded, expecting answers from him. He must keep order, keep the law. That's what the government is there for. Am I not right, good Christians? Said the tall youth. He thinks there's no government. How can one do without government? Why talk nonsense? Rejoined voices in the crowd. Will they give up Moscow like this? They told you that for fun and you believed it. Aren't there plenty of troops on the march? Let him in, indeed. That's what the government is for. By the wall of Chinatown, a smaller group were gathered round a man in a frieze coat who held a paper in his hand. An ukaz! They are reading an ukaz! Cried voices, and the people rushed toward the reader. The man in the frieze coat was reading the broadsheet of August 31st. When the crowd collected, he seemed confused, but at the demand of the tall lad, he began in a tremulous voice to read from the beginning. Early tomorrow I shall go to His Serene Highness, he read. Siren Highness, said the tall fellow with a triumphant smile, to consult with him to act and to aid the army to exterminate these scoundrels. We too will take part. The reader went on and paused. Do you see, shouted the youth victoriously, he's going to clear up the whole affair for you, in destroying them, and will send these visitors to the devil. I will come back to dinner, and will set to work. We will completely do and undo these scoundrels. The last words were read in complete silence. The tall lad hung his head gloomily. It was evident that no one had understood the last part. In particular, the words, I will come back to dinner, displeased both reader and audience. The people's minds were tuned to a high pitch, and this was too simple. It was what any of them might have said, and therefore was not what an ukase from the highest authority should say. They all stood despondent and silent. We should ask him, that's he himself? Voices in the rear of the crowd were suddenly heard, and the general attention turned to the police superintendent's trap, which drove into the square attended by 2 mounted dragoons. The superintendent, who had gone that morning by Rostopchin's orders to burn the barges, and had acquired a large sum of money which was in his pocket, on seeing the crowd bearing down upon him, told his coachman to stop. What people are these? He shouted. What people are these? He shouted again, receiving no answer. Your Honor, replied the shopman in the frieze coat. Your Honor, in accord with the proclamation of His Highest Excellency the Count, they desire to serve, not sparing their lives, and it is not any kind of riot, but as His Highest Excellence said. The Count has not left. He is here, and an order will be issued concerning you, said the superintendent. Go on, he ordered his coachman. The crowd halted, pressing around those who had heard what the superintendent had said. The superintendent turned round with a scared look, said something to his coachman, and his horses increased their speed. It's a fraud, lads. Lead the way to him himself, shouted the tall youth. Don't let him go, lads. Let him answer us. Keep him, shouted different people, and they dashed in pursuit of the trap. Following the superintendent and talking loudly, the crowd went in the direction of Lubyanka Street. There now, the gentry and merchants have gone away and left us to perish. Do they think we're dogs? Voices in the crowd were heard saying more and more frequently. Chapter 12. Rostopchin and the Killing of Vereshchagin. On the evening of the 1st of September, after his meeting with Kutuzov, Count Rostopchin had returned to Moscow feeling mortified and offended. He had not been invited to the Council of War, and Kutuzov had ignored his offer to help defend the city. He was also amazed by the new attitude he saw at the camp, where the peace and patriotic fervor of the capital were treated as completely irrelevant. Distressed and surprised by all this, Rostopchin had returned to Moscow. After supper, he lay down on a sofa without undressing and was awakened soon after midnight by a courier with a letter from Kutuzov. The letter requested the Count to send police officers to guide the troops through the town as the army was retreating to the Ryazan road beyond Moscow. This was not new information for Rostopchin. He had known Moscow would be abandoned since his meeting with Kutuzov the previous day, and really ever since the Battle of Borodino. All the generals who came to Moscow after that battle had said it was impossible to fight again. Since then, government property had been removed every night, and half the inhabitants had left with his own permission. Yet this simple note, an order from Kutuzov arriving in the middle of the night, still astonished and irritated him. Later, in his memoirs, Count Rostopchin would say that he was motivated by two important goals: to maintain peace in Moscow and to help the inhabitants leave. If you accept this, then all his actions seem faultless. Why were the holy relics, arms, ammunition, and grain not removed? To preserve the tranquility of the city, he would explain. Why were useless papers from government offices and other articles removed? To leave the town empty, he would say. Once you accept that public tranquility is in danger, any action can be justified. All the horrors of the Reign of Terror were based on this same concern for public tranquility. But what reason was there to fear for the peace of Moscow in 1812? What reason was there to expect an uprising? The inhabitants were leaving, and the retreating troops were filling the city. Why should that cause riots? Neither in Moscow nor anywhere else in Russia did anything like an insurrection ever occur when the enemy entered a town. More than 10,000 people were still in Moscow on the 1st and 2nd of September, and except for a mob in the governor's courtyard, which he himself had summoned, nothing happened. It is obvious that there would have been even less reason to expect a disturbance if, after Borodino, Rostopchin had taken steps to remove the holy relics, gunpowder, and money instead of exciting the people by distributing arms and proclamations, and had told them plainly that the town would be abandoned. Rostopchin, though patriotic, was an impulsive man who had always moved in the highest administrative circles and had no real understanding of the people he thought he was guiding. Ever since the enemy's entry into Smolensk, he had imagined himself as the director of popular feeling in the heart of Russia. He thought he controlled not only the actions of Moscow's inhabitants, but also their thoughts, through his broadsheets written in a coarse tone that the people despise. He was so pleased with this role of leader that the necessity of giving it up and abandoning Moscow without any heroic display took him by surprise. He suddenly felt the ground slip away from under his feet and didn't know what to do. Though he knew it was coming, he didn't truly believe in his heart that Moscow would be abandoned, the inhabitants left against his wishes. If government offices were removed, it was only because officials demanded it. He was absorbed in the role he had created for himself. All his energetic activity had been directed toward arousing in the masses his own feeling of patriotic hatred of the French. But when events took on their true historical character, when words of hatred were not enough, when the whole population streamed out of Moscow, proving the depth of their national feeling by that negative action, the role Rostopchin had chosen suddenly appeared senseless. He unexpectedly felt himself ridiculous, weak, and alone. When he was awakened by that cold, peremptory note from Kutuzov, he felt more irritated the more he felt himself to blame. All the state property he should have removed was still in Moscow, and it was now impossible to take it all away. Who is to blame for it? Who has let things come to such a pass, he thought. Not I, of course. I had everything ready, and this is what they have let it come to. Villains! Traitors! He thought, without clearly defining who these traitors were, but feeling it necessary to hate them. All that night, Count Rostopchin issued orders. People came to him from all parts of Moscow. Those around him had never seen him so morose and irritable. Your Excellency, the director of the Registrar's Department, from the Consistory, from the Senate, what are your orders about the fire brigade? From the governor of the prison, from the superintendent of the lunatic asylum. All night long, such announcements were continually received. To all these inquiries, he gave brief and angry replies, indicating that his orders were no longer needed, that the whole affair had been ruined by somebody, and that somebody would have to bear the responsibility. "Oh, tell that blockhead," he said about the Registrar's Department, "that he should remain to guard his documents. Why are you asking silly questions about the fire brigade? They have horses. Let them be off to Vladimir." "Your Excellency, the superintendent of the lunatic asylum has come. What are your commands?" "My commands? Let them go away, that's all, and let the lunatics out into the town. When lunatics command our armies, God evidently means these other madmen to be free." In reply to an inquiry about the convicts in the prison, he shouted angrily, "Do you expect me to give you 2 battalions which we have not got, for a convoy? Release them, that's all about it." "Your Excellency, there are some political prisoners, Meshkov, Vereshchagin." "Vereshchagin! Hasn't he been hanged yet?" shouted Rostopchin. "Bring him to me." Towards 9 o'clock in the morning, when the troops were already moving through Moscow, nobody came to the Count any more for instructions. Those who could get away were going of their own accord. Those who remained decided for themselves what to do. The Count ordered his carriage to drive to Sokolniki and sat in his study with folded hands, morose and silent. In quiet times, it seems to every administrator that it is only by his efforts that the whole population is kept going. While the sea of history is calm, the ruler imagines that his efforts move the ship of the people. But as soon as a storm arises, such a delusion is no longer possible. The ship moves on its own, and suddenly the administrator, instead of being a source of power, becomes an insignificant, feeble man. Rostopchin felt this, and it was this that exasperated him. The superintendent of police, whom the crowd had stopped, went in to see him at the same time as an adjutant, who informed the Count that the horses were harnessed. They were both pale, and the superintendent reported that an immense crowd had collected in the courtyard and wished to see him. Without a word, Rostopchin rose and walked hastily to his light, luxurious drawing room. He went to the balcony door, took the handle, let it go again, and went to a window from which he had a better view. The tall lad was standing in front, flourishing his arm and saying something with a stern look. The blood-stained smith stood beside him with a gloomy face. A drone of voices was audible through the closed window. "Is my carriage ready?" asked Rostopchin, stepping back. "It is, Your Excellency," replied the adjutant. Rostopchin went again to the balcony door. "But what do they want?" he asked the superintendent. "Your Excellency, they say they have got ready, according to your orders, to go against the French, and they shouted something about treachery. But it is a turbulent crowd, Your Excellency. I hardly managed to get away. I venture to suggest—" "You may go. I don't need you to tell me what to do," exclaimed Rostopchin angrily. He stood by the balcony door looking at the crowd. "This is what they have done with Russia. This is what they have done with me," he thought, full of an irrepressible fury that welled up within him against the someone who was to blame. As often happens with passionate people, he was mastered by anger, but was still seeking an object for it. "Here is that mob, the dregs of the people," he thought. "This rabble they have roused by their folly. They want a victim," he thought, looking at the tall lad flourishing his arm. And this thought occurred to him just because he himself desired a victim. "Is the carriage ready?" he asked again. "Yes, Your Excellency. What are your orders about Vereshchagin?" "He is waiting at the porch," said the adjutant. "Ah!" exclaimed Rostopchin, as if struck by an unexpected recollection. Rapidly opening the door, he went resolutely out onto the balcony. The talking instantly ceased. Hats and caps were doffed, and all eyes were raised to the Count. "Good morning, lads," said the Count briskly and loudly. "Thank you for coming. I'll come out to you in a moment, but we must first settle with the villain. We must punish the villain who has caused the ruin of Moscow. Wait for me." And he stepped as briskly back into the room and slammed the door. A murmur of approbation ran through the crowd. "He'll settle with all the villains, you'll see. He'll show you what law is," the mob were saying. A few minutes later, an officer came hurriedly out, and the dragoons formed up in line. The crowd moved eagerly toward the porch. Rostopchin, coming out with quick, angry steps, looked around as if seeking someone. "Where is he?" he inquired, and as he spoke, he saw a young man coming round the corner of the house between two dragoons. He had a long, thin neck, and his head, which had been half-shaved, was again covered by short hair. This young man was dressed in a threadbare blue cloth coat lined with fox fur and dirty hempen convict trousers. On his thin, weak legs were heavy chains which hampered his irresolute movements. "Ah!" said Rostopchin, hurriedly turning away his eyes and pointing to the bottom step of the porch. "Put him there." The young man in his clattering chains stepped clumsily to the spot indicated, turned his long neck twice this way and that, sighed, and submissively folded his thin hands before him. For several seconds, while he was taking his place, the silence continued. Only among the back rows could sighs, groans, and the shuffling of feet be heard. While waiting, Rostopchin stood frowning and rubbing his face. "Lads," he said with a metallic ring in his voice, "this man, Vereshchagin, is the scoundrel by whose doing Moscow is perishing." The young man stood in a submissive attitude. His emaciated young face, disfigured by the half-shaven head, hung down hopelessly. At the Count's first words, he raised it slowly and looked up as if wishing to say something. But Rostopchin did not look at him. A vein in the young man's long, thin neck swelled like a cord and went blue behind the ear, and suddenly his face flushed. All eyes were fixed on him. He looked at the crowd, and rendered more hopeful by the expression he read there, he smiled sadly and timidly. "He has betrayed his Tsar and his country. He has gone over to Bonaparte. He alone of all the Russians has disgraced the Russian name. He has caused Moscow to perish," said Rostopchin in a sharp, even voice. But suddenly he glanced down at Vereshchagin. As if inflamed by the sight, he raised his arm and addressed the people, almost shouting, "Deal with him as you think fit. I hand him over to you." The crowd remained silent and only pressed closer. To keep one another back, to breathe in that stifling atmosphere, to be unable to stir and to await something unknown, uncomprehended, and terrible was becoming unbearable. "Beat him! Let the traitor perish and not disgrace the Russian name," shouted Rostopchin. "Cut him down, I command it." Hearing not so much the words as the angry tone, the crowd moaned and heaved forward, but again paused. "Count!" exclaimed the timid yet theatrical voice of Vereshchagin in the momentary silence. "Count! One God is above us both!" He lifted his head, and again the thick vein in his thin neck filled with blood. He did not finish what he wished to say. "Cut him down! I command it!" shouted Rostopchin, suddenly growing pale like Vereshchagin. "Draw sabers!" cried the dragoon officer, drawing his own. Another still stronger wave flowed through the crowd, and reaching the front ranks, carried it swaying to the very steps. The tall youth, with a stony look on his face, stood beside Vereshchagin. "Saber him!" the dragoon officer almost whispered, and one of the soldiers, his face distorted with fury, struck Vereshchagin on the head with the blunt side of his saber. "Ah!" cried Vereshchagin in meek surprise, looking round as if not understanding. A similar moan of surprise and horror ran through the crowd. "O Lord!" exclaimed a sorrowful voice. But after the exclamation of surprise, Vereshchagin uttered a plaintive cry of pain, and that cry was fatal. The barrier of human feeling that had held the crowd in check suddenly broke. The crime had begun and must now be completed. The plaintive moan of reproach was drowned by the threatening and angry roar of the crowd. Like the seventh and last wave that shatters a ship, that last irresistible wave burst from the rear and reached the front ranks, carrying them off their feet and engulfing them all. The dragoon was about to repeat his blow. Vereshchagin, with a cry of horror, covering his head with his hands, rushed toward the crowd. The tall youth, against whom he stumbled, seized his thin neck and, yelling wildly, fell with him under the feet of the pressing, struggling crowd. Some beat and tore at Vereshchagin. others at the tall youth. The screams of those being trampled on and those who tried to rescue the tall lad only increased the fury of the crowd. It was a long time before the dragoons could extricate the bleeding youth, beaten almost to death. And for a long time, those who were hitting, throttling, and tearing at Vereshchagin were unable to kill him, for the crowd pressed from all sides, making it impossible for them either to kill him or let him go. Hit him with an axe, eh? Crushed. Traitor, he sold Christ. Still alive, tenacious, serves him right. Torture serves a thief right. Use the hatchet. What, still alive? Only when the victim ceased to struggle, and his cries changed to a long-drawn, measured death rattle, did the crowd around his prostrate, bleeding corpse begin rapidly to change places. Each one came up, glanced at what had been done, and with horror, reproach, and astonishment, pushed back again. "O Lord, the people are like wild beasts. How could he be alive?" Voices in the crowd could be heard. "Quite a young fellow, too. Must have been a merchant's son. And they say he's not the right one. How not the right one? O Lord, and there's another has been beaten too. They say he's nearly done for. Oh, the people, aren't they afraid of sinning?" said the same mob now, looking with pained distress at the dead body with its long, thin, half-severed neck and its livid face stained with blood and dust. A painstaking police officer, considering the presence of a corpse in His Excellency's courtyard unseemly, told the dragoons to take it away. 2 dragoons took it by its distorted legs and dragged it along the ground. The gory, dust-stained, half-shaven head with its long neck trailed twisting along the ground. The crowd shrank back from it. At the moment when Vereshchagin fell, Rostopchin suddenly turned pale, and instead of going to the back entrance where his carriage awaited him, went with hurried steps and bent head along the passage leading to the rooms on the ground floor. The Count's face was white, and he could not control the feverish twitching of his lower jaw. "This way, Your Excellency." "Where are you going?" "This way, please," said a trembling, frightened voice behind him. Count Rostopchin was unable to reply and, turning obediently, went in the direction indicated. At the back entrance stood his caleche. The distant roar of the yelling crowd was audible even there. He hastily took his seat and told the coachman to drive him to his country house in Sokolniki. When they reached Myasnitsky Street and could no longer hear the shouts of the mob, the Count began to repent. He remembered with dissatisfaction the agitation and fear he had betrayed before his subordinates. "The mob is terrible, disgusting," he said to himself in French. "They are like wolves whom nothing but flesh can appease." "Count, one God is above us both." Vereshchagin's words suddenly recurred to him, and a disagreeable shiver ran down his back. But this was only a momentary feeling, and he smiled disdainfully at himself. "I had other duties," he thought. "The people had to be appeased. Many other victims have perished and are perishing for the public good." And he began thinking of his social duties to his family and to the city, and of himself, not as Theodore Vasilievich Rostopchin, but as governor, the representative of authority, and of the Tsar. Had I been simply Theodore Vasilievich, my course of action would have been quite different, but it was my duty to safeguard my life and dignity as commander-in-chief. Lightly swaying on the flexible springs of his carriage, and no longer hearing the terrible sounds, Rostopchin grew physically calm. And as soon as he became physically tranquil, his mind devised reasons why he should be mentally tranquil too. The thought that tranquilized him was not a new one. Since the world began, no one has ever committed such a crime without comforting himself with this same idea. This idea is the public good, the hypothetical welfare of other people. To a man not swayed by passion, that welfare is never certain, but he who commits such a crime always knows just where that welfare lies, and Rostopchin now knew it. Not only did his reason not reproach him, but he even found cause for self-satisfaction in having so successfully contrived to punish a criminal and at the same time pacify the mob. Vereshchagin was tried and condemned to death, thought Rostopchin, though the Senate had only condemned him to hard labor. He was a traitor and a spy. I could not let him go unpunished, and so I have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. To appease the mob, I gave them a victim, and at the same time punished a miscreant. Having reached his country house and begun to give orders about domestic arrangements, the Count grew quite tranquil. Half an hour later, he was driving with his fast horses across the Sokolniki field, no longer thinking of what had occurred, but considering what was to come. He was driving to the Yauza Bridge, where he had heard that Kutuzov was. He was mentally preparing the angry and stinging reproaches he meant to address to Kutuzov for his deception. He would make that foxy old courtier feel that the responsibility for all the calamities would fall upon his doting old head. Planning beforehand what he would say, Rostopchin turned angrily in his caleche and gazed sternly from side to side. The Sokolniki field was deserted. Only at the end of it, in front of the almshouse and the lunatic asylum, could be seen some people in white and others like them, walking singly across the field, shouting and gesticulating. One of these was running to cross the path of the carriage. Rostopchin, his coachman, and his dragoons looked with vague horror and curiosity at these released lunatics, especially at the one running toward them. Swaying from side to side on his long, thin legs in his fluttering dressing gown, this lunatic was running impetuously, his gaze fixed on Rostopchin, shouting something in a hoarse voice and making signs to him to stop. His solemn, gloomy face was thin and yellow, with its beard growing in uneven tufts. His black, agate pupils with saffron-yellow whites moved restlessly. "Stop! Pull up, I tell you!" he cried in a piercing voice, and again shouted something breathlessly with emphatic intonations. Coming abreast of the caleche, he ran beside it. "Thrice have they slain me. Thrice have I risen from the dead. They stoned me, crucified me. I shall rise, shall rise, shall rise. They have torn my body. The kingdom of God will be overthrown. Thrice will I overthrow it and thrice re-establish it," he cried, raising his voice higher and higher. Count Rostopchin suddenly grew pale as he had done when the crowd closed in on Vereshchagin. He turned away. "Go fast! Faster!" he cried in a trembling voice to his coachman. The caleche flew over the ground, but for a long time Rostopchin still heard the insane, despairing screams growing fainter in the distance, while his eyes saw nothing but the astonished, frightened, blood-stained face of the traitor in the fur-lined coat. Recent as that mental picture was, he already felt that it had cut deep into his heart and drawn blood. Even now, he felt clearly that the gory trace of that recollection would not pass with time, but that the terrible memory would dwell in his heart ever more cruelly to the end of his life. He seemed still to hear the sound of his own words. "Cut him down. I command it." Why did I utter those words? It was by some accident I said them. I need not have said them, he thought, and then nothing would have happened. He saw the frightened and then infuriated face of the dragoon who dealt the blow, the look of silent, timid reproach that boy in the fur-lined coat had turned upon him. But I did not do it for my own sake. I was bound to act that way. The mob, the traitor, the public welfare, thought he. Troops were still crowding at the Yauza Bridge. It was hot. Kutuzov, dejected and frowning, sat on a bench by the bridge, toying with his whip in the sand when a caleche dashed up noisily. A man in a general's uniform with plumes in his hat went up to Kutuzov and said something in French. It was Count Rostopchin. He told Kutuzov that he had come because Moscow, the capital, was no more and only the army remained. "Things would have been different if your Serene Highness had not told me that you would not abandon Moscow without another battle. All this would not have happened," he said. Kutuzov looked at Rostopchin as if, not grasping what was said, he was trying to read something peculiar on the face of the man addressing him. Rostopchin grew confused and became silent. Kutuzov slightly shook his head, and not taking his penetrating gaze from Rostopchin's face, muttered softly, "No, I shall not give up Moscow without a battle." Whether Kutuzov was thinking of something entirely different when he spoke those words, or uttered them purposely, knowing them to be meaningless, at any rate, Rostopchin made no reply and hastily left him. And strange to say, the governor of Moscow, the proud Count Rostopchin, took up a Cossack whip and went to the bridge, where he began with shouts to drive on the carts that blocked the way. Chapter 13. The French enter Moscow. Towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Murat's troops were entering Moscow. In front rode a detachment of Württemberg hussars, and behind them rode the King of Naples himself, accompanied by a numerous suite. About the middle of Arbat Street, near the church of the miraculous icon of St. Nicholas, Murat halted to await news from the advanced detachment as to the condition of the citadel, the Kremlin. Around Murat gathered a group of those who had remained in Moscow. They all stared in timid bewilderment at the strange, long-haired commander, dressed up in feathers and gold. "Is that their Tsar himself? He's not bad," low voices could be heard. An interpreter rode up to the group. "Take off your cap! Your caps!" These words went from one to another in the crowd. The interpreter addressed an old porter and asked if it was far to the Kremlin. The porter, listening in perplexity to the unfamiliar Polish accent and not realizing the interpreter was speaking Russian, did not understand and slipped behind the others. Murat approached the interpreter and told him to ask where the Russian army was. One of the Russians understood, and several voices at once began answering. A French officer, returning from the advanced detachment, rode up to Murat and reported that the gates of the citadel had been barricaded and that there was probably an ambuscade there. "Good," said Murat, and, turning to one of his suite, ordered 4 light guns to be moved forward to fire at the gates. The guns emerged at a trot from the column and advanced up the Arbat. When they reached the end of Vozdvizhenka Street, they halted and drew up in the square. Several French officers superintended the placing of the guns and looked at the Kremlin through field glasses. The bells in the Kremlin were ringing for vespers, and this sound troubled the French. They imagined it to be a call to arms. A few infantrymen ran to the Kutafayev gate. Beams and wooden screens had been put there, and 2 musket shots rang out from under the gate as soon as an officer and men began to run toward it. A general standing by the guns shouted a command, and the officer ran back with his men. The sound of 3 more shots came from the gate. One shot struck a French soldier's foot, and from behind the screens came the strange sound of a few voices shouting. Instantly, the expression of cheerful serenity on the faces of the French general, officers, and men changed to one of determined, concentrated readiness for strife. To all of them, from the marshal to the least soldier, that place was not a familiar Moscow street, but a new, probably sanguinary battlefield. And all made ready for that battle. The cries from the gates ceased. The guns were advanced, the artillerymen blew the ash off their linstocks, and an officer gave the word "fire." This was followed by 2 whistling sounds of canister shot. The shot rattled against the stone of the gate and upon the wooden beams, and 2 wavering clouds of smoke rose over the square. A few instants after the echo of the reports died away, the French heard a strange sound above their heads. Thousands of crows rose above the walls and circled in the air, cawing and noisily flapping their wings. Together with that sound came a solitary human cry from the gateway, and amid the smoke appeared the figure of a bareheaded man in a peasant's coat. He grasped a musket and took aim at the French. "Fire," repeated the officer, and the reports of a musket and of 2 cannon shots were heard simultaneously. The gate was again hidden by smoke. Nothing more stirred behind the screens, and the French infantry advanced to the gate. In the gateway lay 3 wounded and 4 dead. 2 men in peasant coats ran away at the foot of the wall. "Clear that away," said the officer, pointing to the beams and the corpses. The French soldiers, after dispatching the wounded, threw the corpses over the parapet. Who these men were, nobody knew. "Clear that away," was all that was said of them, and they were thrown over the parapet and removed later so they might not stink. Only the historian Thiers dedicates a few eloquent lines to their memory, calling them wretches who had occupied the sacred citadel and fired at the French. Murat was informed that the way had been cleared. The French entered the gates and began pitching their camp in Senate Square. Out of the windows of the Senate House, the soldiers threw chairs into the square for fuel and kindled fires there. Other detachments passed through the Kremlin and encamped along the Moroseyka, Lubyanka, and Pokrovka streets. Others quartered themselves along the Vozdvizhenka, Nikolsky, and Tverskoy streets. No masters of the houses being found, the French were not billeted on the inhabitants as is usual, but lived in it as in a camp. Though tattered, hungry, worn out, and reduced to a third of their original number, the French entered Moscow in good marching order. It was a weary and famished, but still a fighting and menacing army. But it remained an army only until its soldiers had dispersed into their different lodgings. As soon as the men of the various regiments began to disperse among the wealthy and deserted houses, the army was lost forever, and there came into being something nondescript, neither citizens nor soldiers, but what are known as marauders. When, 5 weeks later, these same men left Moscow, they no longer formed an army. They were a mob of marauders, each carrying a quantity of articles which seemed to him valuable or useful. The aim of each man when he left Moscow was no longer to conquer, but merely to keep what he had acquired. Like a monkey which puts its paw into the narrow neck of a jug, and having seized a handful of nuts, will not open its fist for fear of losing what it holds, and therefore perishes. The French, when they left Moscow, had inevitably to perish because they carried their loot with them. Yet to abandon what they had stolen was as impossible for them as it is for the monkey to open its paw. 10 minutes after each regiment had entered a Moscow district, not a soldier or officer was left. Men in military uniforms and Hessian boots could be seen through the windows, laughing and walking through the rooms. In cellars and storerooms, similar men were busy among the provisions, and in the yards, unlocking or breaking open coach house and stable doors, lighting fires in kitchens and kneading and baking bread, or frightening, amusing, or caressing women and children. There were many such men in the shops and houses, but there was no army. Order after order was issued by the French commanders, forbidding the men to disperse, sternly forbidding any violence or looting, and announcing a roll call for that very evening. But despite all these measures, the men who had until then constituted an army flowed all over the wealthy, deserted city. As a hungry herd of cattle keeps well together when crossing a barren field, but disperses uncontrollably as soon as it reaches rich pastures, so did the army disperse all over the wealthy city. No residents were left in Moscow, and the soldiers, like water percolating through sand, spread irresistibly through the city in all directions. The cavalry, on entering a merchant's abandoned house and finding stabling more than sufficient, went on to the next house which seemed better. Many of them appropriated several houses, chalked their names on them, and quarreled and even fought with other companies for them. Before they had even secured quarters, the soldiers ran out into the streets to see the city, and hearing that everything had been abandoned, rushed to places where valuables were to be had for the taking. The officers followed to check the soldiers and were involuntarily drawn into doing the same. In Carriage Row, carriages had been left in the shops, and generals flocked there to select coaches for themselves. The few inhabitants who had remained invited commanding officers to their houses, hoping to secure themselves from being plundered. There were masses of wealth, and there seemed no end to it. All around the quarters occupied by the French were other regions still unexplored where, they thought, yet greater riches might be found, and Moscow engulfed the army ever deeper and deeper. When water is spilled on dry ground, both the ground and the water disappear, and mud results. In the same way, the entry of the famished army into the rich and deserted city resulted in fires and looting and the destruction of both the army and the wealthy city. The French attributed the fire of Moscow to Rostopchin's ferocious patriotism, the Russians to the barbarity of the French. In reality, however, it was not possible to explain the burning of Moscow by making any individual or group responsible for it. Moscow was burned because it found itself in a position in which any town built of wood was bound to burn, quite apart from whether it had 130 inferior fire engines. Deserted Moscow had to burn as inevitably as a heap of shavings has to burn on which sparks continually fall for several days. A town built of wood, where scarcely a day passes without conflagrations when the house owners are in residence and a police force is present, cannot help burning when its inhabitants have left it, and it is occupied by soldiers who smoke pipes, make campfires of the Senate chairs in Senate Square, and cook themselves meals twice a day. In peacetime, it is only necessary to billet troops in the villages of any district, and the number of fires in that district immediately increases. How much, then, must the probability of fire be increased in an abandoned wooden town where foreign troops are quartered? Rostopchin's ferocious patriotism and the barbarity of the French were not to blame. Moscow was set on fire by the soldiers' pipes, kitchens, and campfires, and by the carelessness of enemy soldiers occupying houses they did not own. Even if there was any arson, which is very doubtful, arson cannot be regarded as the cause, for the same thing would have happened without any incendiarism. However tempting it might be for the French to blame Rostopchin's ferocity, and for Russians to blame the scoundrel Bonaparte, or later on to place a heroic torch in the hands of their own people, it is impossible not to see that there could be no such direct cause of the fire. Moscow had to burn, as every village, factory, or house must burn, which is left by its owners, and in which strangers are allowed to live and cook their porridge. Moscow was burned by its inhabitants, it is true, but by those who had abandoned it, not by those who remained. Moscow, when occupied by the enemy, did not remain intact like Berlin, Vienna, and other towns, simply because its inhabitants abandoned it and did not welcome the French with bread and salt, nor bring them the keys of the city. Chapter 14. Pierre and the French Captain. The absorption of the French by Moscow only reached the quarter where Pierre was staying by the evening of the 2nd of September. After the last 2 days spent in solitude and unusual circumstances, Pierre was in a state bordering on insanity. He was completely obsessed by one persistent thought. He did not know how or when this thought had taken such possession of him, but he remembered nothing of the past, understood nothing of the present, and all he saw and heard appeared to him like a dream. He had left home only to escape the intricate tangle of life's demands that enmeshed him. He had gone to Joseph Alexeyevitch's house on the plea of sorting the deceased books and papers, only in search of rest from life's turmoil. In his mind, the memory of Joseph Alexeyevitch was connected with a world of eternal, solemn, and calm thoughts. He sought a quiet refuge, and in the study he really found it. When he sat at the dusty writing table, in the death-like stillness, calm and significant memories of the last few days rose in his imagination, particularly of the Battle of Borodino, and of that vague sense of his own insignificance compared with the truth and strength of the class of men he mentally classed as they. When Gerasim roused him from his reverie, the idea occurred to him of taking part in the popular defense of Moscow. With that object, he had asked Gerasim to get him a peasant's coat and a pistol, confiding his intention of remaining in the house and keeping his name secret. Then, during the first day spent in inaction, the idea of the Kabbalistic significance of his name in connection with Bonaparte's more than once vaguely presented itself. But the idea that he, L'Russe Bessuhoff, was destined to set a limit to the power of the beast was as yet only one of the fancies that passed through his mind and left no trace. When, having bought the coat merely to take part in the defense, Pierre had met the Rostovs and Natasha had said to him, "Are you remaining in Moscow? How splendid!" The thought flashed into his mind that it really would be a good thing, even if Moscow were taken, for him to remain and do what he was predestined to do. The next day, with the sole idea of not sparing himself, Pierre went to the Three Hills gate. But when he returned to the house, convinced that Moscow would not be defended, he suddenly felt that what before had seemed merely a possibility had now become absolutely necessary and inevitable. He must remain in Moscow, concealing his name, and must meet Napoleon and kill him, and either perish or put an end to the misery of all Europe, which it seemed to him was solely due to Napoleon. Pierre knew all the details of the attempt on Bonaparte's life in 1809 by a German student in Vienna, and knew that the student had been shot. The risk to which he would expose his life excited him still more. Two equally strong feelings drew Pierre irresistibly to this purpose. The first was a feeling of the necessity of sacrifice and suffering in view of the common calamity, the same feeling that had caused him to go to Mozhaisk and to the very thick of the battle, and had now caused him to run away from his home and, instead of luxury, to sleep on a hard sofa and eat the same food as Gerasim. The other was that vague, quite Russian feeling of contempt for everything conventional, artificial, and human, for everything the majority of men regard as the greatest good in the world. Pierre had first experienced this strange and fascinating feeling at the Sloboda Palace when he had suddenly felt that wealth, power, and life, all that men so painstakingly acquire and guard, if it has any worth, has so only by reason of the joy with which it can all be renounced. It was the feeling that induces a recruit to spend his last penny on drink, or a drunken man to smash mirrors for no reason. The feeling which causes a man to perform actions which from an ordinary point of view are insane, to test, as it were, his personal power and strength. From the very day he had experienced this feeling at the Sloboda Palace, he had been continuously under its influence, but only now found full satisfaction for it. Moreover, he was supported in his design by what he had already done. If he were now to leave Moscow like everyone else, his flight from home, the peasant coat, the pistol, and his announcement to the Rostovs would all become not merely meaningless, but contemptible and ridiculous. Pierre's physical condition corresponded to his mental state. The unaccustomed coarse food, the vodka he drank, the absence of wine and cigars, his dirty, unchanged linen, 2 almost sleepless nights on a short sofa, all this kept him in a state of excitement bordering on insanity. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The French had already entered Moscow. Pierre knew this, but instead of acting, he only thought about his undertaking, going over its minutest details in his mind. In his fancy, he did not clearly picture the striking of the blow or the death of Napoleon, but with extraordinary vividness and melancholy enjoyment, he imagined his own destruction and heroic endurance. Yes, alone, for the sake of all, I must do it or perish, he thought. Yes, I will approach, and then suddenly, with pistol or dagger, but that is all the same. It is not I, but the hand of Providence that punishes thee, I shall say, thought he, imagining what he would say when killing Napoleon. Well then, take me and execute me, he went on, speaking to himself and bowing his head with a sad but firm expression. While Pierre was talking to himself in this way, the study door opened, and on the threshold appeared the figure of Makar Alexievich, always so timid before but now quite transformed. His dressing gown was unfastened, his face red and distorted. He was obviously drunk. On seeing Pierre, he grew confused at first, but noticing embarrassment on Pierre's face, immediately grew bold, and staggering on his thin legs, advanced into the middle of the room. "They're frightened," he said confidentially in a hoarse voice. "I say I won't surrender, I say. Am I not right, sir?" He paused and then, suddenly seeing the pistol on the table, seized it with unexpected rapidity and ran out into the corridor. Gerasim and the porter who had followed him stopped him in the vestibule and tried to take the pistol from him. Pierre, coming out, looked with pity and repulsion at the half-crazy old man. Makar Alexievich, frowning with exertion, held on to the pistol and screamed hoarsely. "To arms! Board them! No, you shan't get it!" he yelled. "That will do, please, that will do," pleaded Gerasim, trying to steer him back to the door. "Who are you, Bonaparte?" shouted Makar Alexievich. "That's not right, sir. Come to your room, please. Allow me to have the pistol." "Be off, thou base slave. Touch me not. See this?" shouted Makar Alexievich, brandishing the pistol. "Board them." "Catch hold," whispered Gerasim to the porter. They seized him by the arms and dragged him to the door. The vestibule was filled with the discordant sounds of a struggle and a tipsy, hoarse voice. Suddenly a fresh sound, a piercing feminine scream, reverberated from the porch, and the cook came running in. "It's them! Gracious heavens! O Lord, 4 of them, horsemen!" she cried. Gerasim and the porter let Makar Alexievich go, and in the now silent corridor, the sound of several hands knocking at the front door could be heard. Pierre, having decided that until he had carried out his design, he would disclose neither his identity nor his knowledge of French, stood at the half-open door of the corridor, intending to conceal himself as soon as the French entered. But the French entered, and still Pierre did not retire. An irresistible curiosity kept him there. There were 2 of them. One was an officer, a tall, soldierly, handsome man, the other evidently a private or an orderly, sunburned, short, and thin. The officer walked in front, leaning on a stick and slightly limping. When he had advanced a few steps, he stopped, having apparently decided that these were good quarters. He turned round to the soldiers at the entrance and in a loud voice of command ordered them to put up the horses. Having done that, the officer stroked his mustache and lightly touched his hat. "Good day, everybody," said he gaily, smiling and looking about him. No one gave any reply. "Are you the master here?" the officer asked Gerasim. Gerasim gazed at him with an alarmed and inquiring look. "Quarters, quarters, lodgings," said the officer, looking down at the little man with a condescending smile. "The French are good fellows. What the devil! There, don't let us be cross, old fellow," he added, clapping the scared Gerasim on the shoulder. "Well, does no one speak French in this establishment?" he asked again, looking around and meeting Pierre's eyes. Pierre moved away from the door. Again, the officer turned to Gerasim and asked him to show him the rooms. "Master, not here, don't understand. Miu," said Gerasim, trying to render his words more comprehensible. Still smiling, the French officer spread out his hands before Gerasim's nose, intimating that he did not understand him either, and moved, limping, to the door at which Pierre was standing. Pierre wished to go away, but at that moment he saw Makar Alexievich appearing at the open kitchen door with the pistol in his hand. With a madman's cunning, Makar Alexievich eyed the Frenchman, raised his pistol, and took aim. "Board them!" yelled the tipsy man, trying to press the trigger. Hearing the yell, the officer turned round, and at the same moment, Pierre threw himself on the drunkard. Just when Pierre snatched at and struck up the pistol, Makar Alexievich at last got his fingers on the trigger. There was a deafening report, and all were enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The Frenchman turned pale and rushed to the door. Forgetting his intention of concealing his knowledge of French, Pierre, snatching away the pistol and throwing it down, ran up to the officer and addressed him in French. "You are not wounded?" he asked. "I think not," answered the Frenchman, feeling himself over. "But I have had a lucky escape this time," he added, pointing to the damaged plaster of the wall. "Who is that man?" he said, looking sternly at Pierre. "Oh, I am really in despair at what has occurred," said Pierre rapidly, quite forgetting the part he had intended to play. "He is an unfortunate madman who did not know what he was doing." The officer went up to Makar Alexievich and took him by the collar. Makar Alexievich was standing with parted lips, swaying as if about to fall asleep. "Brigand, you shall pay for this," said the Frenchman, letting go of him. "We French are merciful after victory, but we do not pardon traitors," he added with a look of gloomy dignity. Pierre continued, in French, to persuade the officer not to hold that drunken imbecile to account. The Frenchman listened in silence, but suddenly turned to Pierre with a smile. For a few seconds he looked at him. His handsome face assumed a melodramatically gentle expression, and he held out his hand. "You have saved my life. You are French," he said. For a Frenchman, that deduction was indubitable. Only a Frenchman could perform a great deed, and to save his life, the life of Memrambal, captain of the 13th Light Regiment, was undoubtedly a very great deed. But however indubitable that conclusion, Pierre felt it necessary to disillusion him. "I am Russian," he said quickly. "Toot, toot, toot! Tell that to others," said the officer, waving his finger before his nose and smiling. "You shall tell me all about that presently. I am delighted to meet a compatriot. Well, and what are we to do with this man?" he added, addressing himself to Pierre as to a brother. Even if Pierre were not a Frenchman, having once received that loftiest of human appellations, he could not renounce it, said the officer's look and tone. In reply to his last question, Pierre again explained who Makar Alexievich was and begged the officer to let the deed go unpunished. The Frenchman expanded his chest and made a majestic gesture. "You have saved my life. You are French. You ask his pardon? I grant it you. Lead that man away," he said quickly. Taking the arm of Pierre, whom he had promoted to be a Frenchman, he went with him into the room. The soldiers in the yard, hearing the shot, came into the passage, but the officer sternly checked them. "You will be called in when you are wanted," he said. The soldiers went out, and the orderly, who had meanwhile had time to visit the kitchen, came up. "Captain, there is soup and a leg of mutton in the kitchen," he said. "Shall I serve them up?" "Yes, and some wine," answered the captain. When the French officer went into the room with Pierre, the latter again thought it his duty to assure him that he was not French and wished to go away, but the officer would not hear of it. He was so polite, amiable, and genuinely grateful that Pierre had not the heart to refuse, and sat down with him in the parlor. To Pierre's assurances that he was not French, the captain shrugged his shoulders and said that if Pierre absolutely insisted on passing for a Russian, let it be so, but for all that, he would be forever bound to him by gratitude. Had this man been endowed with the slightest capacity for perceiving the feelings of others, Pierre would probably have left him, but the man's animated obtuseness to everything other than himself disarmed Pierre. "A Frenchman or a Russian prince incognito," said the officer, looking at Pierre's fine though dirty linen and at the ring on his finger. "I owe my life to you and offer you my friendship. A Frenchman never forgets either an insult or a service. I offer you my friendship, that is all I can say." There was so much good nature and nobility in the officer's voice that Pierre, unconsciously smiling, pressed the hand held out to him. "Captain Rambal, of the 13th Light Regiment, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor for the affair on the 7th of September, he introduced himself, a self-satisfied smile puckering his lips under his mustache. "Will you now be so good as to tell me with whom I have the honor of conversing so pleasantly, instead of being in the ambulance with that maniac's bullet in my body?" Pierre replied that he could not tell him his name, and blushing, began to try to invent a name, but the Frenchman hastily interrupted him. "Oh, please," he said. "I understand your reasons. You are an officer, a superior officer, perhaps. You have borne arms against us. That's not my business. I owe you my life. That is enough for me. I am quite at your service. You belong to the gentry?" he concluded. Pierre bent his head. "Your baptismal name, if you please. That is all I ask. Monsieur Pierre, you say, that's all I want to know." When the mutton and an omelette had been served, and a samovar and vodka brought, with some wine the French had brought with them, Rambal invited Pierre to share his dinner. He himself began to eat greedily and quickly, munching his food rapidly and repeating, "Excellent, delicious." His face grew red and was covered with perspiration. Pierre was hungry and shared the dinner with pleasure. Morel, the orderly, brought some hot water and placed a bottle of claret in it. He also brought a bottle of kvass from the kitchen. That beverage was already known to the French. They called it pig's lemonade, and Morel spoke well of it. But as the captain had wine, he left the kvass to Morel and applied himself to the bottle of Bordeaux. He wrapped it in a table napkin and poured out wine for himself and Pierre. The satisfaction of his hunger and the wine rendered the captain still more lively, and he chatted incessantly. "Yes, my dear Monsieur Pierre, I owe you a fine votive candle for saving me from that maniac. You see, I have bullets enough in my body already. Here is one I got at Wagram," he touched his side, "and a second at Smolensk." He showed a scar on his cheek. "And this leg, which as you see does not want to march, I got that on the 7th at the great battle of La Moscowa. Sacre Dieu, it was splendid. That deluge of fire was worth seeing. It was a tough job you set us there, my word. You may be proud of it, and on my honor I should be ready to begin again. I pity those who did not see it." "I was there," said Pierre. "Bah, really, so much the better. You are certainly brave foes. The great redoubt held out well by my pipe, and you made us pay dear for it. I was at it 3 times. 3 times we reached the guns, and 3 times we were thrown back like cardboard figures. Oh, it was beautiful, Monsieur Pierre. Your grenadiers were splendid, by heaven. I saw them close up their ranks 6 times in succession and march as if on parade. Fine fellows. Our King of Naples, who knows what's what, cried, 'Bravo, ha ha! So you are one of us soldiers,' he added, smiling. 'So much the better, Monsieur Pierre. Terrible in battle, gallant with the fair,' he winked and smiled. 'That's what the French are, Monsieur Pierre, aren't they?' The captain was so naively and good-humoredly gay, so real, and so pleased with himself that Pierre almost winked back. Probably the word gallant turned the captain's thoughts to the state of Moscow. "Apropos, tell me please, is it true that the women have all left Moscow? What a queer idea. What had they to be afraid of?" "Would not the French ladies leave Paris if the Russians entered it?" asked Pierre. Ha ha ha! The Frenchman emitted a merry, sanguine chuckle, patting Pierre on the shoulder. What a thing to say, he exclaimed. Paris? But Paris, Paris? Paris, the capital of the world, Pierre finished his remark for him. The captain looked at Pierre. He had a habit of stopping short and gazing intently with his laughing, kindly eyes. Well, if you hadn't told me you were Russian, I should have wagered that you were Parisian. You have that, I don't know what, that. And having uttered this compliment, he again gazed at him in silence. I have been in Paris. I spent years there, said Pierre. Oh yes, one sees that plainly. Paris! A man who doesn't know Paris is a savage. You can tell a Parisian 2 leagues off. Paris is Talma, La Duchesnois, Poitiers, the Sorbonne, the boulevards, and noticing that his conclusion was weaker than what had gone before, he added quickly, There's only one Paris in the world. You have been to Paris and have remained Russian. Well, I don't esteem you the less for it. Under the influence of the wine, and after the days he had spent alone with his depressing thoughts, Pierre involuntarily enjoyed talking with this cheerful and good-natured man. To return to your ladies, I hear they are lovely. What a wretched idea to go and bury themselves in the steppes when the French army is in Moscow. What a chance those girls have missed. You're peasants now. That's another thing. But you civilized people, you ought to know us better. We took Vienna, Berlin, Madrid, Naples, Rome, Warsaw, all the world's capitals. We are feared, but we are loved. We are nice to know. And then the Emperor, he began, but Pierre interrupted him. The Emperor, Pierre repeated, and his face suddenly became sad and embarrassed. Is the Emperor? The Emperor? He is generosity, mercy, justice, order, genius. That's what the Emperor is. It is I, Rambal, who tell you so. I assure you I was his enemy 8 years ago. My father was an emigrant count. But that man has vanquished me. He has taken hold of me. I could not resist the sight of the grandeur and glory with which he has covered France. When I understood what he wanted, when I saw that he was preparing a bed of laurels for us, I said to myself, that is a monarch, and I devoted myself to him. So there. Oh yes, mon cher, he is the greatest man of the ages past or future. Is he in Moscow? Pierre stammered with a guilty look. The Frenchman looked at his guilty face and smiled. No, he will make his entry tomorrow, he replied, and continued his talk. Their conversation was interrupted by the cries of several voices at the gate, and by Morel, who came to say that some Württemberg hussars had come and wanted to put up their horses in the yard. This difficulty had arisen because the hussars did not understand French. The captain had their senior sergeant called in, and in a stern voice asked him to what regiment he belonged and by what right he claimed quarters that were already occupied. The German, who knew little French, answered the 2 first questions, but in reply to the third, which he did not understand, said that his commander had ordered him to occupy all the houses one after another. Pierre, who knew German, translated what the German said to the captain and gave the captain's reply to the hussar. When he understood, the German submitted and took his men elsewhere. The captain went out into the porch and gave some orders in a loud voice. When he returned, Pierre was sitting in the same place as before, with his head in his hands. His face expressed suffering. He really was suffering. When the captain went out and he was left alone, suddenly he came to himself and realized his position. It was not that Moscow had been taken, or that the happy conquerors were masters in it. Painful as that was, it was not what tormented him. He was tormented by the consciousness of his own weakness. The few glasses of wine he had drunk, and the conversation with this good-natured man, had destroyed the mood of concentrated gloom essential for the execution of his design. The pistol, dagger, and peasant coat were ready. Napoleon was to enter the town next day. Pierre still considered that it would be a useful and worthy action to slay the evildoer, but now he felt that he would not do it. He did not know why, but he felt a foreboding that he would not carry out his intention. He struggled against the confession of his weakness, but dimly felt that he could not overcome it, and that his former gloomy frame of mind had been dispersed like dust by contact with the first man he met. The captain returned, limping slightly and whistling a tune. The Frenchman's chatter, which had previously amused Pierre, now repelled him. The tune he was whistling, his gait, and the gesture with which he twirled his mustache all now seemed offensive. "I will go away immediately. I won't say another word to him," thought Pierre. He thought this, but still sat in the same place. A strange feeling of weakness tied him to the spot. He wished to get up, but could not. The captain, on the other hand, seemed very cheerful. He paced up and down the room twice. His eyes shone, and his mustache twitched as if he were smiling to himself at some amusing thought. "The colonel of those Württembergers is delightful," he suddenly said. "He's a German, but a nice fellow all the same. But he's a German." He sat down facing Pierre. "By the way, you know German, then?" Pierre looked at him in silence. "What is the German for shelter?" "Shelter," Pierre repeated. "The German for shelter is Unterkunft." "How do you say it?" the captain asked quickly. "Unterkunft," Pierre repeated. "Unterkopf," said the captain, and looked at Pierre for some seconds with laughing eyes. "These Germans are first-rate fools, don't you think so, Monsieur Pierre?" he concluded. "Well, let's have another bottle of this Moscow Bordeaux, shall we? Morel will warm us up another little bottle. Morel!" he called out gaily. Morel brought candles and a bottle of wine. The captain looked at Pierre by the candlelight and was evidently struck by the troubled expression on his companion's face. Rimbaud, with genuine distress and sympathy, went up to Pierre and bent over him. "There now, we're sad," said he, touching Pierre's hand. "Have I upset you? No, really. Have you anything against me? Perhaps it's the state of affairs?" Pierre did not answer, but looked cordially into the Frenchman's eyes, whose expression of sympathy was pleasing to him. "Honestly, without speaking of what I owe you, I feel friendship for you. Can I do anything for you? Dispose of me. It is for life and death. I say it with my hand on my heart," he said, striking his chest. "Thank you," said Pierre. The captain gazed intently at him as he had done when he learned that shelter was Unterkunft in German, and his face suddenly brightened. "Well, in that case, I drink to our friendship," he cried gaily, filling 2 glasses. Pierre took one and emptied it. Rimbaud emptied his too, again pressed Pierre's hand, and leaned his elbows on the table in a pensive attitude. "Yes, my dear friend," he began, "such is fortune's caprice. Who would have said that I should be a soldier and a captain of dragoons in the service of Bonaparte, as we used to call him? Yet here I am in Moscow with him. I must tell you, mon cher," he continued in the sad and measured tones of a man who intends to tell a long story, "that our name is one of the most ancient in France." And with a Frenchman's easy and naive frankness, the captain told Pierre the story of his ancestors, his childhood, youth, and manhood, and all about his relations and his financial and family affairs. My poor mother, playing, of course, an important part. "But all that is only life's setting. The real thing is love, love. Am I not right, Monsieur Pierre?" he said, growing animated. "Another glass?" Pierre again emptied his glass and poured himself a third. "Oh, women, women!" And the captain, looking with glistening eyes at Pierre, began talking of love and of his love affairs. There were very many of these, as one could easily believe, looking at the officer's handsome, self-satisfied face and noting the eager enthusiasm with which he spoke of women. Though all Rimbaud's love stories had the sensual character which Frenchmen regard as the special charm and poetry of love, he told his story with such sincere conviction that he alone had experienced and known all the charm of love, and he described women so alluringly that Pierre listened to him with curiosity. It was plain that the l'amour the Frenchman was so fond of was not the low and simple kind that Pierre had once felt for his wife, nor was it the romantic love he experienced for Natasha. Rimbaud despised both these kinds of love equally. L'amour, which the Frenchman worshipped, consisted principally in the unnaturalness of his relation to the woman, and in a combination of incongruities that gave the chief charm to the feeling. Thus, the captain touchingly recounted the story of his love for a fascinating marquise of 35, and at the same time for a charming, innocent child of 17, the daughter of the bewitching marquise. The conflict of magnanimity between mother and daughter, ending in the mother sacrificing herself and offering her daughter in marriage to her lover, even now agitated the captain. Then he recounted an episode in which the husband played the part of the lover, and he, the lover, assumed the role of the husband, as well as several droll incidents from Germany, where shelter is called Unterkunft, and where the husbands eat sauerkraut and the young girls are too blonde. Finally, the latest episode in Poland, still fresh in his memory, was of how he had saved the life of a Pole. In general, the saving of life continually occurred in his stories, and the Pole had entrusted to him his enchanting Parisian-hearted wife, while himself entering the French service. The captain was happy. The enchanting Polish lady wished to elope with him, but prompted by magnanimity, the captain restored the wife to the husband, saying, "I have saved your life, and I save your honor." Having repeated these words, the captain wiped his eyes and gave himself a shake. Listening to the captain's tales, Pierre, as often happens late in the evening and under the influence of wine, followed all that was told him, and at the same time followed a train of personal memories which suddenly arose in his mind. While listening to these love stories, his own love for Natasha unexpectedly rose to his mind, and he mentally compared them with Rambel's tales. Listening to the story of the struggle between love and duty, Pierre saw before his eyes every minute's detail of his last meeting with her at the Sukharev water tower. At the time, that meeting had not produced an effect upon him, but now it seemed to have had in it something very important and poetic. "Peter Kirillovich, come here! We have recognized you." He now seemed to hear the words she had uttered, and to see her eyes, her smile, her traveling hood, and a stray lock of her hair. And there seemed to him something pathetic and touching in all this. Having finished his tale about the enchanting Polish lady, the captain asked Pierre if he had ever experienced a similar impulse to sacrifice himself for love. Challenged by this question, Pierre raised his head and felt a need to express the thoughts that filled his mind. He began to explain that he understood love for a woman somewhat differently. He said that in all his life, he had loved and still loved only one woman, and that she could never be his. "Tien," said the captain. Pierre then explained that he had loved this woman from his earliest years, but had not dared to think of her because she was too young, and because he had been an illegitimate son without a name. Afterwards, when he had received a name and wealth, he dared not think of her because he loved her too well, placing her far above everything in the world, and especially therefore above himself. When he had reached this point, Pierre asked the captain whether he understood that. The captain made a gesture signifying that even if he did not understand it, he begged Pierre to continue. "Platonic love clouds," he muttered. Whether it was the wine, or an impulse of frankness, or the thought that this man did not know any of those who played a part in his story, something loosened Pierre's tongue. Speaking thickly and with a faraway look in his shining eyes, he told the whole story of his life. His marriage, Natasha's love for his best friend, her betrayal of him, and all his own simple relations with her. Urged on by Rambal's questions, he also told what he had at first concealed, his own position and even his name. More than anything else, the captain was impressed by the fact that Pierre was very rich, had 2 mansions in Moscow, and that he had abandoned everything and not left the city, but remained there concealing his name and station. When it was late at night, they went out together into the street. The night was warm and light. To the left of the house on the Pokrovka a fire glowed, the first of those that were beginning in Moscow. To the right and high up in the sky was the sickle of the waning moon, and opposite to it hung that bright comet which was connected in Pierre's heart with his love. At the gate stood Gerasim, the cook, and 2 Frenchmen. Their laughter and their mutually incomprehensible remarks could be heard. They were looking at the glow seen in the town. There was nothing terrible in the one small, distant fire in the immense city. Gazing at the high starry sky, at the moon, at the comet, and at the glow from the fire, Pierre experienced a joyful emotion. There now, how good it is, what more does one need, he thought. And suddenly remembering his intention, he grew dizzy and felt so faint that he leaned against the fence to save himself from falling. Without taking leave of his new friend, Pierre left the gate with unsteady steps, and returning to his room, lay down on the sofa, and immediately fell asleep. Chapter 15. Natasha and Prince Andrew. The glow of the first fire that began on the 2nd of September was watched from the various roads by the fugitive Muscovites and by the retreating troops, with many different feelings. The Rostov party spent the night at Mytishchi, 14 miles from Moscow. They had started so late on the 1st of September, the road had been so blocked by vehicles and troops, and so many things had been forgotten, that they had decided to spend that night at a place 3 miles out of Moscow. The next morning, they woke late and were again delayed, so they only got as far as Great Mytishchi. At 10 o'clock that evening, the Rostov family and the wounded traveling with them were all distributed in the yards and huts of that large village. The Rostov servants and the orderlies of the wounded officers, after attending to their masters, had supper, fed the horses, and came out into the porches. In a neighboring hut lay Raevsky's adjutant with a fractured wrist. The awful pain he suffered made him moan incessantly and piteously, and his moaning sounded terrible in the darkness of the autumn night. He had spent the first night in the same yard as the Rostovs. The Countess said she had been unable to close her eyes on account of his moaning, and at Mytishchi she moved into a worse hut simply to be farther away. In the darkness of the night, one of the servants noticed, above the high body of a coach, the small glow of another fire. One glow had long been visible, and everybody knew that it was little Mytishchi burning, set on fire by Mamonov's Cossacks. "But look here, brothers, there's another fire," remarked an orderly. All turned their attention to the glow. "But they told us little Mytishchi had been set on fire by Mamonov's Cossacks." "But that's not Mytishchi, it's farther away." "Look, it must be in Moscow." Two of the gazers went round to the other side of the coach and sat down. "It's more to the left. Why, little Mytishchi is over there, and this is right on the other side." Several men joined them. "See how it's flaring," said one. "That's a fire in Moscow, either in the Sushchevsky or the Rogoshki quarter." No one replied, and for some time they all gazed silently at the spreading flames of the second fire. Old Daniel Terentich, the Count's valet, came up to the group and shouted at Mishka. "What are you staring at, you good-for-nothing? The Count will be calling and there's nobody there. Go and gather the clothes." "I only ran out to get some water," said Mishka. "But what do you think, Daniel Terentich? Doesn't it look as if that glow were in Moscow?" remarked one of the footmen. Daniel Terentich made no reply, and again for a long time they were all silent. The glow spread, rising and falling. "God have mercy! It's windy and dry," said another voice. "Just look, see what it's doing now, O Lord, you can even see the crows flying. Lord have mercy on us sinners." "They'll put it out, no fear." "Who's to put it out?" Daniel Terentich, who had hitherto been silent, was heard to say. His voice was calm and deliberate. "Moscow it is, brothers," said he. "Mother Moscow, the White." His voice faltered, and he gave way to an old man's sob. And it was as if they had all only waited for this to realize the significance for them of the glow they were watching. Sighs were heard, words of prayer, and the sobbing of the Count's old valet. The valet, returning to the cottage, informed the Count that Moscow was burning. The Count donned his dressing gown and went out to look. Sonia and Madame Schoss, who had not yet undressed, went out with him. Only Natasha and the Countess remained in the room. Petya was no longer with the family. He had gone on with his regiment. The Countess, on hearing that Moscow was on fire, began to cry. Natasha, pale, with a fixed look, was sitting on the bench under the icons just where she had sat down on arriving and paid no attention to her father's words. She was listening to the ceaseless moaning of the adjutant, 3 houses off. "Oh, how terrible!" said Sonia, returning from the yard chilled and frightened. "I believe the whole of Moscow will burn. There's an awful glow. Natasha, do look! You can see it from the window," she said to her cousin, evidently wishing to distract her. But Natasha looked at her as if not understanding and again fixed her eyes on the corner of the stove. She had been in this condition of stupor since the morning, when Sonia, to the surprise and annoyance of the Countess, had found it necessary to tell Natasha of Prince Andrew's wound and of his being with their party. The Countess had seldom been so angry with anyone as she was with Sonia. Sonia had cried and begged to be forgiven, and now, as if trying to atone for her fault, paid unceasing attention to her cousin. "Look, Natasha, how dreadfully it is burning," said she. "What's burning?" asked Natasha. "Oh, yes, Moscow." And as if not to offend Sonia, she turned her face to the window, looked out in such a way that it was evident she could not see anything, and again settled down. "But you didn't see it." "Yes, really I did," Natasha replied in a voice that pleaded to be left in peace. Both the Countess and Sonia understood that, naturally, neither Moscow nor its burning nor anything else could seem of importance to Natasha. The Count returned and lay down behind the partition. The Countess went up to her daughter and touched her head with the back of her hand, as she used to do when Natasha was ill, then touched her forehead with her lips. "You are cold. You are trembling all over. You'd better lie down," said the Countess. "Lie down? All right, I will. I'll lie down at once," said Natasha. When Natasha had been told that morning that Prince Andrew was seriously wounded and was traveling with them, she had at first asked many questions. Where was he going? How was he wounded? Was it serious? And could she see him? But after she had been told that she could not see him, that he was seriously wounded but his life was not in danger, she ceased to ask questions, evidently disbelieving what they told her, and convinced that, say what she might, she would still be told the same. All day she had sat motionless in a corner of the coach, with wide-open eyes, and the expression the Countess knew and feared so much. Now she sat in the same way on the bench. She was planning something, and the Countess knew this, but what it might be she did not know, and this alarmed and tormented her. "Natasha, undress, darling. Lie down on my bed." A bed had been made on a bedstead for the Countess only. Madame Schoss and the two girls were to sleep on hay on the floor. "No, mamma, I will lie down here on the floor," Natasha replied irritably, and went to the window and opened it. Through the open window, the moans of the adjutant could be heard more distinctly. She put her head out into the damp night air, and the Countess saw her slim neck shaking with sobs and throbbing against the window frame. Natasha knew it was not Prince Andrew who was moaning. She knew he was in the same yard, in a part of the hut across the passage, but this dreadful, incessant moaning made her sob. The Countess exchanged a look with Sonia. "Lie down, darling. Lie down, my pet," said the Countess, softly touching Natasha's shoulders. "Oh, yes. I'll lie down at once," said Natasha, and began hurriedly undressing. When she had thrown off her dress and put on a dressing jacket, she sat down on the bed that had been made up on the floor, jerked her thin plait of hair to the front, and began replaiting it. Her long, thin fingers rapidly unplaited, replaited, and tied up her plait. Her head moved from side to side, but her eyes, feverishly wide, looked fixedly before her. When her toilet was finished, she sank gently onto the sheet spread over the hay on the side nearest the door. "Natasha, you'd better lie in the middle," said Sonia. "I'll stay here," muttered Natasha. "Do lie down," she added crossly, and buried her face in the pillow. The Countess, Madame Schoss, and Sonia undressed hastily and lay down. The small lamp in front of the icons was the only light left in the room. But in the yard there was a light from the fire at Little Matishchi, a mile and a half away, and through the night came the noise of people shouting at a tavern and the adjutant's unceasing moans. For a long time, Natasha listened attentively to the sounds inside and outside the room and did not move. First, she heard her mother praying and sighing, then Madame Schoss's familiar whistling snore and Sonia's gentle breathing. Then the Countess called to her. Natasha did not answer. "I think she's asleep, Mama," said Sonia softly. After a short silence, the Countess spoke again, but this time no one replied. Soon after, Natasha heard her mother's even breathing. She did not move, though her little bare foot, thrust out from under the quilt, was growing cold on the bare floor. A cricket chirped in a crack in the wall. A cock crowed far off, and another replied nearby. The shouting in the tavern had died down. Only the moaning of the adjutant was heard. Natasha sat up. "Sonia, are you asleep, Mama?" she whispered. No one replied. Natasha rose slowly and carefully, crossed herself, and stepped cautiously on the cold and dirty floor, with her slim, supple, bare feet. The boards creaked. Stepping cautiously, she ran like a kitten the few steps to the door and grasped the cold handle. It seemed to her that something heavy was beating rhythmically against all the walls. It was her own heart, sinking with alarm and terror and overflowing with love. She opened the door and stepped onto the cold, damp earthen floor of the passage. The cold refreshed her. With her bare feet, she touched a sleeping man, stepped over him, and opened the door into the part of the hut where Prince Andrew lay. It was dark in there. In the farthest corner, on a bench beside a bed, stood a tallow candle with a long, thick, and smoldering wick. From the moment she had been told that morning of Prince Andrew's wound, Natasha had resolved to see him. She did not know why, but she knew the meeting would be painful, but felt the more convinced that it was necessary. All day she had lived only in hope of seeing him that night, but now that the moment had come, she was filled with dread of what she might see. How was he maimed? What was left of him? Was he like that incessant moaning? Yes, he was altogether like that. In her imagination, he was that terrible moaning personified. When she saw an indistinct shape in the corner and mistook his knees raised under the quilt for his shoulders, she imagined a horrible body there and stood still in terror. But an irresistible impulse drew her forward. She cautiously took one step and then another, and found herself in the middle of a small room containing baggage. Another man, Timokin, was lying in a corner, and two others, the doctor and a valet, lay on the floor. The valet sat up and whispered something. Timokin, kept awake by the pain in his wounded leg, gazed with wide-open eyes at this strange apparition of a girl in a white chemise, dressing jacket, and nightcap. The valet's sleepy, frightened exclamation, "What do you want? What's the matter?" made Natasha approach more swiftly. Horribly unlike a man as that body looked, she must see him. She passed the valet, the snuff fell from the candle wick, and she saw Prince Andrew clearly, with his arms outside the quilt, such as she had always seen him. He was the same as ever, but the feverish color of his face, his glittering eyes rapturously turned toward her, and especially his neck, delicate as a child's, gave him a peculiarly innocent, childlike look, such as she had never seen on him before. She went up to him and with a swift, flexible, youthful movement dropped on her knees. He smiled and held out his hand to her. 7 days had passed since Prince Andrew found himself in the ambulance station on the field of Borodino. His feverish state and the inflammation of his injured bowels were, in the doctor's opinion, sure to carry him off. But on the 7th day he ate a piece of bread with some tea with pleasure, and the doctor noticed that his temperature was lower. He had regained consciousness that morning. The first night after they left Moscow had been fairly warm, and he had remained in the Kalish, but at Mitishchi he himself asked to be taken out and given some tea. The pain of being moved had made him groan aloud and lose consciousness again. When he had been placed on his camp bed, he lay for a long time motionless with closed eyes. Then he opened them and whispered softly, "And the tea?" His remembering such a small detail astonished the doctor. He felt Prince Andrew's pulse, and to his surprise and dissatisfaction, found it had improved. He was dissatisfied because he knew that if his patient did not die now, he would do so a little later with greater suffering. Timokin, the red-nosed major of Prince Andrew's regiment, had joined him in Moscow and was being taken along with him, having been wounded in the leg. They were accompanied by a doctor, Prince Andrew's valet, his coachman, and 2 orderlies. They gave Prince Andrew some tea. He drank it eagerly, looking with feverish eyes at the door as if trying to understand something. "I don't want any more. Is Timokin here?" he asked. Timokin crept along the bench to him. "I am here, Your Excellency." "How's your wound?" "Mine, sir. All right, but how about you?" Prince Andrew again pondered. "Couldn't one get a book?" he asked. "What book?" "The Gospels. I haven't one." The doctor promised to get it and began to ask how he was feeling. Prince Andrew answered all his questions reluctantly but reasonably, and then said he wanted a bolster placed under him, as he was uncomfortable and in great pain. The doctor and valet lifted the cloak with which he was covered, and making wry faces at the noisome smell that came from the wound, began examining that dreadful place. The doctor was very much displeased about something and made a change in the dressings, turning the wounded man over so that he groaned again and grew unconscious and delirious. He kept asking them to get him the book and put it under him. "What trouble would it be to you?" he said. "I have not got one. Please get it for me and put it under for a moment," he pleaded. The doctor went into the passage to wash his hands. "You fellows have no conscience," he said to the valet. "For just one moment I didn't look after you. It's such pain, you know, that I wonder how he can bear it." "By the Lord Jesus Christ, I thought we had put something under him," said the valet. The first time Prince Andrew understood where he was and what was the matter with him was when he asked to be carried into the hut. After growing confused from pain, he again regained consciousness, and while drinking tea, recalled all that had happened, and above all, vividly remembered the moment at the ambulance station when, at the sight of the sufferings of a man he disliked, those new thoughts had come to him which promised him happiness. And those thoughts, though now vague, again possessed his soul. He remembered that he had now a new source of happiness, and that this happiness had something to do with the Gospels. That was why he asked for a copy. The uncomfortable position they had put him in again confused his thoughts, and when he came to himself a third time, it was in the complete stillness of the night. Everybody near him was sleeping. A cricket chirped, someone was shouting and singing in the street. Cockroaches rustled on the table, and a big fly flopped at the head of the bed. His mind was not in a normal state. All the powers of his mind were more active and clearer than ever, but they acted apart from his will. Most diverse thoughts and images occupied him simultaneously. At times, his brain suddenly began to work with a vigor it had never reached when he was in health, but suddenly, in the midst of its work, it would turn to some unexpected idea, and he had not the strength to turn it back. "Yes, a new happiness was revealed to me of which man cannot be deprived," he thought as he lay in the semi-darkness, gazing fixedly before him. "A happiness lying beyond material forces, a happiness of the soul alone, the happiness of loving. Every man can understand it, but to conceive it and enjoin it was possible only for God. But how did God enjoin that law? And why was the sun?" And suddenly the sequence of these thoughts broke off, and he heard a soft whispering voice incessantly and rhythmically repeating "pity pity pity," and then "titi," and then again "pity pity pity," and "tt." At the same time, he felt that above his face, some strange airy structure was being erected out of slender needles or splinters. He felt that he had to balance carefully so that this airy structure should not collapse. But it kept collapsing and again slowly rising to the sound of whispered music. "It stretches, stretches, spreading out and stretching," he said to himself. While listening to this whispering and feeling this sensation, he also saw by glimpses a red halo round the candle, and heard the rustle of the cockroaches and the buzzing of the fly. Each time the fly touched his face, it gave him a burning sensation, and yet to his surprise, it did not destroy the structure. But besides this, there was something else of importance. It was something white by the door, the statue of a sphinx, which also oppressed him. "But perhaps that's my shirt on the table," he thought, "and that's my legs, and that is the door. But why is it always stretching and drawing itself out, and pity pity pity? That's enough, please leave off," he painfully entreated someone. And suddenly, thoughts and feelings again swam to the surface of his mind with peculiar clearness. Yes, love, he thought again quite clearly, but not love which loves for something, for some reason, but the love which I, while dying, first experienced when I saw my enemy and yet loved him. I experienced that feeling of love which is the very essence of the soul and does not require an object. Now again I feel that bliss. To love one's neighbors, to love one's enemies, to love everything, to love God in all his manifestations. It is possible to love someone dear to you with human love, but an enemy can only be loved by divine love. That is why I experienced such joy when I felt that I loved that man. What has become of him? Is he alive? When loving with human love, one may pass from love to hatred, but divine love cannot change. No, neither death nor anything else can destroy it. It is the very essence of the soul. Yet how many people have I hated in my life? and of them all I loved and hated none as I did her. And he vividly pictured Natasha, not as he had done in the past, with nothing but her charms, but for the first time picturing her soul. And he understood her feelings, her sufferings, shame, and remorse. He now understood for the first time all the cruelty of his rejection of her. If only it were possible for me to see her once more, just once, looking into those eyes to say, "Pity, pity, pity, and titi, and pity, 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 boom!" flopped the fly, and his attention was suddenly carried into another world, a world of reality and delirium. In that world, some structure was still being erected, the candle with its red halo was still burning, and the same shirt-like sphinx lay near the door. But besides all this, something creaked. There was a whiff of fresh air, and a new white sphinx appeared, standing at the door. And that sphinx had the pale face and shining eyes of the very Natasha of whom he had just been thinking. "Oh, how oppressive this continual delirium is," thought Prince Andrew, trying to drive that face from his imagination. But the face remained before him with the force of reality and drew nearer. He wished to return to that former world of pure thought, but he could not, and delirium drew him back into its domain. The soft, whispering voice continued. Something oppressed him and stretched out, and the strange face was before him. He collected all his strength in an effort to recover his senses. He moved a little, and suddenly there was a ringing in his ears, a dimness in his eyes, and like a man plunged into water, he lost consciousness. When he came to himself, Natasha, that same living Natasha whom he most longed to love with this new pure divine love, was kneeling before him. He realized that it was the real living Natasha, and he was not surprised but quietly happy. Natasha, motionless on her knees with frightened eyes riveted on him, was restraining her sobs. Her face was pale and rigid. Only in the lower part of it did something quiver. Prince Andrew sighed with relief, smiled, and held out his hand. "You," he said, "how fortunate!" With a rapid but careful movement, Natasha drew nearer on her knees and, taking his hand carefully, bent her face over it and began kissing it, just touching it lightly with her lips. "Forgive me," she whispered, raising her head and glancing at him. "Forgive me." "I love you," said Prince Andrew. "Forgive. Forgive." "Forgive what?" he asked. "Forgive me for what I have done," faltered Natasha in a scarcely audible broken whisper, and began kissing his hand more rapidly. "I love you more, better than before," said Prince Andrew, lifting her face with his hand so as to look into her eyes. Those eyes, filled with happy tears, gazed at him timidly, compassionately, and with joyous love. Natasha's thin, pale face, with its swollen lips, was more than plain. It was dreadful. But Prince Andrew did not see that. He saw her shining eyes, which were beautiful. They heard the sound of voices behind them. Peter the valet, who was now wide awake, had roused the doctor. Timokin, who had not slept at all, had long been watching, carefully covering his bare body with the sheet. "What's this?" said the doctor, rising. "Please go away, madam." At that moment, a maid sent by the countess knocked at the door. Like a sleepwalker aroused, Natasha went out of the room and, returning to her hut, fell sobbing on her bed. From that time, during all the rest of the Rostovs' journey, at every halting place, Natasha never left the wounded Bolkonsky. The doctor had to admit that he had not expected from a young girl either such firmness or such skill in nursing a wounded man. Dreadful as the countess imagined it would be should Prince Andrew die in her daughter's arms, she could not oppose Natasha. Though with the intimacy now established between them, the thought occurred that should he recover, their former engagement would be renewed. No one, least of all Natasha and Prince Andrew, spoke of this. The unsettled question of life and death, which hung not only over Bolkonsky but over all Russia, shut out all other considerations. Chapter 16, Pierre's Ordeal. On the 3rd of September, Pierre awoke late. His head was aching. The clothes in which he had slept felt uncomfortable, and his mind had a dim consciousness of something shameful he had done the day before. That something shameful was his conversation with Captain Rambal. It was 11 o'clock, but it seemed peculiarly dark outside. Pierre rose, rubbed his eyes, and seeing the pistol with an engraved stock which Gerasim had replaced on the writing table, he remembered where he was and what lay before him that very day. Am I not too late? He thought. No, probably he won't make his entry into Moscow before noon. Pierre did not allow himself to reflect, but hastened to act. After arranging his clothes, he took the pistol and was about to go out, but it then occurred to him that he could not carry the weapon in his hand through the streets. It was difficult to hide such a big pistol even under his wide coat. Besides, it had been discharged, and he had not had time to reload it. No matter, a dagger will do, he said to himself, though he had more than once concluded that the chief mistake made by the student in 1809 had been to try to kill Napoleon with a dagger. But as his chief aim consisted not in carrying out his design, but in proving to himself that he would not abandon his intention, Pierre hastily took the blunt, jagged dagger in a green sheath which he had bought with the pistol and hid it under his waistcoat. Having tied a girdle over his coat and pulled his cap low, Pierre went down the corridor, trying to avoid making a noise or meeting the captain, and passed out into the street. The conflagration at which he had looked with so much indifference the evening before had greatly increased. Moscow was on fire in several places. The buildings in Carriage Row, across the river, in the bazaar, and the Povarskoy, as well as the barges on the Moskva River and the timber yards, were all ablaze. Pierre's way led through side streets to the Povarskoy, and from there to the church of St. Nicholas on the Arbat, where he had long before decided the deed should be done. The gates of most of the houses were locked and the shutters up. The streets were deserted. The air was full of smoke and the smell of burning. Now and then he met Russians with anxious and timid faces, and Frenchmen with an air not of the city but of the camp. Both Russians and French looked at Pierre with surprise. Besides his height and stoutness, and the strange, morose look of suffering in his face, the Russians stared because they could not make out to what class he could belong. The French followed him with astonishment because Pierre, unlike all the other Russians who gazed at them with fear and curiosity, paid no attention to them. At one gate, 3 Frenchmen stopped him, asking if he knew French. Pierre shook his head and went on. In another side street, a sentinel shouted at him, but only when the shout was threateningly repeated and he heard the click of the man's musket did Pierre understand that he had to pass on the other side of the street. He heard and saw nothing of what went on around him. He carried his resolution within himself in terror and haste, like something dreadful and alien to him, for after the previous night's experience, he was afraid of losing it. But he was not destined to bring his mood safely to his destination. Even if he had not been hindered, his intention could not now have been carried out, for Napoleon had passed the Arbat more than 4 hours previously, and was now sitting in a very gloomy frame of mind in a royal study in the Kremlin, giving orders to extinguish the fire, prevent looting, and reassure the inhabitants. But Pierre did not know this. He was entirely absorbed in what lay before him and was tortured by the fear of weakening at the decisive moment and so losing his self-esteem. Though he heard and saw nothing around him, he found his way by instinct to the Povarskoy. As Pierre approached that street, the smoke became denser. He even felt the heat. Occasionally, curly tongues of flame rose from under the roofs. He met more people, and they were more excited, but he did not realize he was approaching the fire. As he was going along a footpath across a wide open space, Pierre suddenly heard the desperate weeping of a woman close to him. He stopped as if awakening from a dream and lifted his head. By the side of the path, on the dusty dry grass, all sorts of household goods lay in a heap: feather beds, a samovar, icons, and trunks. On the ground sat a thin woman, no longer young, with long, prominent upper teeth, wearing a black cloak and cap. This woman was swaying to and fro, choking with sobs. 2 girls of about 10 and 12 stood staring at their mother with pale, frightened faces. The youngest child, a boy of about 7, was crying in his old nurse's arms. A dirty, barefooted maid was sitting on a trunk, sniffing at her singed hair. The woman's husband, a short, round-shouldered man in the undress uniform of a civilian official, was moving the trunks. As soon as she saw Pierre, the woman almost threw herself at his feet. "Dear people, good Christians, save me, help me," she muttered between her sobs. "My girl, my daughter, my youngest daughter is left behind. She's burned. Ooh, Was it for this I nursed you? Ooh! Don't, Mary Nikolaevna, said her husband in a low voice. Sister must have taken her, or else where can she be? Monster, villain, shouted the woman angrily, suddenly ceasing to weep. You have no heart, you don't feel for your own child. Another man would have rescued her from the fire. But this is a monster. You, honored sir, are a noble man, she went on, addressing Pierre rapidly. The fire broke out alongside, and we rushed to collect our things. We ran out just as we were. This is what we have brought away. The icons and my dowry bed, all the rest is lost. We seized the children. But not Katie. Ooh, oh Lord. And again she began to sob. My child, my dear one, burned. But where was she left? Asked Pierre. From the expression of his animated face, the woman saw that this man might help her. Oh, dear sir, she cried, seizing him by the legs. My benefactor, set my heart at ease. Aniska, go, you horrid girl, show him the way, she cried to the maid. Show me the way. Show me. I'll do it, gasped Pierre rapidly. The dirty maidservant stepped from behind the trunk, sighed, and went on her short, bare feet along the path. Pierre felt as if he had come back to life after a heavy swoon. He held his head higher, his eyes shone with the light of life, and with swift steps he followed the maid, overtook her, and came out on the Povarskoy. The whole street was full of clouds of black smoke. Tongues of flame broke through that cloud. A great number of people crowded in front of the conflagration. In the middle of the street stood a French general. Pierre, accompanied by the maid, was advancing to the spot, but the French soldiers stopped him. You can't pass, cried a voice. This way, uncle, cried the girl. We'll pass through the side street. Pierre turned back, giving a spring now and then to keep up with her. She ran across the street, turned down a side street, and passing 3 houses, turned into a yard. It's here, close by, she said, and running across the yard, opened a gate in a wooden fence and pointed out a small wooden wing of the house, which was burning brightly and fiercely. One of its sides had fallen in, another was on fire, and bright flames issued from the windows and under the roof. As Pierre passed through the gate, he was enveloped by hot air and involuntarily stopped. Which is it? Which is your house? He asked. Ooh, wailed the girl, pointing to the wing. That's it. That was our lodging. You've burned to death our treasure, Katie, my precious little missy. Ooh, lamented Aniska. Pierre rushed to the wing, but the heat was so great that he involuntarily passed round and came upon the large house, which was as yet burning only at one end, just below the roof, and around which swarmed a crowd of Frenchmen. At first, Pierre did not realize what these men who were dragging something out were about. But seeing before him a Frenchman hitting a peasant with a blunt saber and trying to take a fox fur coat from him, he vaguely understood that looting was going on, but he had no time to dwell on that. The sounds of crackling and the din of falling walls, the whistle of the flames, the excited shouts, and the sight of the swaying smoke produced on Pierre the usual animating effects of a conflagration. It had a peculiarly strong effect on him because at the sight of the fire he felt himself suddenly freed from the ideas that had weighed him down. He felt young, bright, adroit, and resolute. He ran round to the other side of the lodge and was about to dash into the part still standing when just above his head he heard several voices shouting, and then a cracking sound and the ring of something heavy falling close beside him. Pierre looked up and saw at a window some Frenchmen who had just thrown out the drawer of a chest filled with metal articles. Other French soldiers below went up to the drawer. "What does this fellow want?" shouted one of them, referring to Pierre. "There's a child in that house. Haven't you seen a child?" cried Pierre. "What's he talking about? Get along," said several voices, and one of the soldiers, evidently afraid that Pierre might want to take some of the plate and bronzes, moved threateningly toward him. "A child," shouted a Frenchman from above. "I did hear something squealing in the garden. Perhaps it's his brat that the fellow is looking for. After all, one must be human, you know." "Where is it? Where?" said Pierre. There!" shouted the Frenchman at the window, pointing to the garden at the back. "Wait a bit, I'm coming down." And a minute or two later, the Frenchman, a black-eyed fellow with a spot on his cheek in shirt sleeves, really did jump out of a window on the ground floor and clapping Pierre on the shoulder, ran with him into the garden. "Hurry up, you others," he called out to his comrades. "It's getting hot." When they reached a gravel path, the Frenchman pulled Pierre by the arm and pointed to a round, graveled space where a 3-year-old girl in a pink dress was lying under a seat. "There is your child. Oh, a girl, so much the better," said the Frenchman. "Goodbye, Fatty. We must be human. We are all mortal, you know." And the Frenchman ran back to his comrades. Breathless with joy, Pierre ran to the little girl and was going to take her in his arms. But seeing a stranger, the sickly, scrofulous-looking child, unattractively like her mother, began to yell and run away. Pierre, however, seized her and lifted her in his arms. She screamed desperately and tried with her little hands to pull his hands away and to bite them. Pierre was seized by a sense of horror and repulsion, but he made an effort not to throw her down and ran with her to the large house. It was now impossible to get back the way he had come. The maid was no longer there, and Pierre, with a feeling of pity and disgust, pressed the wet, painfully sobbing child to himself as tenderly as he could and ran with her through the garden, seeking another way out. Having run through different yards and side streets, Pierre got back with his little burden to the Gruzinski garden at the corner of the Povarskoy. He did not at first recognize the place from which he had set out, so crowded was it now with people and goods. Besides Russian families who had taken refuge here from the fire, there were several French soldiers. Pierre took no notice of them. He hurried to find the family of that civil servant in order to restore the daughter to her mother and go to save someone else. Pierre felt that he had still much to do, and to do quickly. Glowing with the heat and from running, he felt at that moment more strongly than ever the sense of youth, animation, and determination that had come on him. The child had now become quiet, and, clinging with her little hands to his coat, sat on his arm gazing about her like some little wild animal. He glanced at her occasionally with a slight smile. He fancied he saw something pathetically innocent in that frightened, sickly little face. He did not find the civil servant or his wife where he had left them. He walked among the crowd, scanning the various faces. Involuntarily, he noticed a Georgian or Armenian family consisting of a very handsome old man of Oriental type, wearing a new sheepskin coat and new boots, an old woman of similar type, and a young woman. That very young woman seemed to Pierre the perfection of Oriental beauty, with her sharply outlined, arched, black eyebrows and the extraordinarily soft, bright color of her long, beautiful, expressionless face. Amid the scattered property in the crowd, she, in her rich satin cloak with a bright lilac shawl, suggested a delicate, exotic plant thrown out onto the snow. She was sitting on some bundles a little behind the old woman, and looked from under her long lashes with motionless, large, almond-shaped eyes at the ground. Evidently, she was aware of her beauty and fearful because of it. Her face struck Pierre, and hurrying along, he turned several times to look at her. When he reached the fence, still without finding those he sought, he stopped and looked about him. With the child in his arms, his figure was now more conspicuous, and a group of Russians gathered about him. "Have you lost anyone, my dear fellow? You're of the gentry yourself, aren't you? Whose child is it?" they asked him. Pierre replied that the child belonged to a woman in a black coat, and asked whether anyone knew where she had gone. "Why, that must be the Anforovs," said an old deacon to a pockmarked peasant woman. "Lord have mercy." "The Anforovs? No," said the woman. "They left in the morning. That must be either Mary Nikolaevna's or the Ivanovs." "He says a woman, and Mary Nikolaevna is a lady," remarked a house serf. "Do you know her? She's thin with long teeth," said Pierre. "That's Mary Nikolaevna. They went inside the garden when these wolves swooped down," said the woman, pointing to the French soldiers. "O Lord, have mercy," added the deacon. "Go over that way, they're there. It's she. She kept on lamenting and crying," continued the woman. "It's she, here, this way." But Pierre was not listening. He had for some seconds been intently watching what was going on a few steps away. He was looking at the Armenian family and at 2 French soldiers who had gone up to them. One of these, a nimble little man, was wearing a blue coat tied round the waist with a rope. He had a nightcap on his head and his feet were bare. The other, whose appearance particularly struck Pierre, was a long, lank, round-shouldered, fair-haired man with an idiotic expression. He wore a woman's loose gown of frieze, blue trousers, and large torn Hessian boots. The little barefooted Frenchman went up to the Armenians and, saying something, immediately seized the old man by his legs, and the old man at once began pulling off his boots. The other in the frieze gown stopped in front of the beautiful Armenian girl, and with his hands in his pockets, stood staring at her, motionless and silent. "Here, take the child," said Pierre peremptorily to the woman, handing the little girl to her. "Give her back to them! Give her back!" he almost shouted, putting the child, who began screaming, on the ground, and again looking at the Frenchman and the Armenian family. The old man was already sitting barefoot. The little Frenchman had secured his second boot and was slapping one against the other. The old man was saying something in a voice broken by sobs, but Pierre caught but a glimpse of this. His whole attention was directed to the Frenchman in the frieze gown, who meanwhile had drawn nearer to the young woman, and taking his hands from his pockets, had seized her by the neck. The beautiful Armenian still sat motionless and in the same attitude, with her long lashes drooping as if she did not see or feel what the soldier was doing to her. While Pierre was running the few steps that separated him from the Frenchman, the tall marauder was already tearing from her neck the necklace she was wearing, and the young woman, clutching at her neck, screamed piercingly. "Let that woman alone!" exclaimed Pierre hoarsely in a furious voice, seizing the soldier by his round shoulders and throwing him aside. The soldier fell, got up, and ran away. But his comrade, throwing down the boots and drawing his sword, moved threateningly toward Pierre. "Look here, no nonsense!" he cried. Pierre was in such a transport of rage that he remembered nothing, and his strength increased tenfold. He rushed at the barefooted Frenchman, and before the latter had time to draw his sword, knocked him off his feet and hammered him with his fists. Shouts of approval were heard from the crowd, and at the same moment a mounted patrol of French Uhlans appeared from round the corner. The Uhlans came up at a trot and surrounded them. Pierre remembered nothing of what happened after that. He only remembered beating someone and being beaten, and finally feeling that his hands were bound and that a crowd of French soldiers stood around him and were searching him. "Lieutenant, he has a dagger," were the first words Pierre understood. "Ah, a weapon?" said the officer, and turned to the barefooted soldier who had been arrested with Pierre. "All right, you can tell all about it at the court-martial." Then he turned to Pierre. "Do you speak French?" Pierre looked around him with bloodshot eyes and did not reply. His face probably looked very terrible, for the officer said something in a whisper, and 4 more Uhlans placed themselves on both sides of Pierre. "Do you speak French?" the officer asked again, keeping at a distance. "Call the interpreter." A little man in Russian civilian clothes rode out from the ranks, and by his clothes and manner of speaking, Pierre at once knew him to be a French salesman from one of the Moscow shops. "He does not look like a common man," said the interpreter after a searching look at Pierre. "Ah, he looks very much like an incendiary," remarked the officer. "And ask him who he is," he added. "Who are you?" asked the interpreter in poor Russian. "You must answer the chief." "I will not tell you who I am your prisoner, take me," Pierre suddenly replied in French. Ah, muttered the officer with a frown. "Well then, march." A crowd had collected round the Uhlans. Nearest to Pierre stood the pockmarked peasant woman with the little girl, and when the patrol started, she moved forward. "Where are they taking you to, you poor dear?" she said. "And the little girl, what am I to do with her if she's not theirs?" "What does that woman want?" asked the officer. Pierre was as if intoxicated. His elation increased at the sight of the little girl he had saved. "What does she want?" he murmured. "She is bringing me my daughter whom I have just saved from the flames," he said. "Goodbye." And without knowing how this aimless lie had escaped him, he went along with resolute and triumphant steps between the French soldiers. The French patrol was one of those sent out to put a stop to the pillage, and especially to catch the incendiaries, who, according to the general opinion among the higher French officers, were the cause of the conflagrations. After marching through a number of streets, the patrol arrested 5 more Russian suspects: a small shopkeeper, 2 seminary students, a peasant, and a house serf, besides several looters. But of all these, Pierre was considered to be the most suspicious. When they had all been brought for the night to a large house on the Zubov rampart that was being used as a guardhouse, Pierre was placed apart under strict guard.